Buongiorno, hello and welcome everyone from Eternal Weekend EU, the Legacy Champs. This is what it's all about. At least Legacy is my favorite format. I am Sam Dams, aka Fenris Cloud, and next to me is Andreas Peterson, aka Eco Baronen. We've been doing coverage yesterday all day for Vintage. Man, what do you think about yesterday?
Yesterday was awesome. We got to kick off the show with a format very near and dear to my heart. And we got to crown a champion in the end after showcasing so many unique situations that you only see in Vintage. We see the bizarre deck, no mana sources, still able to put up tons of aggression, free disruption, weird doomsday situations, and unlikely turn of events with Vexing Bobble ending the game on turn one, Nullrod doing the same. I think we had the whole palette of Vintage on
Yeah,
display yesterday.
for sure. And for someone like me, I know vintage a little bit, but not as much as you do. I had a blast. It was so much fun. Actually, I had a lot more fun than I expected.
Right?
And yeah, I'm just excited to play more. But today we have Legacy for us. Let's be first, before we do that, dive into our casters because today we'll be taking as much care of you as we possibly can. We have a huge team here for today. And well, we are starting out. Sam is me and Andreas. We've already talked about us, but we also have Julian Knob here and Callum Smith for you. We'll be swapping around between rounds for you and trying to take the best care of you as we possibly can.
Two dynamic
Um,
duos.
yes, we will try our best. But of course, behind the screens, we have a huge production team. What do you talk about us?
Yeah, so the production team is oftentimes the unsung heroes at these events, but let's be honest, they make our job easy. They pack their bags from Spain, they go here, and then they make sure to press the right buttons behind the scenes and make sure that it's somewhat easy for the two of us to shine. We have, of course, Inigo, David, and Will, the big boss man, pulling all the strings and making sure everybody's on point. He even tells me when I should get up in the morning, when I should go get sleep.
Yeah,
So
when we must
he's
sleep.
large and in charge, and he's doing a damn great job. So thank you so much to those guys behind the scenes.
Yeah, for sure. Keep in mind, this is all live. Like stuff like this, something will go wrong. We will try our best and we will get it set up for you and fixed as soon as possible. But bear with us if something does go wrong. Big shout out here to Four Seasons and Booze for organizing this stuff, making sure that everything goes well. They are amazing. Thank you so much for the opportunity and organizing all of this stuff. Let's dive into our weekend schedule. Why don't you talk about it, Andreas?
Yeah, so let's see what we have on the menu here for the weekend with merely one third already in the books. We concluded the Vintage Championship yesterday, crowned a champion. Everybody's happy, but today it's time for Legacy. And Legacy is going to be a 2 day event with 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed up with 6 additional rounds of Swiss tomorrow before a cut to Tub 8. You do need a 6-2 record in order to advance to tomorrow. So
Hmm.
players are in for a tough one. You need really to bring your A game here to be able to compete with the best for the trophy.
Andreas, you know how many players we have today? Want to take a quick guess?
Yeah, I know it's more than 900, but I'm actually quite interested how close we got to 1,000.
Well, we got pretty close. We got 968. That's the last number that I have gotten. Do you remember how much the US got?
Ooh, the US, I believe, was slightly less, so I guess a
Yeah.
little bit of scoreboard for the EU
Yes,
team
indeed,
here.
indeed.
But
Now,
let's
of course.
let's be honest, this is like a super friendly rivalry. We're mainly just looking to see Eternal Magic grow worldwide.
Exactly. And it's Thanksgiving weekend. So we may have a lot of Americans here. I've seen a couple in the room already. We need a 6-2 record to cut to day two. So I'm sure we will be having the top of the format here being able to
Oh
do
yeah,
that. Let's
the
dive
the
into
the cream of the crop.
the cream of the crop. Let's dive into the prizes here that we have to you today because that's what it's all about. We've already seen some prize yesterday. Let's talk about it, Andreas.
Wow. So here we see prizes going down all the way to top 64, which is really cool. You also talked about this yesterday, the fact that you're alive even after a couple of losses. Love that. Of course, the grand prize here is going to be the championship trophy. It's going to be a ton of ticks that you can even use on food here at the at the venue, but also the promos. Those are just gorgeous. So we have Tendrils of Agony, the promo here, and that's pretty cool based on the semifinals we saw yesterday. Tendrils of Agony is certainly playing its part this weekend. So tons of prizes to play for. And with a filled arena full of happy legacy players, what can go wrong?
Yeah, for sure. Interesting to know is that if we would have hit that 1,000 player threshold, we would have even increased the prize. So
Okay, okay.
just a bit short for people at home watching and
Yeah.
thinking, should I have gotten there? I
Next
mean,
year, you can be the difference maker.
exactly. We need 32
Right.
people, and then we would have had to increase the price. It would have been lovely. So that's great. Now, of course, we have a bunch of these prizes, but for us, Do you know what our prize is for today?
Aside from just happy players and good times.
Our bingo card,
Oh,
right?
right.
Our
Yeah.
bingo
Okay.
card.
Okay. Let's have a look
um,
at the bingo card from yesterday. We did get to
exactly.
check a few of them, um, but let's see if we can uh, spot something that we missed yesterday. That we should add to the tally here.
For sure. What you can see on screen here is something that Andreas and I came up with. Could be funny for us. So we will be doing this all weekend. So people who have been watching yesterday, they know what's up. For who do not know, what we have here is a potential things that we think might happen, but it's likely that they may not. We had an idea of how many of these will we be able to cross. I said we will be able to make 7
Yeah.
throughout the weekend. Do you remember what you
I
said?
think I said 10. I
10?
was feeling super
I'm
confident.
curious. I'm
But
curious.
but now I can see that's a little bit of a problem. Maybe we even nailed the 8 different decks in top 8 of vintage, but
Ah,
I'm not
yeah, we
sure.
could we
I
should
know
check.
there was 7 different decks for sure, but I cannot remember the last one. So that
Ah,
might be a check mark.
yeah.
And I guess today there's some of these that are certainly not going to happen. Um,
Unfortunately. Because vintage Oath of Druids, I mean, we're not going to see that in Legacy, of course.
exactly. So maybe your guess of 7 is going to be more correct
I
than
mean,
mine of
that
10.
would be the best prize of them all, right? That would be the best prize of them all. So we will keep track of this during the day. Feel free to join with us here. Try and keep track of this yourself and see if we can spot them out as soon as possible. Of course, one thing that we have to address
Right?
in Legacy, we've had a huge shakeup recently. So
Yeah.
we will have a brand new world out there. I'm very excited for today. We'll have so many cool games, new decks, new format. It's always the hype building up, right?
Right.
What do you expect we will see today in top 8?
Yeah, so with Nadu and Entomb now no longer a concern, that in theory opens up a lot of space where you can be creative in Legacy. A lot of people are back to playing their old favorite deck, with the top of the format getting a little bit nerfed. So I think we're going to see a lot of diversity, but my best bet is a Delver. I think that's the safest deck to do well with this weekend if you enjoy the cantrip life. But I think we're going to see a lot of sweet ones. So I think this is anyone's game. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I also put Delver as the winner of today. It's always good if there's a new kind of format, you want to be proactive, right? You want to take the lead, you want to be able to try and win the game as soon as possible, and you have days, wasteland, all
Yep.
the good stuff, right?
Generically good stuff, no matter the opponent, essentially.
Exactly. Interesting to know. If you look at the bottom, you can see a nice logo over there.
Oh yeah.
Andreas, can you talk to us about it?
Yeah, so this is awesome, right? So the Buza MTG camp has home in Pisa, so we have the Tower of Pisa here, but we also have the 2 towers of Bologna representing the Four Seasons crew. So when those two combined forces, it was over for the opposition,
Yeah,
right? That's a very, very
that's true.
powerful collab. So I love it, and I totally missed it yesterday, but I'm happy that I picked up on the detail this morning.
Definitely. I think I can speak for a lot of Europeans that Italy really is one of the hubs of eternal magic. Like, remember, also have Again running at the same time. Over
Yeah,
1,000 players.
1,000 players
Wow,
playing,
man.
living their best life, playing with commons.
There's so much magic going around. I'm having a blast. I've
Yeah,
already walked through a room a couple of times, and if you are here, there's always something to do. You cannot be not
right. We have
playing magic.
artists, we have side events, even a legacy qualifier for the next regional championship yesterday.
Yeah.
That's huge. I know the Americans are super envious, taking notes, sweating
Yeah,
bullets.
sure.
How can we top
Yeah.
this?
How can we have more players, right?
Yeah, Card Titan is taking notes for sure.
Of course, no. It's all fun and games. We love you back there. I hope you are watching and enjoying this. And I think it's time for some games. Are you ready, Andreas?
I'm super ready to see what these players brought to battle.
Cool. Let's dive into the deck lists and see what we have for you in store for round number 1. Of course, we have be having live magic. Paper magic is always difficult, so something to be aware of that is magic is hard. Right?
It sure is,
Magic
and
is
we
hard.
learned that yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. So we have Show and Tell first by Paolo. Talk to me about this deck.
Yeah, so this looks like the Omniscience version, where instead of playing Sneak Attack, we're basically playing a little bit of a. It looks like leaning even on Tameo. That's pretty cool. Mainly Veil of Summer, anticipating lots of counter wars, anticipating lots of Thought Seizes, maybe even Hymn to Torag is back in Legacy. So that's a little. The green splash is very, very good against blue and black. But even Mistral Village in the mana base makes it. This deck is very tuned against control, playing long games, and then inevitably resolving a show and tell, putting Omniscience or Attracts into play, and then from there it should be somewhat easy to finish the job.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Very powerful here. We have this edition of Tamio. You see, every deck right now, if you can play it, you just slot in a couple of
Yeah,
Tamios. Just
let's see about that. I
yeah,
will hold you accountable for that one.
yeah, man, that's my expectation. But it's never bad, right? You can't go wrong with that. This deck has recently gotten some huge upgrades in stock up. I think that's a
Yeah,
huge
stock up is big.
upgrade.
Yep,
So we'll see how they perform. Let's see what
stock
they
up
are
is
up
very big.
against.
You're right there for threat density.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what they are up against here in the for game number one. This is definitely going to be a deck that we see a bit more, I think, the show and tell deck. But the same is true for this one.
Yeah, this looks like pretty classic Dimir tempo, still keeping the Nile spell bombs in the artifact slot, even despite it Entomb getting banned. This is main decking Baragorf to target the Izzet tempo pseudo mirror being on top of the field. And then it's teching a copy of Drown in the Lock. I really like that for flexibility. So, if you can have that as a terminate counterspell, split card, that's very, very good. So yeah, this is like a bread and butter deck of the format. Thoughtseize, Wasteland, Force the Will. So I guess both players are somewhat happy with their matchup, taking the Veil of Summers into account, and just this deck really wants to play against opposing combo decks. So yeah, this could be a fun one to start off the show.
Yeah, Andreas, you talk about this deck being the bread and butter of the format, but we also just talked about Blue Red Delver. Why would you choose Blue Black over Blue Red?
Right. So that's like the slightly, the big brother of the two. So in the pseudo mirror, I like the black version slightly more against an open field. I like the red version slightly more. So this gets a little bit more card quality, and it's a little bit slower on the clock as a result. So yeah, you give and take, and it's actually a tough call between the two. So tempo players are having I guess a luxury problem these days.
Yeah, for sure. We generally speak about Delver being the police of the format, especially against combo decks. I imagine we would expect this one to be favored in the matchup. Do you agree?
Yeah, I will slightly side with the blue black tempo deck. I will say, especially game one is going to be important, where you have cards like Fatal Push that aren't the best, Baragorf that aren't the best, Nile Spellbomb aren't the best. But yeah, in generally, when you're playing a tempo deck with Thoughtseize and Force of Wills in your deck, you will like any combo matchup. But I actually think this deck is trying to target the fair decks a little bit more than the average Dimir tempo deck. So this could be tight.
Yeah, for sure. Remember those three Veiler Summers, they will be excellent in the main. So let's dive into the match here and see what we have happening. I'm sure you would want to be on the play here always, right? Third
Yeah, I
one
mean,
Thoughtseize.
yeah, turn one Thoughtseize, Daze is so much better, Wasteland so much better. You can maybe get your Tamio going or your Nethergrowth going a little bit earlier. Yeah, play draw is huge.
Yeah, especially since this is closed deck lists. Of course, we're in the Swiss. So if you have like turn one Thoughtseize and then you see the opponent just Veiler Summer, turn one, ouch, that would be that would be so painful.
Yeah, the turn one cryptic command is brutal.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, here we see the players here. Nice that we can get to see them on screen. I really love this. We can see
Oh yeah,
the
the player
dynamics.
player cams are
Yeah,
goaded, no doubt.
they are great. Okay, so blue black tempo on the play, playing a polluted delta here and just passing of the turn. Island into Delver, I guess.
This
Oh,
is probably
Tamio,
this,
Tamio.
yeah.
Because I was like, Delver, that's not happening.
Yeah, so Tamio also a card that, depending on which sleeves you're using, you might want to use these checklist cards.
Yeah. When I
Um,
see a checklist card, I'm like, yeah, that's Delver. And then my mind like, this is show
you
and tell. What are you
historically
talking
it
about?
would be a pretty good guess.
Indeed. So if you are blue black, what are you thinking right now? Because Island Tamio, that's not something that
Basic
you.
Island Tamio. So statistically, the best you're up against a show and tell strategy or a control strategy. But any deck could naturally draw the one basic island and go for this Tamio. This could be Breakfast. This could
Yeah,
be Blue Red Cutter.
exactly.
So this could be a Jeskai Wizard situation. So we haven't learned anything yet, I will say.
No, so really smart by Paolo, just playing the island because you give away the least amount of information as possible. And Lorenzo actually does fire off a force, pitching another force. That's the thing. The card is so powerful, I think you just have to get rid of it, unless you have removal. But even then, it's still scary, right?
Yeah, so the thing about Tamio is when it sticks, it's awesome. When it gets forced, it's awesome. When it gets killed by a one mana removal spell, it's a wash.
Yeah.
So this card just on average is very, very good because the only good outcome for the opponent, unless we go to something like Twisted Image as a removal spell, is just gonna be a wash and
Yeah.
everything else is good.
Indeed.
So I mean, you're playing a combo deck trying to clear the way. This reminds me of, the Nadu decks, the breakfast decks with the Nadu in existence. If your Tamio got a lot of heat, you just had a higher chance of assembling your combo later. And this is very similar because you're trying to resolve show and tell.
Indeed. So Lorenzo getting a surveil land here, passing of the turn, passing back. Just a little of setting up here going on both sides. I imagine now we know about the Lotus Petal. I mean, now Lorenzo must know what's up, right?
Exactly. The cat is now out of the bag. So there must have been a strategical reason for Paolo to play that out. Otherwise, you're simply just informing your opponent's surveils and cantrips and priorities, essentially.
Would you rather have seen Paolo keep the the card in hand?
Without knowledge about the hand, I'm not sure. I'm sure there is a good reason. Maybe he needs that and didn't want it thought seized or hymned, so he want the mana source and he really wants the mana source in play. It's just you have to be aware that you're giving up information here.
Getting rid of the omniscience. So if it wasn't clear yet, it's the cat's really out of the bag now,
Yeah,
right?
hedge maze and then milling over an omniscience is certainly the confirmation. Also, we now know a little bit about Paolo's hand. He's not chasing a payoff for show and tell.
Hmm.
That's already there. So a little bit of information here, but no clock, which is huge.
Definitely. And since Paolo must be very happy that Lorenzo pitched force to that other force wheel, that's two forces gone. So you only need to worry about two more force wheels in the deck. So I imagine if you have a show and tell, you just go for it.
Oh yeah,
That's what
it's
we
time.
see. Yeah.
And also we play around days with that pedal. So oh, it
Okay.
looks like a
Double days.
yep,
Is that happening?
yep, it looks like a double day situation.
But there's no way Paolo's not paying. That would be my guess.
I agree. This is pretty forced. You pay with your pedal, and then I think this is because Paolo has Veil of Summer in hand that he's trying to consider.
Ah, yeah. Do you want to pay or do you want to veil
Right.
a summer?
I
Yeah.
think that's it here.
So we are
Um,
seeing
but
that
I like the slow rolling of the Veil.
for sure. Okay. If you have veil, because it's possible that you just don't
Right,
have it, of
right.
course.
Yeah, that pause very suspicious, I must say.
Yeah, I get that. Lorenzo is going to fetch up a land here, an underground sea. Let's see if they have another backup. I mean, this is typically a play we expect another days or something to happen. There we go. So floating blue here, I guess. Another days. And let's see if Paolo has an answer, because no answer.
No Force Will.
So that's to be expected. I mean, if you have force will, you probably fight over this. You've seen double force, double days. You really want to fight over this show and tell if you can.
Absolutely. It looks like 3 cards in hand, so I expect that to be payoff Veil on unknown card.
Yep, probably. Lorenzo just shuffling here. Not happy with that ponder. What are we looking for if you're Lorenzo?
Yeah, so now Lorenzo needs to follow this up with either or something to clock your opponent, because this will, you need to reduce your opponent's life total. You cannot just let the show and tell opponent with a deck full of cantrips keep playing. It's very possible. Oh, I think, did he keep those cards? Did you notice?
No, he shuffled.
Oh, he shuffled.
He
Okay,
shuffled.
so that makes a lot of sense. With the force gone, double days gone, he's looking for a somewhat small subset of cards.
Yeah, for sure. This game is going. It can be over in a blast, right? So you need to be very careful with how you play those ponders and stuff like that. And no threat. That's scary. They will find another one. They will find stuff to play and win from there. So if you're in those shoes here, you're a bit afraid, I guess.
Absolutely, this is not gonna go on for forever here. So big sense of urgency on the side of Lorenzo.
Yeah, for sure. Brainstorm here. Didn't quite catch the cards, but we will find out soon what's happening. Just a passing of the turn. Okay, not too impactful. Lorenzo taking a draw here. And then a surveil land. See what's on top. Orcish Bowmasters. Yep, that one can go. Not happy about that. No, Paolo does draw a lot of cards, but in this state, you just want to, like, if you have Bowmasters, you're still going to lose to a show and tell. So I can see putting it into the graveyard.
Yeah, this is Bowmaster is not a big difference maker. It's more like a convenient cog in your machine. But now the bread and butter is finding Thoughtseize or Force of Will before you get buried by the next action card out of the show and tell strategy.
Sure, Paolo here did find the land. Ancient Tomb. I'm not sure if he was actually missing mana here. My guess is that you just want to have another finisher.
Absolutely, especially with no shuffle effect and no cards cast. It seems like Paolo is in a little bit of a stalemate. So now from the side of Lorenzo, what does that mean? That means hardcast Force of Will, since Tropical Island has been prioritized. Veil of Summer is on the table, so we can do a little of dissecting here. There's no stock up, there's no show and tell, right? They would have gotten cast, so we can dissect the opponent's hands here a little bit.
And very possible that Paolo, yeah, see, this is what I was about to say. Very clever here by Paolo, not brainstorming, playing around, respecting the Bowmasters, even though we've already seen one being put in the graveyard. This is probably a 4 of, as we have in Legacy very often these days. So really respecting the fact that this card can come down at every single time. And we've seen this before. Bowmasters really did change when you want to brainstorm and how, right?
Yep, you talked about it yesterday, and we even played a format yesterday with more powerful draw spells, but not necessarily more actual cards drawn, because Thundertrap Trainer, Stock Up, etc., etc. But here with Brainstorm, it's very important to be aware of your timing.
And we will see a Force Wheel on the Bowmasters, pitching another Omniscience. So it's clear where you have the payoff. We just need to find a show and tell or stuff like that.
Yeah, but we find ourselves quote unquote Brainstorm locked. Is that a Cunning Wish and a third Omniscience in Paolo's hand?
I think so, yeah.
I think it is.
When are we firing off this wish?
Yeah, the thing about I didn't pay too much attention to the sideboard here. So usually Cunning Wish is your card. Once you have Omniscience in play, you can go find usually something like Shared Summons or similar to finish the job, but I'm actually not sure. Ah, this explains it a lot.
Ooh, I like this. Now, of course, if they do have Bowmasters number 3, this is scary because there's no way we can respond to this.
This
Okay, Force Wheel here, pitching, it was Kaito, I
Yeah,
believe.
pitching Kaito. This explains a lot, right? So fighting over the Bowmasters because there was a Lauren Reveal hardcast coming.
That makes sense. I do see a Thoughtseize in there. That's a good one. I guess we just take it. Last card in hand for Lorenzo is a fatal push. That's not going to do a whole lot, but we do see the hand. What are we taking here?
Yeah, so if you take Omniscience, you now make Show and Tell a bad draw, which I do like in theory. Then there's the unknown of what did the opponent put in their sideboard. So I like the decision here. It's like you're making the best card in the opponent's deck now a brick for the time being. So I like the decision. I'm still looking for a clock on the side of Lorenzo. This is a little bit scary. You resolve Thoughtseize, triple force, double days against Show and Tell, and the game is still going.
Yeah, that's scary for sure. So if you are Paolo here, I think whenever you get that show and tell, if you are able to put a fatty into play, you just go for it because what are the odds of that force number 4, right? But he was a very powerful one indeed. Tamio, what do you think this does for the game here for Lorenzo?
Yeah, so Tamio is a card that doesn't itself kill its opponent until, super late, but it digs Lorenzo deeper towards threats like Murktide Regent, Nethergoyf. So this you should just see this as a card advantage engine.
Wasteland being drawn. Does anything that really impactful at this stage?
Great question here. Wasteland is pretty low value here, so I could see hanging on to it. Okay, I guess with the second copy drawn, we probably should get busy.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like a pass here. So in theory, if you wasteland your opponent's Ancient Tomb, you keep them off Lauren Revealed, which is one of the best draws for Paolo. So I like this play a lot. It was just an upkeep. It was a timing issue.
Yeah, we do fire off the wasteland here. Keep in mind that Paolo does have a lot of mana, so there's we're getting close to hard casting some of these big spells, right? You never know. Ancient Tomb taps for 2 mana, so that can become scary quite easily. I do see a show and tell being drawn there. Let's see what responses from Lorenzo.
So what's the last card? I guess I missed that one.
Another Omniscience and Wasteland. Okay.
Wow,
so
that's the fourth Omniscience.
okay, so what's gonna happen here? Do you think? From
Yeah, let's see what the card is because I used to play with Shared Summons in this deck, which tutors 2 legendary creatures, and then it's just Emrakul and Atraxa, and the game's over. And that's exactly the card getting revealed here.
And we just can see. Can you quickly run us down what was going to happen?
Shared Summons, you can play it for free because you have Omniscience in play. You now can tutor 2 legends out of your deck. If you find Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn, and Atraxa Grand Unifier, you will now draw 5 cards, get an additional turn, attack for 22 in the air, and annihilate 6 for good measure. So yeah, that was a cool one where this show and tell deck simply got too much time.
Yeah, for sure. Let's dive into the sideboarding. When you are playing show and tell, what would you want to do here?
Yeah, so let me quickly have a look at the sideboard. Look, 3 copies of Carpet of Flowers. That's the dream. You have Carpet of Flowers to make sure you have the mana advantage to make Days and Wasteland non-factors, and you might even see, the alternate mode on Lauren Revealed, like we just did. I get only a single copy. Okay, but I actually really like that combination of it turns Lauren Revealed into a draw 3. But yeah, mainly it's about asking questions, preferably with backup, and this deck is set up very nicely to do so with the Veils and the Pierces and the Forces. So I would expect Carpet of Flowers to come in, and for cuts, that's actually a tough one here. You can choose to step off the gas a little bit by removing Petals. I think Carpet of Flowers is just a strictly better mana source. Maybe you can trim a Cunning Wish. Maybe you can trim an Emrakul. But it's going to be something where you're trying to fit Carpet of Flowers and run it back.
Nice. What is the card, the third from the bottom there? I don't really recognize that one.
I believe that's a flexible disenchant card that can also do some more.
Okay.
I can't remember the name. It's Reclamation something.
Okay, maybe we can get it on screen. We'll see about that. Let's go to the other deck list and see what we want to be doing. If we are playing blue-black, what do we want?
Blue-black tempo has some dead removal spells in the main deck that we already talked about, and let's see what Lorenzo brought for these matchups. It looks like he's pretty confident in the combo matchups because only one copy of Force Negation. You have the Narset. I love that for a paper tournament like this, especially in this region. People do love their, up the beanstalk decks.
Italians, they all love to
Yep,
play control decks, right?
exactly. So this is like going to be a very decent card in the matchup. And then from there, you could try and get lucky with Sheldur's Edict to try and catch Show and Tell Emrakul specifically, and maybe Surgical Extraction. Because in theory, if you get to Thoughtseize or win a counter war over a Show and Tell, you can put your opponent in a really bad spot. So I expect removal spells to go in, and then some solid interaction and some speculative interaction to come in.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if these players agree with what we said here and dive into game number 2. Now, we talked about this deck being the police of the format. Now, not a good policeman right now.
Right now, the policeman is sleeping. The Italian policeman is sleeping on the job. Yeah,
for sure,
but
for sure.
when he wakes up, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, turn one Thoughtseize is, I think, the best play that you can do. That would be
Agree.
my guess.
Agree, especially now the context of you saw the opponents on the green version, so now this Thoughtseize timing is even more crucial because of Veil of Summer.
Yeah, for sure. Because you know that if you're playing against blue-green, you expect Veil of Summer, I would guess. I really do not want to have Veil of Summer hitting a Thoughtseize because that is back-breaking. Yeah, you just throw away your Thoughtseize, opponent draws a card. Yikes, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, the one mana counter draw card is incredible.
You just joked about Cryptic Command.
Yeah,
being
one
a
mana one mana Cryptic Command. Yeah.
Exactly. I remember once when Veil of Summer got spoiled, everyone was losing their minds over the card, but it was fine in Legacy right now.
Yep. Oh, I agree. It's very well balanced, especially with the black decks getting knocked down a peg with the Entomb ban. Then you're simply going to see fewer Thoughtseizes than before. So Veil of Summer did not get better from the bans.
No, for sure. Just a couple of lands here. Lorenzi playing the sea. Then we have here, I think that's a volcanic. Or is that a fetch land?
Scalding Tarn, I would guess.
Okay, Scalding Tarn here.
I'm not familiar with the art, but I just guessed it with. Yeah, I'm spotting the pay one life.
Okay, Brainstorm here. Let's see what's up. Is that an end step Brainstorm?
I was about to ask the same. I didn't notice. So if you do end step Brainstorm, it's because you really want to have 2 mana available on your next turn. And if you do it on your turn after the draw, it's because you want to dig 1 card deeper at the cost of a mana on your turn. So, if you need your second land for an Orcus Bowmaster, or another play where you need 2 mana, then end step is the way to go.
We'll find out because let's see if we end up. No, we just use the Brainstorm in our turn, so that makes sense. Get rid of some cards we really do not like. Play another one. And let's see if we pass the turn or do we have a follow-up. Follow-up here is maybe Ponder, Thoughtseize, or do you want to play a threat here if you can? Because it's scary.
You have 4 choices, right?
Yeah.
Nethergoyf, Tameo, Thoughtseize, Ponder. So
do you want to play a threat into a that's like telling our show and tell opponent this is the time for you to go for it.
Absolutely. The thing is, if you don't play a threat, the game will go on for a long time, and then the window of bad things happening is simply just gonna get bigger.
You're gonna need to win the game eventually.
Right.
Looks like Lorenzo takes the Force Will in hand. I like that decision.
Force Will is the bread and butter. The thing is about Show and Tell, you either try and prepare for opponent playing Show and Tell with 1 backup, or some opponent going back to back, Show and Tell, right? Once you have those 2 layers covered, I think everything aside that is icing on the cake. And sometimes, 1 counter is enough. Sometimes you need 3. So, but I think 2 is like the average you're looking for here. You need to cover 2 Show and Tells.
In this matchup, you can never have enough counter magic. Here we see Hedge Maze. These are cards that have been so impactful in Legacy, these Surveil lands. We've been seeing them all day, even in Vintage yesterday. It's so cool. I'm not going to lie. When the Surveil lands were spoiled, I was not impressed. In the beginning, I was like, yeah, that's not going to be good enough. I was completely wrong about that. I'm playing them myself right now.
Yeah.
Did you caught on?
I've just played enough Magic to know that there's cost to playing a tap land. So I'm definitely in the 1 Surveil land camp where people are very closer, a lot closer to adding the second. But yeah, I think they're good. I love minimizing variance.
Ooh, wow. Sorry to interrupt you there. Carpet of Flowers getting a Force Will. I think you have to, right? If you're playing Delver decks, that cannot hit the battlefield,
You can choose, at that point, you can either say, well, I will not fight over the mana, I'll fight over your business. But if you have a card like Wasteland, then all of a sudden you want to make those Wastelands viable for later. And if Carpet hits, that's not the case. So maybe an investment into the future here for future Wastelands. Maybe there's another Days in hand. But yeah, it doesn't feel good when you have to force will a one drop.
Yeah, for sure. Because now they just next turn go show and tell you scary stuff. Tamio
Yep.
here getting on the battlefield. A quick question for you, Andreas. You told me I could ask you anything. Do you recognize the artwork of Carpet of Flowers?
That one I don't recognize the artwork. No, I
It's
just
from Doctor Who. I just know because I've played it myself. So
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
look at me talking, of course.
It was I mean a one mana sorcery green play, so I
Yeah,
had it
of
covered. But
course,
actually,
of
don't
course.
remember, don't notice the artwork.
Damping Sphere here. This is not a card we talked about from the sideboard, but we did bring it in. Talk to us about this one.
Damping Sphere will, let's see, if there's Show and Tell Omniscience resolving here, then the first spell off of Omniscience will now be 1 mana, which, you know, in theory could be annoying for the Show and Tell player, but I'm not entirely sold on that one. Let's see if it has a huge impact on this game. It does make sense, right? You force the carpet, and then you try and fight a little bit against the mana situation.
Yeah, especially with a deck that plays a lot of wastelands, it does make sense. Maybe we can get card on the screen as well. Would be cool. I think I saw another Carpet of
The
Flowers.
Damping Sphere, yep.
Okay, I think we just jammed that. Or no, Ponder first. Maybe looking to protect it. What are we looking for here for Paolo?
Yeah, it looks like we're entering the phase where we need, as long as we have stable mana under us, then we just want to cast as many stock ups and show and tells we can until the opponent succumbs to it. And it looks like we will have plenty of time here. I know people love to call this Demir tempo, but in reality, it's more like mere mid
Yeah,
range.
it's not
Um,
that fast.
it
fast. At
is it
least not in this matchup.
is a tempo is an actual tempo deck. This is closer to a mid range deck.
Mhm.
But that's more of a like nitpicking from the caster's seat, I guess.
Yeah, I do see a bunch of good cards in Paolo's hand. You see a Carpet, we see the Veil of Summer, we also see the Mistrise. So
Oh
lots of
wow.
good cards. Yeah, Spell Pierce, I think, as well. So you can see Paolo setting up, but it's a bit scary. You can't let Tamio just do its thing for too long, right? We're going to have to see Paolo getting a trying to go for the win very soon.
Absolutely. But I will say, if you're casting, you know, stock ups, you even saw Mistrise Village, so you're going to be casting uncounterable stock ups eventually, and uncounterable show and tell. I think I'm fine. My opponent is spending 2 mana to draw a card every turn.
Yeah, look at this. We ponder, and if we now crack the clue token to Mio, we'll flip. So I'm sure that Paolo is a bit in a pickle.
Yep.
Is there anything that Paolo can do in response to potentially this flipping of the Turnable Planeswalker?
Great question. Actually not sure about that. I will also say the Planeswalker is probably the best mode on that card is probably bring back the Force of Will next turn, and that's probably what Lorenzo is doing here because this is the second time that he's shuffling a Ponder this match, and that does send a message that you don't have what you need. You're not happy with your layer of defense.
No, for sure. The Ponder was double fetch land and a threat. I mean, the best that you have right now is this one, right? The Planeswalker. If you draw half your deck, you win the game as well. So it makes sense. You know, don't want
That
any
is
of
a
the other
clock for
cards.
sure.
Yeah, for sure.
So did you see the draw there from the shuffle Ponder was a Force of Will?
I did not see that.
That was pretty good.
That's a good one.
That is a
That's why you
very good
shuffle.
one.
So I imagine that Paolo is looking to try and finish this game up because, yeah, it's going to be scary. He knows that they're going to bring back Force Will, and once that starts going, it's going to be difficult to come back
It
from.
is, but we do have Mistrise Village, right? So let's imagine we go uncounterable, activated, cast stock up. Then we just have uncounterable show until Omniscience, win the game lined up for next turn.
I really like here starting out with a Carpet of Flowers and baiting out like potentially a Force because we have Veil of Summer. That would be backbreaking.
I would really have
Ooh, there we
loved
go. There we go.
if Paolo delayed the Ancient Tomb land drop to not educate the opponent too much here. I think that would have been a nice play.
And the sides are good for. He's thinking, do I spell piece of Veil of Summer here? What are you thinking?
I mean, I'll draw my card when I can.
I think I agree. But let's see if Paolo agrees as well.
It
I
is
think
an untapped head mage down there, right? It's not a normal island.
it's Hedge Maze
Yep.
indeed. I think Lorenzo's now down to one card, so you do not have to worry all that much about another
No.
Force. So yeah, and just lets it happen. All right, interesting. So he's going for something else. What are you thinking here?
Playing passive here when you have Mistrise Village and you're under the Tamio clock. I would have loved to see Veil of Summer cashed in here. Holding up Veil, you know, that can be useful. But yeah, let's just see what Paolo is cooking here because I feel like there's something in the tank.
He knows what's up. Maybe he's anticipating another Force. Well, maybe he's trying to bait it out. Even that could be a clever
Yeah,
play.
one card left in hand. Seems like The threat level is very low, and there was time to go for the throat.
Happy with that days. That's interesting. At this point of the game, I think he just wanted to have another blue card to
Right.
keep it in hand. Didn't really matter what it was. That would be my guess.
Totally agree. And the Tamio, we indeed see the Tamio tick down here because Lorenzo knows that Tamio is not going to be fast enough to beat a full grip of the show and tell player, right? So we need to simply have one layer of defense and hope it's enough.
For sure. And I think I did see Paolo drawing show and tell. So, I mean, do we want to wait any longer?
I would not advise it. I
No.
think it's go time here for the show and tell team.
But if I remember correctly, Damping Sphere, does it block Ancient Tomb from making double mana?
Oh, great point here. Great point. So Ancient Tomb taps for a single mana. That's great. And there's the taxing. So
There we go. You can see them tapping double land. You need to do that because Damping Sphere does not allow you to make double mana. And this is why I was interested in why we are not countering the Carpet of Flowers, because it is so much a mana accelerant that it is interesting that we decided
right.
not to go for it.
Yeah, so now the land job last turn that I was critical about was actually clutch because that allowed Paolo to play around 8 days on the Veil because Veil would be a 2-drop now thanks to Damping Sphere. So you actually needed one excess mana. Um,
And this
but
is interesting. In response to the stock up, we go for Bowmasters, but that does not work against.
right,
We are not drawing cards here. We are
right.
selecting them.
We are basically just resolving this in this window if our opponent has a, let's say, a very bad stock up of some Force of Wills and some lands, right? So now we're just saying if you get Force of Will later, at least this is already in play.
Yeah, and look at Paolo's hand. He's deciding to just. There was a lot of stuff in there. I think we are deciding
Not a
what we
show and
want to
tell
take.
though. I
No,
think the
no.
show and tell is what Paolo's really looking for.
And it was interesting because we just got rid of Force, Vela Summer. Like if we want to go for it here, I think we've got that covered. That's what Paolo's saying here.
Yeah.
At least that's what it means to me. Mistries here, really powerful. So yeah, if you're, who do you think at this point of the game is favored?
Yeah, so that Mistrise Village is oh, that is a show and tell in Paolo's hand. Well, if there's a show and tell in Paolo's hand and a Mistrise Village in play that will obsolete the force, then I think we're doing great.
Yeah, and Lorenzo is trying. I mean, you have these threats now. You have the flipped Planeswalker, which is all good, but
Yep.
you're only relying on that one force will. And your opponent knows about this. So Paolo knows what's up, and he's just setting up. He's like, yeah, these. Basically, right now, you're taking a little bit of damage, but you have all the cards you need. You don't need to draw that many cards. And this is clever. I like playing the Vela Summer here. Why are we doing that?
So we're playing the Veil of Summer here because it's gonna be a cycle, and then it gets a little bit convoluted with how Orcus Bowmaster works. So you cannot target your opponent with the punish ping here. So you have to target your own creature. It does grow, and we get in for a little bit more damage. But I basically see it as a glorified cycler in this spot.
Yeah, possibly also Lorenzo just targeting himself. Of course, that's also an option if you don't want to kill any of your creatures. We can see them talking about that right now. And we also see an Emrakul in hand here for Paolo. I think it's go time if I'm Paolo.
It is. This is going to be uncounterable show and tell, and it's going to be. But maybe we need a land for that. Maybe I miscounted. Maybe we need another land.
Well, currently we can pay 5 mana and we have Vela Summer. So since you know that you have Lorenzo has just a force in hand, I think you just jam and then you have Vela Summer to protect from the
Yeah, the
force.
thing is, for each spell you play, they will get more expensive because of the damping
For
sphere.
sure,
So I
that's
think
true.
the move here is activate Mistral Village, play Show and Tell, then you have 1 mana left, and then you use that mana to cast Emrakul.
For sure. Yeah, that's possible. We'll see. Looks like they're talking here about these Bowmasters. I don't think there was a mistake made. May have missed something, but I'm not sure. We'll get that sorted out soon for
Let's
you.
see. So my line requires Omniscience in the mix. I guess if there's no Omniscience in the mix, we just put Emrakul into play and hope for the best.
In any case, even if it does, if we have to wait another turn, we can just play Show and Tell now and then try. If we have the Omniscience, just play it next turn. That's also a possibility.
Right. With the Omniscience, it's not a problem. So I think I'm mainly curious about it if there isn't an Omniscience and how then to proceed, because it could theoretically go wrong against the Sheldridge Edict that I highlighted during sideboarding.
Okay, I think I've got that figured out. So what happened here is the Bowmaster put another counter on the Orc army. It went up to 3, but that's not correct, because of course there was the second Bowmaster does not see it happening from itself, if that makes sense. Okay, looks like we are talking about this here.
All right.
Okay. People talking this through a little bit. we're gonna get this
Yeah,
sorted out
they
here.
might be trying to backtrack here and understand how does Veil versus Orcus Bowmaster works. You are allowed to ping your own creature. Um, and that's still
Yeah, so the Bowmasters puts it to 2, and then because Vale draws another card, you put it to 3, and that's probably what happened here. I think we got that figure. I don't think there was a mistake made, but maybe clear communication. Again, this is paper magic. Stuff like this happens. We have judges there; they will figure it
right.
out. We will see that again for sure today. I'm just positive about that being a
Yeah, yeah,
good
yeah.
outcome
No
here.
doubt, no doubt. So
Show and tell it is.
here's Show and Tell getting. I guess we have to pay 3 mana for that card. But once
Yeah.
that is done,
I think Paolo's just wondering, how do I pay here? Making it uncounterable, of course. I mean, Lorenzo, not much you can do. Let's see what you put into the
also
battlefield.
double Ancient Tomb getting tapped. Don't forget about that. This could get super dicey unless that's on omniscience here.
There we go. Yeah, Omniscience. Yeah, we've got this covered. Now we're down to 6. So, yeah,
And now
scary.
it's very important to play Immercool, and that costs 1 mana, and they got that covered.
Yeah, we can pay for that.
And now there's a nice little Time Walk trigger and an Emrakul attack coming in the air. And look at Lorenzo's life total.
Yeah, this is yeah, this is perfect, right? And I think we are gonna see a win here, and that should normally be Paolo taking the game. I respect Lorenzo, just extension
Yep.
of the hand, and wow, well, what can I say? Show and tell really felt really powerful here, because
Yep.
it's not like Lorenzo didn't have anything. He tried to do his best. We saw so much counter magic, but it just wasn't enough. Is this show and tell deck going to be a big player this weekend?
I think so. When Entomb and Naru got banned, I think a lot of combo players went to, hey, what other 1-2 punch combos do we have available? And it turns out Show and Tell is exactly that. So I will say this match, the Show and Tell deck just got way too much time to maneuver because the Demir Tempo deck tried to be a control deck, and the combo deck had, I don't know, 7, 8 turns to execute. So little bit too great of working conditions here. So I assume it's going to have a little bit harder time later in the day.
Yeah, for sure. I like play control decks from time to time as well, and I can tell you that show and tell is a matchup that I do not want to see.
Right.
So seems all logical to me. Well, that was it for round 1. We're off to a great start. I have a lot of fun in this game, and I hope we will see some more sweet legacy action for you during the day. Don't go anywhere. We will go for a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deck Techs with eBay. I'm currently joined by
Paolo, hi.
and you bought the show and tell deck this weekend to the Legacy Championship.
Exactly.
Why have you bought this?
I brought this deck because I think it's one of not the easiest but very competitive combo decks. I will say it's kind of cheaper than other decks, so that's why almost everybody can maybe buy this deck.
If you own a few Force of Wills, you only run in one duel.
Well, I only have one dual lens, so it's okay maybe for everybody. So
interesting. Okay, so you're playing this deck because it's one of the cheaper ones, but also still really competitive.
Yes,
you can do it on
exactly.
almost on a legacy type budget, right? You don't need to have all these different duels. Let's talk about some of the key cards in this deck moving forward. So stock up. One of the new cards in now. Why is this such a staple? Why do you want to use that so much in this deck?
Extremely powerful cards because it lets you look at the top 5.
Yep.
You choose 2, so you can look for all the pieces you need that's missing from your hands. For example, you only have one Omniscience, and you play stock up. You look for
a show and
tell, or maybe you already have both. You look for an Emrakul
or an Atraxa.
The Atraxa, and maybe one of the other key cards.
So this lets you basically find the key combo bits. So it's really your combo deck, right? You're trying to establish 3 cards in one, and this is going to help you find it.
And one of the reasons it's very powerful.
Yep.
It's because most of the times a lot of people use their Force Wheels, their daisies on this one, so you're
baiting out their counter magic. So when you actually go for your full plan,
you can let the Force Wheel of your opponents resolve targeting stock up. You use Ponders, Brainstorm to find the missing pieces, and then you have to not worry that much about Force of Wheel targeting show and tell.
It makes sense. Maybe they're going to use their counter magic on the stock up. You're going to save your counter magic to resolve your show and tell. So next one is going to be Cunning Wish. Why is this such a key card?
It's a key card because it combo with show and tell Omniscience. Because if you don't have
an Emrakul,
for example, Emrakul or Atraxa, you can go to the sideboard, and maybe 90% of the time I go look for this one card. That's Shared Summons. It lets you look in your library for 2 different creatures with different names.
Yep.
So you look for one Emrakul, one Atraxa.
It's your 2 piece you need.
You play Emrakul.
So it's another way to tutor up cards in your deck. So try and get that mass so we can go off with our show and tell.
It's like having 2 creatures in one card.
From a Cunning Wish.
Exactly.
Well, obviously, we spoke about counter magic, and we've got to get across that line, right? There's a lot of counter magic in Legacy.
Yes.
So talk to me about Village. I imagine this is a very important card in this deck.
Yes, because for 1 blue mana, and you tap this, it the next spell you cast can't be countered.
Which is huge when you've got 1 spell in the whole deck you want to be resolving.
For 5 mana, you active for 2. I mean 1 and
1
you
for that,
this,
tap it.
You play next show and tell, so you are 100% sure
always going to
this
resolve.
one or resource, and you play this, and maybe if they have the counter, they're going to counter, for example, your stock up or your Cunning Wish. But if you have Force of Will, that's also free for Omniscience.
Yeah, makes sense.
I have 2 Spell Pierce and 1 Flusterstorm, so I'm...
But it makes sense, right? So the whole deck in general is just trying to resolve this one spell. You've got different ways to find it, stock your hand up, and of course let it resolve, which is sweet. And we just saw you be able to take down round number 1, so you're off to a flying start already. So that one, I'm going to let you go up, have a break. Congratulate you on that, and hopefully see you do well for the rest of the day. And that one, we're going to throw it back to the booth.
eBay. Hey, welcome back to round 2 of the Legacy main event here at Eternal Weekend. Luca, Callum,
last night we spent so much time. I think we played until 1 in the morning playing Vintage all the way to the finals. Now we are back here playing Legacy with almost 1,000 players. How excited are you for? We gotta say it's our favorite format, right?
It is. It is. I had such a blast yesterday. Like Vintage has always been a kind of passing passion for me, and I really enjoyed it. And yesterday, the format is in such a good shape that it was so exciting to watch and commentate on, and made me want to play. I'm definitely going to try and play next year, I think.
I mean, you certainly got the itch, right? We
Yeah.
worked out there a couple of times, like watching some of the matches in the early rounds. Like you
So
get
fun.
the itch. You look at the deck list. You see the new meta game that's upon us.
Absolutely.
We took out Entomb. We took out Nadu, the Big Wisdom. Like,
Yeah.
I want to say 99% of the people in this room are probably happy for that.
Definitely. I really enjoy the way that they tried to ban around and stuff, but now we've got a new format on our hands. You know, people were scared of the One Ring staying legal, but I think Blue Red Delver becoming a big player in the metagame has really pushed down the Forge deck and potentially Blue Cloud Post in that respect. They're very weak to price of progress, so we might see that unfold later in the day. Nadu, I think Cephalid Breakfast is still a very strong deck, and I think Green Deck's still very strong. We might be seeing one on camera in a minute. So I think Green Decks are fine without going this Nadu approach. Natural Order for Attraction is still a very powerful thing. So we are in a new Legacy metagame. It's so exciting to have this new metagame, and then we have Eternal Weekend on our doorstep right away. And I didn't think that they would take action between the two Eternal Weekends, but it just makes it more exciting in my
I
opinion.
mean, I congratulate them then on having the courage to do that, right? People were like, they're really going to do that. They did it before GP Bologna, also in Italy 2019, where they banned, was it Oko right before the tournament?
Renin 6.
Renin 6, Oko won the tournament, kind of.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that's the
had
one.
a Renin 6 deck ready to go, and then a week before I was like, well, I got to change deck, but it was for the good of the format.
Yeah, for the better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rarely, I gotta say, rarely, except for Survival of the Fittest, shoutouts. Does a card get banned and people are like, oh, the format is worse off? No, that's so great format, fresh new format, biggest Legacy tournament of the year thus far, and maybe of the entire year, guaranteed.
I heard this one is bigger than the American Eternal Weekend. Just putting it out there.
I've heard that one mentioned more than once here on the site. Like everybody is like happy that we came together. Like it's Luca is a great place to play Magic, and we are happy to see all these people coming together to play our favorite formats to celebrate Eternal Magic, which Eternal Weekend, of course, is the biggest thing to do that. So if you're not here today, you're watching, that's great. Next year, you're going to be around. So with that, I think we are ready to look at what feature matches we got lined up for this round today. We got some sweet decks here, we got to say.
Bangers off the bat here for round 2.
You might have had a say in picking the ones that we got there.
A little bit of bias. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. So we're starting out with this one. Of course, Claudio Bonani. If you don't know Claudio Bonani, 10 years ago in Lille, he won one of the few Legacy GPs that we ever get. I think he was playing like Blue-White Miracles of Mentor and Days back then.
Yes. Yep.
Looks like he still likes Days, Mentor not so much anymore, but this is the one deck that just won't die.
What
right?
is dead may never die. Indeed. So Reanimator's dead, right? And Tomb's gone. Absolutely not. So we've seen actually a few different kind of Reanimator decks come into the format. Careful Study. We see Careful Study here. A card that hasn't been played for years, I think, apart from in Dredge. We see it coming back here. Got a nice little synergy with Tamiyo as well. The drawing 2 cards can flip Tamiyo, much like a Brainstorm can. And, you know, you see the effects of Entombment ready. You see 4 Attracts, you see 2 Archon of Cruelty and a Griselbrand. This is 5 more big faddies than we usually see, as opposed to the 2 when we had Entomb ban. So, you know, there's a real cost to this, to Entomb going. But apparently, Reanimate's still powerful enough. You also see some mono black Reanimator decks out there in the field where they're thought seasoning, unmasking themselves. So yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, Reanimator, somehow the deck keeps coming back. We used to have like black, red versions of it in the past, which were a lot more like all-in-y, a lot faster. This one's a little bit more deliberate. Also has some kind of like a mid-range game with Tamiyo.
Yeah.
So let's see what Claudio is going to be up against. Excited to see one of the true classics of Legacy in action here. And of course, on the other side of the board, we got Gernot Hübler playing. This is the blue-black tempo that we got going on. Like it shares a lot of similar cards, but it actually plays out quite differently from what Claudio is doing, right?
Absolutely. This is really a mid-range deck. You see 3 dazes. Not having the 4th daze is always a little bit of telltale sign of it's not like a true tempo deck. Thought Seize is not really a tempo card either. So this is a mid-range deck. And I've been doing a lot of scouting, walking around the room, and there's a lot of this deck in the field. I think it's one of the picks for one of the stronger decks. It's just playing so many good cards, right? It just has such a solid plan. Play some good creatures, play some disruption, Thought Seize, and counter magic. But it just has game against everything. And very important, we do see 2 Nihil Spellbombs still in the main deck. You know, people thought that with Entomb being banned, maybe you don't need to tech against Reanimator. Well, hey, he's been rewarded for realizing that Reanimator is still a strong deck. Maybe there's some Oops All Spells players out there, maybe some other graveyard-centric decks. So Gunnar has come prepared for this matchup. So
It also grows your goifs, right? That's
Yep.
the way to do it.
yeah,
Awesome.
never go for great card.
By the way,
there as well.
interestingly, this deck having one of the worst win rates at Eternal Weekend North America. Of course, that was before the ban, but people still picked it up a lot, and maybe they think this is the way to go now because, as you mentioned, I've been walking around, I've seen this deck everywhere on all the tables.
It is everywhere. I always feel like it's kind of the Jund of the format in a weird way. It is like 48% against the field. That's kind of my experience as well. I've always felt like it's fine, but you need to play very well, very precisely to do well with it. And so we're going to see some of the top players playing it as well, and that's what the top players want. They want a deck that can leverage their play skill.
Awesome. So here players are ready. So let's jump into the first round here. You got Gernot Hübler going up against one of the juggernauts of Legacy, of course. That is Claudio Bonani. Also a really nice guy. And yeah, he's already pretty happy.
I love to see some little chatter before the games, just chatting away, smiles. It's always a good sign that they're going to have a good game.
Okay. So they're trying to figure out who's going first. Like you want a Legacy GP, right? That's you get to go first. That's how it works, right?
I think so. Whoever has the most. No, it should be the other way around, right?
It depends. Like
Give
it's
them an
like,
advantage.
make it, take it, or loser gets it. That's how we do it in basketball.
yeah.
Like at least, but back like in my streetball career,
Absolutely.
not too long ago.
Look at this matchup. I do feel like Gunnar is probably slightly favored. The Nihil Spellbombs will be big. And I think just having Thought Seizers and Wastelands and Force of Wills and Dazes, all the generic disruption that Blue-Black brings to the table is going to be good against a deck that could just draw 2 or 3 Faddies and be down on those cards if a careful study doesn't resolve. We saw Claudio has like 4 reanimates and a couple of animate gets as well. A kind of normal number, but you can always be like overloaded on them or overloaded on careful studies and not find the Faddies. So Claudio's deck is subject to, like, not finding the right piece at the right time, and tempo decks can always punish that, I think. So
Okay, so we will see. So Gernot here, both players with a rather slow start, but Gernot probably like looking to maybe resolve a Tamio here on the first turn.
yeah,
Thoughtseize, a
maybe
couple of
another
things that he could do.
Tamio, yeah.
Is that one of the best openings you can have in a matchup like this?
I think so. Tamio is maybe the best home one outside of like combo decks just doing their thing.
Okay. Claudio on the other side of the board, thinking about whether this one's going to resolve, but he just goes to his turn, cracks the polluted delta, and is going to look to add maybe a basic swamp. Dude, really nice choice of basic lands there. Is that like a beta basic land? And then like an Arena League island. I don't know. I've always just like great appreciation for beautiful basic choices.
They are beautiful. I always have a little thing where they need to be the same set, but
True. Yeah.
but you know what? These are good enough. It's okay.
I can see where you're coming from with that
Yeah.
one. So what's your favorite basic land, basic set?
Mirage.
Mirage. Yeah, Mirage
Yeah.
is a good one. Somehow,
Mirage and Portal.
I got a thing for Mercadian Masks. I don't know. I mean, that's also another really popular one, I gotta say.
Yep. Cool. So we see a bit of Triumph here from Claudio. A bit of Triumph, a great removal spell. It's really good in Reanimator because you're trying to discard these big fatties. So it's 1 in the black to destroy a creature or planeswalker. And as additional cost, you can pay 3 life or discard a card. So here he paid the 3 life, saying to me he probably doesn't have a fatty in hand to discard. And yet we see Thoughtseize come down.
And he could actually reanimate Gernot's Tamio if he really wants to, and then flip it with Brainstorm there.
I think it flips back on the other side.
Oh, it was DC. I would have walked right. I'm so happy that we got you over here. Totally walked into that.
It's I believe him. I believe that's correct. But so we don't want to be doing that. But you can reanimate it and then attack and
Collect some 2 tokens.
lose 0 life because the power is 0.
And
Or is the mana cost? Sorry.
basically potentially lock you out of all of your like good draw spells for the
Yeah,
rest of the
you
game. I
can't
guess.
cast Careful Study or Brainstorm. Or it flips back.
Probably considering that. Nah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'd rather keep that.
So what are you looking at here? This is a great time for the Thoughtseize because there's 2 Brainstorms that Claudio can't cast in response to hide things. So he's going to get all the information. I feel like you're looking at the Reanimate potentially. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the card that can do the most damage easily.
Yeah.
Brainstorm needs like some setup time. I mean, it's potentially the more, well, not even necessarily powerful card, but the better card. But
Yeah.
of course, the reanimate could turn around the game like in an instant there, especially with the brainstorm.
For sure. If there was a single Brainstorm, it'd be a lot more enticing. But having the second there is like,
And why are we not?
constellation.
So tell me, why are we not taking the Forcifer? Is it like not a card that we care about in the matchup?
It depends on Gunner's hand, but he's just playing a very fair deck, really. Like Force of Will is going to go after something fair, so he's more scared of it being used like proactively to protect or reanimate or something. But if you take the action spell, you're already essentially dealing with 1 Force of Will in a way, if that makes sense.
Okay, so Claudio using his own brainstorm there, picking up like a total of 2 copies of Forcifer. Is that actually a card that you would shuffle away? Like if you're telling me like this is could be a bit more of a like grindy mid-range game, usually like Forcifer not that great in Chunt decks.
Yeah, it's not a card you really want to do. If in this Brainstorm he had found like a fatty, a way to discard it, and another reanimate, then you want the Force of Wills to kind of protect your thing. But I think in this spot, we might see him shuffle 1 away, because I think he probably wants 1 to help protect his combo to get it through. Because, Gano has shown that he's playing interaction. He's got Tamiyo, Thoughtseize, Underground Seas. There's going to be Daisies and Force Wheels in the deck. There just is. It's just how the format works. So I think looking at Claudio's hand, he doesn't have the blue count or enough cards to actually cast 2 Force Wills without like an Atraxa coming into play. So I think he probably wants to keep 1 to force through his combo, as I said, but he can't afford to have 2.
Okay.
So he's looking at Careful Study and a Force, I think, or he's looking at Tamiyo and a Force. He does. I think that's a Griselbrand behind the Misty Rainforest at the front.
Yeah.
So I would be tempted to keep the Careful Study, but also Careful Study is card disadvantage, and so is Force of Will. So look, after this brainstorm, he's going to have 5 cards in hand, play a land, that's 4, and then card is a disadvantage from the Careful Study and the Force of Will. That's 2 cards left at the end of that. It's very low. So I think he's realizing he probably needs to recoup some cards with the Tamiyo potentially.
Does he actually have any kind of like proper card advantage other than Tamiyo in the deck?
Atraxa, Griselbrand?
Basically, yeah. I
I
like
know what
paying
you
full
mean.
price on my card advantage there. Okay, sure.
Indeed. No, I think there's no like I guess stock up or anything like that. So I think the card advantage really comes from Tamiyo or when your combo gets through, which is not really card advantage in the petitions for no sense.
By the way, I like those patches on Claudia's jacket.
Yeah.
You know Skeletor from He-Man?
I don't, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's got one of those down there.
Okay,
We'll probably see
okay.
it once the camera cuts back to him. So
Yeah.
right now, he finished resolving the brainstorm there, passes back to Gernot, who now tries to go for the Undercity Sewers again, of course.
Yeah.
Trying to see whether there's anything he wants to put into his graveyard. So what is Gernot looking here? Like you said, he's basically the controller in this matchup, right?
Yeah, he's looking for, well, he's seen the Reanimate and he's seen a bit of Triumph. So I'm pretty sure he's read that this is a Reanimated deck now. I think he's looking for a Nihil Spellbomb, right?
Nice spell bump, yeah.
Yeah, and a threat.
Threat. That's always like when you assume the control role, right? Or rather the tempo control role. I
Yeah.
want to say like you want one threat. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That is a very good one.
And then you just sit back with your interaction. Is that how this matchup is going to work out as well?
I think so. Like we were commenting the vintage yesterday, you really want to get 1 threat down, ideally, maybe 2, and then use your interaction to get you over the goalpost. Here, Murktide is a great threat, exiling Force, and so it's going to be a 4/4, but that's still totally serviceable. It's 4-turn clock, going to take it through.
Makes
I
a lot of
want
sense.
to point out a very interesting thing that Claudio's done. He's played the Misty Rainforest that can fetch a blue land,
Yeah.
and he's got the Tamiyo in hand. He's not cast it, so that for me says he wants the Careful Study that's on top of the library.
Ah, okay. So he's going to pick that up next turn.
Yes. So I think because he's got the Griselbrand in hand now, he's forcing the Murktide. This is saying, he believes that he needs more time. That Murktide might close out the game before he can actually enact his combo. Also, if he draws another Reanimate and wants to reanimate Griselbrand, that is 8 life that's being lost. It's a lot of life. So the Murktide, if it gets 2 hits in, that takes him down to 8 and takes the Reanimate off the table. So I think he's recognizing this clock is a bit too fast based on his hand to enact his combo in his game plan. But what we probably will see next turn is he'll draw the Careful Study, crack the Misty because he knows there's I've forgotten the card underneath it. And it's a card that he didn't want, I think. And so then he's going to...
I think he had another Force of Will that he shuffled away, right? Oh, no, he kept both of them in hand.
both
Yeah,
of them,
you're right. It's kind of funny. Like, Gernot, when he forced back, it almost like struck me as the kind of force that you do because your opponent forced, not because you really, really, really want your dragon.
Yeah, it's a common thing where, like, you realize that if it matters to them, it might matter more than I expect for me.
Yeah.
So it's another he put a brainstorm underneath. Okay, because that was because he was thinking, I want the brainstorm, so he's going to cast the Careful Study to draw the brainstorm, and he's happy to discard the Griselbrand. So he kept the second Force Will in hand because he expected to pitch the Force Will. In the same vein of thinking, I can only afford to cast 1 Force Will in my current state, so we might as well pitch the other one rather than a brainstorm. Makes a lot of sense. Very good play.
And Claudio, of course, doing it perfectly. Like, you only put the Careful Study into the graveyard after it was resolved. Like, you don't. Graveyard Order technically matters in this format. Not too many decks. I guess there's like mana-less stretch where Graveyard Order matters.
Yeah, the Shadow.
Yeah, stuff like that.
It doesn't
not so much in this deck, but of course we are obligated to keep that.
Yeah.
As does Claudio. He knows how to stack his graveyard.
Yeah. He again had a Misty here and didn't cast a Tamiyo or a Brainstorm. So I think he's probably going to go for a Surveil land. He's really maximizing seeing as many cards as possible.
Yeah, but he's down to 10 life at this point, right? And he's staring down like a 5/5 dragon if he's going to crack the flesh land down to 9.
Yep.
Reanimate, as he said, like looking to be turned off rather quickly there. Also, we haven't talked about like Gernot actually has a Brazen Borrower. So is there any kind of trick that he can put like with the lifelink and stuff? Or would you rather just like bounce the Griselbrand?
Yeah, I think Claudio here is now looking to get the Griselbrand in play. The Murktide can attack, but then you block it and you gain 7 life. So the Murktide doesn't have an attack into the Griselbrand, and then you can attack back with the Griselbrand. Maybe draw 7, or maybe just try and race it with it.
Yeah, but
the Brazen Borrower will scupper that plan for sure.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying if you'd rather have something like an Arc of Cruelty than a Griselbrand here.
Absolutely.
It's kind of funny, like how Griselbrand, when it hit the scene, it outsized every other big creature that we have. Like it basically became the best fatty ever printed. Shout out to Warden Force many years ago. And now like Grizzlebrand, barely sees play anymore. We're probably gonna see more of it now that those reanimated decks have to play more actual creatures. But yeah, we
yes
see
and
how it
no. I
performs.
mean, like, look, in this game, it's the worst creature you could have. Traxxer and Arctic Cruelty would be so much better.
You don't hear that. Like back
No.
in the heyday of Grizzlebrand
Yeah.
a couple years ago, you wouldn't hear that. It's the worst creature you can have.
It is out of the three. And I don't think we see Grizzlebrand in a lot of the reanimated decks. We see one from Claudio's list here, and along with, I think it's 2 Arcanine Cruelty and 4 Atraxa Grand Unify. Atraxa is the default best one, but there are Crackers hanging around. Arcanine Cruelty it's just the perfect creature to reanimate. So,
by the way, beautiful ponder there on Gernot's side of the board. She decided
are.
to shuffle after the ponder. It's not something you want to see there.
Yeah, I think Gunnar here really is looking for a Daze, a Force of Will, any kind of interaction to stop.
Yeah. He's got his dragon. He's like riding the dragon. And now everything he just wants is any kind of interaction that he can get to stop. Oh, Cloudy picks up an animate that. Of course, that's not going to cost him any life.
So he didn't go for Unsteady Sewers. Did he know the top card from the brainstorm? No, he cast Careful Study last.
And he's going to get his own Grizzlebrand. And now that one's going to be a 6/7, of course, because of the animate that.
And he can, because it's not a reanimate, he's at 10 life.
Yeah. Are you going to draw the cards? Like main phase? Like it's kind of hard to say.
I don't think you can in this spot.
Especially if you don't pick up a force, right? You already lost 2 forces. There's only 2 forces left in the deck.
Yeah.
And I mean, the way Garnet has played, you can at least suspect that there's some potential for petty theft, Brazen Borrower there.
Yeah.
He hasn't really done anything with his mana other than like use this like draw spells. Hasn't added like extra lands to the board, it seems. Hasn't like played another
That's
creature.
a lot of cards. We might see a Judge Call here.
Slightly more than 7, right?
Maybe he's so used to Atraxa, it's 10 cards.
He just like randomly grabbed cards from top of his deck. I feel like this is 7. Sounds about right.
I think he's so used to Atraxa triggers that he's grabbed 10 cards.
I mean, as long as he hasn't looked at them yet, it's not going to be a big issue. And even if he has looked at them, it's probably like...
They have been looked at, so...
As long as they haven't touched the hand, I think. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be okay, but it's also not going to break the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's the one thing. I think both players agree they haven't touched the hand yet.
Yeah, and I think they just shuffle them back in.
Judge just looks at the tops like, oh, those are a lot of sweet cards. So
they have looked at them.
No, okay, we're gonna add them to the head of Gernot. Like Gernot, yes, this is your hand now. Do you agree?
I guess the fix is Gernot gets to choose 3 to put back. This is like the Thoughtseize fix, where if you see extra cards, or extra cards.
Oh, so you're basically giving him like the worst 7 out of 10.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting game. This reminds me of Fact or Fiction back in the day.
yeah. Okay, I mean.
Okay, you're not gonna get the Thoughtseize, or maybe you are. Actually, which cards do you want if you're Cloudy over there? You want the Force, right?
You want the Force, you want the Thoughtseize, I think. Like,
but you also don't want to give him the Brazen Borrower for the Murktide.
These are Claudio's cards.
Yeah, but we don't want to give Claudio the Brazen Borrower.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. Because there's a land in there as well. Yeah. This is really interesting because it's all face up now. It's the game's got an unexpected turn, but a pretty nice easy fix. I've seen this fix come up a lot where someone sees an extra card, draws an extra card. The opponent basically gets the thoughts. It's like if you draw 8 cards for your opening hand, I think they can take a land as well, at least take anything.
Yeah.
So it's quite a big punish. So yeah, going over the information. He's got the Brazen Borrower. So I think you take away the Force, the Thoughtseize, and the Brazen Borrower.
Sounds about right?
Yeah.
The other ones are just like bad draw spells, or I guess ponder, and creatures that probably won't matter all that much. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like you have 2 Careful Studies in there, and of course 2 big creatures. So there's a chance that one of them will get animated dead again, maybe, or maybe even reanimated if Grizzlebrand actually manages to connect. This is totally not how the card Grizzlebrand was actually supposed to be made.
No.
He found a new application.
Mega Fact or Fiction kind of thing.
Yeah.
But this is going to be close now. Like, he's taken the Ponder, I guess, thinking, well, I need this Brazen Borrower to resolve, and Ponder could go and cast it off the Misty Rainforest, and then go and find a Force of Will or a Daze or something like that. So that's probably the reasoning. But then I wonder if Claudio now plays a Careful Study or plays the Thoughtseize.
Playing the Thoughtseize is...
can't play the Thoughtseize.
I was going to say, right?
Yeah. We're with it.
I mean, you could announce it, and then the game would immediately end.
Yes.
Gernot's down for that.
Absolutely. I was so focused on the animated not losing life, but Grizzlebrand, of course, paying 7 life to draw 7 cards.
Give it a couple more years, Grizzlebrand's just going to activate to draw 7. Only use the ability twice a turn or something.
God. Yeah, cool. I think in that case, going to play taking the absolute best cards.
And Cloudy sitting there with a grip full of cards that don't really influence the board state all that much, and a big demon. Only problem that Brazen Borrow there in hand, and I'm pretty sure Cloudy must be aware that that's like one of the most common ways he would lose the game there.
Yeah, I think Brazen Borrow as a 2 of is just pretty common in all these kind of blue mid-range decks, either in blue-red Delver or the blue-black tempo decks.
Also, by the way, another reason why Claudio, of course, would do it on his turn, like Gernot could untap into an Orcish Bowmasters.
Yes,
So
very good
you
point.
want to draw
Very
the
good
cards
point.
right away.
Yeah. Because I feel like I would, if your opponent has a Brazen Borrower, they're going to tap two of the mana to the tap out of the Bowmasters. So then you draw in response. Like drawing 7 here, it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's playing to win. I think it's okay, but it's I think there's a very good argument for either. Because if Gunnar doesn't have the Brazen Borrower, he can then just attack next turn and
By the way, as Claudio is thinking about what to do with his turn there, why are we not seeing grief? Grief. why are we not seeing like more traditional ways of basically like unmask? Is that not a thing?
I think it's just slots, black count. Like, do you have enough black cards in this deck? Yeah.
Oh, you need like a high black count and a high blue count to support both of the pitch
Exactly,
threats?
exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Secretly, why Psychic Frog was just the most broken card in this deck was because discard outlet, alternate win con, and pitch to grief and force of will. But yeah, it's very hard to build a blue black deck with enough pitch cards to support unmask and force of will.
Okay, I was asking because earlier today I actually saw a legacy deck that won one of the most recent legacy challenges, playing Reanimator with a very dedicated Reanimator build with like unmasking yourself and all that kind of stuff, and some like weird reanimation creatures I have never seen before.
Yeah. So this is a user called Rude Slay.
Exactly that one.
They've been like crushing online. I think won the challenge or came second to Oops the other day and have been doing well. They are a diehard Reanimator player, so they're going to know all the lines, all the intricacies. But this is just another way of doing it. So I think there's two approaches really to Reanimator right now. One, as we've seen Claudio play this blue-black approach, you do often see Tainted Indulgence in the deck as well, which is like a blue and a black instant.
Yeah.
Which essentially draws 2, discards 1. There's some extra mode where you don't have to discard if you have the right cards in your graveyard. But you want that as a discard outlet. That is blue and black, so you could pitch to force and unmask as well. But I think if you're playing this blue-black approach with, the cantrips, Tameo, you have this more grinding style. You have this more, you can play this mid-range style a bit more to play your combo later. Whereas the other build is more all-in, faster.
I feel like Claudio's turn has like taken almost 10 minutes at this point. Not that he's playing slow, but he's doing a lot of different things.
A lot of decisions. Because Gunnar had the decision as well what to take.
True, get that fixed as well. So Claudio ultimately deciding on running out the careful study, discarding 2 of his monsters, getting the Misty Rainforest down, of course, that Gernot knew from the Griselbrand. Somehow. If you're tuning in late, we had a very special Griselbrand activation we don't see every day. But passing over to Gernot now, Gernot picking up another card. He's got Kaito, Brainstorm, of course, the most important card, Brazen Burrow, and he snaps it off. He's like, okay, I want to go for the throat here.
Yeah, you could Brainstorm to try and find a third land and then like a Daze or a Force Will as well, but...
Claudio finds the 4th Force.
Yeah, so he found the Force off the Careful Study, which is exactly what he needed.
He really needed that, otherwise he was going to go down.
Huge.
By the way, do you bounce the... Oh, yeah, you bounce the Griselbrand. You don't bounce the Animate Head.
Yeah. Well, it would be lethal if it resolves anyway.
Either way,
so style points maybe. That hurts a lot.
I was wondering whether Gernot wanted to first Brainstorm, maybe pick up a Force and a land, but that would be too greedy, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, you might hit the land, but if you hit the Force and no land, you're going to feel very bad about that.
That's true.
Yeah.
But now it is Claudio who's going to take over the game, right? Unless, like, Gernot was able to grow his dragon, but that's not going to happen here.
Yeah, so notably, the Griselbrand, because of the animate dead, gives it -1 power. He's going to gain 6, go up to 7. So he can't draw any more cards with Griselbrand. And he can't cast a Reanimate right now. So he needs to find another Animate Dead, of which there's only 2 in the deck to reanimate another Fatty. And so if Griselbrand attacks, the Murktide is a 5/5. Claudio's on 7. If Gunnar draws another Murktide to grow his first Murktide, it is still going to be lethal.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
The game's not over at all.
So is Claudio actually doing the more traditional Reanimator approach? Like I remember the Reanimator decks of yore, where you needed to get like a second creature at least to win the game.
Yeah.
Like where the first creature was just enough to stabilize, which is basically how it's playing out right here. And what people were hoping for with like the ban of Entomb, that Reanimator was going to transform into that kind of a deck again.
Here's a bit more. Okay, this is big. Claudio finding the Force and the Murktide, the Brazen Borrower, sorry, that Gono originally took off the Thought Seizers on the 10 cards. This is a big swing. Because now Claudio goes to 7. And yeah, there we go, goes to 7. Can't draw cards, but I think he's happy chilling. And Gurno, blue-black just doesn't really have any haste threats, doesn't have any reach, no lightning bolts to talk about. So Claudio felt pretty safe at 1 life, probably. And now he gets the Thought Seize and maybe takes the Murktide here.
And reanimates it? Oh no, you probably don't want to do that. Claudio probably falls down to... Does he fall down to 5 here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, how does Gernot get back into this game? Is it just going to be like another big Murktide? Like Claudio already, I think he used like 3 Forces and one of them was shuffled back into the library. So I'm not sure if there's any left.
Yeah, probably not. I think Claudio really needs... Well, now that he's not under the pressure of the Murktide, Griselbrand can like attack next turn, go to 11 life, and then reanimate his live to play to reanimate an Archon. Because he does have an Atraxa and an Archon in his graveyard. So I think this game is just slipping away into Claudio's favor. It was tight because there was a few things here. If Claudio didn't find the Force of Will off the Careful Study, then the Brazen Borrower gets to bounce the Griselbrand and Gono attacks through for lethal. Claudio also found the Brazen Borrower off the Brainstorm to bounce Gono's Murktide as well. So he found the right things at the right time. But this is what cantrips do, right? Brainstorm, probably the best card in the format for a reason.
So Gunner's basically looking to pick up another big dragon here to match the Griselbrand on the battlefield right now, I would think. Needs another land for that, but if he actually does that, he might actually have enough to basically balance the board for a turn. But as you mentioned, right, Claudio's probably ready to get another one of his fatties into play quite soon.
Worth thinking, like, the crazy thing about Murktide is it can be like a 7/7 or an 8/8, which will be bigger than the Griselbrand, which leaves the Griselbrand chump attacking or blocking for the life gain.
Remember when damage settlement in the stack?
Oh yeah, just like gain it, draw some cards.
Yeah, something like that. I guess he would only gain it once the damage is actually resolved in a way, but yeah.
Gono doesn't find the Murktide though, and that's a huge blow. Doesn't get a threat down. Maybe there's a Bowmaster's hiding out. So I'm sure it's on Claudio's radar to not draw some cards. And let that happen.
So as the both players trying to figure out what they're actually supposed to do here. By the way, shoutouts to our sponsor, of course, over there at Ultimate Guard. Get all of your gaming gear, gaming needs. Got a bunch of their deck boxes. Check them out there, supporting the running of the show here. Claudio's turn. Oh yeah, what do you do? How does this Griselbrand work? Oh, you turn it sideways. That's how it works.
Turn it sideways, unless it's a big dragon on the opposing side of the board.
Does it say so, like in the flavor text, like the instruction text? This is how you operate Griselbrand, and then you tap it with your finger and you draw 7 cards.
I feel like you just don't activate it now. You can wait a bit more. Just you don't need to find anything else.
I guess there's not so much to draw for Claudio anyway, right?
I mean, again, like if you draw, there could be a Bowmasters here.
Yeah, exactly.
And
no way to stop it.
The Thought Seizer's now making it happen. So like Gono, I think, does have a Bowmasters in hand. The Thought Seizer's making it come down, make it get played, and then he could decide to draw in response if he wants to. Which
that would be like risky.
I think so as well. I think, but then if the Bowmasters gets into play and then Gono finds another Murktide, he's suddenly winning again. Or a Murktide.
So let's see, we got the Bowmasters down here, of course, dealing 1 damage to Claudio, getting the Orc army token down, courtesy of our Zavatarix tokens, of course.
Notably, if he draws 7, goes down to 3 life, and then the Thoughts in the Bowmasters would kill him, so probably not a good idea for that reason.
Yeah, that's why we got you over here, doing all the math.
Just the little reasons.
All the fancy math here.
Yeah. Claudio, being the GP winner that he is, just immediately says, "Yeah, sure. I don't want to die here."
I'd rather stay alive. That sounds good. Claudio. Oh yeah, Claudio, I think is like playing 2 copies of Wasteland or something. I saw that. Yeah.
2 Wastelands indeed.
Interesting choice. Like this is the weirdest non-tempo deck, right?
Yep.
Available.
Worth noting, I thought it was 2 animated. There's 3 animated in Claudio's deck as well.
Yeah, we need that.
It's cool. So we see a Kaito in hand as well. Tamio get taken. Wasteland. Just shut off the mana.
You know you're in trouble when the Griselbrand deck Wastelands here.
Yeah, this has been like a huge part of these reanimated decks of the last couple of years that reanimate, it's just able to do that.
Ooh, and Claudio unloading here. Yeah, we got the Brazen Borrower down. We got Tamio down.
Yeah, Gono's at 2 as well. So like the Griselbrand and the Brazen Borrower are actually lethal.
Yeah, I think this is where we're going to see the scoops. 3 cards. None of them really doing anything.
Yeah.
Gernot scoops it up. Game 1 goes to Claudio Bonani on Blue-Black Reanimator. Dude, this deck, we're just like never going to get rid of it, right?
No, I would say it's noticeably worse though. That game was very close.
Yeah.
Very, very razor thin.
And also the gameplay was a lot more interesting.
It was. There is a real fail rate now, and I think you just can't really afford to side out the reanimator package anymore because there's like 5 fatties, or there's even more sometimes, and then like 6 reanimate spells and the careful studies. So I think you can actually bring in like Graveyard Hate and not feel bad about it.
Okay, so what is Claudio gonna bring in? Like as always, as it's tradition, I almost want to say we like see 3 copies of Baragolf in the sideboard.
Baragolf is just such a crazy card, isn't it? So even if your opponents know there's this pivot or into Baragolfs, you're just going to bring it in. So I expect to see the Baragolfs. I expect to see a couple of fatal pushes to kill like the Bowmasters and Tamio. Maybe the Dauthi Void Workers. I'd expect this more for the Mirror or any more graveyard-centric decks. I think the Blue-Black Tempo deck doesn't really use the graveyard. It's just for Murktide and like Tamio returning some spells sometimes. So I think we'll just see the 3 Baragolfs. I think we'll see the 2 fatal pushes. Maybe the Engine Explosives, but I would be surprised as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got on going on the other side of the board there for Gernot playing the Blue-Black Tempo deck. It's probably going to add some more stuff to the controlling nature of the deck, I would guess.
Yeah,
what
I
else
think
we
so.
got there?
We've got a Surgical Extraction. I like that. We've got a Graph Digger's Cage. Because of the 2 Nile Spellbows in the main deck, you don't want to overload on the Graveyard Hate. But I think, again, this is the difference we see from Entomb being banned. You can go up to these 4 pieces of Graveyard Hate, and I think they're going to be good. So I'm sure he has Barrowglyph on the radar as well. So we might see like the Dismember come in and the Shielder's Edict will come in. And they go for the throat, I think, because we saw the Griselbrand, like it drew cards once, and then otherwise a Shielder's Edict or a Go for the Throat would have taken it off the board and like won with a Murktide. So I think the removal will come in as well.
Okay, okay. So let's see how that one's gonna play out. Do you still think that Gernot is actually favored post-board? Like I think we kind of concluded, right, that he might be.
I do. These matchups are always like, I feel like Tempo versus Reanimate has always been like a kind of 55% to one side, and the draws matter, the player skill matters, and these things come into it. So it's never like a clear cut. Oh, the more favored deck wins. It's very close, but
I mean that's the kind of matchup you want to see here, right?
absolutely.
That's why you got those 2 guys into feature match area.
Yeah, so I do like Gunner's spot. I think he's going to go up to 4 pieces of Graveyard Hate. He's going to have a bit more removal to take out a big monster or the Barrowglyphs, and then his threats are just cheaper.
Okay, so let's see how that's gonna shake out here in round 2 of Eternal Weekend Legacy main event. 868 players. 968 players, of course. Biggest
Amazing.
Legacy tournament of the year, brought to you by the amazing production crew here, and of course 4 seasons.
Cool. So on Gunner's side, we see Underground Sea at the front. I think there's a Kaito behind, another UC at the back, and a Wasteland. Behind the cards, didn't see the rest. On Claudia's side, all right, and Nile Spellbomb, excellent start. Exactly what you want. Could have would like a Tamio as well, but you know, Nile Spellbomb coming down, just playing around a Thoughtseize, playing around a Daze, just get it down there, and now it's in play.
Okay, so Callum, how does it work? I'm a Reanimator deck. My opponent just played a permanent piece of Crazy Hate. How do I beat that?
So there's 2 ways to beat it. One is to remove it from the battlefield before you try and reanimate a big monster. That could be a Brazen Borrower bouncing it potentially. That could be, I don't know, Claudia maybe citing engineered explosives potentially. But I think generally it'd be like Brazen Borrower bouncing it.
So here we go, getting Wastelanded. Claudio after that turn 1 where he basically surveilled Thoughtseize to the graveyard there. And Gernot trying to figure out what he wants to do with this mana. Probably running out of Temu here. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's a pretty good start. Like you got your opponent's plan A under control, and now you got your own thing going on there.
Yeah. The other way to play around Nile Spellbomb, the one is to remove it. The second one is just to walk into it. So you play a Careful Study or discard a creature to a bit of Triumph, maybe. You discard a big monster, you try and reanimate it. Nile Spellbomb gets cracked. Gano could then pay a black and draw a card. And then, you know, that's a pretty bad exchange. You're down 2 cards in that exchange, but you've got it out of the way, and then you can discard another big fatty, another reanimate spell.
I mean, that's the nature of the Reanimator deck, right? You basically 2-4 your 1 yourself to later on get the big payout.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a great start from Gano, though. You've got not a cyborg card, but kind of like a pseudo cyborg card that's played in the main. It's a card that's hitting exactly what Claudio is trying to do. His whole strategy is built around this reanimate. That's what I'm good. I'm seeing Netherglaive come down. Really like seeing the Netherglaive from Gano's side as well, because this puts the pressure. Tamio is fantastic, but until she flips, she doesn't really put that much pressure.
So why do we see so many more Netherglyphs in the main deck, but then Barrowglyphs in the sideboard? Because I think the consensus of the community is that Barrowglyph is the better card. But a lot of times I almost feel like the Netherglyph is the one that goes into main deck, and then only afterwards the Barrowglyph is going to come in.
Yeah, great question. Like Netherglyph just being 1 mana is a perfect kind of tempo threat. If you're playing against, you can play against such a wide swath of decks. You can play against combo, you can play against mid-range, whatever. Netherglyph just being a cheaper card coming down, bring the beats, as you say, like an old school Tarmogoyf. Barrowglyph really excels a deck like Blue-Red Delver or Eldrazi, an aggro deck with other creatures and things. Or as a cyber plan when people take out removal. So Barrowglyph being 3 mana is a big mana investment in Legacy. You can't afford to just be throwing 3 mana into any old thing, into Dazes and things like that. Or to be removed by a Source of Clashes for 1 mana. So you see the Barrowglyph come in when I think people expect to take out more removal very often, or when it's a very aggressive deck and the life gain really matters and it's just a big roadblock.
Makes sense. Okay. So Claudio trying to figure out what he wants to do there after resolving what seems to be like an end of turn brainstorm. Usually you do that when you want to really make sure to hit your second land drop.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it can say missing lands. It can say he feels like he's under enough pressure now to, you know, use cards inefficiently on like card quality wise, but just you need to spend your mana.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Claudio untaps, hasn't found a second land yet, even after the Careful Study.
Yeah.
Basically, Careful Study cleaned out the quote-unquote like brainstorm block that we might be into, but unfortunately for Claudio, and that's a big thing, couldn't find the second land.
Yeah.
to basically set up something like an animate dead, because even like a reanimate, as we mentioned in the first game, becomes dead pretty quickly. Not so much here in the face of Tamio, which of course deals damage in clue tokens, I want to
Yes.
say.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and now
Oh, she does
juked,
deal
you've been
damage.
juked.
Yeah.
Cloudy raises his eyebrow like, oh, did not expect that one.
Mm-hmm,
But not too much you can do about that, right? You can't force a fail that one. That's like
No.
an activated ability in Jutsu.
So Kaito, if we can bring it up on the screen, that'd be fantastic. Actually, can be very good against the reanimated deck as well, because it has this ability. It's -2, I believe, where it puts like 2 stun counters on a creature, and then they stun counters mean they don't untap, or maybe it's 1 stun counter.
I think
But
it's 2.
It's 2, and so it's going to take out like maybe a Trax coming into play or a Grizzlebrand, takes it out, so it can't attack or block, can't gain life, while the creatures still bring the beats. So Kaito really powerful to have into play here as well. And each turn it's going to surveil 2 and draw a card where he doesn't use it. So really, really powerful position for Gono here. He doesn't even mind tapping out of the Nighthouse Spellbound can always sacrifice to activate. Doesn't even mind tapping out of the black mana to draw a card because he's like, I'm getting tempo.
By the way, if you're Gannett, do you force the brainstorm? If you could.
Oh, it's tempting, isn't it?
Isn't it, right?
I think probably like you'd snap days it.
Yeah, days for sure, for sure.
I think you would. I think
I
so.
would be very tempted to days
Yeah.
to force for that brainstorm. After like brainstorm to careful study and no extra land drop.
I
And
mean,
Claudio, even having played the brainstorm end of turn, like he's desperate for extra land and like
the reason not to is Claudio could have a daze in hand because he couldn't have dazed the Kaito.
ooh, that's a smart. So basically, it's the kind of lotus petal days that we sometimes talk about.
Exactly. So like the days would get your brainstorm to resolve and it would return the underground sea, so you can play it as your land drop for the turn as well, essentially giving Claudio another mana. So that's a big reason not to cast any spells here, I think.
Yeah.
It does find effects though.
By the way, Gernot, you see the basic land?
That's a guru, baby.
Yeah. You remember how you got those?
From winning something?
No, from actually teaching people
Oh,
Magic.
really? Okay.
Like, yeah,
I didn't know that.
back in the 90s, I want to say, like there was a program by Wizards, like you have to teach your friends Magic, and then they write down, like they sign that you taught them Magic. You send it in, and then you get the Guru lands.
I genuinely didn't know that. So does that mean you get a guru now for teaching me about that?
Oh yeah,
Is that how it
I
works?
will probably get a whole playset for that.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, so Claudio finds a second land, of course, and fires off the Thoughtseize. Honestly, like as you mentioned, Thoughtseize is kind of like tempo negative because
Yeah.
you pay to remove a card that hasn't been cast in the first place. On the other hand, he really gets an idea of what's going on in Garnett's hand because
Yeah.
thus far Garnett was happy to tap out and didn't have to respond to anything. So you can read very little into his plays thus far. I
Yeah, I would say this is really not what Claudio wants here. He might be trying to clear the way for a Barrowglyph coming down next turn. Takes the Fatal Push, which kind of signals that as well. But at the same time, the Kaito can deal with the Barrowglyph with the stun counter ability. So Gono in a pretty commanding position here, I think. He's going to attack in, deal 3 more damage with the Kaito. Maybe Tamio's going to flip in a minute. Take Kaito down to 10 with that attack. Kaito can draw another card with the ability to surveil 2 and then draw a card.
Yeah, it's just like spinning out of control pretty quickly here for Claudio. Like it's gonna have a tough time. Like one way to catch up at least a little bit would be, I guess, engineer explosives, but he'd need like a third land to make that happen immediately.
Yeah.
And then you're
maybe
still
get rid
dealing
of
with the Kaito.
you get rid of the Tamio and the Nihil Spellbomb, I guess. But now there's an Attractor in Claudio's graveyard. Nihil Spellbomb's always going to be able to sacrifice. There's no like stifle in the deck or anything. So
Oh, what's
So-
that? He's getting Thoughtseize there.
okay, so he did have the Daze and the Barrowglyph that we alluded to over the last couple of turns. So the Barrowglyph we kind of sniffed out because he took the Fatal Push in Gono's hand, or the Thoughtseize being cast as well kind of felt like Barrowglyph's the kind of thing that we'd cast a Thoughtseize rather than another spell to get out of the way.
So is there any case to be made for picking anything other than the Barrowglyph on the Thoughtseize there?
I don't think so. Maybe a Brainstorm.
Maybe
maybe
that
it's-
feels so weak though, right?
It does. I think Claudio doesn't have a third mana that's untapped either. So the Tamio is just a blocker for the Kaito.
Okay, so Gernot is smelling blood, going for the throat. It's like you're not gonna cast a Barrowglyph there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I like this because the third land is an Uncity Sewer, so that comes to play tapped. Gono's not going to play into the Daze now he sees it. The 2 Brainstorms are very tempo negative, and he's really behind on board here. Remember, Gono has the Netherglyph in hand that you bounce back from the Kaito's ninjutsu, so the Netherglyph's going to come down now, putting a lot of pressure. So Claudio's going to be dead in a couple of turns.
Oh, and I see there's also like a Orcish Bowmasters in hand,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Ooh,
I think they may be lethal next turn.
very much so.
So that's a big reason to. If the Barrowglyph comes down, you just stun it. Then the Kaito can attack for 3. The Bowmaster can deal 1, and then the Netherglyph can be big. Netherglyph is. We see sorcery from the Thoughtseize, we see creature from the Brazen Borrow, we see instant from the Fatal Push. There's a land that was sacrificed, and the Nihil Spellbound can just sacrifice, so the Netherglyph can be 5 power.
So is there a case to be made to? Oh no, okay. So we're not minusing the Temu to get back the Thoughtseize to take another card. We're actually upping the Temu, which is like a win condition in itself, right?
Okay, he didn't deploy the Netherglyph because he wanted to play around the days, which he cracked a clue then to flip the Tamiyo instead. I think I would have liked, putting the pressure on, but like this is still a great ball position.
Okay, so
But it does found a reanimate off that. So that could force the Nihil Spellbomb activation and then maybe follow up with a careful study and an animate dead the next turn.
I mean, yeah, he would target the Atraxa, I would guess. Yeah, Atraxa goes to the graveyard there. That's just like, it feels so slow, right? It feels like Claudio needs at least one more turn to catch up there.
Yeah. Also, like the reanimate's going to leave him dead on board because the Atraxa come into play and then the Kaito taps
It's gonna
her
stun
down.
it next turn. Yeah.
Kaito, like, just showing it's one of these things where what it can do changes the game completely. It probably doesn't actually get to stun an Archon or an Atraxa because it's just a play that you can't make. But just the ability being on board is really changing how Claudio's having to play this game. Yeah, and you see him discard the reanimate because that would come up.
Like, there's no point in having that anymore.
No.
Oh, dude, this is one of those games where you really only get to climb back into it by having like your own big creatures like Barrowgolf, right? Since the graveyard is probably not going to work for you anymore now that you need to basically touch it twice.
Yeah.
Because of the Nihil Spellbomb.
Yeah. Just the onboard tricks have completely dictated on what Claudio can and can't do. And it's been a lot of can't do's rather than can do's.
By the way, very little time left for potential third game that we are probably headed into here.
Yes, definitely.
So definitely taking that into account as well.
This is not how you should probably think about it, but if it does favor someone, Claudio can kill faster, I'd say.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
So something to keep in mind, but always you ideally don't want to go to time.
So Gernot, he's got all the options there, right?
Yeah, I think he just needs to get down the Barrowglyph. I mean the Netherglyph, present for lethal next turn.
Thing is, I don't hate ticking down. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't hate ticking her down.
You're gonna present lethal next turn anyway, so just clear the way.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if there's anything that you would see on the other side of the board that would scare you other than maybe, okay, I guess Barrowglyph, animate that. Those are two cards. No, he's like, okay, you can keep that. Days, Barrowglyph, I don't care about those.
Yep, completely agree. Because again, as we keep saying, the stun counters from Kaito can take out the Barrowglyph.
It's so good, dude.
It is a phenomenal card.
How much is the Ninjutsu cost on that?
1 blue black, so 3 mana.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's so powerful. It does everything. So if you're ahead, it snowballs because you can use the ability to surveil 2 and then draw a card if your opponent lost life. So because you're ahead, you're gonna be attacking them. You can do the tap a creature and put 2 stun counters on if you need to take control of the board. Or you can just, if there's board parity, you can use the ability to make an emblem, and then it gives your ninjas +1/+1. So you keep building up the emblems, and then it just gets bigger and can attack.
Okay, and Gernot just passes over there to Claudio, who's picking up another card. And then probably a bunch of more cards, unless he finds a way to stay into this game.
Finds a bit of Triumph, which can kill the Netherglyph and stay alive, which does feel like just taking more time. And because the Netherglyph can then be cast again next turn from the graveyard with its escape cost.
So we're actually going after the Kaito, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Discarding a Daze, I believe, which doesn't have too much value at this point anymore.
If I was going to, I would just let this go because the Netherglyph is going to be a 5-power creature with Kaito in the graveyard, even without cracking this Nihil Spellbomb. And he has the Orcish Bowmasters to make that 7. So ping down to 6 life, and then you can attack for 7 next turn. So this, I don't think matters.
Yeah, you just let it go, right? Kaito did his work.
Yep.
Kaito can go to sleep now.
He did a lot of work. Yeah. Drew cards, threatened so many things. And this Bowmaster is lethal, and he picks it up quickly. Yeah. Claudio realizing time is of the essence here.
Okay, let's see. Well, the two players are going to have some kind of little bit of sideboarding action going on as we head into the final game of this match. We're being told maybe we're missing the first couple of moments of that game, but who do you think is going to take it down? I mean, you talked about how Claudio's deck can kill faster, which is true, but I mean, Gernot's deck, no stranger to quick openings as well, right?
No, not at all. Netherglyph especially can get some damage in very fast. It can grow to a 3, 4, 5 power creature very fast. So that could close the game out pretty quickly. I do wonder if we see any of the players sideboarding differently because of the time concerns.
We might. I mean, depending on what you want to bring out, it depends. But
okay, so might not want Barrowglyphs in if he wants to just go for a fast reanimate plan.
True. So let's see what happened here in the first game, the first couple of turns. Looks like Claudio got Tamiyo down and then Wasteland and Underground Sea on Gernot's side of the board. And he had to force something pitching a careful study. We can't really see what it was. What's the most likely thing you would force there? Like a Thoughtseize,
Nihil Spellbomb?
Spellbomb, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Claudio probably realizing his game plan is to reanimate something. So we see an engineered explosives in Claudio's hand. I think that is because he saw the spell bomb, is
Well,
my understanding.
Sounds about right.
Realizing his way to win. Again, this is what you're seeing. The effect of not having Entomb means he can't just pivot, sidestep, choose which game plan.
Oh, by the way, those players are in turns now.
Okay.
Whew. I don't know.
This is not a matchup I would have expected to draw, but I think it's just there's a lot of interaction, a lot of thinking on both sides, a lot of ways that they can win or lose the games. They've got to be careful with every decision.
We don't really have an extra turn counter on screen right now, but it looks like the timer has already hit 0 here. Both players, of course, getting total of 5 extra turns. Unlike in Vintage, they usually spread pretty evenly between the players.
Yeah, there's not many take extra turn abilities in
You say
Legacy.
that now, like wait for the later rounds. Somebody broke the meta game with time warp.
Walk the Aeons.
Walk the Aeons, dude.
Let's
That was
go.
two minds think alike. Shout out to the third person in the world out there who would think the same thing. So we got a Thoughtseize there from Gernot looking at an engineered explosives, reanimate, bitter triumph,
and Uncity Sewers. I think you take the reanimate here because the Uncity Sewers could just hit a big fatty and then you reanimate it, and that's how you lose
True.
this game here.
Like bitter triumph, kind of like a cool card for this kind of deck, right?
Yeah, really cool. Because this deck, again, because it's playing this kind of slightly mid-rangey game, does want some removal. We see like some 2 fatal pushes in Claudio's sideboard as well. So just being a removal spell for anything. You can also just kill your opponent's creatures, then reanimate them as well. But also the discard outlet from the additional cost from Bitter Triumph, probably very relevant for his reanimate.
It's also kind of funny, right? We usually consider like additional costs as a downside because you still pay them when your spell gets countered.
Yeah.
In this kind of deck, it can potentially even be an upside because it's like an uncounterable way to get your fatty into the graveyard.
Absolutely. I mean, like Careful Study is a pretty bad card because it's card disadvantage. But a lot of the time it's the thing you want to force against these kind of decks.
Yeah. Okay, again, not taking out, as you expected, the reanimate there. By the way, beautiful Tempest reanimate. Cracking his Bloodstained Mire is Gernot for... What's another bunch of you want to fire out there? Like Tamio again?
Tamio again, probably. Yeah.
The Tamio Wars.
The great
Fittingly,
Tamio Wars of
Claudio
our time.
got like that Star Wars clue token over there.
I think if he could choose, he'll play Netherglyph here, but I don't know if I saw one in his hand.
I mean, it's the best thing you can do there.
Yeah, to try and...
How big would it be? Like 2...
3 from what I can see at the moment.
3-4, right? Oh no, your own graveyard only.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Depends what was forced at the beginning. It could have been a Tamio or Nihil Spellbomb to grow it as well.
Could be a 3-4, yeah.
What's underneath the ponder we don't
Most
see.
likely even.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see whether that's going to be another Goyf. It's like, yeah, you keep that. No cutting. Oh, just a brain?
Ponder.
No, ponder. Oh.
Yeah. This is not the aggression that we need to close up the game here. Murktide? Murktide will be big.
Yeah, Murktide is actually one, like basically Murktide into Murktide, right?
Yeah.
That's the one thing you need to close out a game.
Murktide is the perfect card. I would really like to see him put it second from the top here to play around the Thoughtseize. But Murktide is probably the card to find here.
When you say second from the top, why not like on top?
So, because you're going to draw the top card from the ponder.
Oh, you mean
After,
after the ponder.
So leave it as the top card of your library after the ponder resolves.
Yeah.
Like you don't want it in your hand.
Okay.
Which we see him doing. He's deciding whether he wants the Flooded Strand or the Wasteland. I like taking the Flooded Strand because Claudio has shown in game 2 that he has Wasteland. So if you don't have the third mana source and get Wastelanded, then you awkwardly draw the Murktide and you have a Wasteland in hand, and then you can't cast the Murktide. And time is of the essence here. So.
True. So assuming this might actually be the first extra turn, we're actually not sure. We will see in a moment here as this game comes to a conclusion rather quickly. Got another clue token here, courtesy of Tamio, and Claudio cracks the clue. Oh, not a good sign for the player looking to win the game there, right?
We are working under the assumption that they're in turns, but because the clock is at 0, but we don't know anything more than that. So there's a chance they've got a time extension and we haven't been told. There's a chance. I know that the feature match area has their own clock, so it could be something different, but we'll continue working with that assumption. Claudio.
Let's see. He's got another
Okay,
ponder.
so this is going to flip the Tamio. If they do have a time extension, the Tamio is going to flip and put some pressure on.
Picks up a reanimate on the ponder there, potentially.
Yeah, so he needs to find, because he's got Bit of Triumph, Engineered Explosives, and Undercity Sewers. He really ideally would find like a big fatty. He could put third from the bottom here in this ponder, a reanimate to then draw it, and then next turn he can play the Undercity Sewers, surveil the big fatty into the graveyard, and then have the reanimate for it. But it wasn't that mix of cards, so he shuffles off the ponder.
Okay, so Tamio flips here. You're just gonna like plus the Tamio, and then eventually go for the ultimate.
Yeah, he's also probably looking for a fatty with the ponders because he can return the reanimate with the Tamio next turn.
Oh, he's got it stored in the graveyard.
Yeah. So
like it. This is an extension of my hand. This is how you play Legacy, right?
So he's got I think he drew a ponder off the ponder shuffle. So he does have another look for a fatty. And I guess what you could do is, okay, so Bow must come down sorcery speed. What you could do with the Tamio is, well, before Bow must come out, you could have like -3 return the reanimate and then bid a triumph your own Tamio. But now you can bid a
You
triumph
bid
for
a
Bow must
triumph your own Tamio.
to discard a fatty to the bid a triumph.
Oh, because you need a
You
target.
need a
Oh,
target.
I see what you say. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, now that's next level.
But now it's at 3. You won't be able to do it, but there's a Bowmasters in place to be able to target.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, that's pretty sweet. So bombers are coming down, stopping any kind of like. But we always say like it's stopping any kind of counter package. No, it's not. Like it's not one
Not
of those
really, no.
previous hate bears that we had to like completely restricted extra card draws.
Yeah.
It just makes it punishing, which is like a nice avenue. I mean,
Yeah.
I've played my fair share of at least like ponders into Orcish Bowmasters, half of them even consciously.
And it's fine. Yeah. I'd really like Claudio to minus the Tamio to get back to reanimate now before he casts a cantrip. Because he needs to cast a cantrip to find a big fatty. But the Bowmasters can ping Tamio for 1 if he does that first. So I think that's the avenue he wants to do here. Because he wants to find a big fatty. Oh, just pluses. Okay. Maybe that means they have more time and the clock is just wrong. Because otherwise you'd be like,
Yeah,
looking to
yeah,
close it
yeah.
out.
We figured because we lost the first couple of minutes of that game,
Yeah.
so there's probably some desync on
That
the
could
clock.
mean that he's going to just bid a triumph.
I mean,
the
that changes
Bowmasters.
quite a lot,
Yeah,
actually.
absolutely, absolutely does. That's why Gunnar probably played the Bowmasters rather than the Murktide.
Okay, so Claudio, Anna City Sewers here. Is that going to be another fatty? No, it looks like he
No.
actually wants to keep it on top. Which kind of card do you want to keep on top there? Like a no, not a brainstorm actually, like a removal spell.
Like a fatal push, yeah.
Ah, but he's not sure about it. Oh, it's another land. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really want that.
I mean, you always kind of you enjoy having more lands when you got a Tamio. Like at least when you have some clue tokens left to
Yeah.
crack at that point.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
But yeah, Orcish Bowmasters puts a real cost on that one.
I think Gunnar would really like to find like a Kaito here now. To at least like attack the Tamio, attack her down to 2 because her give a creature -1/-0 is only when they're attacking, when they're like announced to be attacking. So Kaito just comes in attacking already, so it doesn't affect him. So he'll be able to hit Tamio for 3, which will shut off being able to return anything.
But that's a cute way to get around the trigger.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Also, like Voice of Victory, when it attacks, you make 2 attacking tokens. They just come in attacking as well, so are not affected.
Oh, okay. So it's really smart timing on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So Gernot here try. Actually, kind of, who do you actually think is ahead here? Because I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's close. It's really close. I think it's on. I like Claudio's side, just seeing all the cards in both players' hands. I think Claudio's slightly ahead. I think he's expecting to, kill the Bowmasters with probably the bit of triumph. But he's just waiting to see what happens. I'm trying to work out what the other card in Gunnar's hand is, though. Maybe it's a surgical extraction. There's a brainstorm in the Murktide, but there's a card in the middle. I feel like it's surgical extraction. But
is surgical extraction only going to be there to stop a potential combo attempt by Claudio, or would you at some point consider running it for like different kinds of value, like trying to take out a card from the game on a strategic level, or even just like seeing his hand?
I think it's just an anti-reanimate card. There'll be situations where maybe you Thoughtseize and see Claudio has like 3 Force of Wills in hand or 3 Brainstorms and they're tapped out. And then, you got the information that a surgical extraction could actually just take out 2 more things. But generally, it's just there to hit a fatty, I think.
So Gernot picks up a Thoughtseize here. Beautiful foil Thoughtseize, of course. And then now we see a bit of triumph on Orcish Bowmasters, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Paying 3 life, I believe.
Yeah, I think all the cards in hand he wants to keep. He's got the Brainstorm, Ponder, and Engineered Explosives. Doesn't really want to pitch any of them. They're all pretty applicable. Like Gunnar could just follow up with a Nihil Spellbomb, so he really wants the Explosives to deal with that.
Okay. Gernot trying to figure out whether he wants to do something in response. It looks like it's... Oh, it was another
it's another
Bowmaster at
Bowmaster.
the end. Okay.
Cool.
And he's actually shooting Tamio, growing the Orc army token. So he would actually take down the Tamio. No, actually, no, because of the +1/+1 token. Okay.
I love the timing here because, with the both Bowmasters in play at all times, it's still punishing a Brainstorm if cast. So great timing from Gunnar here.
He's not going to leave a single window where there's not going to be any kind of Orcish Bowmaster in play.
Exactly.
Okay. So he's overlapping them, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cool. And yeah, takes the green dice in the middle, maybe says this is turn 2. Now we are hitting time.
By the way, did the Orc army not attack Tamio there?
No, could have attacked for 1 there. Could matter.
Yeah, never see. Okay, so it looks like this is actually the second extra turn, as you mentioned. Claudio trying to figure out how he's actually still going to win this game from there.
Yeah, he could still find a huge monster.
Like minus, okay, what do I want? Oh, reanimates.
Yeah.
Is that reanimate on the Bowmasters? Yeah, it actually looks like it.
Classic play.
The one's going to take out the other Bowmasters. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, fantastic play. Really, really heads up.
Yeah, taking that one out, making his own, of course, slightly smaller Orc army for now.
Yep. And then now he can unlock his Ponder and Brainstorm.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and
Like
Careful Study.
using Reanimate as a removal spell.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, if you have to, you gotta, right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like we were commenting yesterday, the dual shop deck and Phyrexian Metamorph very often copies Bowmasters to shoot it. Similar kind of situation.
Different formats, same strategies, same tactics.
So we find 2 Atraxas and a Polluted Delta off that. So this is a great spot for the Careful Study.
There's a Careful Study very left, right, in the
Yep.
sand.
Yep. So you can go
Ooh.
Careful Study, draw 2 Atraxa, discard 2 Atraxa, then use the fetch and cast Ponder, maybe just find another Reanimate.
Or eventually just pick it up from Tamio, like a couple turns from now, of course, like with the extra turns being a thing.
Yeah.
It might be like a winning line, but not during extra turns.
No, because Claudio's going to have just turn 4 after this.
So he basically needs to set up for like a lethal attack next turn. Like 14, that's a whole lot of life. How is he going to do that?
I think he needs to find an Archon here rather than a Atraxa.
So Archon like hits for 3 immediately, then attacks for basically 9 with the additional trigger.
Yeah.
That's 12.
Yeah.
And then you got the 2 power on board, and
You can
need-
get rid
yeah,
of the
yeah.
other token. Maybe, but I think this is
mean,
him
yeah.
thinking it's a draw. I think
I mean, he might also do the thing where you just set up for an overwhelming board position and hope, like you can never expect it, and hope that the opponent concedes. But I mean,
no.
you're happy to take the one draw if you
Yeah.
don't get outside
I
of the
mean,
board.
I would say Gunner's quite far ahead now with this Murktide. So it's
Okay. So Murktide, how big is the Murktide actually going to be? Like a 7/7, 8/8, something like that? Looks like he's got the full power to fuel it up all the way to the top.
yeah. I think he is exiling Netherglyph in there, which might want to keep around because it does have escape. Yeah,
Well,
just so there's a Bowmasters in there, so I think it's 4 spells being exiled. 4, yeah. Of course,
that's the
it's
7/7.
7/7.
And of course, this one attacking Tamio, potentially taking it down, but I guess there's going to be a jump block on the Orc army.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to go into turn for Claudio, and then I think the only way Gunner can win is with another Murktide after casting some spells.
I mean, it's been done quite often before. I think.
Yeah.
I feel like these days, not everybody's like running 4 copies of Murktide anymore. Let's check this one out. It's going to be 2 copies of. I want to say like 2 copies of Murktide's the new 4 copies.
It is,
It
yeah.
is- it has
yeah,
been
yeah.
for quite a while at this
We
point.
saw like 4 at the beginning, and then 3 was the thing for a long time. Now 2, because there's only so much space. You can only afford to play so many threats. Like here we have 3 Netherglyph, 3 Orcish Bowmasters, 1 Barraglyph, 2 Murktide, 4 Tammy, and 2 Brazen Borer, and then 2 Kaito as well as threats. That feels like a lot of threats, but also all the numbers make sense if that sounds right. The Barraglyph, probably not that common to be in the main deck. So there is 2 more sideboard.
But you can tell how tight this game has been.
Yeah.
By Claudio still having that 1 clue token from like turn 3 or something.
Yeah, just use all the mana all the time.
Yeah. I mean, he also like didn't want to do it into Bowmasters, but then he had a couple of windows where he could have done it, but he was so busy doing other things.
We finds an Animate Dead
And an Archon, right?
and an Archon.
But that one's on the top of the library for
Yeah.
now. Is
He
that
does have
gonna-
an Attraction in the graveyard though.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the kind of card you want to see to stabilize.
Yeah. So I mean, now all of a sudden, I think Claudio is ahead, but we're not going to have time to do anything.
Like, yeah. Claudio on his last turn of the entire match actually gets the Atraxa down,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be good enough.
What if he draws 7 cards here rather than 10? To fix it around.
Yay.
So we see Reanimate, Engineered Explosives, Brainstorm, Barraglyph, or maybe he takes an Archon. I'd probably just be taking the days because I think it depends on if he's thinking like, can I present an overwhelming ball position that the opponent can't beat? I don't think he can in this spot. But we shall see.
I mean, this is pretty good. Like, depending on what guy, is this gonna be the classic thing where now after the game, both players like open up their hands? They're like, look at what I got, look at what you got over there, trying to figure this out. Usually, judges don't like that, right? They want the result right away to carry on with the tournament. Makes a lot of sense. Tamu takes up here up to 3. I like Cloudy's position like quite a lot here. It's just it was too slow, and both players agree not draw. It looks like it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Claudio's slightly ahead there. He wasn't ahead until he found that Animate Dead. Gono has tons of draws there. He could just like he could draw a Brainstorm into a Brazen Borer, bounce the Big Fatty, or anything like that. So I think both of them had avenues to victory if that game just carried on for a while. So I think that's a very fair draw.
Yeah. Sounds good. So first match of round 2 here, we got a draw between Claudio Bonani and Garen Tubler. We got a second feature match lined up.
Yes.
And that's the one we actually handpicked from the whole, like I want to say, like there's 500 matches going on here.
This is a fantastic one. We've got like a new card on the scene, Badger Mole Cub, going to be featuring in a Cradle Control deck. But it's a bit of a different build than what you might have seen. So it's a very, very interesting one. And on the other side, we have Jasper, Marissa, and Bowie with Painter slightly biased from both of us, but it's also shortcake, which is like a really old school build of the deck. So
You can't throw out shortcake. What is shortcake actually supposed to mean? Where's
Ruby
this gonna come
shortcake
from?
is where it has a white splash for Enlightened Tutor. So the gist of it is the Enlightened Tutor just gives you a toolbox and you can combo faster. Very
What is the combo in the first place?
so yeah, getting ahead of myself here.
We got a couple of ways to combo, but what is the game-ending combo that this deck got going on here?
So the game plan of Painter is to get Painter's Servant in play, which is the 2-mana artifact Scarecrow. When it comes to play, you choose a color, and all cards in all zones, apart from your sideboard, are that color. So generally, you'll name blue. As you see, there's 4 Pyroblasts and 4 Red Elemental Blasts. Those are good at destroying and countering blue spells. With the Painter in play, they just turn into 1-mana counterspell / Vindicates. Fantastic. And then you see 3 Grindstones here. Grindstone is an artifact for 1 mana, has an ability 3 mana and tap it. Put the top 2 cards of target player's library into their graveyard. Then if those 2 cards share a color, you repeat this process. So with a Painter in play, every card in the library is the same color, so you repeat it. So essentially, if you use that Grindstone, target your opponent, you're going to mill their whole library. So that's the combo. It's a mill deck, but a mono red mill deck, classic.
Mono red mill deck, as Wizards intended, right?
And now to jump back to me getting ahead of myself, there's a few versions. We see blue painters sometimes doing well. We see mono red is the most common version. There's old school, it's like Imperial Painter. So mono red generally plays like Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It doesn't play Imperial Recruiter. It doesn't play Enlightened Tutors. It doesn't have this white splash. So it's a bit more mid-rangey. It has more removal. So it has like Lightning Bolt sometimes. It plays Furies, sometimes some more Blood Moons and things. But here, you're sacrificing the removal and the grinding mid-range power for a faster combo and more toolbox. So the Enlightened Tutors here, you can see, can grab Lion's Eye Diamond and grab Mox Opal, it can grab a Great Furnace, it can grab either half of your combo, Ensnaring Bridge, Solgai Lantern, the Blood Moon. So it's really toolbox this build. So I think this build is just faster, so it's better against other combo decks, and slightly weaker against other fair decks.
So potentially this deck can actually kill in the first turn
Absolutely.
using the LE. You say absolutely, but it's not a common occurrence, right?
100% of the time kills 100% of the turns. So yeah, it could go Lion's Eye Diamond, Soul Land, play Painted Servant, play a Lotus Petal, play the Grindstone, and sacrifice the Lion's Eye
Let's see
Diamond.
whether Jesper is going to be up to that. So let's see what's going to be on the other side of the board there. Sitting opposite of Jesper, Merson Brownie. I think from the UK as well, right?
Yep,
Your
friend from London.
Yeah,
I
sure,
will say.
sure. Very well-known painter player. And of course, we got Alessandro Boscaini. Oh no, that's a deck. That's a deck of my liking. We got we call it elves here, right? I guess that's the easiest way to put it.
There's
There's
elephants though.
yeah, at zombie elephants even kind of we missed that creature type on that one. Beasts, elephants, zombies, oofs. Elves has had a very interesting history and evolution in Legacy, especially from like I want to say like 2018, 19 on,
Yeah.
where it split up into all different kinds of like mid-range decks that still happen to do some combo things. This one completely dropping the glimpse of nature aspect, saying like, oh, you guys, we got this Orcish Bowmaster fella around. We don't really want to deal with that one. So we have a like very strong mid-range game plan, but also the potential to go completely crazy on the second turn using natural order. And now here we got the new card coming in here with Battermole Cap. And that's the one that actually allows you to, ideally turn your Cradle into a creature and then like tap it for absurd amounts of mana. Generally speaking, this deck aims to kill on the third turn, like when you Goldfish. You can potentially like basically, I guess technically kill on the second turn, but rather establish like an overwhelming board position on the second turn. And yeah, also grind out your opponent in a slightly longer game because you get like all these different aspects. Like you can get your Gris down, you can get your Kina Curator down, which is going to be a giant creature. To sum it up, it's a very tricky deck to play against because it got a lot of like tricks on board as well as in hand. And yeah, generally speaking, I think like it's always like a good matchup, like Paint against Elves. There's like tricky ways to go.
They're both trying to do their own combo, but they both have a ton of interaction. Like we see a Collector Roof in the main deck here, Kino Curator for the graveyard shenanigans, whereas Jasper has like, can get a Painter in play and have Blast to counter and destroy things. So I think both decks are trying to, enact their combo. Natural Order for Creative Behemoth in Alessandra's case, Jasper with Painter and Grindstone. But there's enough interaction from both sides that there's going to be a ton of, back and forth counterplay.
Collective is probably going to be pretty tricky for Jasper to deal with, right?
Yeah,
especially when you got like Safekeep. Yeah. Shout out to Olerada there, of course.
Yep.
So let's jump into the match here. Let's see how this one's going to play out.
I will say something that jumps out quickly with the Elves deck is there's 8 elves, like Lammer Elves. There's 3 Lammer Elves, 3 Finhorn Elves, and 2 of Elvish Mystic. It's a lot of acceleration. Because usually we see...
Plus 4 copies of Green Sun Senate, right?
Yeah, there's a ton of terminal accelerants. Because usually we see like the Hierarchs, right, for these Cradle decks. And now we're just going for Elves.
Yeah. I mean, also part of the package of being the whole idea that you just want to produce as much mana as possible. very early on. Like we've seen some versions that even dropped most of the accelerants and went to like a what's it called, White of the Reliquary.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
another like as out of the family of elf stacks.
This is the thing. So this build, before we saw it on stream here, I expected to not see Fiend Artisan. We haven't seen that in a while. Expect to see White of the Reliquary, and there's just tons of different builds of this now. So Alessandra's come with a pretty out of left field deck. But when we heard that he was playing against Cradle deck with Bajamal Cub, my assumptions were completely off on what the deck list looked like. And he's won the first match and coming up here.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting build.
So both players ready. Jasper, as you mentioned, is like a very experienced painter player, right? I've seen him around playing this deck for ages.
He's not really played anything else in his life.
His life even.
He knows everything. Like he knows
He was born with like a
he has
painter
played
in
other
hand.
things. But he was playing back in the day when Intuition was like in the deck and things, and countertop sometimes and things. He's been around playing Painter for a long time. He's the admin in the Painter Discord. If anyone's in there as well, he's the owner of it, runs it. But yeah, his deck is all Japanese as well. He's big into that.
You could probably keep going on about like he basically he is the grandfather. Like we got the painter servant, he is the painter.
He got me into Painter, I'll say.
And you got me into painter.
Yeah.
There's like a chain of
So thank you, Jasper.
Yeah. It all comes back to how there's like I don't know 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon or something. Like it all comes back to Jasper here.
All right, what do we
And he
see on
painted
this
Fire
forest? 03, 12, 23, 4-season legacy round 7.
Something amazing or terribly bad must have happened in that round.
I love the history. I want to learn about this. I want to go and ask him what that was about.
Somebody should do a deck tech, right?
Yeah.
Yay.
So basic forest of Verdant Catacombs.
Yeah, that's probably going to be some kind of acceleration here.
Build a
Seven Safekeeper. One of the few one-drops you can actually make that's not going to give you any kind of acceleration there.
Yeah.
So Seven Safekeeper allows you to sacrifice a land to give one of your creatures, I believe, Shroud. Actually, back then when it was printed, probably any creature. We will see about that. Why is that in the EF stack there?
So, like, you are trying to protect these kind of hate pieces. So we saw the Collector Roof. We saw the Keen Eye Curator as a graveyard hate piece. We can protect our Bajamal Cub as well. Also, it says sacrifice a land. If you use Bajamal Cub to what's it called, Earthbend, I believe.
Earthbend, yeah.
Earthbend one of your lands. You can then sacrifice that land that's Earthbended, and then the land comes back again. So you can actually double up on the ability here.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Like usually we see that kind of thing like Earthband used with Wasteland, which then comes back tapped, of course. But yeah, I was told there's also like version of the Elf decks where you actually go infinite with Molcap because you can like keep doing it with the ability of Cradle. Like Cradle comes back again when you have the 4-mana Insect. You remember that one? I don't remember the name of that one. It allows me to play.
Pill?
Yeah, exactly. It allows me to play like cards from the graveyard and like make additional land drops.
And then
So
it
you go
mills
infinite.
You keep going. Oh my god.
Exactly.
That's cool.
But Alessandra's saying, no, I don't want any of that. I just want to be like really explosive and run out my collective. That's one of the best cards in the entire matchup there.
Gas was probably like, what? Got the protection for it with the Silver Cave Keeper.
This is the 1-2 punch.
This is almost like Alessandra's just like, I know what I'm playing against. I'm just going to bring these cards to the top of my library. This is honestly the perfect start.
I want to say of all the painter players in the room, Jasper's probably the one that you could like know the most likely. Like who's the most likely to be known by the opponent there?
Probably, yeah. So amazing start. Another interaction to keep in mind, which is now going to be shut off because the Collector Roof is protected and like Jasper's probably not going to be able to combo for a while, is Endurance. When you cast Endurance, you target a player and you shuffle their graveyard into their library. So if Jasper was able to combo with Grindstone, you mill Alessandra's whole library, and then before he goes to his draw step, he can cast an Endurance, either pitch cast or hard cast, and target himself and put his graveyard back into his library. There's a lot of interaction here as well.
So is Jasper just trying to... Ooh, that's interesting. So he started out on the Urza Saga, by the way, which usually means he got an Ancient Tomb to still make the tokens later on. But now he's only got the Plateau.
Yeah, it means two things often. It means, one, you have a Painted Servant in hand, you're just going to go for a turn 3 combo. What that can mean is, the Urza Saga is going to finish its third chapter on the third turn, and you can play Painted turn 2, and then turn 3, float mana off the Urza Saga, get the Grindstone, play a third land drop, and just activate. So usually you want to do that in matchups where you think they don't have much interaction. Where here, before the Collector Roof came down, Alessandro playing a black-green deck, I think Jasper's plan was to just throw out the Painter here turn 2 and try and combo, just see how it goes. But
usually it works pretty well, right? Because there's like not so many ways for Alessandro to actually interact there.
Yeah, he's had to really change tactics here. So I think what's going to happen here is he's played the Plateau so that he can play Enlightened Tutor at the end of the turn. I'm actually not quite sure what he's going to get yet. But what's also extra awkward for Jasper is he's drawn the one of Great Ferns as well. which is shut off by the collector.
Oh, that's so annoying, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you've been talking about this quite a lot when we were building Painter. Like, you used to build Painter playing like 4 copies of Great Furnace.
Yeah.
And you're like, how are you guys doing it? I keep running into Collective all the time. We're like, I don't know, like nobody's playing the card. Apparently, Alessandro is.
Look, every time, like every time.
Hashtag every time, right?
They always have it. If you
Yeah.
play one, you'll always draw it.
How many copies of Great Furnace is Jesper actually playing there?
I think it's usually one commonly. So yeah, one in his deck now.
Oh, so it's basically like a land you can enlighten tutor for.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, you know, it's funny. It's card disadvantage, but it comes up. If you need a land, you need a land.
Who needs card advantage when you can win the game?
Exactly.
Card advantage is just for the losers.
Yeah.
high level analysis on that one as well.
I think just looking at what Jasper's probably going to enlighten tutor for, it's probably going to be Blood Moon.
I mean, Blood Moon is actually surprisingly good against the F stack.
Yeah,
Like, people when they think F stack, they think like it's a monocolored deck, but
Yeah.
like it has so many like small utility lands. Even just like Bayou, because you want the extra black splash for in this example here, Grist for,
Yeah.
coming up.
The unfortunate thing is he doesn't really have a good choice. Basically, the Great Furnace can't tap for mana 'cause the Collector's Roof. The Urza Saga is about to go to chapter 3 and then sacrifice is going to get to float 1 more mana, and then that land's going away. So it's going to be left with just a plateau left, and then plus the floating mana. So yeah, this is tough. I think he needs to find his way out of it here really is he's got a Khan in hand. Khan can -2 and get a Pithy Needle from the sideboard. Then you can name the Sylvan Safekeeper with the Pithy Needle. And then you can, you know, play a Painter and then blast the Collector Roof potentially. Or there is a portable hole the Khan can get, but the Khan probably gets attacked down at that point.
Is there, so assuming he actually gets Blood Moon there, which he's not going to be able to cast in the next turn, right?
The thing is,
Is he gonna get another Saga?
A Saga, yeah. I think he's got to get a Saga.
That's one way to get a land.
Yeah.
That still works.
Yeah, I just
Oh,
that.
that's kind of awkward though, right?
It is. But maybe he just makes some big constructs, attacks or blocks.
Yeah. So Alessandro putting an insect there into play, courtesy of the Grist ability, milling a Cradle.
So Jasper with some Pokemon sleeves, commenting on his Pokemon tokens, I think.
Oh, that's a Pokemon sleeve on Jasper's side.
Yeah, Pikachu asleep with a little hat on.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So Jasper, this is like the kind of position you really don't want to find yourself in. Like I remember when Painter used to play something like Fury, right?
Yeah.
That's not a thing. That's like one of the cuts you have to make to support the Enlightened Tutor. Well, not exactly engine, but toolbox.
Yeah. Oh, we do see Jasper has the Blood Moon in hand already. I missed that. So he can play it this turn. And maybe he wants what could happen if he draws another land is like potentially next turn he could have played the Blood Moon when the Saga goes to 2, and then he can just throw out lots of big creature tokens every turn.
Oh, because that's like one of the recent rule changes, right? The Blood Moon,
yeah.
the Magus of the Moon, they don't kill the Urza Saga anymore.
Exactly.
And if it has the granted ability of making extra tokens, even once it turns into a non-basic mountain, it still is able to produce these tokens. This is actually like a pretty insane engine. Like, I mean, Elves is the kind of deck that has ways over the top of that, using natural order.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not always Magical Christmas Land, right? You don't always have everything. So
no,
you gotta navigate your way through the well, actually really not all that threatening thing, combo of Safekeeper but Collective. But of course, against this deck, it shuts off like 80% of what you're trying to do.
Yeah, it's really powerful. So here comes the Saga. The Grist is also just threatening to kill anything that comes down. Like the Khan could come down, whatever, but like she kills Khan, kills a Painter that comes down. So we do see the Blood Moon. I think, you know, Alessandro does have the basic Forest. So not cut off, but you know that can do a lot of work here.
On the center side of the board, he's sitting on 2 copies of Endurance, kind of like an insurance against Painter Grindstone activations.
Do we call that endurance insurance?
Endurance insurance. Honestly, there might actually be one of those out there. Send us your sponsorship money there.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so untapping here, picking up. Well, Natural Order is going to be really rough to cast. Okay, he picks up a Scavenge. No, that's a Badgermaul Cup. Ooh,
yeah.
Sweet.
Cool. And he can cast that. And Grist is going to like keep upticking, making insect tokens and like threatening to like ultimate eventually in the game. So Alessandro has a pretty real clock, you know, attacking for 4 right now, going to get more insects, can play the Badgermaul Cub, putting 3 power on the board. So
well, the ultimate on Grist not that threatening. Like, I mean, we got 1 creature in the graveyard right now, I believe.
Yeah. It can like you'll make more. You probably just will die to attacks before that comes up, but it's something.
Honestly, Jasper probably wouldn't hate just putting some creatures down.
Yeah.
But actually, what is he working with creature-wise that has like a reasonable size? Simian Spirit Guide?
Yeah, but
that's the most reasonable thing he's got.
Yeah, or like a Painter's a 1/3. But thing is, Grist is ready to -2 to kill any creatures and blocker as well. So
Phyrexian Dragon Engine, that would be something.
Yeah.
Somehow that card, which is basically only in there as like a card advantage engine, it's pretty powerful in combat.
Yeah, again, Grist would take care of it. It's the problem.
But that's fine, right? So you basically you're trying to eat up the grist activations. Is
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
sure. Yeah, yeah.
The problem is though, then there's still going to be tons of like random tokens. You're never going to be able to actually touch the
Yeah.
brand eventually. Grist brand earlier today.
Brand.
Yeah.
This is a very tough spot for Jasper. Like he's under pretty significant pressure, probably at like 3 turns or so, and he needs mana to cast the spells. Maybe like if he can empty his hand, he could play a get ensnaring bridge or something.
By the way, does that Bayou actually produce 2 mana now?
Let's look at Badgermel Cub. Good question.
Yeah, let's actually bring the one up on screen.
So whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green. So yeah, I would say, despite the Bayou being a mountain and the Blood Moon, it adds a red and a green.
Kind of funny interaction on that one. Badgermel Cup, of course, one of the greatest new additions to the F stack.
Yeah, cool. I think that just happened to cast Allosaurus Shepherd, right? Get tapped for a red and a green.
Oh yeah, it's the weirdest kind of like filter land or whatever you want to call that. Yeah.
Every mountain starts as a molehill. All right, Jasper picking up Goblin Crater Maker. It's a 2/2. It's wondering whether you play the Painter out here or the Crater Maker.
So what's the role of Crater Maker in this deck? I remember when it used to be kill Emrakul, but that's not a card anymore.
You can't kill Emrakul. Really, like kills Khans, I think, very often.
Unfortunately, can't really kill the Collector Oath.
Yeah, yeah. The Safekeeper, like Jasper's not actually had the removal to deal with the Collector Roof yet, but he can't even play to it because of the Safekeeper. Like he's representing 4 Safekeeper activations here on board because the Bayou that's been earthbended by the Badger Mole Cub was going to come back again. So he's got so many activations up his sleeve.
Some side of the board looks so weird, right? When you
It
think
does.
about it, it's just like a random assortment of creatures, but that's like how Elves gets it done a lot of times. Like this is one card of Behemoth away from just like winning the game with like a Gaia's Cradle or something.
Yeah, he does a natural order castable here as well.
Oh yeah, because he got the second green now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works pretty well.
Yeah, he's got
So many
exactly
dice.
he's like got exactly green, red.
Oh, Jasper got the die, by the way, the blue dice there, signaling that. I mean, I guess that's one way to try and fight through it. Like you have like all the pyroblasts in the world, which Jasper of course doesn't have. Otherwise, you could like try to really, really, really take down that Safekeeper. No Pithing Needle in the main for Jasper, right?
No, only in the sideboard to get off Khan. Otherwise, if there was one in the main, probably would have seen it before it got off the other saga. So I probably expect to see Pithing Needle brought in for this reason after sideboarding.
To deal with the Safekeeper, most likely, yeah.
Yeah, Safekeeper or Grist potentially, but yeah.
So a card we haven't talked about yet is Allosaurus Shepherd, which of course makes all of Alessandra's spells green spells uncounterable creature spells.
Weirdly relevant against a almost mono red deck.
Yeah.
Because with the Painter naming blue, all the blasts that aren't in Jasper's hand right now, admittedly, but that can stop things being countered.
Hardcast Once Upon a Time. Well, let's see. We see a crowd over there. We see Lano Elves, Natural Orders in there. So we're just gonna pick the Lano Elves because he wants more green.
A very pretty Lamorels, I might add.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I think he can cast that off the Bayou that's been animated. We might see. I think we'll see Grist -2 here to kill the Painter.
That's kind of threatening, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, like Jasper has the combo around, but Alessandro also has a way to like buy at least like 1 or 2 turns with the endurances.
I think, yeah, he just like if Jasper gets to untap, he could have a blast to kill the Grist, and then your removal is taken off, and then a Khan could potentially take over. Probably gets attacked down, but yeah, you just want to. The 1/3 is a good blocker here as well, so you want to take it out and just be able to attack with everything.
Yeah, Jasper might actually be dead to the next attack here, falling down to 6.
Yeah, that was 7 damage there. That's it, 5. Yeah, I think I don't see where even if like Jasper drew an Ensnaring Bridge, he needs another man to cast it and to go empty-handed. So I think this is Alessandro probably wrapping up game 1, just with an assortment of little green creatures, right?
Yeah, as it's done.
Yeah.
Especially post-bot, like the F stack a lot of times. People always ask me how often do you win with the combo? Like back when I played the heavy combo version of it. And even then, like post-bot, you would win like 50% of your games with like the quote-unquote combo. A lot of times, despite it being legacy, it's actually a very viable strategy. Just like throw a bunch of creatures out there and make them go sideways.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. So Jasper does pack it in. Just a fantastic start from Alessandro. Like the Sylvan Safekeeper into Cut Truth. I guess being on the play, you would prefer to have like the turn 1 Mana Dork and then turn 2 Badger Cub with a Cradle into Natural Order. But Safekeeper into Cut Truth against Painter is a pretty good follow-up.
Okay. So let's bring the sideboards of those players up again. Let's see what they're working with.
I would say that's a pretty usual way for this matchup to go sometimes, but usually you would find the Sylvan Safekeeper and the Collector Roof later on in the game after some acceleration with the like Once Upon a Time Greens and Zeniths.
So Jesper here, but of course that's a current sideboard. Is there anything that sticks out to you that you really want to kind of like help fix the matchup?
Yeah, look at those 4 lightning bolts.
Oh, I hope they're actually going to be better ones.
I'm not sure actually. I can't remember, but I don't think so. But yeah,
Okay.
I think we're going to snap bringing the 4 lightning bolts. You know, there's tons of utility creatures, and just killing the mana dogs, putting them behind is really good. I think we're going to see the Pithing Needle come in, as we said. You can get it off Saga, shut down the Sylvan Safekeeper. The Sylvan Safekeeper is a very, very vital card in this matchup. I don't think much else. Megas of the Moon potentially. It is closed deck lists, and Jasper only saw like a Lamarels at the very end there. So generally, Blood Moon effects are very good against these kind of cradle control, these Bayou decks and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Megas of the Moon, but really, I'm looking at the Pithing Needle and the 4 lightning bolts here.
Okay.
Maybe the Portable Hull as well.
Okay. So let's move over to the other side of the board where we got Alessandro's deck. And the Elf deck, of course, being able to draw from 15 cards from the sideboard, no wish or count shenanigans here. What are we looking at here? Is there anything that's well? We got the 3 copies of Force of Figures. That gonna be good against the artifact deck?
Maybe, yeah.
Ever so slightly.
I think here you just want removal and things. So Force of Vigor, absolutely in. The Dismember, really good to kill like a Megas of the Moon if you're locked out of mana producing things. Abrupt Decays are good. You got to just kill the creatures and things, kill ensnaring bridges, painters, whatever. Snuff Out is a very interesting one because me as playing Painter for a while, unless I have Blast in hand, I've always named black against these Bayou decks because Snuff Out says destroy target non-black creature. So it can work, sometimes can't work. It depends on if you have Blast in hand or not. So
You would actually name black in the blind when you don't have blast, even
Yeah.
though you might actually draw one of your 8 blasts later on.
it depends if you're like threatening to combo quickly.
Oh, so it's
Yeah.
saying like
It's very context dependent based on the painted side, but you're going to be naming blue or black against this deck. So I generally expect them to bring in Snuff Out, and I feel like the painted player can play around it quite a lot of the time. So I think Snuff Outs will probably come in. Sometimes they can just hit like a Goblin early as well, so it's good. Snuff Outs probably come in.
Okay.
Force of Vigors, maybe you bring in the 4th Endurance as well because it's a way to stop the combo. And the Dismember and the Abrupt Decays, that is 9 cards bringing in if you want to. So maybe that's overboarding. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right?
Yeah.
Especially like in these mid-range matchups, which these decks both kind of are. They're like mid-range combo decks.
Yeah.
There's a tendency to completely overboard, and then you draw the wrong half of your sideboard to like not match up with your opponent's doing so.
Yeah, because there's
kinda
nothing that I really would be looking to board out as well.
Yeah. That's the curse of Chant. All of your cards are good.
Yeah,
No specialization, just like all mid-range.
for sure.
Okay, so let's jump into the second game here. Let's see whether Jasper is gonna have a beautiful basic land there to go with
Yep,
his
lovely.
Painter deck. Alessandro, of course, figuring out the best way to play the game is to first filter some of my cards from the top.
Mhm.
Once upon a time, looking at another Grist, which was very good in the first game for
Yep,
him.
fantastic.
That looks like that's gonna be the choice here.
Mhm.
I guess it's one of the ways to also kill Painter, right? Not so many ways to
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
Just
me
like,
see,
is this the
it's
same card again that used to beat me the first
Savannah,
game?
Safekeeper, Cradle, same forest, and Lamarels.
Maybe
So
2 things happened on that day, and he's got 2 copies.
yeah, could be. I'm really intrigued. I'm gonna go and ask him if I can find him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Armor's coming out here, and we got the namesake
We
Painter.
draw the painter. So we see.
And he's got the monkey.
He's
So-
got
so
Monkey
tell me
Blast.
tell me about the Legend of the Monkey Blast.
So everyone knows that Force of Will is like a blue card. You can cast it for free and you pitch a blue spell. So when you have a painter in play, if you have a Pyroblast or a Red Limit Blast with a Simian Spirit Guide, it's often called Monkey Blast because it's like or it's like a Force of Will. So like you pitch the monkey, you have the red mana to cast the Pyroblast without, it being on the radar without using mana from a land. So
But you also get to destroy a permanent if you want to.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like your Monkey Blast. It's like Force of Will plus Vindicate.
yeah. So it's such a powerful interaction having these blasts with painter, just being like a Vindicate or counterspell for 1 mana. It's just way above rate.
Okay, so assuming Jesper runs out Painter, turns everything blue, how often do you actually go after the mana base? Like proactively just take out the opponent's land?
I don't think I would here. You know the Grist is in hand.
Yeah.
So like going after the mana here, you can stop the Grist coming down for 1 turn, but then she might come down the following turn. I think if he has 2 blasts in hand, you could do it, but I probably wouldn't be going after the mana here
Yeah.
in this spot.
Especially against a deck like this, right? Leading out for Lana Wives as well.
Yeah.
It's just like my nature is like I want to see them struggle. I want to cause problems for my opponent as soon as possible.
Jasper has an engineer as well, which he's probably going to deploy.
Mm. Okay, interesting. So we talked about how this is actually the deck called Strawberry Shortcake, which is like a more combo-oriented version of Painter.
Yeah.
I want to say in a lot of situations like this, I would just get the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, which we will probably talk about later on. It's like a mid-range end game draw engine that
Yeah.
allows you to basically stock up on your mana. Jasper instead staying true to the like combo-centric nature of his deck, he just gets the Grindstone to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Looking to kill on like the 4th turn.
So we see his hand. He has an Ensnaring Bridge, which is not going to be concurrent with this plan. He has a Painter, as we saw. He has a Simian Spirit Guide and a Blast and a Imperial Recruiter. So his hand is leaning towards the combo. He's really, really hoping to draw like a Soul Land in the next couple of turns. Would be ideal. But yeah, he wants to like maybe just play. I think he knows the Grist might come down as well, but he wants to, yeah, like just draw some mana. So next turn he can. Well, now that the Engineer's gone, he won't be able to. Well, if he kills it, maybe he doesn't want to sacrifice the Lammer Elves.
That's the thing, yeah.
I'm jumping ahead here, thinking
Because-
the Grist is going to -2, but maybe it doesn't.
So Gris could -2, sacrifice your own creature, take out an opponent's creature.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the engineer explosives, yeah, but he might be working with engineer explosives. The Goblin Engineer here ready to
Yeah.
okay,
I think
trade one
that's
of your
right though.
artifacts out for the Grindstone in the graveyard, but
Yeah.
of course, Jesper would need to get an artifact down the first.
Yeah.
Oh, he just naturally picks up the Grindstone from the top. Yeah, easy as that, says Jesper.
Easiest game of my life.
He
Yeah.
might just run out the Painter there.
I think so, yeah. Just run out the Painter, draw another mana next turn. Because you do have now, this is where you definitely don't go after to try and blast anything. You use it reactively with the Simian Spirit Guide and the Pyroblast to counter a removal spell. You know, there could be an Abrupt Decay which you can't counter, but hey ho. In response to that, you could at least kill the Grist or
For
something.
Jesper, the dream would be to draw like an Ancient Tomb there, right?
Absolutely.
So he's going to be able to run out the Grindstone activated and have the Monkey Blast up.
Because of the Grindstone draw here, Jasper's really rewarded for playing the Engineer out first to have it die to the Grist, not the Painter.
Yeah, he put the Grindstone to the graveyard, which like really made it look as if he was setting up for a potential kill in one turn where Alessandro wouldn't be able to attack with Grist. Of course, that's only being an sorcery
And I
speed
think he was
activation.
like, as you said in the previous game, like Grist, you can, you know, she can only go up to 2 now and then activate -2 again next turn, and then she'll be dead. So like, the -2 only comes up every other turn at best of the first couple of turns. So
Well, what are you saying? You think Alessandro's not going to mill a couple of insects?
it's true. Good point. More. There's only one Grist in the deck, I believe.
Yeah,
So I don't know if there is any more insects.
there used to be like Wirebird symbiotes, but not in this one here. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we got Fiend Artisan, we got Sylvan Safekeeper to protect Fiend Artisan if we want to.
This is a tough decision. So Jasper might want to counter this because that could go and get Collector Roof. So he's asking for an Oracle Text, I think, to
No,
check it.
I think he might actually be asking for something else because Alessandro thinking that Jesper is not going to be able to attack, basically ran out these cards in succession. And there's a chance that Jesper actually wanted to counter the Sylvan Safekeeper, I believe.
Potentially, yeah. I think right now the Safekeep doesn't actually represent anything.
Yeah.
It
Oh, you're right.
yeah.
The Oracle Text.
Because it's essentially like a Green Sun's Zenith next turn, or like a Birthing Pod or whatever. So it can go and get Collector Roof next turn. And then protected by the Sylvan Safekeeper. This is a really hard choice from Jasper because right now, if he draws a mana source for next turn, he can just play Greenstone and counter it. But if he lets it resolve and doesn't draw the mana, next turn he's not going to be able to blast the Fiend Artisan. So does he counter this Fiend Artisan and just hope to like draw mana next couple of turns? But Grist next turn can -2 as well to kill the Painter. So I feel like you make the hard decision to let it go and hope to draw a mana here. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's going to be a tough one to call.
Yeah.
I'd be very inclined to just like take out the Fiend
And he
Artisan.
draws the monkey.
Ooh,
Yeah.
but that's 1 mana short of killing this turn, right?
No.
Oh, well, yeah. But, let's say okay. Yeah, I was like trying to look for the kill with protection.
With protection, no.
But you got the non-protected kill right there.
Yeah.
So the worst thing that could happen to you would be like Alessandro having like an endurance.
Yeah, an endurance or a snuff out.
Oh, Snapper would be one of the punish. We
Yeah.
talked about this, right? We
Yeah.
kind of want to like put paint out black to protect us, but at the same time we also want to do like blue
Yeah.
because we got all the blasts.
Yeah.
Oh, and he just passes the turn.
Oh, he's going to go in the upkeep, I think.
Oh, that's tricky because then there could be an abrupt decay, right?
Yeah, could have been a abrupt decay here. I think would have liked to main phase 1, but there's endurance is going to stop it anyway, so it's fine. But the Fiend Artisan is only activated instant speed, so there's nothing that can stop here. And yeah, he doesn't have the removal spell.
Yeah. So for those wondering, Grindstone would mill 2 cards. If they have to play a card, you repeat the process.
The reason to do it upkeep is because it forces vigor.
Oh, that's a smart one. as
Yeah,
well.
very smart.
yeah,
Jasper with the reasons, I'm sure.
Jasper, yeah. And also Force of Figure would be much more common than abrupt decay.
Yes, I think so.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, cool. Finds the monkey to finish out and go to a game 3.
Yeah, game 3, Alessandro once again gonna be accelerating on the first turn. I feel like in these decks where you really want the acceleration because you benefit so much from it.
Yeah.
The kind of like the consensus, at least in the legacy community, is that you want 11 of those.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of weird, but that's just like the kind of. Actually, let me look it up. How many does he have here? He's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, he's got 12 ways of acceleration on the first turn. Yeah, see, going
Brilliant.
over the top.
Tons.
Beautiful. Oh, dude, this okay.
He fetches
We
for it.
fetched. Okay,
Yeah,
gonna
yeah, yeah.
take it back.
Maybe he has 10 of the same land.
And then, of course, we got Green Sun Senate, which is going to fetch you Dryad Arbor as a green creature from
Yeah.
the library. Putting
So
it into
Alessandro's
play.
hand, we see Cradoof at the front. I think a couple of Korean Rangers, an Abrupt Decay, and another fetch, and can't quite make out what's behind. It's a black card, I think. Okay. So he probably goes and gets a bio here, attacks in for. Oh no, probably plays a Korean Ranger off the Dryad Arbor as well. Oh no, attacks in for 1.
Dryad Arbor getting in for 1 damage here. Sweet.
Okay.
Dude, by the way, Goblin Welder. Haven't seen it in action yet. It's one of the reasons to play the deck, just because we
Yeah.
have all these beautiful interactions. Not so much in this matchup, but yeah, it's one of the trickiest cards in the format around.
Yeah. Maybe my favorite creature of all time. So
That's-
Jasper with Engineer, a couple of blasts, a Painter, a City of Traitors, Portable Hole, and Ensnaring Bridge. The Ensnaring Bridge and Portable Hole looking a bit awkward here. But I think,
honestly, like Alessandro's hand is like pretty bad, I want to say.
yeah,
He's got like 2 copies of Natural Order and Behemoth in hand. I guess he can get Terrastodon. And
Yeah.
then so there's 2 ways to play Terrastodon, assuming we're gonna get to that. You either take out your opponent's lands,
Yeah.
and continue your own game from there, because they're gonna get like a bunch of 3/3s that you basically trump with your 9/9.
Yeah.
Or you take out your own lands, put something like, how much would that be?
18 power.
18 power into play.
Yeah.
And then try to win basically the next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, both have their merits. One of them is like very risky, destroy like Armageddon yourself in exchange for a bunch of elephants.
Yeah.
We will see whether it's gonna be that, but for now, just by running out a Painter on blue there, and
Yes.
he's got a blast available, right?
Yeah, he's got 2 blasts in hand. He had a very tough decision here between playing Engineer, so you could go and get like a Grindstone or something. And then once the Engineer's in play, next turn you can play the Painter and you have, keep the City of Traders around. The following turn, if he draws like a mountain, he might have this tough decision of like, do I play the Engineer, sacrifice, and then play the mountain to have blast up, sacrificing the city. But I like this because, you're almost very clearly playing against a natural order deck. And, there's going to be 4 mana available next turn, so he's going to have the blast here, which is
That's
pretty
so
powerful.
painful. This is so painful. I've
Yeah.
been there so many times.
Snap
You
blast.
just take
Yeah.
take it to the chin, and you try again a couple of turns from now. But of course, Alessandro now completely out of creatures. He might pick up another fetch land to go along with the Natural Order number 2. He's gotten there. What's the 3rd card? I really can't make it out from there.
So I thought it was 2 Korean Rangers, but I think I mistook Korean Ranger as natural orders.
Yeah, there's definitely 2 copies, like
Yeah.
now 1 copy
Yeah.
left of Natural Order there. On the other side of the board, like Jasper's sitting pretty here, right?
Yeah.
He's got basically everything he needs. He got another basic counter spell, Vindicate, what have you.
Yeah.
He's got a portable hole. He's got engineered Goblin Engineer. That's the way to victory from there, isn't it?
Yeah,
not?
so this is why he had the hard decision last time whether to play Engineer or Painter, and massively rewarded for playing the Painter, realizing that Natural Order is a threat, and that's exactly what came down from Alessandro. So here now, I think he probably is going to play this mountain that he just drew, sacrificing the City of Traitors, and then he has 2 mountains with the blast up to protect against like another. But I think he can't really play Natural Order next turn.
It's completely impossible for him
Yeah,
to play Natural
yeah,
Order
yeah.
next turn, from what we know. I mean, Jasper cannot necessarily know. Well, there's no Virtual Rangers and Korean Rangers in there,
Yeah.
so he kind of knows. Basically, let's say, from Jasper's perspective, we are safe to assume that it's incredibly unlikely for
Yeah.
there to be a natural. And we know that, from our all-knowing perphaspective, we know that there's going to be
Yeah,
no natural order.
So what I think probably gets Grindstone here, I assume, but there's an argument for Phyrexian Dragon Engine as well.
So tell me again, what exactly does Phyrexian Dragon Engine do for the deck? Because like there's a weird flip side that we basically never get to see, right?
Yeah, do I know that flip side? So Phyrexian Dragon is 3 mana, 3 color. It's an artifact. 3 mana for a 2/2 double strike, and it has Unearth for 3 red. And when it enters the battlefield from your graveyard, you can discard your hand. If you do, you draw 3 cards. And then it does have meld with Mishra,
Mishra,
and it turns into a big creature that when it attacks, you choose from 4 abilities that are like.
I always like it, like when I played and my opponents they call a charge, get the flavor text, the oracle text. I'm like, this is so never gonna happen. Trust me on that one.
Production, do you want to bring up Mishra?
No, rather not.
No, let's
rather
not,
not.
let's not.
Okay, but he's actually put the 2 cards we mentioned. in the
Yeah,
front
really
on it.
deliberating. This is a tough call.
So what's the reason to like not go for the kill here with Grindstone?
I mean, I
Is it-
think his hand is like he's got another blast. He's got the rest of his hand is not very good. So he's got Portable Hole, he's got Ensnaring Bridge, which are not congruent with the plan he wants to do with the combo. And Alessandro could now just play like a Greens and Earth for Collect Roof, and that would punish it a bit. So I think Jasper's recognizing that, you know, this game might go on a few more turns. He could go for the Grindstone kill a bit, but I think he's gonna go for the grinding plan, which is good. I like this. It was a close decision though. This is a really hard one because if he wants to go for the Grindstone, the Painter is the artifact in play, so he needs to like sacrifice the Painter to bring back the Grindstone. And then there's a very cool trick you can do where you activate Grindstone, paying 3 mana, hold priority, and then use one of the goblins to sacrifice the Grindstone, bringing Painter back in with the Grindstone ability still in the stack. So with the cards in play, he did have a route to the combo, but it's very weak to, like, you know, the sin Alessandro just had an endurance.
I feel like playing Painter a lot. This is probably the biggest crossroad in playing the deck in almost every single match. It's like, do I go down the combo route, or do I try to stabilize and play the mid-range game, right? And it always comes down to Goblin Engineer either fetching Phyrexian Dragon Engine or Painter / Grindstone, whichever piece you still need. I think it's a little bit easier when you only need Painter, as you mentioned, because there's the trick where you can basically like activate Grindstone and then go for it. Whereas if you do it the other way around, it's like a two-turn thing. But here we get Phyrexian Dragon Engine on the right over there.
Melds with Mishra claimed by Gix.
How often has that actually happened in Legacy? I want to say like a single-digit amount of times.
I have a very sad story. When this Brotherhood's War came out, I tried to build around this. So I had like 4 Phyrexian Dragon Engine with 8 of the Goblins Unearths and stuff, and 3 Mishras. And the only time I was about to meld, you have to like attack with both or something, the opponent just scooped before I could. I was so upset.
Sounds like a Commander story.
Yeah. So
like, no, I want the lifelink. No, I scoop before you get it.
I've not managed, sadly.
Okay, so on the other side of the board, Alessandro probably picking up one of the best cards he could have done there to at least buy some time here. Then again, he doesn't have a creature to go with the minus, so he's probably going to be able to only just plus.
Yeah, I like blasting this. I think you could attack it down for 2, but I think it just sticks around. It's too hard to attack down because next turn he's probably going to, you know, sacrifice the Painter to bring in the Dragon Engine.
And also, Alessandro not having played a land here means that there's not going to be a natural order next turn again.
Yeah, very true, very true. Because the Grist could then make a green creature with the plus, the inset token, and then another land means another natural order.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Jasper here can peck in for 1 with the Painter and then probably bring back the Dragon Engine.
By the way, those unglued mountains,
they look
like
so
them
cool.
so much. Like I used like the white border Portal of the Kingdom ones
Yeah.
in Chinese. But yeah, I could see
Tempting,
picking up
isn't it?
some of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, Painter getting angry Scarecrow Assault.
I would be quite worried about a endurance from Alessandro here, but I think given your hand doesn't really do much else, maybe you just play the Ensnaring Bridge out and then you sacrifice that next turn. But I like going for this here.
Do you really care about having the Ensnaring Bridge in play? Like,
no,
you could still get it later on if you want to.
What I mean is just a way to like have an artifact to sacrifice the Engineer next turn that you don't care about being enduranced away.
Ah, okay, I see.
But no, like now he can bring back the Ensnaring Bridge if he wants to next turn and draws 3.
I mean, not the greatest. It's a pretty weird set of cards. So actually, does the LED allow him to? Nah, he's not going to be able to combo next turn, right? I guess he could put. Oh no, he doesn't have white mana. Yeah, there's a couple of wishes I see going on there.
Yeah. I mean, he could draw like a plateau. Another fun thing he can do is the next turn, use the Engineer to sacrifice the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, and okay, fine. I was about to say he wants it in the graveyard, but then he gets Force of Vigor. So what he could do is like sacrifice the Phyrexian Dragon Engine to bring back the Painter, and then you can use the LED to sacrifice some mana to bring back the Phyrexian Dragon Engine by its unearth cost.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Because you're gonna discard your hand anyway.
Yeah.
So might as well do it for extra value.
Exactly.
Okay, and Alessandro here, of course, ripping probably one of the best cards he could have drawn there.
Yeah.
We get a Force of Rigor into a Green Sun Senate, which is most likely gonna get a Collective, right? I mean, there's some world where he gets like a Keen-Eye Curator.
Yeah, I think Keen-Eye Curator is the one here.
Is it actually gonna be the one?
Yeah, I think that's the better choice here because what Jasper's doing is using the graveyard rather than activating artifacts. Yeah, he's looking at there.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, great card here.
Basically an upgrade from Scavenging Ooze, Keen-Eye Curator. Eventually going to turn into like how big is it going to be? Like a 7/7 Trample. That Trample's the big upgrade from the Scavenging Ooze,
isn't it? God, it's so.
Remember the times when we had like big Scavenging Oozes and you used to run them into young Pyromancers?
Oh, sometimes you have like a 2020. Ridiculous.
I literally had 2020s and they would just like get blocked by 1/1 all day long.
Jasper making sure it's a 3/3 because he just ripped a lightning bolt. Brilliant draw there. I also want to say like Jasper didn't play the Lion's Eye Diamond last turn, and it's a good thing he didn't because it would have been hit by the Force of Vigor, and now it's his artifact to bring back the Phyrexian Dragon.
Heads up play there.
Yeah, really heads up. Yeah, Lion's Eye Diamond, you rarely play it out until you're going to use it in this deck.
big part of it is also like the information advantage. A lot of times
Yeah.
players they don't play conservatively because they feel like, oh, you don't have enough mana to actually go for the kill next turn.
Yeah.
Oops, there's an LED. Never
Yep.
mind.
Yep.
Curator, there's the beautiful Raccoon Scout.
Love it. That
Love
card
the
is so
card.
strong. Yeah. Jasper really rewarded for finding Phyrexian Dragon Engine rather than Grindstone this game.
Yeah, it could have been a pretty big blowout, right?
You
against
know what?
the
He
Force of
does have
Vigor.
multiple forests with the writing on. So there is a few of them.
There must have there must have been a lot of happening.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
tournament, I hope for the better of Alessandro,
Yeah.
of course.
Tina creates a thing again.
Jamal Cup coming down, animating one of our lands.
Yep.
Gonna tap for 2 green now at this point.
So Jasper with 2 blasts in hand, so now we can sacrifice the Phyrexian Dragon Engine to get the Painter into play. And then he's got 2 counter spells up.
Dude, 2 1-mana counter spells. That's
Yeah,
insane. I
yeah.
think Alessandro's actually going to be ready to natural order again on the next turn.
And then
And it's
get
gonna
me
be
a
foiled
counter spell again. Yeah, because the forest will tap for 2 mana, right?
First, going to tap for 2 mana. It's going to be a green creature to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I believe, actually, I'm not sure if Jamal Cup actually turns to green creatures. At the very worst, it could sacrifice itself, I guess.
No, just say whenever you tap a creature for mana.
No, I
Add
mean the
additional.
kind of creature it turns into.
Yeah.
It's a land.
Not green.
Okay. So
it.
you would need
Mistake.
to sacrifice the cap.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. Cool. So he attacks with the Phyrexian Dragon Engine and then just representing sacrificing the engine for the Painter.
So what happens if we get Phyrexian Dragon Engine back from the graveyard using the what's it called again? The ability,
The Unearth
the
ability.
Unearth ability, and then we try to sacrifice it for something else before it goes to exile. It still goes to exile.
It still
right?
goes to exile.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah.
I could have seen some insane combos going on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Alessandro-
Alessandro's decision basically to go for the natural order right away and attack for something like 10, I believe.
Yeah. You see him say cards in hand, and he's like 2, and he's like, oh, what are the chances one's a blast? Because it's not unreasonable to side out some of the blasts in this matchup.
Yeah.
I think kind of standard red Painter builds might do that, but Shortcake is a bit different.
Yeah, actually, it would probably be Terrestrial and you would go there, right?
Yeah, I think
Because
so.
you got the card off in hand anyway, and the 10 damage is not going to make a difference.
Yeah, I would probably, if you could, I would terrestrial them and just kill my own lands. Be like, here, deal with this.
And we did. Is the Ensnaring Bridge still in the picture?
Yeah, there's in the graveyard. That's good point. Good point.
yeah.
There is an Ensnaring Bridge in the graveyard. So he's probably thinking, if I get something here, Jasper could just go and get Ensnaring Bridge, so it shuts off the creative.
I mean,
and
there's actually a world where you would like natural order for collector, oof, as bad as it sounds, right?
yeah, it sounds so bad. Natural order here is just not good, actually. Weirdly, isn't it? Because like, if you get the Crater Hoof, Jasper could go and I think you actually natural order for endurance.
Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, like chess has to play from the top again.
Yeah, so Jasper's going to end up with his choice of like 1 artifact in play.
Which
And
one
it's
would that be?
probably the Painter, because you've got
Painter?
2 blasts in
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
Well, you know that because the natural order probably isn't going to resolve because you've got the 2 blasts in
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
But assuming it resolves, I think endurance is probably the card you go and get because, yeah, in the graveyard there is an Ensnaring Bridge, there is a Painter as well at the moment, and then if you sacrifice the Phyrexian Dragon Engine to get the Painter back, at least the Dragon Engines then shuffle.
I was
both.
going to ask you about like, what if we just play the Finto Knives and pass the turn?
Yeah,
Because like Alessandro did what we just did, right? He ran through all the iterations of natural order resolving, assuming it resolves.
Yeah.
And he didn't like any of those.
yeah.
Whereas if he waits for another turn, maybe, this deck is going to deliver something and he will kick himself for going for a bad natural order when he could have done something better on the next turn.
Yeah, at the same time, doing that just gives Jasper another cycle of sacrificing the Dragon Engine and then bring it back again.
And you would assume that he only draws bad cards. That's me, right?
Yeah. Tough decision, but yeah, I think go for the natural order, just find something.
Has to sacrifice the Benjamin Cup, of course, because the force is not green.
Yeah.
And just was like, yeah, that's not happening under my watch
Yeah.
here. Brings back the
No,
painter,
thank you.
names blue, smart choice there.
Yeah.
You know what would be, well, not exactly the blowout, if Alessandro actually had the snuff out there we talked
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
To take out the painter because then the blast would resolve and of
Absolutely.
course not do anything. And picks up
As a Saga, great draw here. Great draw, because that's going to like present creatures and the combo at some point. So I think Jasper just sits pretty here. Just, yeah. I don't think at this point I'd even sacrifice the Painter for Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
That's true.
I don't think anything is better than the 1 Pyro Blast in hand, other than 2 blasts or more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Alessandro just with, okay, Fiend Artisan, that's good. I think that will warrant a blast on it, probably.
Yeah.
So that can resolve. And then now being empty handed, you're like, right, there's no removal spells. I think Jasper can just Pyroblast the Fiend Artisan and then
I think he
Bring
doesn't
back
even
the
need to,
Dragon
right? He probably can win next turn by making a construct token and he still has a grindstone graveyard, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, he doesn't have a grindstone.
No. I think because he got the.
Oh, because he got the dragon. We talked so much about the grindstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Because
But
earlier
he's
on.
gonna rip one from the top, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
But
very
yeah, I
obviously.
think here he's just like, right, because that can go and get a Collector Roof next turn. So, and then now using the blast gives him another cycle of drawing 3 cards.
Okay, he found another 1-mana artifact in Needle.
Yep.
Anything interesting you want to Needle? We already took out the Grist, I believe.
Yeah, he doesn't know the deck list. There might be more Grists, but he's drawn another Painter, and the Engineer is representing a Painter as well. So I think he's just got all the removal covered. The Crater Maker doesn't really need to kill anything. So I think Alessandro has to draw like a Force of Vigor to kill the Urza Saga. Otherwise, Jasper just has kind of everything covered. So you know what? I would probably name Wasteland with this Pithing Needle.
Wasteland. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I mean, they're okay.
He just
And
he
because
just
of
wraps
the-
it up. Yeah. I think he had an out there to draw like a Force of Vigor to kill the Urza Saga, but really Jasper had every other angle covered. And yeah, wow. So game 1 really went to Alessandro's way with the hate pieces, the Sylvan Safekeeper plus Clutch Roof combo. But game 2 and 3, Jasper was able to kind of keep the pieces off the board, counting the natural orders. That was huge. The Painter with the Red Blast, he's counting such a big mana investment and the sacrificing a green creature. It's really brutal to get countered by this 1 mana blast.
It's kind of this thing, right? Sometimes your deck delivers in a way that you actually have to go for the early natural orders, even though you don't want to, because you feel like you're competent enough to play the mid-range game. But your deck is saying, nah, not today. We're going to go for broke, and well, went broke in that regards.
I mean, what if he doesn't cast natural orders? What does he do? Like just sit there not casting them?
It's like didn't put them in the deck to not cast them on the second turn or something. Yeah, but yeah, just moving on to still remain undefeated in the tournament, master of his deck. We're hopefully going to see a lot more of him today. As I keep saying, like if you want to get feature matches, you have to keep winning.
Just get to the final to get into feature match. It's that easy.
Wouldn't mind seeing more of him because like the meta is very open right now, and people talk about this deck is going to be good, that deck is going to be good. Somehow Forge is going to dominate, even though we haven't seen it done that at all yet. Like I've been walking around, I barely see any Forge.
Yeah, there's not a lot because I think people have realized that I pegged Forge as like one of the biggest winners of the bans because the One Ring is still around. And then I thought that the Blue Cloud Post deck would be pretty dominant as well. And we do see a ton of it in the field. I've been walking around the first couple of rounds and there is a ton of it around. But Blue Red Delver with Price of Progress in the sideboard punishes these kind of Clan Nexus decks so much that I think people have realized that. So I think people are kind of not playing Forge in this high number because of Blue Red Delver and the aggression that Corey still kind of puts in the
So what I was getting at is people talk about all these decks that are gonna be good in the new Legacy metagame.
Yep.
I've listened to a lot of podcasts. I've listened to our podcast. Nobody talks about the Painter.
Yeah.
Like barely anyone. Like it gets mentioned like in the third part of the episode where you're already closing it out. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's Painter, and somehow it's supposed to be good, but it's like always like deep.
There's a lot of combo in the format as well at the moment. And I think Painter does struggle with combo. So this is why I think Jasper's chosen Shortcake. One, because he loves it and it's a cool build. But I think it is better against combo because you have the Enlightened Tutor to find your combo pieces faster. You have a Canonist, I think, somewhere lurking out, either in the main or the sideboard, probably the main. That can stop like the spell-based combo decks. You have the Lion's Eye Diamond to be able to combo yourself faster. So I think it's a really good medical as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we see how combo as well as Painter is going to fare in this metagame. Probably also some blue corpus somewhere down the line.
We will be seeing that, I'm sure, today.
We're going to throw to a very quick break. Very, very quick. We're going to get Andreas and Sam back into the booth here for you to cast round 3 of. We're going to have 8 rounds today, 6 rounds tomorrow. This is going to be the GP structure. Get all of your friends going. Get all of your friends watching this tournament here at the Four Seasons stream. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith, and we are going to be back in just a couple of minutes here with the continuation of the live coverage.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Eternal Weekend Europe Legacy Champions. We are up and ready for round number 3, and let's just start it off with a metagame breakdown for day number 1. We have a shake-up in the format, so Andreas, I'm very curious for this metagame.
Oh, am I? I'm really excited to see these numbers of decks of choice that the players choose to bring this weekend.
Indeed. We had a couple of estimations that we thought would be popular. My guess would be Blue-Red Delver. Anything else that you think we will see in the second?
Yeah, good question here. Show and tell strategies is probably a good shout for the second most popular strategy behind tempo. But from there, I'm ready to get surprised. Maybe some fan favorite decks like that could be Painter, Cephalid Breakfast, Lands. Some of these archetypes that have been in the format for decades. We're currently working on getting the numbers on everybody's radar here.
So this is what my hope was. Like, we have a metagame breakdown, but the top played deck is 12%. That seems pretty healthy to me, right?
Yeah, so indeed, you could combine it with Dimir tempo and say, oh, we almost have 25% tempo, like days dominated format. But yeah, let's see about that. So blue-red tempo being the more aggressive version of the two, Dimir tempo having a little bit more durability, but it also has a hard time closing out games, as we saw round 1 today. And here we have the show and tell strategy, which I believe will be combined Omniscience and Sneak and Show. Those two versions vary a little bit. The Cloud Post deck, the blue Cloud Post deck, I'm super excited to see that somewhat high in the metagame, even higher than Mystic Forge. I don't think many people predicted that to be the most popular One Ring deck. What do you see in the second column here?
Well, I see blue-white control. That's something that was not on my radar when you compare this to online Magic. But we're in Italy, and we know what's up, Andreas. People here, especially in Europe, we love to play our control decks, right? And this is something that we see in paper Magic. This is typical. We like playing a lot of Magic. You want to play as much Magic as you can. So control definitely is always more popular in paper. And I do think like Source of Plowshares is always good. Especially look at these top decks. We have 2 aggro decks. Like that's just 22%. We love having Swords of Plowshares against those. Eldrazi aggro, that's like, if you don't want to play Delver-esque decks, you want to play aggro, that seems like a fair choice. The Return of Storm, not something that I would be expecting, but I love to see it.
Yep.
Cephalid Breakfast I'm curious to see how that will perform, because of course, with the recent shakeup, losing Nadu was a big thing for the deck, but I mean, the deck was already good before Nadu, right? So not unexpected, but I love the last one.
Yeah.
Other 429 decks. That's 46%. I love this.
That is a lot. So I will say there's a little bit of fail rate when it comes to labeling the decks. A lot of stuff will fall into this category and could be mislabeled. Something like Doomsday is a deck that I'm missing here, Lands as well. So I would guess we just have a lot of decks that's 2% or lower, and then a little bit of mislabeling going on. But it's just a calculated guess. Who knows?
Definitely. If we would dive into this deck list, we could probably have a bit more of a clear answer, but generally, I think this is a sign of a healthy format.
Yeah. Oh, people are excited, and everybody has their favorite strategy, and now it's time to find the best way to perform your favorite strategy, whether that's dazing people or getting attracts into play via show and tell, or storming off with a nice little Tendrils of Agony.
Exactly, and let's see what games we will be presenting you with for round number 3. I think we have a bit of a banger here, so let's get them on the screen. I'm very curious what you can tell me about this next one. Yeah, you can see here on screen, and Beseech is the name, but this is just ants, right?
Yeah, ad nauseam tendrils, but it actually looks like a somewhat classic version with no Ursus Saga, so that's why it's ad nauseam tendrils and not Saga Storm. This deck is trying to cast a lot of spells, finish off with Tendrils of Agony, and hopefully clear the way with Duress and Thoughtseize in the meantime. You do have a little bit of a sweet one with Beseech the Mirror. That card can go and get Gaia's Will, which is like a Yawgmoth's Will, and I love that we're running 2 copies to mitigate the fail rate. If we should be unlucky to draw one of them, there's still one left remaining in the deck. That might come up. And by the way, oh wow, 4 copies of Ad Nauseam.
Yeah,
okay.
I was about to talk about that.
I was so sure that was going to be a one-of, but I guess 4 copies of that card, and our lovely pilot here is certainly not messing around.
Do you have any idea why we would want exactly 4? Just so, again, fail rate?
4 is a lot, especially because you can flip them off of the one you already resolved. So I'm pretty curious to see if that comes up. I do
Right.
remember playing around with that maybe at like a decade ago, with having just many ad nauseums, because then I didn't have to go through the infernal Tudor Lion's Eye Diamond loop. But yeah, this is certainly taking it to the limits. Let's see how that goes for the pilot
All
here.
right. Well, they were off 2-0, so currently it's working out. Let's see what we're working with for the other deck here. So what we see is Rug Katara. We have not seen Katara before. Now, it is on your bingo card, so talk to me about this one.
Yeah, Katara Waterbending Master is a very, very exciting card from the Final Fantasy expansion. The card requires a little bit of build around to get to, Psychic Frog, Dreadheart Arcanist, the stage. A little bit of correction here. It's from the Avatar set. I'm sorry about that. Thank you so much, production. And this card really rewards you for playing at instant speed. That's why we see the full set of days. That's why we see Questing Druid. We were discussing a little bit. I wonder what the green is for, but Questing Druid makes perfect sense. We have the full set of stifles, and in this closed decklist environment, that could be brutal. Force of Negation and Dismember, Force of Will, some standard stuff, Lightning Bolt, will round it out. So at the end of the day, you want to end up with a creature that is a draw 2, discard 1 when it attacks, and in that case, it's amazing. So yeah, let's see if it can live up to the hype.
Especially since we are playing against Ant, these stifles might just be very important in this matchup. So I suggest we dive into the game and see what is up. Maybe we can get immediately from the start Katara on screen. Maybe more for me than for you,
Right.
Andreas, but for me, it's a
Katara
relatively new
Waterbending
card.
Master. Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be
that would
cool.
be
Also,
really
the pilot
cool.
here, Thomas Marr. Thomas Marr has been crushing Eternal Magic for decades. So very cool to see innovation from Tomasz.
And he's immediately on the play, starting out with Tamiyo. Nothing you can do wrong about that.
Right. Tap a
Um,
blue dual land, play Tameo, and then it's up to the opponent.
Right, let's see what Ant is going to be doing. Now, of course, game number 1, close deck list, you don't know what you're up against. So even if you have the Stifle, you would just not keep it up in this situation. You just always want to play down that Tamiyo, right?
Right. I was actually about to talk a little bit about Stifle. You have to make some tough choices, especially in the early turns.
There we go. There's Katara on the screen.
Right. So let's just talk about this card a little bit more. So yeah, 1/3 blue card, legendary creature, not irrelevant. Pitches to force, not irrelevant either. When you cast a spell during turn, you get an experience counter. So note that you get the counter. A Katara does not get the counter. So that means, let's say you get to a couple of experience counters, but your first copy dies. Well, the next one is a powerhouse already, because the experience counters is on you as a player.
I think your your hope was 5 cards drawn?
Yo, yeah. So this was basically like, that would be a miracle.
That would be a miracle for the bingo card.
If that card is ever just drawing you 2 cards and discarding 1, it's amazing. So if it's going to be 5 and I get to check
That would be
yeah, one of the bingo
that would be
squares, yeah,
awesome.
that'll be insane.
And player just pondered, and now we are seeing Tomasz just getting a clue here, getting things going, fetching, and let's see what we all want to be doing. Do we want to crack the clue, or do we want to maybe develop? Right now, I don't think we know that we are playing against Ant. That's probably a bit too soon. My guess would be, like, I don't know, Ponder doesn't really tell you all that much at this point.
It really doesn't, and I believe it was we fetched a basic land turn 1 here, so that could be anything from a pseudo mirror match to play against,
Ooh, there it is.
Yeah.
Katara, and we have a reader, of course. Andreas, I feel you. I
Yeah.
need to get you, and I mean Andreas, the player, not you.
Yeah.
So we got it on screen here. Combines really well with Tamiyo too.
Yeah, so those 2 cards are really grinding hard. So the main, let's say, difficulty is that requires that the matchup is about grinding. So let's imagine the Storm deck just wins now, right? Then, those cards never made an impact. So it's a lot about, if you can prolong the game, then those cards will bury your opponent in card advantage.
Indeed, and that was a basic. Just Andreas here getting a basic island last turn. Now Brainstorm. Let's see what we are digging for, and hiding information as the best way he can, because he wants to try and navigate his way through that. Tomasz does not have mana up, because if you are playing against Blue-Red Delver, you don't really care all that much about tapping out. But if you're playing against a combo deck, you just want to have your mana up.
Right, and that's exactly the hidden information that the players are currently trying to maneuver about. We do see the land drop before the Brainstorm, which signals I don't want to get this spell dazed. So a little bit of that going on.
Bauble here. I love this, because this is interesting, because you would maybe think that keep the Bauble to increase the storm count, but this is maybe Andreas trying to put Tomasz off the guard. Like, okay, I'm playing Delver, but I don't have anything to trigger this Bauble with. Do you think that?
I love it. Yeah, I love it. Putting out these breadcrumbs in the woods and hoping the opponent will follow is
that would be really clever. I saw a Stifle there from Tomasz, so we could see a. It looks to me like if it works, would be a good Stifle. There we
Really,
go.
really good.
There
Look
we
at this
go.
one. Nobody, well, until this moment, then nobody expects it, but now it's going to change the
Yeah.
power of Stifle a lot throughout the match.
Sure.
So make no mistake about it. Tomasz did not bring 4 Stifle here as a coincidence, right?
No, no.
It was
He knows what he's
very,
doing.
very, decisive about bringing it to a close deckless tournament here. I love it.
I think if I look at Andreas's hand, that Stifle looks to be really, really good. I think I see 2 petals, maybe. We need to play those, right? Otherwise, we don't have any other way to make black mana.
Yeah, and especially because there was a brainstorm here, which generally puts back the 2 worst cards. So Andreas was really, really relying on this shuffle. The bauble simply just got Andreas into the same 2 cards.
Yeah,
So
indeed. Then
very, very
again,
good play.
I'm also wondering imagine if Tomasz knew that he was playing against Storm, would you stifle the land or would you keep the stifle for potentially the Storm trigger?
Yeah, it's a good question. I personally like fighting over the mana because whenever the tendril's on the stack, it usually there's been a ton of discard spells before that. So I think the opponent has a little bit too much time to clear your hand, but I do like the temptation of having Stifle as a, counter target Chendrils trigger. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. Just attacking here. No, I think by now Tomasz should probably getting a read that maybe this is just there's not there's not enough going on, and I think that was what did Andreas play? I can't
I
quite
maybe
make
he
it
was playing out a pedal to avoid going to cleanup.
If you've seen the petal, I think you know what's up.
I think that's a Chrome Mox.
Mox.
So very, very explosive deck, and Tomas needs probably Force of Will in order to
Okay, just join with the clue. So I think it's
Right.
double Chromox and Island. So by now I think Tomasz knows what's up, and he's probably just going to wanting to draw as many cards as he possibly can and digging for counter magic. That would be my guess.
Right, and even Stifle here, you can stifle the imprint trigger on Chrome Mox, so I think that was
Sure.
just a solid timing on the clue crack. Simply leaving open as many options as possible. I do like it.
Fetch land here. Let's see what we are getting. Do we want to fetch up green? Or do we don't need it at
I
this
love
point?
fetching a green here if you think, I guess this is the end step. That changes a lot.
Yeah.
So let's say this was in the middle of a turn and you wanted to make a play. I love the green land because the threat of it getting killed is so small, given the matchup.
Yeah, quick peek at the hand. No, I don't see any green cards in there, so it does make sense to just get a surveil land, extra value. No lightning bolt. Looks like we are just digging for more control-y cards. Again, makes sense. Makes sense to me.
Also-
Ponder, good pickup.
Yeah, Ponder, very good draw here. Also note that Katara has yet to do anything because the opponent, the moment they read this card and understand what it does, you're very interested in making exchanges on the opponent's turn rather than just, feeding experience counters. So it's certainly not, it's just a 1-3 in this matchup, essentially, right?
I do see a stifle in there. Looks like that's going to be put on top. Yeah, I think that's a card that you definitely want to have. I'm checking to see if I can see counter magic in Tomasz's hand.
I think I spotted the force negation earlier, which would make a lot of sense. But I'm not positive. We could also see Tamio flip this turn.
If we get like a hand with stifle and force negation, I'm liking my odds here in the shoes of Tomasz.
Right. But even then, it's like all it takes is a discard spell to take the force, and then it's a ritual chain and a tutor for replay your graveyard and then cast another the same discard spell essentially
Makes
before you
sense
win.
to
So
me.
it's actually one force is actually a little bit nerve-wracking.
Makes sense to me. So playing the land, cracking the clue, Tamio flips, and we draw that stifle. Well set up here. I mean, this is all. Tomasz has done this before. He knows what he needs to do in this matchup. Plussing and then just passing through the turn.
Yeah, he thought he took a time machine back to 2015 here with the storm
Yeah, for
with the
sure.
storm matchup, and he's playing Team tempo like back in the day as well. Guess with a few new upgrades.
Are we interested in fighting over this ponder? Because it seems to me like Tomasz is considering this.
Yeah, I mean, if you fight over this ponder, you have a really good idea the opponent is stumbling, and you want to get your Katara going. Because with
that
the
does happen. Nice.
But yeah, good call. So, but between this game being a stall for a few turns, this is just a good way to smell blood in the water, because now you actually get a little bit of engine going. Draw one, discard one is super serviceable.
And if you really want to, you can just take back the force with your Tamio. So
Yeah.
you have all the bases covered.
Great call here. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. The minus here, and then Tomasz trying to turtle up a little bit. And if there's another, let's say, favorable fight for him, then this is all but over. Katara can get out of hand here.
Okay, that's exactly what happens.
Great call here by my legacy expert partner.
Well, at least I have something smart to say now today as well. But yesterday I was just leaning heavily on towards your knowledge, Andreas.
No. That's perfect. That's perfect. Today we are big braining here.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess I would be interested in cracking some clues here, just drawing more cards, trying to set up a safe turn. Then again, we have already so many cards. Yeah, I
It
don't want to
l-
draw too much to just
Yes,
need
but let's
to
see. The
discard.
opponent at 14. We know the opponent probably just needs something like a black starting mana, and there's going to be a showdown. So now we have to choose: are we playing out Murktide Region to increase the clock, or do we think card advantage will get us here? And I actually really like Tomas's play here of saying card advantage is going to get me here. I can bolt, I can negation, and then Katara gets out of hand.
Keeping it safe, probably going to crack these clues end of turn. It comes down to it. That is a petal. So are we thinking about going for it this turn? I do see a discard spell, so it's possible.
Right. Yeah, I must say I haven't gotten that good of a glance at Andreas's hand here.
Oh, and this is smart. Talk to me a bit about this one.
Yeah,
Why do we make this play?
Petty thefting end of turn is simply just, you get an experience counter for Katara. It's mildly annoying for the opponent to go to cleanup, and it's simply just casting spells because you have this bonus waiting. Because now with 3 experience counters, Katara is going to be draw 3, discard 1 when it attacks, and at that point the card's amazing. So funny little situation here. If you're going to discard the Lotus Petal anyway in a Seed of Andreas, you want to sacrifice in response to the petty theft so that the brazen borrower doesn't go on an adventure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fizzle the target a little bit.
Okay, an end of turn Tomash also using the lightning bolt, just going to face. He just wants to get this match over with as soon as possible and probably just keep all of these counter magic in hand. He doesn't need all that much anymore to win the game. He is at 10 life.
Right, and now just think about this. This Katara, sure, a 1/3 has been unimpressive for a few turns, but now whenever it attacks, draw 3, discard 1. That is something
That's
that
quite
even
powerful.
Dreadhorde Arcanist, and maybe Psychic Frog is pushing it, but Dreadhorde Arcanist would be very very envious of that attack step.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think you're going to be crossing out the bingo card this game?
Oh,
Keep trying a
okay,
bit. Keep trying a bit, Andreas.
okay. It actually looks like, unless Andreas finishes the job right now, then it's going to be a yes, right?
We'll see. Let's try and analyze Andreas's hand here, and they just scoop it up so
So
they know they have no out.
I saw multiple rituals. I saw duress, so it means just no action. That must have been it. No action, because not even an attempt at greatness
Yeah,
here. And
so-
also, thanks for winning the bingo card here.
Bummer. Why do you concede? Come on.
Yeah,
I think
should pass the turn here
the stifle just completely carried this game. Just
Yeah.
one stifle, boom.
because it was a sinkhole, but also you quote unquote skip your 2 next draw steps. Right?
Really powerful.
Yeah,
Wow.
Super
Great stuff.
powerful.
But now we know about it. Different stuff.
That's exactly it. Now we know, if I know my opponent is running a full place of stifle, that changes how I play, I must say.
We've only seen one though, so I'm not sure if we would be expecting the full.
No,
playset,
you're right.
Let's dive into sideboarding here. What are we looking at?
We are looking at Carpet of Flowers, so a tried and tested strategy. Our round 1 show and tell player had the same strategy against Tempo. Really like it. We also want our Veil of Summer, and I think now that we know we're up against a Tameo and Katara build, we also want Abrupt Decay. And Empty the Warrens has been, a tempo killer for years. So we're actually doing pretty heavy sideboarding here. You might even consider leaving the Veil of Summers in the sideboard because of space, because you actually don't have much space to work with here. I would imagine Andreas wants to go lower on Ad Nauseam. It's simply just not realistic to resolve one of those. You need multiple rituals, and you need to clear the way with a discard spell, most likely. So this probably becomes a game plan around Empty the Warrens, Infernal Tutor into Empty the Warrens, and try and beat the opponent. The only spice on that meatball, though, is we're playing against the Stifle deck that can stifle the Storm Trigger on Empty the Warrens. So that actually complicates things. I confused myself in the middle of the analysis here. So I guess I'll leave it to the expert.
It's also difficult when you're playing combo. You don't want to dilute the combo too much. So that does make sense to me. Let's dive into the other deck list and see what we are looking at from the side of the aggro player. Anything that you come up with that you always generally just take out?
Generally, you have removal spells that I always want to swap for relevant interaction. So in this case, also we see a cool redirect lightning here, but I'm going to upgrade my deck now with Force and Negation for sure. I'm going to upgrade my deck with Veil of Summer for sure, because I'm up against a Duress Thoughtseize deck. And from there, I mean, you can consider boarding in a Wasteland, but you just saw your opponent is very, very willing to fetch basics. You can sideboard in some number of Pyroblasts, but at the end of the day, I think we're mainly just swapping removal spells for interaction to just have a little bit more of an interaction density.
Andreas, redirect lightning is a new one to me. I don't know
Yeah.
if you have seen it before,
Yeah.
but can you talk to me about this
Yeah,
card?
redirect lighting is really exciting on paper. I think just the way the life loss works out is you can't really play too many of that card. But in theory, it's a 1 mana misdirection, which that can even work against abilities, I believe. So I think that card has a lot of promise. Like the best analogy is like back in the day when Abrupt Decay mirrors, you had Divert saw play in some short period of time to redirect Abrupt Decay to the opponent's creature. This kind of has the same vibe to it. So this might be a great card in matchups where removal spells are flying back and forth. Not sure about this one. In theory, you can target a Thoughtseize.
Nice, makes sense to me. Maybe we can get that on screen because it is another avatar card. It has been having a great impact on Legacy so far. I
Yeah.
dig it. Let's dive into game number 2. Of course, now once we know what we're up against, this matchup does change a whole lot. And again, we've talked about it before, but being able to play very relevant here.
Absolutely relevant. So let's see what that means on the side of the Storm deck. Turn 1 discard spell is what it looks like with the basic swamp getting fetched. And that is pretty nice to get to fire that off before the opponent gets to play Tameo, before the opponent gets to hold up Brainstorm.
I don't think we want to get the action. Like we saw last time, how important it was to not get out of our lands and getting Wasteland and Stifled. Oh, there it is, Redirect Lightning. So a new one that was for me. So could I get it on screen here? As I said, Avatar making quite the splash in Legacy. Let's see at Tomash's hand. I see a Bolt, Force, Ponder, and is that another Katara?
That is a copy of Katara. So now we learn that he did like Pyroblast in small numbers, and he still thinks Bolt is a reasonable card to have. So it looks like he's sideboarded incredibly light for the matchup.
Bolt seems to me like a card that you want to trim. Like you cut maybe 2 or 3, but it's not bad if you have 1 or 2 because you can just finish out. Storm sometimes has to go low if they ad nauseum themselves. You never know. You can sometimes catch them off guard.
Yeah, Bolt is not terrible at all. We actually see Katara getting picked with the Thoughtseize here over the Force of Will. So
that was unexpected.
Huge respect onto Katara's name.
Does that signal we are going for a bit of a longer game?
Yeah, definitely. I think it says a lot about the hand. I would imagine, yeah, the second discard spell confirms my suspicion here that there's a plan for the Force of Will, but we don't want to, let's say, lose in the meantime. So getting rid of an engine card is pretty smart.
Meanwhile, Tomasz here just going to Ponder. Let's see what's in there. Didn't see a Stifle, so Ponder, Fetch. Didn't catch the third card. I'm not sure if you caught it.
No, I think when you Ponder and that's your only blue card, you basically keep any Ponders that has the next blue card. So I've slow rolled a lot of Ponders in that situation, but maybe Tomasz is in a position here where developing the game plan is, it has to be done.
Surveilling that guy away. Gaia's Will is the name. So let's see what Tomasz has as the follow-up. Currently, very fair start, I'd say. Very fair.
Very, very fair. And Andreas, with that Thoughtseize decision, make sure that this game is going to go on for a while rather than him getting buried in clues and experience counters. So the decision looks to be high level. I was just, I was surprised at it at first.
Land go. What can I say? Is this a control mirror, Andreas?
Yeah, the Storm deck has transformed into a control deck. Yeah. No, but on a serious note, that deck is trying to pick its spot. And the thing is, once you know the matchup, then turn 1 is not the spot. Turn 2 is not the spot. You now need to find the perfect spot. Make Wasteland Days a non-factor. Isolate the forces and try and go for the throat.
Especially if with the Thoughtseize, you get more information. So you really try and set up the best you can. What I love is that we didn't Thoughtseize immediately again. We want to find the correct spot. So we are going to, when we think okay, maybe we can go for this turn or next turn, then we want to Thoughtseize.
Absolutely.
Increasing storm count, seeing what the opponent does. And I imagine we might just see this for a while. Again, just passing up the turn.
Absolutely. The timing of also the second discard spell is a duress, which is less flexible. So that's just a little bit of a detail, but yeah, you're right. You want to time the duress with the turn you're going off. You don't want your opponent to make do shenanigans like brainstorm, hide the force. You pass the turn, they draw into the force. That would be, a disaster. So the moment we're casting that duress, I expect that that's going to be the crunch time.
Yeah, definitely. Surveillant here again being fetched up. Let's see if we want to keep the card on top. We can't quite make it out. But yeah, this is also interesting. If this happens, it's sometimes this Valance, what reformations give you, like you put it on the side, is this good enough? That I like thinking about it in that way. Like,
Yeah.
what could this possibly be?
Yeah.
Because if your opponents, oh, let's interrupt there because this is important. Discard and Vader Summer, yikes!
That is an amazing exchange here for Tomasz Mar, and also there's a known force of will that he's protecting with this play. That was
Drawing the
that
stifle
was
too.
backbreaking.
Ooh, I think Tomasz, especially with being able to veil a summer, was very impactful indeed.
Because you get to protect the force, you cantrip, the opponent loses a card. Yeah, that was amazing. So funnily enough, I think Stifle is now Tomasz's force pitch. I actually think it doesn't have that much use here. I guess unless your opponent draws the Empty the Warrens or a tutor, in which case you'll be very happy with it. So I think this is why we saw the slow roll ponder last turn now getting cast, because we have a new blue card that is quote unquote worse.
And we play a threat. So I think we are suddenly seeing a change here. Andreas now needs to think about, okay, the longer this game goes on, I think I have less and less odds. So he may just have to go for it soon, even though the duress didn't work.
Yeah, with Tamio in play, I think we saw a similar situation yesterday where there was a combo deck playing against a Lurrus deck with a Frog. And every time you pass the turn into these engine cards, whether it's Frog, Katara, Dreadheart Arcanist, Tamio, then, your odds are not getting better from there. So, yeah, I like to go for it sooner rather than later in spots like this.
Indeed. Andreas just played a land, passes. Tomasz is now in the driver's seat, so he's like, I'm just going to draw a bunch of cards with this Tamio, and I'm okay with that. Let's see if you can disrupt me. We have, I think it was a duress, not a thought seize, so we shall see if Tomasz has a response, but he does not. Let's take a peek at the hand. Stifle, Force, Ponder, Pyroblast Bolts, and another Stifle. Ooh, this seems very resilient to the duress.
Yeah, pretty resilient. So if Andreas has a way to fire off ad nauseum this turn, I actually really like his odds, because if you take the Force of Will here, now you have exactly 12 life to work with because of the bolt, and then your plan is to try and beat a couple of stifles, or at least get a good chunk of cards that you can do it next turn. But yeah, it's a little bit complicated. I would assume we're going to see an all-in play here, though. I do spot a Chrome Mox, an Adnos, and an LED, but this is a pass. Okay.
Just the passing of the turn, doesn't feel confident about going for it here. And how would you feel about Tomasz after this? I can imagine that, okay, maybe you feel afraid after the duress that they would go for it here.
Yeah.
But he must be feeling good now.
That was exactly where his heart skipped a beat, because if you get the turn here and your draw is force negation, then the game turns from nightmare mode to sigh relief.
What I love about this situation too about Tomasz is that he is not interested in actually flipping the Tamio. He just wants to draw a card every single turn, and you can duress me as much as you want. If I have enough blue cards and I have multiple forces, I don't care. I will just win by generating value.
Great point here about the flexibility of Tamio. Sometimes you want to flip her and try and get to the promised land, and sometimes you simply just want to pay 2 mana to draw an extra card each turn.
This was also cool. Andreas says fetch and just puts it a little bit at the upside. Do you want to respond? Because I know that you have double stifle. And Tomasz decides that, yes, I will want to stifle this.
Yeah, I like that decision a lot. Here's somewhat a brainstorm. Again, we know about the Pyroblast, so I love reacting or acting rather on Tomasz's end step, because this is a way to steal mana and then hopefully get a good card off the top. I feel like this is the force Adnos turn, but I know I've said that before.
That's true. I think Andreas was just trying to bait out a couple of spells out of Tomasz's hand.
Right.
Again, he knows the longer this game goes on, it's not going to get any better. So he needs to find that sweet spot of trying to go for it. Do you think he will try and go for the ad nauseum this time?
Yeah, I think so. And the LED pays nicely for days. And then how many cards did Tomasz see since we duressed? 1 or 2?
I think something like that.
So it's just like, well, if one of those was a force, you got it, buddy. But if not, I really like my spot here. So we're going to see, responding here, floating 3 black, I would imagine.
And force negation was found. I think that is game. I mean, technically, it's not game over. I know.
I mean,
that,
we're playing a deck with 4 copies of Ad Nauseam. So in theory,
that's true.
Plenty of good draws.
But how low can we go? Because we have 4 ad nauseum. So if you hit those, going to be over pretty.
But that
pretty
is at
soon.
least a one. So with an empty hand, it's a pretty good card to have because it's actually a one-card combo that doesn't require any ritualing or what have you.
And I love this by so much because now we do want to flip that Tamio because we can take back these forces next turn. So you're basically saying to Andreas, if you do not draw
Yes,
another
now it's the time.
win con this turn, I'm probably going to have control of this game. Didn't quite catch that, but
I
passing
think
up the
that was
turn.
an uncastable carpet of flowers. No, there's a mortuary in play. I think that was a carpet of flowers.
Okay. So looking to me like Tamasha is in the driver's seat and is probably going to take control of the game. End step, bolt here. Yeah, we're just going to try and finish as soon as possible. My guess would be no matter what, I want to take back a force.
I love it. You have mastered how to play with Tamio in defensive spots where you simply just need to turtle up. You will be fine behind all of these clues and card advantage stuff.
Let's see if Tomasz agrees here. I see in hand, I think it was the Stifle and the Daze. Didn't quite catch card number 3, but I'm sure we will find out soon. Looks like it's going to be the Force. Indeed. Yeah, makes sense to me.
You could see the Druid here be putting up pressure.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to finish the game ASAP. And I'm not sure how Andreas can come back from this.
No, this looks like fairly hopeless, but I guess a discard spell into casting a Adnos, but yeah, we don't know about the last card in hand, I believe. Okay, that was Infernal Tutor.
Infernal Tutor, okay, but we can counter that. Let's see
So
that
now
happens.
Tomas has to think about, well, what can the opponent possibly find here? And am I willing to let them potentially put a storm card into their hand, or should I just break off the chain now?
And I think at this point, you just don't want to take any chances. You just want to try and win as soon as possible. You never know what they might have in their deck that you maybe didn't think about. So I like this play a lot.
I liked it a lot as well. The Druid is growing a little bit. Let's see if there's a clue crack here. Yeah, I love it because you need to see as many cards as possible to maximize damage potentially.
Indeed, I didn't catch another counter spell, but I do think there's a Stifle left, so we should be feeling relatively safe. Also, next turn, again, we can bring back the
Yeah.
Force, and we have a threat now, so we don't need Tamio anymore. So let's see what top deck is from Andreas. Didn't quite catch it, but just passing up the turn, so nothing special.
Also, Andreas has so much mana here, but with no action card, that is not the most exciting.
Indeed. Let's see, Wasteland here. Yeah, cutting them off green, that's smart. Not really that impactful, I guess, but it's why not do it if you can? Let's play another Tamio, increasing that threat here, and I imagine we are going to see a attack. I'm curious. Do we want to really take that force? Or do
Yeah,
we want to keep?
I love it.
Yeah,
I want to
agree.
take back. Oh,
The
wow!
Brainstorm.
Take
Okay.
back Brainstorm in order to keep churning, trying to grow the Druid and flip the next Tamio, which is, in theory, there's a little bit of a shields down situation here.
Possibly. We don't know all of the cards in Tomash's hand, so maybe there's another. Yeah, I saw Force of Will. I saw Force
Okay,
of,
so that's the reason why he's basically
and the
saying
Force of Negation. I think we are in the driver's seat. So
I think
I understand.
Tomasz earned the check mark here.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that flips again. So everything that you want. Plus slamming in for 5, I think. Putting the opponent down to 5. Yeah, and I don't think that Andreas can win from here,
Nope.
especially not with that draw and concession. Good games there. Yeah, wow, the deck by Tomasz, haven't seen it before, but it felt really powerful.
Yeah, I loved it. I love the questing druids. They're actually very serviceable instant speed cards. So you need to build your deck a little bit with Katara in mind. You cannot just play mono sorcery speed stuff, right? It needs a little bit of work. So I like it a lot. I'm looking for the turn where -3 on Tamio bring back the Veil to get 1 mana from Tamio. That mode is cool when you play Rug to get an extra mana, but
you actually get a green card.
yeah.
Doesn't
It's
seem
super
that
rare.
much.
Been super rare for me in Legacy at least.
We saw how impactful green was. We saw Fela Summer being very, very good, and there have been a certain points in this game where like one card being played decided the entire match. I quite love that.
Yeah, I mean, Veil of Summer super impactful. When you get to catch a discard spell, that's what a time to be alive.
Lovely indeed. We have another backup match ready for you. We should have Blue Dredge here versus Cradle Control. So let's dive in and see what we are up again. So these decks, what we will be seeing are not, I would say, on our bucket list of decks that I would be expecting immediately, especially not this one, Blue Dredge. What do you think?
Yeah, so this blue dredge deck is very, very explosive, and I can tell you the dredge players across the globe were very, very excited to see Entomb go from Legacy because now all of a sudden there's less focus on the graveyard. And guess what?
Yeah.
It's time to just cast careful studies and brainstorms and get the job done the old-fashioned way using the dredge mechanic. And yes, this is the Legacy portion. Vintage was yesterday, but we're actually doing very well here with the dredge deck out of the get-go. This deck is looking to put a dredge into the graveyard, replace the draws from brainstorm and careful study with dredges, and then hit free creatures, maybe demolish the opponent's hand. And this deck can even finish off with dread return onto Thassa's Oracle.
Cool, really, really cool. All right, let's see what we are up against here against Cradle Control. I love Cradle Control because they have gotten a new addition from Avatar again. Do you know which one before we get it on screen?
Maybe it's the little cub.
The Badger Mole Cub, indeed. Really cool card. We have seen that we get green cards that are being played. That's also that is underrated a bit because green is a color that we don't see all that often. So yeah, talk to me about this deck.
Yeah, Cradle Control is a fan favorite deck that apparently cut a couple of Cradles from the list, which is a little bit surprising. But yeah, this is a go wide, synergy based green creature deck, but it also has a big finish with a natural order into either a lethal Craterhoof or a Traxa. And as you alluded to, it's recently got a shot in the arm from the Avatar set with the Badger Mole Cub that really essentially is extra Cradles, right? So I guess that's the explanation for trimming on Cradles on the actual mana base, and now you get your extra mana burst there. So yeah, this deck is going to be super cool. One of the key cards to watch out for is the White of the Reliquary. The essential. So one of the experts on the deck, Newton, always just says, "Yeah, don't let me untap with that card." So that means it's pretty darn powerful in the deck.
And talk about experts. Do you know who Jan Lengert is?
Tell me about it.
Well, he is a 3 Eternal Weekend top 8 winner. So
Wow.
if he is deciding to go for this deck, I mean, we should take care of
Oh
it.
yeah, no, I'm certainly bringing out the notepad here. That is an
Taking
expert.
notes.
Yeah, an expert bringing exactly that deck to this tournament.
Yeah,
That
for
I'd
sure.
love to see it.
And these players look to be 1-1. Okay, interesting to know. And it looks like Leonardo is on the play. Close deck lists again. So just starting off with a Flooded Strand. I would not be thinking about Blue Dredge. I don't know about you.
No,
But-
but on the other hand, Leonardo now knows what he's up against because Forest into Ignoble Hierarch is only a play that Cradle Control would make.
Indeed. Now, does that change a whole lot, especially game 1 for Dredge? Is there a matchup where you really want to think about certain cards?
I think here it's basically your ghost sign. You don't have to worry about days. You know you kind of have free realm. You also know that the green deck has inevitability in the sense that if that deck gets to untap with White of Reliquary, that is access to Bajuka Box. So this is essentially the go sign to just make the most powerful, efficient plays as possible for the Dredge pilot.
I think this is otherworldly, but I can't.
Gaze?
Gaze, indeed.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get that on screen. A card that I would be worried about if I was on the Dredge side, being against a green-based deck, is Endurance, because that's sometimes played in the main board. I would be wary about that. So if I hit, like, for example, this Cabal Therapies, I would just try and fire that off if I can.
Right. Endurance, especially, was a big concern with Entomb Legal. I would imagine these days the numbers are way lower, but who knows, right? That's just my personal opinion and threat assessment, I guess.
Yeah, the main thing is you can't know, so I would just try
Yeah.
and think about it. But well, it's always a guess bit. All right, here we go. Otherworldly Gaze. Can you talk to me about this one?
Yeah, so Otherworldly Gaze is a way to get the initial Dredger into the graveyard. So Surveilling 3 here, hitting Golgari Grave Troll, a card we can play 4 of in this format. Yesterday was just a one-off.
Oh, and this is a powerful sword to interrupt you there, but did you see what was played?
Yeah, the single copy of Breakthrough in the deck.
Yeah, and that's scary, right?
Breakthrough is the best card for game 1 situations when it's down to a race, and then it becomes a little bit of a liability in sideboarded games where, you know, people can account for your graveyard. I think this is 0 Dredger's hit,
I didn't see a Dredger, indeed.
which now stops, you know, the oh, that was a second one already. Oh,
Okay, never
cancel.
mind.
Cancel that.
We didn't hit one, but who needs it? Who
It
needs
was already there from the Otherworldly Gaze.
And starting off strong, it seems to me like currently Leonardo is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, because if you keep hitting Dredgers here, you can replace all the 4 draws all the way down. And that is a huge difference from actually drawing 2 random cards off your deck and discarding your whole hand. Because remember, that is what's going to happen afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. What are we hoping to hit here when you're Leonardo?
Well, I think we hope to hit as many Narcomoebas as possible. I think even the first one will do the trick here because then you can start casting Cabal Therapy. You get back a bunch of Poxwalkers. But it looks like 0 Narcomoebas. And I actually didn't pay enough attention to this specific build. So I'm actually not sure. Like, if I don't think there's any. Oh, that was Narcomoeba. Okay.
Mhm.
So Narcomoeba enters here as the trigger because it got milled. And now, with Cabal Therapy in the graveyard, Poxwalkers will return for free, and we will get a zombie for each Bridger Billow we have in the graveyard. So let's see what Leonardo can do here.
Mhm. Do you think we will see a Cabal Therapy naming Endurance?
Well, if Endurance was there, it would have happened in response to the Narcomoeba already. So
sure.
no, don't think we're going to see that. But if we could Cabal Therapy the top of our opponent's deck, then that would be the name.
Is there another card you would be interested in naming here? Okay, quickly, before we think.
I will guess that the name is going to be Natural Order or Green Sun Zenith here.
That makes sense.
But it depends on how much power we can put on the board. Potentially, we can ignore Green Sun Zenith.
Okay, yeah, makes sense to me. We'll find out soon what is being hit.
The
Cool.
Cub is also a possibility.
Mhm.
Next turn, if Jan goes land Cub, there's access to like double Cub, like those kind of draws.
There's so many options. Then again, I think I remember there were 2 Cabal Therapies in here, right?
Yeah.
So we could just whiff on the first one
Yeah,
and just
right.
try again with full
So-
information.
If I have to really put in my absolute best guess here, I will guess Natural Order.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Hoping that you're correct. Meanwhile, talk to me about what happened here with these creatures.
Yeah, so it looks like 3 Poxwalkers are getting returned from the graveyard because we're casting a Cabal Therapy with flashback from the graveyard. 3/1 Death Touch enters tapped when you play a card from the graveyard. Pretty darn amazing. And then we're currently looking for zombie tokens to, and I think it's a single bridge from below. So
Yeah, I think I
the
saw
flashback cost
only
on
one.
therapy equals a single zombie. So this deck is basically trying to build a huge board, rip its opponent's hand to shreds, and then win in a turn or two.
See 2 zombies being put into play.
Okay, so double bridge.
So 13 power on the board. Yeah, that's gonna be game over relatively quickly.
Another cool one that is not very intuitive is if you sacrifice Poxwalkers to flashback a therapy, it just gets right back into play.
I mean, so we're definitely going to be seeing that for
Yep.
sure.
Yep.
Let's see what Leonardo names, but there's no natural order, I think, in hand. Ooh, and there is double of the blinking on the
Yep.
name.
Yeah, Springheart Nantuko.
Springheart Nantuko, yeah. So that's definitely going to be named. It would be my guess. Or do you want to get that Singleton Green Sun?
Yeah, that's a tough one. So Singleton Greens on Zenith. I'm not quite sure that's gonna do it against this board.
There we go.
Springheart Nantuko, that is a lot of blockers potentially though. Yeah, it's juicy.
I'm curious. We'll find out. Leonardo
We
is
will
deciding.
get that one back, 2 more zombies. And then what are we gonna name here? Because now we have a pretty impressive board. I feel like the 1/1s can buy a lot of time.
We
Yeah.
do decide to just take it. Yeah. I do like this play. It makes you're going to be able to fetch up probably 1 creature, but I'm just going to be slamming with so much damage. I think we're looking at a 2-turn clock, potentially even 1, depending on what we find next turn.
Right.
And I think another Zenith was drawn.
It looks. Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with that artwork.
I think it's just a alternative artwork.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know that one.
There we go. What are we fetching?
Yeah, great question. So White of the Reliquary would be the most obvious one because that can get you to a Bajuka Bog. And you actually just have now 2 creatures in the graveyard, so that is a conveniently a 4/4 out of the gates. Let's see if there's a better option.
You can see Badgermole being on top there, but I don't see how that gets us out of the weeds here.
Yeah, the thing with that card is you now plan to take the damage and then make Natural Order a live top deck, so you can win with maybe stabilize with Atraxa.
Yep.
So let's try and do the math a little bit here. 3 Poxwalkers on the other side. 1 is phased out though, but it's gonna be available. And 4 zombies. So that's 8. That's
17.
17 power. You will have to take 17, and then you have to stabilize from there. So I don't think that's possible.
We went for white.
White of the Reliquary, yeah.
Okay, makes sense. So let's just that as we've heard, don't let me untap with that creature. So
Maybe
you may
this-
see some shenanigans.
Right, that is putting it to the test here. I actually think he's at any fair deck, so maybe that disqualifies this dredge deck. I also have to be fair. I don't want to misquote the great Newton.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing. Every time my opponent, when I've seen that card, on top of it, I am afraid.
Yeah.
Especially when you're playing a control deck, you just need to get rid of it because
Yeah.
it's so much protection. And
Otherwise, it's going to represent Talon Gates and Bajuka Bogs and what have you.
bad stuff will happen, I'm sure.
So Dredge 7 on the draw step here shows a third copy of Bridge from Below and one more Therapy.
I think it's Dredge 6, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, it's Dredge
Okay.
6, so that's why it's restricted in Vintage.
Mhm.
Simply just powering down the Dredge deck a little bit.
Nice. I am seeing another Cobalt Therapy here. Let's see what Leonardo decides to do with it. Just naming it. I mean, you know about nothing at this point? No, you know about Green Tansini, but it was played. You don't know about the one that was drawn. So what are we naming here in the dark?
Right, so we don't know about that. So I think at this point we should name. Do we know about a land? Was that the one? I think it has a lot to do with whether there's a land in the mix or not.
Leonardo knows about one land. So
right.
there's one.
So
one
Natural
blank
Order
land.
is a card that, you know, Jan can draw at this point. So I would probably name Natural Order here.
Okay, so no hit stutter indeed. Probably Natural Order. I'm just going to trust you on that one, but was not in the hand.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
see.
we can pretend that I got that one. So now we're going to see Dread return, sacrificing 3 Poxwalkers. They will get back right away though. So, ooh, I need this.
What's that one?
Satori. I think this can go lethal now. Look for the second Dread return to then bring back Oracle. But
Could you talk
Satoru.
to me about that one? Maybe we can get it on
Yeah, I
screen
would
as well.
need to
I'm-
get it
I'm
on
not-
screen
I'm
to,
not
to
so familiar.
clarify here. But it's a combo piece that will get you through your deck. But I can't remember the details.
Okay, we'll see about that soon. So many zombies here entering. So yeah, looking. If we can have a reader, yeah, Jan has to read it as well. So lots of new cards we've been seeing. So
Yeah,
they are really putting us to the
that card
test.
is you know, just a niche. It's not new, it's just niche.
Okay.
So let's see. Whenever Satoru and or one or more other non-token creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if none of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card. So every time the Pocket come back, every time then you draw a card. Now you can replace it with Dredge. So this
Okay.
essentially gets through your deck towards the second Dread return, which then brings back Oracle. So now we're finishing in one swoop. Here
There
it
we
is.
go.
Here it is on the screen.
Mhm. And even a different artwork, which is why we didn't catch it earlier.
Oh
Probably.
yeah. That's the reason.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Wink, wink. Yeah, cool stuff here. Do you think Leonardo is going to be able to finish?
Yeah, this looks like we can just do a little bit of math here when it comes to Dredge, and then fire off the second Dread return onto Thassa's Oracle.
3 cards remaining in the library.
Oh, okay. So I guess the Oracle could be hiding there.
Possible.
So now the thing is, with 3 cards in the deck, that is an annoying number, because now if Narcomoeba is put into play here, we don't have a Dredge 3, we only have a Dredge 4. So we cannot dredge our whole library.
Yeah. Are we maybe in a bit of a pickle?
I wouldn't go that far. I think we're doing fine on the dredge side of things, but we did not finish the job here.
Mhm. Okay, so is there a way out for Jan?
Jan, let's see. What if Natural Order is the top card? I think if Natural Order is the top card, well, let's see if the Oracle is in there. Is that an Oracle I see above the Force of Will?
I think that's a Flooded Strand.
Or
is there another
next to it then?
It's double blue, so my guess would be yes.
Yeah, okay. So if we already have the Oracle, we will be fine here. Also know that we have exactly 2 cards left in the library.
Okay.
So Dread Return is on the stack. Poxwalkers will trigger.
Players are communicating here. This is, I mean, with Dredge, there's always so much going on, and even for us, it's also they're putting us to the test here. You know, all these triggers, all these things flying around need to be happening in the correct order, and I think that's what's happening here. Like, what are you getting when and stuff like that. It's difficult to play Dredge and also to play against, because what is happening when is not easy to keep track of.
Absolutely. So it looks like there's a little bit of discussion around what is getting sacrificed to the Dread return. Leonardo decides to sacrifice the Satoru. That makes a lot of sense if you don't want to mill yourself out. And here's a beautiful signed Thassa's Oracle coming in for lethal.
Looks like that's the game.
Two cards in the
indeed.
deck. Checks devotion. You have a couple of Narcomoebas hanging out down there, so you could even have done it with 4 cards left in the deck.
Just to be sure.
Yep.
Okay, well, Dredge takes it home. Game number 1. I'd say typically what Dredge wants to do.
Oh, right. Yeah. You
Okay.
need a high game 1 win rate for that deck to be competitive, and then you need your opponent to be, with backs against the wall, forced to win 2 games in post sideboard.
Let's dive into sideboarding here for Dredge. Andreas, talk to me.
It looks like this sideboard is built to handle other graveyard decks, and it's built to handle other combo decks with the Days, and it's also built to handle opposing hate cards with the Chain of Vapor and Stern Dismissal. So I actually assume we're going to see very, very few changes here on the Dredge side of things, because Days on the draw is not exciting against a Mana Dork deck. You might want some Chain of Vapors so you can bounce White at the Reliquary to get Pajuka Bug out of the equation. So yeah, I could see going down a little bit on your actual combo finish, and then adding some bounce spells.
And the same here. We don't want to overboard, right? Because we're playing Dredge, so we can't bring in too much stuff.
Absolutely.
Let's see what Cradle Control wants to do here for sideboarding. And I want to see how many Endurances are left, because that's a card we talked about a lot. But is there a card on the main board, Endurance? I don't think there is. But we did have Keen-Eyed Curator, so that was an option. So, okay, what do you think, Andreas?
Yeah, so 3 copies of Endurance on the sideboard. Those are very, very juicy. Aside from that, not too much going on here. So I think we're going to see the double champ or double Tabate competitor, I guess. Cut Collector Oof, and we'll be looking for a few more cuts. You could cut something like Sylvan Safekeeper. And then from there, you need to cut 1 more card to fit your 3 endurances, and then I think you're ready to go. Being on the play is huge because you get to Thoughtseize the Dredge deck that might only have 1 discard outlet. So there's this Cradle Control is heavily favored for game 2.
Okay, let's dive into the game. I think, do you ever keep a hand that does not have a way to deal with the graveyard? Is that an option?
Yeah, if you have a Thoughtseize, that's good enough, because oftentimes you can snag your opponent's 1 Careful Study or 1 Otherworldly Gaze, and then all of a sudden you buy enough time. So yeah, that changes a little bit on the play.
All right, cool. Once upon a time, let's see if we have any good hits. Can't quite make them out, but I did see double force here from the blue Dredge side, and ooh, that's a good one. We reveal Endurance, so yep, you'll have to see it. It's unfortunate that we have to reveal, though.
Yeah, you're right, but that comes with the job when we're actually get to dig for it with Once Upon a
I
Time.
mean, it's not like that's a reason to not take it. Sure, you know about it, but I mean, you still have to play around it.
It's going to be super powerful, but yeah, Force of Will, as you already noted in Leonardo's hand, can cancel that out somewhat easily. So let's see how resilient Leonardo's hand is here. How many times? Oh, what? Oh, I thought it was going to be a slow Dredge situation, but that was a polluted Delta. I thought as a Golgari Thug here. Okay.
Okay, so me, my green sun seen here for Dryad Arbor, X is 0, and just shuffling back into the library. Leonardo fetches. Didn't quite catch everything in the hand, but we will see what they decide to do. Is there a reason to fetch a certain type of land here when you're playing Dredge against like it says Mole Control, but I'm going to call it Cradle Control.
Yeah. The thing is, the way Mole Badger the cup works is it's very good with Wasteland. Wasteland will get back after getting sacrificed. So I would actually say Wasteland is a bit more to be expected these days, and that's also why we see that Leonardo's going even deeper here to locate the basic island.
Yeah, indeed, I love it. Okay, blue Dredge. Let's see what turn 1 play is. I imagine just want to fire off these things as soon as possible, because you don't want your opponent to actually find another way to get rid of the graveyard. You have a force, and you even have, I see 1 brainstorm in there. Was that?
That's a careful study.
Okay.
So if we can put a Dredger into the graveyard, this game is going to go very well, but I don't think that's the case. So... And now it's quite the opposite, because it's a world of difference whether you're using your Brainstorm to dredge 18 cards or using your Brainstorm to draw 3, put 2 back.
Yeah, and I think there was only another island in the hand as a land source.
Right.
Think so?
So Poxwalkers and Bridge into the graveyard, those do very, very little.
And I think, is that on the backside, is that a Keen-Eyed Curator from Jan? If it is true, that means we have 2 ways to get to keep the graveyard under control. That would be very powerful. Let's see what we want to do here. Do we want to fire off this Endurance right now? Because not that threatening the graveyard.
No, we have to wait until there's actually some fireworks out of the Dredge graveyard. I remember actually my first top 8 at a competitive tournament was back in Extended, and I basically lost my top 8 match because I misplayed my Tormod script. I played a Zoo strategy against old Dredge in Extended, and I was just proactive about my graveyard hate, like pop the Tormod crypt, but I should have let my opponent play, put triggers on the stack, mill a lot of the library, and then fire the crypt. So I think we're going to see endurance in response to some fireworks rather than a proactive tool.
And this is, like I said, it's not easy to play against Dredge. So even though, yeah, you have Graveyard Hate, but against Dredge, it's not always obvious when is the best time to do so. Because if you use that incorrect time, they're just going to fill the graveyard immediately again.
Yeah, very good point. So imagine next turn let's just, for the sake of argument, say we have a Dredge in the graveyard. We resolve Breakthrough, right? Then you just let your opponent go through all of those motions. And then when all of the triggers are on the stack, boom, get rid of the graveyard.
Talking about boom, we have Keen-Eyed Curator, so that's a good one to keep the graveyard under control. So
that is,
I like playing that one.
Yeah, Scavenging Ooze evolved into this card in these decks over time. And this is a little bit of an expensive way to keep the graveyard in check, but it's also just very good because if that can just get rid of the single Dredger that will inevitably get there every time, the Dredge deck is just so timid.
But Leonardo decides not to force, so he has a way, or at least he thinks that he has a way to deal with this creature, which is interesting to me.
Right, so no Forcible getting cast onto that card. Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's see, Brainstorm. Since he knows about the Endurance, he's maybe like, yeah, I think I need another way to navigate my way through this.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, I feel like, because we have to handle, well, we have to play through the onboard Curator, while we can never be super soft to Endurance either.
Troll, Narcomoeba, and Stinkweed Imp being drawn. So let's see what we put back here. I imagine the Narcomoeba is not something I want in hand, or maybe pitching at the Force. What do you think?
Yeah, this has to do with the overall plan here. So Cabal Therapy has Endurance handled. That's a good place to start. So I'm still curious why we allowed the Badger to enter the field. The Raccoon, I'm sorry.
The Keen-Eyed Curator, indeed. A raccoon. Lovely artwork, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I love that one. Very playful.
Yeah, for sure. I love the set. What's the name of the set again? Was it Lorwyn? Was it Lorwyn? I don't know.
We don't get paid to know about these sets.
We only know about Avatar, right? That's the
Bloomborough.
Bloomborough, indeed. Yeah, I love that set because it was all with cute little animals and stuff like that.
Right.
So I also upgrade my own swords to plowshares with the mouse artwork.
Oh yeah.
Highly recommend.
Oh yeah, that's the cool thing about Magic. There's something for everybody.
Yeah, and you also had I'm talking about Jeskai control now. About the you played Teferi and Narcissus. There was like birds. So I now have a flavorful animal Jeskai control deck.
Yeah,
I dig it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Right, Brainstorm being resolved here, fetching, getting rid of those bad cards, and let's see what we have next. Cabal Therapy, I guess. And I mean, my guess would be Endurance. What would you name?
Yeah, we're gonna name Endurance here. Take that off the table. And then we're going to have a little bit of a headache when it comes to the Keen-Eyed Curator.
I think there's double Endurance in Jan's hands. So
wow.
You just play the Endurance, pitch the Endurance?
So if you do that, I guess the opponent gets a free roll at something else, but I think that's acceptable.
Or maybe you just pitch one, hoping that your opponent does not name Endurance again.
That is...
I do like that.
A viable play, no doubt. Was that indeed the play?
That was the Badger Mole being pitched. So indeed, that is the play. I like it. That's a good way to set it up because your opponents, the chances of them naming Endurance again are so low. I mean, I would not do that if I was Leonardo.
Now we're probably back into the natural order side of things. So if there is a second Endurance, very, very nice play here from Jan, basically selling the story that, well, you're going to name this one Endurance anyway, so might as well.
Yeah, and let's see what gets named here. I mean, if Leonardo does name Endurance again, that would be wow.
That is a win in the book.
Yes, for sure. But he's thinking about it. Like my guess would also be natural order if Endurance is gone.
Also, we know it's this is a tough one. This is a perfect spot for Jan to have two Endurances, and this is going to be a fun one.
Let's see. Okay, they didn't name Endurance. That makes sense. But still difficult for Leonardo. How are we navigating this?
We have to get going through Keen-Eyed Curator and a bunch of mana, which is next to impossible. So I think this is more like, impress me, Leonardo. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got, indeed. I mean, he's not conceding, so he sees an out here, which does make sense.
He does.
Disrupt the Flute is being drawn. We do have the Wasteland. I imagine we just fire it off soon, trying to prevent our opponent from having more mana. Let's see if that happens indeed. And do we want to use that Disrupt the Flute?
So Disruptor Flute, I wonder why it's in the deck. So I guess you can name Dread Return and avoid getting comboed, but that's only relevant in games where the opponent has full access to the graveyard. So I would actually love for that card to hit the battlefield and get to pick Jan's mind a little bit about what's his plan with that card.
Another island being played. I think we just passed the turn here. Indeed, you can see Jan just getting rid of everything every single turn. That's what you want to be doing. And now maybe trying to look at his own graveyard to pump up the Keen-Eyed Curator.
You want to see if you can find 4 different types there, and if that's the case, then the clock is going to be super fast.
There we go. Looks like that was successful. So now I think if you're Jan, you just attack each turn and do nothing else. Keep that endurance in hand. Just try to finish as soon as possible. That will be my strategy.
Yeah, and that is very, very soon because it's 7 damage here and then 8 damage next turn with the help from the Dart Arbor. So, yeah.
So you can see Leonardo checking why does this have the counters on there. But we know that 4 types have been removed, so it should be all good. Putting them down to 8. So yeah, Leonardo needs to finish the game now at his turn, or we are looking at a game 3.
That is super likely. So we get a little bit more airtime here. You have time to text your mom and say, "Hey, I'm still on TV. You can you can watch me for a little longer."
Fastest Oracle being drawn. I don't think that's going to cut it. Wow. Okay, I'm curious. The decision of not forcing the Keen-Eyed Curator was important here in this game, right?
Hugely important. So when you let a hate piece resolve and you concede the game with Force Will still left in your hand, that just is always just a cause for a little bit of reflection.
And we are off straight to game number 3 with a careful study being cast. I imagine we do not want to change anything for game 3, so I think that's why we are not going back to the deck lists here.
Yeah, right. So in theory, we could bring in Daze while on the play. It's going to be more likely that it hits, especially in a deck that is willing to mulligan a lot. Then Force of Will can be a liability. It also looks like Leonardo needs to practice his skills at drawing dredge cards.
Yeah, that's important.
It's been a little bit unimpressive with the careful studies.
Yeah.
So a mulligan, and you put 2, I believe, non-dredgers into the graveyard.
That's Once Upon a Time. Let's see what we find. That's National Order. Is that Keen-Eyed Curator? Second card? Yes, indeed it is. There we go. You love to see it.
Yeah, so this puts Leonardo in a little bit of a tough spot. So now he knows, okay, I have to force this card eventually. And at the same time, my opponent is probably going to be playing a serviceable creature plan. So lots of stuff to worry about here.
Okay, so it looks like we did keep Sylvan Safekeeper into the deck. That's interesting.
So then the plan is essentially, if you can land a Safekeeper alongside the Curator, then you're safe. And yeah, it seems to be working out nicely here. I guess drawing 2 1-ofs naturally helps a little bit with a plan
looks like
that.
they did find a Dredger. You see that?
Okay. So the second
it was hidden.
Okay, that's great.
And these are some good hits.
Very, very good hits. So this turn is going to be key. And look at those 2 juicy careful studies. They currently read mill 10 cards.
Yikes. That must be difficult. But okay, it's not like Jan has nothing to do here. So we will see who is the more powerful in this setup. So I imagine you just, when you're Leonardo, how do you want to navigate this?
Yeah, so the first thing I'm noticing is Leonardo is a big boy here, not fetching before. So in theory, he could get super unlucky with the dredges here, hitting his lands. But you want to just cast your careful studies and power through because the endurance problem is not getting any better. I will say there might be Force of Will blue card in the hand. So maybe we need to maximize our output here while keeping up Force blue card.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Patrol. I also saw a bridge from below in there. You can see the Narco Amoeba. So looks like Leonardo now is having some good hits here. Also saw a Pock Walker somewhere in there.
Incredible hits. So if there's a Cabal Therapy in the graveyard, I think this gets super complicated for Jan to win.
Yeah, and especially since we also have the Force backup. I'm liking the odds of Leonardo currently.
So let's see here. Are we willing to go down Force blue card to keep going? Or are we willing to slow down and let the game develop?
I'm curious.
Not an easy one.
There is a situation here where Leonardo is just like, yeah, you're keen-eyed. If it comes down now, you actually can't exile anything, so I'm okay with it. I'm just gonna win next turn on put so many threats on the battlefield that it's okay.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it here. You solved the case. That's exactly it. In my mind, that 1-drop was a mana dork, but it actually isn't. So now the best thing Jan can do is develop the raccoon and the will in Leonardo's hand has the potential endurance covered. So that you're into the mind of Leonardo here. You totally nailed it.
Would be my guess, but I could be wrong. I think it depends on how Leonardo wants to approach the game. It was so backbreaking, game number 2, that maybe he thinks about it for a while. But my guess would be, yeah, I'm just going to let this one resolve now and see what we can do.
We can fetch and surveil in response to learn a little bit more before making our move.
I would actually
I would actually love to see that.
Yeah.
That's a move that's very good to have up your sleeve against non-dazed decks in general.
Looks like that's what's happening. Very, very clever indeed. These players have been playing very well, I think.
Oh yeah. Also, when these decks are just screaming, they love their deck, right?
Yeah, you can see it with as soon as you have alternative artworks and all the special artworks, then you know, yeah, you love the deck. So what does Leonardo want to hit here?
Yeah, so it's just a little bit of if I hit a Cabal Therapy here, then all of a sudden I'm confident that my next turn is going to be super good, so I don't have to force this Curator.
Ooh, you called it. It was I think it was a Cabal Therapy.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Exactly what the doctor ordered there. So we will get that one here, dredging 6.
So we see Forcible getting slow rolled here because we simply believe that our quote unquote slow dredging here is gonna be enough. So now it depends on the number of bridges. It depends on the number of Poxwalkers. And if we can therapy our way to, I guess, make sure we don't lose to natural order, that keeps being my #1 priority. Yeah, let's see about that.
Didn't seem like the best hits this time. I think I just saw a bunch of blue cards here.
Yep.
So, and yeah, maybe just attack here.
I
now we're
think
going to
this-
sacrifice it for
this
the Cabal
just
Therapy.
entered.
Yeah, okay.
So Cabal Therapy here, triggering bridge, triggering any number of bridges, any number of Poxwalkers.
I like that. What are we naming here?
I'm gonna say natural order once again because imagine the opponent untaps and slams natural order. You can say with force blue card that might even be desirable. So let's see. Leonardo could get a little bit frisky here and name something like Green Sun Zenith that does not require an additional sacrifice. So it looks like we named endurance here. That'll be my guess.
Yeah, doesn't look, I think that's Fiend Artisan,
Yep.
Natural Order, and Once Upon a Time. Okay, so no Natural Order being named here. Doesn't look like we care about that card. Maybe since we have the Force, we are feeling like if you go for Natural Order, I'm okay with that.
Ooh, we're actually gonna change gears here and say, I want to explode, and I believe I can find the next copy of Cabal Therapy to clear that natural order.
Interesting enough, I think this was the only other blue card
Yep,
in hand.
yep.
So this is a bit of a risk.
This is a risk. You're going to be dredging 12 cards, and if you don't find a Cabal Therapy in those 12 cards, you're going to be potentially sad.
Yeah, indeed. Then again, we did see the hand of Jan, so we know what's up. It's unlikely that Natural Order is going to be played next turn, so he might be, yeah, I think I'm okay with just doing this right now.
Good call. Good call. It's actually, we need a Cradle in order to do that.
Which can happen, but I mean, educate. Ooh,
That was
Cabal
the
Therapy,
therapy.
Cabal Therapy. So now we do name the Natural Order, I guess.
The other cards were Once Upon a Time and Green Sun Zenith. Yeah, that sounds like that we cannot, risk that the opponent draws natural order and slams the tracks onto the battlefield.
Okay, I guess we'll find out soon. Let's see, just Leonardo pointing out a million things in the
Yeah.
graveyard, all these triggers stacking
I'm getting zombies, and these Poxwalkers are coming back.
Yeah,
And this careful study should go to the graveyard.
sure it will. Eventually. Okay, there we go. All the stuff comes back.
Yeah.
Natural Order going to be discarded in a minute, my guess would be. And what do you think if it's Jan's turn? Are there any targets that we can hit into graveyard that's very impactful at this point?
Maybe the thing is, even if we draw endurance from the top of the deck, we cannot cast it. Is that correct? Yeah.
Currently, yeah.
We can remove 2 cards with the Curator, but this is just...
But I guess we just pitch. We don't need to actually cast.
Yeah. Natural Order hits the bin here. Eventually, I gave it a, what do you say, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess maybe it was named game 1 or game 2.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, it looks like we are passing the turn. Just checking that everything is completed as you should. There we go. Let's see what the top deck is. I think it's going to be an important turn for Jan. Natural Order. I mean, it did got discarded, but that's not going to solve anything here.
So let's see. Can we do anything smart? We can Zenith for 0 for Dried Arbor. Then we can hold up 1 mana for the Curator as a little bit of a hedge.
is it a possibility that we just play Fiend Artisan and hope that, yeah, if I just want to play this one now to set up, hopefully, to search for endurance with it later, if I do get there.
Yeah, let's see. We're at 18. The opponent has 14 power in play. And the opponent can probably dredge their way into even more power, and at that point, endurance is going to be too late. I'm not the biggest fan of playing out a 1-1 here, but let's see.
Looks like Jan agrees. I think this is much better. Yeah, indeed.
yeah.
You dig deeper, you may find endurance here, so this is better.
I think this play is about finding either Cradle or Endurance.
Ooh, well,
Was that a Bajuka Bog?
that's a Bajuka Bog. That's a nice find. Yeah,
And
there's
even
not much you can do about it when
Bajuka
you're
Bog,
Leonardo.
yeah. So I'm sorry for cutting you off there. Bajuka
go
Bog is
ahead.
also a nice. It's actually a mana source we need because now drawing a land makes us able to cast the natural order in the hand. So
And Leonardo had everything covered with the Force Will, but not this one. That's scary.
oh, true. Wait a minute. There's no blue card for that force, right?
Okay, that's also true.
I think the force is off the table. That was the tough choice last turn of should I keep stepping on the gas or should I, sit here pretty with my force blue card?
For sure. Now, it's not game over for Leonardo. We already have a bunch of stuff on the battlefield. So if we do draw a blue card here, we could just say, well, beat down it is, and I'm going to try and carry with this voice.
A blue card from the top here is a death sentence for Jan, so that would be unexciting. I want him to brick on this draw step. I want Jan to draw the land, and then I want to see Atraxa versus the world.
Yeah, I want to see more magic. More magic. That's always good.
And when I play, I'm always cheering and I'm in commanding position. I'm always cheering for my opponents to have good draws, so we can otherwise the game is just over. What's the fun? What's the fun in winning?
Yeah,
right.
We want to go to time every single round. That's the idea. And then in round 5 of extension, that's when you win.
Yeah, I want something.
Oh, but that was a good draw.
Prolongs the game. What was it?
I think the name of the blue land.
Cephalid Coliseum.
Cephalid Coliseum. That's a good one.
Looks like a little bit of a brick here, right? With the graveyard just being cleaned.
Yeah, you're right about that. Of course. Okay.
This is going to be how much? It's going to be 9 damage, I believe.
Looks like we're having just exchanging some blockers here. Poxwalkers have Death Touch, right?
Yeah, it's a 3/1 with Death Touch, so blocking with a 1/1 makes perfect sense.
Yep.
The Curator eats a zombie, and now I think Natural Order will stabilize this game.
I mean, but I do think Jan needs another land here. I don't think. Yeah, we need to top deck a land here.
Yeah, exactly. Hardcat, Gary Thug. Let's go.
As I said, beatdown plan. So, okay, so we took a bit of a risk with getting rid of the other blue card here, and let's see.
Right.
I think if Jan top decks a land here, we're in for business. Was that a land?
It was something green.
Once upon a time. It was something green. Yeah, I mean.
All right, so the game is still going. We love that.
I think we just, what do we play? Do we want to play Once Upon a Time or the Fiend Artisan? Or just clean up the graveyard?
What is the bottom card on the screen right now?
Narcomoeba.
It looks like an Narcomoeba. Okay, so there was an Narcomoeba attacking last turn as well that I didn't think about. Okay. So it was actually 10 damage last turn. What does that change for us here?
Ooh, Cradle.
Gaia's Cradle after trading off your creature is like glorified forest. Let's put it that way.
It's the best land you can find, I guess. But still not enough to do anything in natural order sense this turn. But next turn, with all this mana available, we can actually start searching up for endurances with Fiend Artisan, if we want to.
Right. So normal draw step for the dredge deck is not ideal. I think we will just, keep sending it here and hope to get through. So let's see. We can block a Poxwalker, we can block a zombie, and then we take 6 on the side of Jan.
Yeah, it's getting scary for Jan because also if you want to use Fiend Artisan, you need to sacrifice another creature. So possibly, we will not be able to do anything here. So and also right now, natural order is also not an option because we need a creature. So we're a bit of an issue.
So now here comes the rules question. If we block with Fiend Artisan, and Fiend Artisan is a 1/1, and are just theoretically that our T-Nut Curator was going to die, does our creature now survive the 1 damage from if it grows the Fiend Artisan? There's like some Death Shadow things here from the past that I'm trying to think about.
Indeed, Judge. I'm sure they will figure it out.
We need first strike on some of these cards. Then it's simple.
Yeah, easy, right? I guess we'll find out soon. I'm not sure. Since Fiend Artisan gets +1/+1 for each creature in the graveyard, I don't
Yeah.
think does Jan have a big
I'm
graveyard?
basically saying if it's a 1/1 and our other creature dies in combat, does that save our Fiend Artisan because that card goes to the graveyard?
My guess would be no because it happens at the same time.
Sure.
But I could
There's something
100%
about
be
states.
wrong.
There's something about state-based effects, and I'm a little bit
Mhm.
unsure. It's not going to be relevant here, so never mind.
No, it was just it was a fun question to ask. I dig it. I like
So
it.
let's see. This is getting in for 6. Jan is now at 2 life. If let's just, for the sake of our argument, say Atraxa is getting tutored here.
Is that enough to
Is
stabilize
that
the
is
game?
that enough? It looks like it is, because then we will be blocking 1 creature, gaining 7, and then we will not take 9 from the rest.
Yeah, and I don't think Jan has that much of an option. He just needs to do that.
Yeah, that is a worse creature, Noble Hierarch.
Yeah. There we go. Let's find that Atraxa. I mean, that would be my pick. Is there any other creature we're looking at? No, right?
There's that and Craterhoof Behemoth in the deck to begin with, but I think it makes a lot of sense to, well, go for Atraxa here is quite obviously the best play because it stabilizes and probably wins the game. But there's also something about the sideboard strategy. I could easily see you trimming one of the natural order creatures in certain matchups. So yeah, the Atraxa was confirmed.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, and it looks like Jan is going to be able to stabilize. I'm not going to lie, I was not expecting this to be happening. I thought for certain that Liana was going to be taking it home, but that finding of the Bajuka bar completely
Right.
turned the game around.
Oh, you're right. That was a big one. Another big decision here was whether to cast Careful Study to turn up the heat on the side of the dredge deck or hang on to it to basically slow down and slow down the heat, but then have very, very little pressure as a result. So I really like the dredge player's decision to Careful Study and turbocharge the clock. And I also like Jan's ability to draw, I guess, the Jukabog off the top and natural order.
Sure, for sure. So if you're Jan now, how do you want to proceed from here?
You basically, if you get the turn here, after your next turn, I don't see a way to lose this game. So now it's just a little bit of a question of math. So on the other side of the table, if you block 1, you gain 7. The opponent's, you're out of reach now. So I have huge confidence level now in the seat of Jan.
Because I don't think there's any way how Leonardo can get rid of this Atraxa, or am I missing something?
I think you nailed that unless Chain of Vapor is in the deck, as we speculated a little bit. But yeah, this is super tough situation. Sometimes you can make some cool plays like the creature that attracts us blocking, you can get rid of it in some way. Like whether it's bolting your own creature, bowmaster your own creature, what have you. But we don't have those tools available to us here to negate the lifelink.
And did you see what was drawn?
It
was a blue card. Oh, one turn too late. Oh, that must feel bad.
The blue card is smiling here.
Indeed. That just always happens, right? You draw the card that you need the turn after you needed it. That's just classic. Classic. Yeah, you can see Leonardo just watching his hand, and he's like, is there a way how I can come back from this? And I'm sure you try at this point, like, but it is notable, like, we hit time right now. So maybe, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible, but is there a way for Leonardo to think, like, can I squeeze out a draw here, like hard casting the Narcomoeba? And oh no, there's a concession.
Yeah.
Okay, all for good sports. I dig it.
Yeah. Also, Keen-Eyed Curator being a trampler, and you can get it to a 7/7. Could also be good sportsmanship. Who knows? But yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
that was a very, very cool game showing high level dredging and high level molding here.
Yeah, for sure. I really dig this. This was really fun Magic again. As we've seen currently, it feels like Legacy is so open. We've seen so many different decks already, and I'm really hoping that this continues for the entire day. Anything you'd like to see?
So we've had a little bit of combo, we've had tempo, we've had go wide creature strategies, and we've had graveyard. So what would I like to see? Death and Taxes. From my old friends Thomas Enevolson.
Oh,
I will for sure in his spirit would love to see that deck.
All right. Well, I'd like to see some controlled Magic somewhere here in this day. So let's hope that we could get it somewhere here. We will take a small break. Don't go anywhere because we will be back soon.
Hello and welcome back to live coverage of day one of the Legacy main event here at Eternal Weekend Europe. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith over there. We are almost halfway through day two, right? We're going to have 8 rounds of Legacy today, our favorite format. There's going to be another 6 rounds of Legacy tomorrow, plus for some of our lucky winners, top 8 as well.
If you want to get on coverage, just win.
Yeah,
Just get to the final at least.
can't wait to get back into these games. Like you always hear the stories, oh, we're going to have a big matchup. We're going to have like this amazing player. What if I told you that of all the matches we have had this weekend, these might be the 2 biggest names clashing yet?
If this was said that this was the final, I'd believe it completely.
You'd be down for it, right?
This is, yeah, I think this is the 2 biggest names in the field. If you're watching at home, think of the 2 biggest names you can think of, and you probably are right.
Chat us up. You got like 10 seconds to figure out who.
Yeah.
Pick some of the 2 biggest legacy celebrities in the world out there, and they are clashing here. This is actually a clash of continents, right? This is a clash of, I want to say, one of the biggest faces of European Magic as a whole, and Brian Cowell.
Not even one of, just I think he is.
He is. And on the other side, we're going to tease this very slowly. The other one is where I guess I already said it, Brian Cowell, the face of Eternal Magic, at least in North America, right?
Absolutely. He really is. He does it all. He top 8s almost every single Eternal weekend, it feels like, in usually Legacy and Vintage, but he's just a master of it.
Awesome. So he's going to be up against, I would assume some of you have already guessed it, Andrea Mengucci. So we got Andrea Mengucci against Brian Broschenroll Cowell. Coming down to, well, I guess we're going to be somewhat biased, like the Clash of Continents at this point. There's some absolute titans. Andrea loves Legacy. He's top 8 at Legacy in GP in Bologna 2019. He's won a non-Legacy GP. He won the Mythic Invitation. He's done it all. And on top of that, he's the face of Magic. Brian on the other side.
Mr. Magic, yeah.
He is Mr. Magic. Brian on the other side, I think he has the co-record for most Eternal Weekend wins. And something like 500 Eternal Weekend top 8s.
Around 500.
Looking to make it 501.
Him and HJ are just like top tier, aren't they?
Yeah, complete. That's another big name, right? We're probably going to see more of HJ later today,
so.
you would know. But let's jump into the deck list right now, because on top of the big names we also brought you some amazing deck lists. We already have a sneak peek at them, and there's going to be some surprises for you.
Really spicy as well.
Yeah. So let's see which one is going to be the first one that we're going to have a deep look into here. So, first player here, Andrea Mengucci, of course, almost hometown hero, not exactly from this region of the woods, but he brought blue-black tempo, and we've seen decklists like this before, but there's a spicy twist to it, Callum. Do you spy?
You know what? This wasn't spicy a bunch of years ago, but to him to Turax is very different. I was really surprised when I saw it on the list. It's like, it's cool. I mean, it works for him, surely, and he's got good reasons for it. But like, we haven't seen him in the format for years, it feels like. I don't know, maybe the printing of Veil of Summer did hurt it, but I think him to Turk has always been such a combo killer. And we've been talking about how combo is very strong right now. I was looking at some MTG Goldfish numbers the other day, and Lotus Petal was the most played card. And Andrea's probably like, well, I need to beat combo with these decks, and him to Turk is so good against combo.
Such an annoying card to beat, right? Because you can't really prepare for it. Even if you know it's coming.
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
like.
I mean, this deck is like a combo's nightmare. 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Hymns, the Forces, the Dazes, Wastelands, and the threats that, Tamio can like snowball, draw extra cards, Murktide closes the game very fast. Just looks fantastic, this deck to me.
Absolutely fantastic. So let's see what Brian brought to the clash here. He's going to be on a pretty similar deck, but there's a big twist strategy-wise, right? It's still a blue-black deck. We got the cantrips, we got the Forces, we got the Tamios, but Brian is trying to still reanimate. Didn't he get the memo like we don't do reanimate anymore?
A couple of rounds ago, we had who do we have on? Sorry. We're seeing Reanimator just not dead at all. But here we see something different. Careful Study we saw before, and we saw the card disadvantage of Careful Study, from Claudio, hurt us a bit. But here we see Roiling Dragonstorm and Tainted Indulgence as the 2 discard outlets in a sense. So we're just going to give you a quick rundown of what they do. Roiling Dragonstorm is an enchantment for 1 and a blue. When it ETBs, you draw 2 cards and discard a card. When no dragon enters the battlefield under your control, you can return it to your hand. So that triggers off the Murktide region. So that's probably not insignificant at all. Tainted Indulgence is also 1 black and 1 blue, so 2 mana for an instant, which is pretty nice. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card, unless there are 5 or more different mana values in your graveyard. So you actually want to discard a card in this deck most of the time, I think. So sometimes it can be a 2 mana draw 2 late game, which is probably where you want that. But otherwise, you want to be discarding your Archon of Cruelty or your Atraxa to then reanimate or animate dead. So if someone like Brian Koval of his caliber is choosing to play Reanimator, this deck must be still very good. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Like we've seen Reanimator making the rounds on Magic Online. We talked about this like 2 rounds ago, right?
Yeah.
It's people still find ways to make it work, and generally speaking, like the whole archetype of blue black, it just feels right? You got the discard space. Technically, you can also use them on yourself. In the past, people built decks like this with Dark Ritual, but we don't really need to, right? We got the good, healthy mid-range part of it that makes it work.
Yeah.
But after, I want to say, like 4 rounds of bannings or something, it's the mid-range part has been nerfed to a degree where we can now like make the reanimated deck fully commit to being a proper reanimated deck.
Absolutely. And I still think, despite having 3 Baraglyphs in the sideboard, 2 Orcish Bowmasters, like you can pivot into this fair plan, but you just have so many more cards to side out. So I don't know if it can ever like fully pivot. Maybe he can here with like 5 or 6,
Yeah.
4 Fatal Push in the sideboard as well. Maybe he can, this here, Brian really can pivot into a fair deck game 2 if he wants to. I'm not sure if he will in this matchup, but we saw earlier with Claudio Banani's build, he couldn't really because of the careful studies and the reanimates and animate deads and more fatties. So this matchup, I don't know. It feels like him is good against combo, but then like, do you target them? There's 6 fatties to discard. That could be a fun game we play. Like we see maybe Brian has a couple of fatties and him hits them or not.
Brian's like, thank you very much.
Yep.
Didn't even need a discard outlet here. Okay.
Absolutely.
So you got 1 more minute to get all of your friends into the stream because you'll be able to watch a live coverage of 2 of the biggest legacy titans you got out there in the world. Andrea Mangucci going up against Brian Coward. Hit them up by phone. Do you still have a landline column?
A fax. I
A
think.
fax machine. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we do in Germany, right?
Yeah.
Like right before the round, I send out I get an online faxing machine perfectly.
And here we go. 2 titans of the game. Andrea with a very legacy hand, 2 Underground Seas, a Tamio, 2 Brainstorms. And thank you, Brian, for playing Thought Seas so we can see the hand. Baragoyf, Tamio, 2 Brainstorm, 2 Underground Seas. Just 2 threats, 2 Brainstorms. What do you take here? What are you looking at?
I'm pretty sure I'm looking at Tamio right now there, right? I mean, it's basically makes it so that Andrea doesn't really have a good play until like turn 3.
Yeah. I think that makes sense because of the Brainstorms. An argument for taking the Baragoyf is if Brian had a reanimate of himself, he could then reanimate it.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you might be able to steal a creature out of Andrea's hand.
Yeah. And we do see he has a animate dead, but he chooses not to go for the Baragoyf yet. I think because we saw he has 4 Fatal Push in the sideboard, I think in the main he only has like 1 Bitter Triumph as a removal spell. So the Tamio with the double Brainstorm could just flip next turn and that might run out of control too fast. So
Good point.
I think while the upside of like getting back the Baragoyf with the animate dead is very, very high upside, it could just, attack the Tamio down as well. I think this is just a safer play, and he very quickly took the Tamio, so working it out.
I wonder whether this will actually translate to the stream, but I've played a Legacy against Andrea a couple of times, and he's blistering fast.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy. Like, it's probably like gonna take a while for this to actually take effect, but when you play against Andrea, especially in the late game, he makes decisions so quickly. And the part of the thing is like you don't make the decision in spot, right? You are already anticipated a lot of things.
Just want to point out something very important happened here. So Andrea has 2 dazes in hand. Brian's gone Tamio into Brainstorm to flip the Brainstorm, and he chose not to daze this Brainstorm. I'm looking at the reason why, and I think it's because he has land 3 and Baragoyf. So he wants to go slam this Baragoyf and has a daze up for a Force of Will potentially or something like that. And now he's thinking the Baragoyf's going to be able to attack the Tamio down. Which, yes, we're going to slam the Baragoyf quickly, exactly what's happened. Now, as I said, he's got counter magic for any forces, but we see a Force of Negation in Brian's hand, and he top decks a Bitter Triumph. So this plan was going to work against the Tamio until the Bitter Triumph, and he can play around days. This is going to really punish the letting the Brainstorm resolve with the Tamio.
Yeah, Brian definitely pulling ahead here, getting the Tamio down to, is it going to be up to like 6 at this point?
Yes.
I mean,
it's so fast.
The ultimate is -7, right?
-7, yeah.
-7, yeah.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
Andrea's going to get another turn to try and do something about the time. What does Andrea actually have available? I guess Orcish Bowmasters might be a way to punish the ultimate. I mean, Bosch and Roll's got to be careful about using that. The ultimate.
Look at this again, another really important play. So because Andrea didn't daze the Brainstorm, Brian read that there was no daze in his hand, and so he went for the reanimate on the Baragoyf, I assume, and that got met by the daze. So the daze still paying off well. Like it could have been a top deck, but yeah, I think this is just really high level stuff going on. They're playing so fast, it's hard to keep up with. But so many interesting decisions are happening.
We actually did not speed up the gameplay.
No.
Coverage, can we play like a third? Can we like slow this down by 50%?
We'll ask them to play 2 matches. Best of 3 matches.
Okay, that sounds good. Good. So Bosch and Roll picking up another animate dead here. He might actually try to go for another Baragoyf.
I think so. The Mozart coming down as a 5/5 here is going to be really important to keeping the Tamio in check. So I think, Brian might see that the Tamio is now just not going to be ultimating unless he gets to combo quickly. So going to Brainstorm first to see, but I think the Tamio may just want to down tick on the reanimate to maybe grab the Baragoyf, and that can just like easily erase this 5/5 Murktide because it's probably massive.
Good, sounds good. By the way, both of those players podcast hosts. Andrea's got a podcast with Javier Dominguez, the Carnies.
The Carnies, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, Bosch and Roll, one of the hosts of the Eternal Glory podcast over there.
So I'm really interested to see what he does with Tamio here. He could also... Okay, so he's seeing if the coast is clear. I think Tamio is going to bring back the Bitter Triumph. So
Oh, you think he's actually not going to try to ultimate Tamio?
well, he can't with the Murktide attacking it down, right?
Oh, yeah, good
Yeah.
point, good point. Yeah.
So I think he's
Kind of tend to ignore the big dragons if they
yes.
don't have any other abilities.
So I'd say I also love Andrea not casting this brainstorm here in response to the Thoughtseize. Like, well, I'm gonna react to what you can do. Maybe the Brian really didn't want him to have a daze, and so he could just take a force potentially or something. So then he can return the Bitter Triumph and kill the Murktide. So I think he's kind of priced into taking this brainstorm, going for that play, and hoping Andrea doesn't find like another daze or a force plus blue card.
Also, you're saying we're taking the brainstorm to
Okay.
guarantee that we're going to reserve our spell?
I think I mean one of the lines, which Brian obviously disagrees with, there's a good reason, is take the daze and then return the Bitter Triumph. So he's just going to do it next turn, I think. Fine. So he's going to let the Tamio die. I guess the risk of Andrea brainstorming into another daze is too big to risk that. So he's just going to let the Tamio go here.
Okay, fair.
He has an animate dead, so I guess that could happen. Flip it. And Andrea brainstorms.
Picks up a Force of Whirl, a Ponder, and what's the third card he's got
Fatal
over
push,
there?
I think.
Fatal Push. Doesn't
Yeah.
really need that one right now. Sitting on a 5/5 dragon.
Yeah.
Bosch and Roll, by the way, down to 12 life already.
So puts back the push, puts back another land, and probably going to Ponder just to shuffle these away, I think. Yeah.
So it's the Ponder where you know the top two cards, you don't want them. You look
Yeah.
at the third card unless that's like a
And you
crazy
love to
card.
see the underground sit out this because it's an easy shuffle, no decisions to be made.
you love to see a bad card third
Yeah.
from the top so you can just speed it up.
Yeah, because imagine that was a good card, you're like, oh, I need to keep this, but then I need to then draw the land the next turn to shuffle away or some of that. But
That's just such a shared feeling between every player in a format where Ponder is legal, right?
yeah. So he draws a Ponder off that, and probably doesn't cast the Ponder here because just in case he needs the daze. Although the daze is no information to Brian, he has brainstorm since then, so I think Brian could very easily read that he's shuffled the daze away. But because Andrea found a force, it's kind of like a free keep in a way because it's an easy pitch card if Brian is then playing around the daze. So he's getting the value out of it either way, so it's just good to keep.
Yeah, gets the Tamio down.
Yeah, I like getting the Tamio down though because Brian's removal is already stretched because he knows about the bit of triumph that really needs to take out the Murktide because it's pretty close to killing him in a couple of turns.
So after all the dust is settled, we are going to have Andrea with Tamio, most likely. Or do you think Andrea will actually fight over the Bitter Triumph? He might. I don't
he really might. He really might. I've got to expect that, from a bit of scout. It's only round 4. They're both 3-0. I do wonder if Andrea knows what. Oh, he's seen a reanimate. Oh, yeah, of course. So he can guess what's going on. So maybe he's wondering he actually needs to fight over the combo aspects of the reanimated deck.
Yeah, it's also going to depend on whether Brian is going to be willing to discard something. I don't think he has got a fatty in hand to discard.
Yeah.
So that makes Andrea a little bit safer, assuming that Brian is going to take the 3 damage.
God, I really don't know if he fights over this. I don't think he does. But okay,
Oh, just
so quickly, he'd already made up his mind. Means he's already a turn in advance. And he's like, okay, I think.
So Andrea actually fighting with the Tamios. Yeah, you can take out my Murktide, but I want to have Tamio superiority.
Yeah.
So is he looking to just find a draw spell or something to flip Tamio right away?
Probably.
Ooh, that's a way to do it.
That is a way to do it. I like it. So probably Ponder first, just in case you find a him. Him would be insane here. Wasteland.
And hiding the third card, couldn't see it.
Kaito.
Ooh.
But now he's got no creature in play.
How much is Kaito to hardcast? 4?
Sorry, he has no creature in play if he decides to crack the clue. It's 4 to hardcast. I like shuffling here. Him is so big to find because Brian has 2 cards left. We can see it's Tainted Indulgence and Animate Dead. So he might just be able to, draw into a fatty next turn. So I like, cracking the clue here. Flip the Tamio. Maybe finds a Wasteland or something. Ponder.
And once again, are we going to play the game of just ticking up Tamio to lethal? Lethal as in the ultimate?
Yeah. It really depends what Brian does on his next turn, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If Brian presents a threat, then you think Tamio just needs to tick down to get a cantrip or something, or keep the action flowing. I'm a big fan of using Tamio aggressively with the minuses to get things back and just get value because
I noticed actually.
Yeah.
I noticed we are very different at that.
Yeah.
I just want to put the clock on the opponent there, but you get a good point, right?
Huge Doubtful Voidwalker here. So I think you probably want to take the daze just as insulation because the only thing that does anything on that next turn. And then if you can untap alive, you can play the Doubtful Voidwalker because there's no big creature in the graveyard yet.
So you're gonna, can you imagine a scenario where you get the Doughty Voidwalker down, and then you get your discard space going, and then all of a sudden you're the one casting Atraxa?
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be down for that.
So Brian, Tasted Indulgence. I think looking at his grave value, I was checking to see if he has the 5 different mana values, whether it's a draw 2 or just a draw 2, discard 1. He doesn't find a fatty. By fatty, we mean big creature, so an Atraxa or an Archon of Cruelty.
So he probably has to discard here, right? 5 different mana values is going to be pretty tough unless you get like
Yep.
Force of Will. Like even 4 is not something that you're really going to see in the.
The Veil Land. Is there an Atraxa? No, there's no Atraxa. And there's an Animate Dead that's going to hit by the days. Oh, it's so crucial at this point.
Still there.
With 5 lands in play, it feels so bad to be hit by that. And
Mhm.
now Andrea gets to surveil and play the Doubt of Voidwalker. And you know what? I would probably take up Tamiyo now, I think. Depends what's on top. He knows the Wasteland. There's 1 card left. Yeah, cool.
He's going to go to 6.
Yeah.
And a Doughty Voidwalker.
So good here.
Going to stop the plan A of Bush and Roll over there.
This is a 1 of Doubt of Voidwalker, but like, you know, the 1-ofs just come up so strong.
Yeah,
Tamiyo.
Tamiyo a little late to the game. Oh, that's rolling Dragonstorm. Maybe we can get that one on screen.
So this is draw 2, discard 1. But you know what? He finds an Animate Dead. Imagine that was another big fatty, but the Doughty Voidwalker is going to shut this off. So anything Brian discards can be hit by the Doughty Voidwalker. So yeah, but that does flip the Tamiyo immediately, which is pretty good. And a Ponder.
And that Animate Dead is actually in the exile zone under Doughty Voidwalker, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's hanging out over there.
So the Doughty Voidwalker could go and cast the Animate Dead, but or the Ponder, but I doubt it will. I think it's the insulation against the combo side of Brian's deck here.
And also like presenting a pretty quick clock at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Andrea's going to go up to 8 with his Tamiyo next turn. He can attack Brian's Tamiyo down to 2 next turn. So I think he's probably just going for that plan.
By the way, Roiling Dragonstorm, is there any way for Bush and Roll actually to trigger the second part of the card?
Murktide Regent.
Is that something that comes up?
I bet it does. I think so. These decks see so many different cards with all the Brainstorms and the clue tokens from Tamiyo and Ponder. I'm sure it does. There's 2 Murktide Regents in his deck, and I think even if you trigger it once, it's like +1 card.
It's also another blue card, right? It's another discard outlet that also
Yeah.
pitches the force if need be.
Yeah.
And Andrea, whoa, putting Bush and Roll under a ton of pressure. Like he doesn't have any kind of creature in play, so it's going to be hard to stop Tamiyo. Like I guess
Yeah.
2 Orcish Bowmasters, which I'm not sure he actually is running in this Reanimator deck.
Yeah, Brian needed like the Tamiyo to be at 3 there so he could return the Bits of Triumph again to kill Tamiyo. He's got 2 Murktides in hand. So,
So he's got the dragon engine, we want to call that.
yeah, I mean, you know what? If this is 2 Murktides that are huge, even if Tamiyo ultimates,
So you're saying Andrea could draw his entire deck and still lose?
it's a possibility against 2 Murktides here. If they're going to be absolutely massive, like almost lethal.
I love Andrea, but you know that would be something on our bingo, on the legacy bingo. A player draws their entire deck and then
I'm
still
looking
loses.
at the deck list, and the answers to huge dragons are he has 1 Snuff Out, great, and then he has 1 Brazen Borrower. So if he draws, half his deck? There's a good chance that if it's the second Murktide that Brian has just drawn this turn, I think it is. This returns, and it is, yeah. It depends how many instances of sorceries are left in the deck. Yeah, there's loads. This is huge amount of power he just spat out. This is what 5, 6, 8, is 11, 16. I think this is 19 power. 13. Yeah, 19 power. He just came out flying. So Doughty Void can't do anything.
Those are certainly the biggest dragons the tournament has seen thus far.
That's insane. That's lethal. If Andrea needs to find one of the Snuff Out or the Brazen Borrower.
Is there anything that Andrea can do with the Animate Dead in the graveyard? No, right? There's nothing we
don't
can
think so.
reanimate.
Let's see. He could just find this. He needs to find one of them, but like it could be a miss. Which is, yeah, if you lose with the Tamiyo Ultimate, that's crazy.
Does Brian have anything in hand left that's of relevance here? I think he's got the Roiling
the Roiling
Dragonstorm, right? Yeah,
Dragonstorm,
that
yeah.
one doesn't do anything.
Not
I mean,
really.
it kind of allows him to like try and recover, but it's probably gonna be too late. Like if Andrea finds what he needs in like the top half of his deck,
Yes. Yes.
pretty good chance to do that. I
So
mean,
let's-
he is also going to be able to draw to dig even deeper. Should he not find it, Andrea? Like, okay, give me that Snuff Out. You said Snuff Out
Okay.
and Brazen Borrow. I
He-
saw one
he
Brazen Borrow.
No, I didn't see the Brazen Borrower, but I found Snuff Out and a Kaito as well that can tap the dragons.
Oh, Kaito
So-
works as well. Yeah.
I
yeah.
think he's good. I think he's good. So he can snuff out probably the very big dragon. And then, yeah, snuff out the large Murktide. And then probably just hard cut. He could ninjutsu the Kaito with either the Orc Army, the Bowmaster, whatever plot, or the Shadowed Voidwalker. I think he's just going to play it. I'd
So
expect.
is the Voidwalker going after the Tamiyo then?
I think
afterwards?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the Voidwalker on one of the tokens to completely take
Yeah.
her.
You might thoughts these
Oh
first.
no, she has been plussed anyway. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So the Tamiyo will go down to 2 from the Voidwalker, but he's just yeah, this makes sense as well. Just
Get my own 2 dragons. What's better than 1 dragon, 2 dragons?
like you think you're a dragon deck? I'm a
Yeah,
dragon deck.
yeah.
Oh my god, what a just sledgehammer of a game.
Brian was like, "Dude, I did that first. Why are you winning?"
Yeah.
It's
Oh
like,
my
you
God.
copied
Yeah,
my
yeah.
strategy. Like
Insane.
all
That
the
was
dragons.
blisteringly fast at the beginning as well. Both players just showing such mastery back and forth.
Okay, so help us out here, Callum. Andrea Mangucci trying to fix this matchup, which is probably pretty good to begin with, as we
Yeah.
concluded.
Yeah, I think so. Like the him is maybe awkward depending on hitting the creatures and stuff. But I think we'll probably see the 2 surgical extractions. I'm still not sure if we can actually side out all the reanimation package. He might be able to if he brings in all 4 fatal pushes as well. We've got the Shielders Edict, which I do like a lot. We've got another Doubthy Voidwalker, which I like a lot. I don't, and maybe the bringing in the second Snuff out because it kills Murktides and Tamio. I'm not sure about the Baraglyphs. I'm not sure about the Force Negations. They're serviceable. They can do stuff, but I think Andrea's threats are good enough without needing to go to Baraglyphs.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I think the Snuff out is good. So I expect to see that. I don't think we'll see the Force Negations,
yeah.
but just a bit more Graveyard Hate in the 2 Surgicals and the Doubthy Voidwalker and the Snuff out and the
Awesome.
Edict, I think.
So let's see what Brian is working with here on the sideboard to try to tie up the game here in round 4, the Eternal Weekend Europe. And Brian got in the sideboard. Well, it's a pretty similar looking sideboard, right? Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Well, what's jumping out at you like something that we want for this matchup?
I feel like I do expect him to try and pivot. So this is looking like bring in the 3 Baraglyphs, probably the Mystical Dispute, the Brazen Borrower, the 2 Orcish Bowmasters, and the 4 Fatal Pushes. That is, what, 11 cards?
I was going to say, like, you basically listed almost the entire
Yeah,
sideboard.
and then you can cut the 2 Arcana Cruelty, you can cut the 4 Atraxas, you can cut the 2 Animate Deads and the 4 Reanimates, and maybe some of the 2 Force of Negation, and maybe a couple of the Force of Wills. And you know what? Just say that, Andrea, are you going to bring in your Graveyard Hate? It's
Oh, okay. So you're turning yourself into a worse version of what Andrea had in the first game, hoping that Andrea then, by trying to stop what you were in the first game, weakens
exactly,
himself so much that all of a sudden you come out ahead.
exactly,
This is like
exactly.
this is like a he thinks, she thinks, I think, she.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
It is
you
ultimately.
basically want to be like N+1
Yeah.
corners.
I think ultimately it's a bit of a guessing game at this point. Like Brian could very easily just do the opposite. He could just sideboard nothing and be like, okay. I think he probably wants to bring in at least the 2 Orcish Bowmasters to kill opposing Orcish Bowmasters to threaten pinging a lot with the Tammy Ultimate. And it's just good against the cantrips, obviously. And probably does want the fatal pushes for the Doubthy Voidwalker, the Tamio. So if you're already bringing in these like 6 cards, then I don't know. Maybe you can just like cut the animate deads and a couple of the fatties. I think the Force of Negations will definitely go though.
Yeah. Those sound really.
Yeah.
Good.
So
That's basically like him to torching yourself.
yeah,
Kinda,
absolutely.
yeah.
So I think it's to be. I'm not sure if he's going to side into a watered down with bit more interaction version of Reanimator, or he can do a full pivot. Which
Okay, I'm actually excited to see how that works out.
yeah, same.
Because he probably thought about this a lot. Blue Black Tempo being one of the most common decks in Legacy right now. Like just walking the tables. You told me you've seen a lot of like blue Outpost.
Yeah.
I've only been seeing Blue Black Tempo.
There is
all day
tons of
long.
it as well. I think we've seen the metagame breakdown now, and it's blue red Delver and blue black Tempo at the top.
Oh, we've seen
About
that.
10 or 11% each.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cloudpost is in the top 5 played decks.
Would have thought that, right? Legacy.
Yeah.
Top 5 deck Cloudpost. Okay.
Yeah.
So Bosch and Roll running out the Thoughtseize of the basic swamp over there.
It's similar to game 1.
Like 4 lands. 2 brains. Yeah, this is pretty similar. Like we
Yeah.
got this pattern of like when there's a brainstorm, there's always going to be a second
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
right? And it's just like this thing you never want to take a second brainstorm.
No, it's always the second brainstorm that gets you.
It's the second. Yeah.
He probably takes the Tamio here again, unless he has a fatal push in hand that's easy to get. Yeah.
Takes the Tenure. And Andrea probably not gonna fire off the brainstorm anytime soon.
No. I think he's going to play a fetch and just use it to get an Undercity Sewers. Expect. Yeah. All right.
Andrea, of course, wearing his famous scarf.
Oh, I love it.
Also, Brian always in the checkered shirt. I feel like that's like
it's
two
the-
of their trademarks, right?
They got it. They got it. I cannot believe these guys met at 3-0 as well.
Yeah, this early
amazing.
in the tournament, as you said, this could have easily been the finals
Absolutely.
of any kind of tournament they enter into.
You know what we see in Brian's hand? 2 brainstorms.
Ooh.
It's always the 2
But
brainstorms.
he's got the Ice Age brainstorms, so
Yeah, I'm a fan of those. I also see Tainted Indulgence and Murktide Region, I think.
Mhm.
So if we're going to play off a Indulgence here at the end of the turn, I expect.
yeah, most likely, right? And Andrea's not gonna fight over a card like that.
Yeah, like he knows the hand has got 1 unknown. So it could be a daze, but it's unlikely. So I like playing this off here.
Andrea also sitting on, I believe, like 2 wastelands. Yeah, there's 2 wastelands. Of course, Brian trying to insulate himself from that.
Oh,
Just
discarding
with
a
the basic
daze.
lands.
Oh, he did this main phase to play around Bowmasters, I guess.
Now Andrea on the second turn, picking up another land.
Tamio and the Bowmasters.
Yeah. Is he just gonna run out the Tamio there?
What I'm looking at is like he has I think so. He has 2 wastelands and he didn't put them back. I think he's expecting to see more Underground Seas following up from Brian. He's going to just like constrict him to 2 mana with the Wastelands the next couple of turns, I expect.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Same decision once again.
Yeah.
2 Brainstorm land and a Dragonstorm. Somehow those players managed to navigate their ways in similar ways. But now I'm not so sure. Okay, we still take
Yeah.
the. Why are we taking the big boy?
Because Andrea doesn't have any removal for it in his hand, I believe.
Sometimes the magic is that easy.
Yeah, sometimes that
Awesome,
easy.
awesome.
Yeah, like he's got a Brainstorm, Tameo, Bowmasters, and 2 Wastelands, and a Brainstorm. Yeah. Yeah, there's something about like 1 Brainstorm on its own is terrifying, and 2 is like, oh, it's 2 mana. It's a little bit of loss of tempo.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna stop whatever they're going to do anyway.
Yeah.
Another brain. Dude, I remember before the ban of Entomb, of course, people talked about how Thoughtseize was one of the most important cards in Legacy.
Yeah.
Apparently it still holds
It's
up.
still here.
Yeah.
It's proven it used to be kind of fine, but not amazing. It was more of a combo card, but now we see Underground Sea, blue back decks just everywhere, utilizing it so well.
Okay, now Andrea taking out the Brainstorm there, leaving Bush and Roll with Bitter Triumph. And the second was that a Fatal Push?
Yep, bit of trying for fatal push indeed. Yep. And I love Andrea now with this information. I think he can play around it so well because he's got a Bowmasters, which that can eat a removal spell. Then he's got a Brainstorm in hand with a Tameo, so he can really like play the Tameo out and then not cast the Brainstorm until a removal spell is pointed out the Tameo and flip it. I don't think Brian's going to walk into some of that, but it's just like the thread of it really dictates how things work.
Okay, and Andrea taking out that survey land right away as Bush and Roll picks up another land here.
Yep.
Moving up to 3 mana.
Oh,
and Andrea picks up the Hymn to Charge. Okay, this is going to
Oh
be the
my
first
God.
time that we're going to see him in action.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, he goes for it
hit.
right away. Is this, by the way, is this the correct artwork?
No,
Chat, let us know. Which one's the correct artwork?
I think it's the Quentin Hoover one with the guy with the big cloak.
Oh, that's the worst one.
No, it's not.
No, seriously, like the wolf one's the best one.
Everyone has the wolf one. Come on.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm so mainstream.
They're all cool. I like the sitting at the table one as well. A bit, but
Okay, here comes another Tameo.
yeah. And so he hit the 2 removal spells that you knew about with the hymn. God, that hymn was so good.
Yeah.
So he's got now a Brainstorm up if a removal spell is pointed at the Tameo, or he's got Bowmasters in response to a cantrip. Like Andrea's in a really good spot here.
Yeah, pretty commanding position there on the other side.
I love this one as well. Actually, you know what? I use this one quite a lot as well.
Yeah, list and forth.
Yeah.
So production probably chose this one on purpose, I would guess.
Good job, production.
Yeah.
What we're learning here is I've just said that I like all of them. So
yeah. I think there's one that has a little bit of purple in it. I don't remember that one, but yeah, okay. Anyway, so we're gonna get here a clue token going. Andrea already has a way to flip the Tameo if he wants to, but of course there's the threat of Bowmasters on the other side of the board, which Brian doesn't have, but he responds with Tainted Indulgence. But I would guess he would not have Forceful in the deck anymore.
I don't think so.
No.
And then, so a couple of things here. Andrea didn't cast the Bowmaster at the end of Brian's turn to say oh, I didn't have a Bowmaster because he doesn't need to use the mana that efficiently, I guess. And now he's got some extra value from it. Okay, so we do see him draw a Tameo and a Barrowglyph. The Barrowglyph says to me he has done the pivot, and we haven't seen any of the graveyard hate from Andrea. So I think Andrea might have just guessed that he's going to pivot into the fair plan, and he can beat it anyway.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So maybe Andrea is actually very aware of Brian not wanting to try any kind of graveyard shenanigan.
Yes.
Yeah. He's like, okay, if you got something, you need to call me.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I'm not going to try to fight over your graveyard because I don't think you will try anything fancy.
And the thing is, maybe he can beat the Archons and by stunning them down with the Kaito. Probably not though. But
yeah.
with Thoughtseize and Hymns and Force of Wills and stuff, if they're in the deck still, he can probably counter some of the reanimate spells as well if he guesses wrong. But I think he has guessed correctly that Brian's going to go into the fair plan.
Okay, here comes the Barrowglyph. That one's going to be fine because Andrea got 2 different ways to deal with it.
Yeah.
But this must be pretty demotivating, right? When you look at the opponent, they got double the amount of land, almost double the amount of lands there. So many more permanents. Planeswalker going, that's gonna kill you, basically kill you in 3 turns from now. Well, that's rough. It's rough.
Yeah,
I guess that the nature of the reanimated deck is that your catch-up mechanic is gonna get one of your reanimated targets, but if you're not prepared for that, it's rough to catch up.
It is indeed. I think what I'm looking at here now, Andrea has a bunch of ways to deal with the situation. It's all good spots. He could stand the Kaito, can Brazen Borrow it back. I think what I'll be looking at is Brazen Borrow the Barrowglyph, and then use the Tameo -3 to get a Thoughtseize and probably
and take it out that way.
Barrowglyph. And then that costs 3 mana, then you've got the Wasteland to pay for a daze if there is one, or just hit the Underground Sea, but goes for a Kaito.
Straight up Kaito, you just want another
Tempo
Planeswalker
play
there.
if it works, yeah. Huge amount of tempo there.
Yeah, I don't think the Barrowglyph is ever gonna do anything in this game again.
No.
Meanwhile, Tamio takes up to 6. As Bashan picks up another. Well, that's a fetch land. That's not going to do
Yeah,
any,
she's got
does
a
any
brazen
damage.
borrower and
But you could brazen. No, you cannot brazen borrow your own creature.
no.
I was gonna say like we don't have enough mana for that, like bounce and replay to get around the stun counter. No.
Yeah.
Instead, we're gonna go for the main phase, Marcus Bowmaster, take out Andreas Bowmasters, but that's still a very tall hill to climb. To
Yeah,
get
the
back into
classic
this game.
Bowmasters War.
Yeah.
Ping each other. But yeah, brazen borrower not looking great for Brian here. I mean, it can bounce the army, I guess, but
Army's pretty big actually.
yeah. So
That's a-
Andrea drew a Baraglyph. Baraglyph's everywhere. And then he has the brazen borrower still in hand, and the Daffodil Voidwalker still in hand. These two wastelands are looking a bit awkward, but
I mean, they're good enough. There might even be a scenario where Andrea just like wastelands the fetch land. I don't know. Because why would you do that sometimes?
Well, one of the common things is if you have a daze and your opponent casts a spell and they've got a fetch land up to pay for the daze, what you can do is you wasteland the fetch land, your opponent activates it in response, and then you daze the spell that's on the stack. This is a very, very fun little classic legacy play.
And the army is gonna try to block the Kaito there. It's like buffer some damage. Like Russian roll is down to 9 life. That's really not a lot there going
It's
on.
not at all.
Yeah, also gonna take like 3 damage off the Orc army there.
Yeah.
The Barrowglyph's still gonna be stunned by Kaito and probably gonna be stunned next turn again, as Tamio is also gonna threaten to. But there's just like so many different fires that Brian has to put out.
Yeah.
Is he gonna be able to like take all of them out?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough. Like Andrea is like very commanding lead there.
Like, so the Barrowglyph is going to remove the last counter but still be tapped. The Bowmasters can't attack and do any damage because the Tamio plus. So he's got no power in play to do anything. The Brazen Borrower in his hand really needs to go after the Tamio, I think.
So hear me out. Good old Wrath of God.
Yeah.
No, you're not down.
Well, you
There's
need,
the 2 planes. Okay, we need to
need
we
two
need the next
planes.
Wrath. But yeah, that as well. Like Damnation, I guess, would do it. But
the Tamio is still ultimates.
I was gonna say, right?
And
We,
then-
we need
and-
like Damnation for Planeswalkers and creatures.
Yes, fine.
And it's gotta be uncounterable.
Yes.
Asking too much? I mean, that's how you put out the fires.
I think so.
Instead, we just bounce the York army, taking out that way. But yeah, the Tamio. I mean, you're not gonna ultimate the Tamio as long as the Orcish Bowmaster is in play, of course.
Yeah. And now Andrea's thinking about, does he want to double wasteland the 2 underground seas? I feel like he does. He's got Brazen Borrower and the Barrowglyph in hand. I don't think he needs to play the Barrowglyph this game, and he's still got the 2 mana available to Brazen Borrower if he double wastelands. Just takes away a lot of kind of plays like Tainted Indulgence or Roiling Dragonstorm into an Animate Dead and a Fatty in case the reanimate stuff is still in the deck. I don't think it is.
But I guess the Void Walker's already in play, right? So that one stopped as well. Dude,
True.
it's just like
True.
there's so few ways out of this for Brian.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the best thing he could do is like nothing really.
No.
There's nothing left for him to do, I believe.
No. Do you think? Okay, so he's doing a fatal push as well. So he thinks he's going to push, and he's got a bounce spell if he needs to as well. And that's it.
He's gonna pack it in. Andrea Mengucci wins the Battle of the Titans.
Pretty dominating win, really.
Very much so,
Yeah.
right? I feel like Andrea is very much in command of his deck. When you watch
Yeah.
him play, even in the previous rounds, he very much knows what he wants to do, and he
Absolutely.
executed his game plan perfectly.
Yeah.
Bosch and Roll, of course, bringing a very powerful deck to the board.
Yeah.
Probably
really-
not one that's favored in this matchup, I would guess.
I don't think so. Because
Yeah.
we saw a Reanimator against Blue-White Temple earlier, and the Blue-White Temple deck had the Nihil Spellbombs in the deck
Yeah,
as well. So
yeah.
people are preparing for it, and Andrea's gone for the 2 Hymns Turax, which was insane in this last game. We see, really preparing for combo. So,
Dude,
yeah.
if him is actually going to come back into Legacy, I'm going to celebrate the last round of bannings even more.
yeah,
I'm not a him guy. I know you very much are, right? Old Charters guy. Yeah.
I enjoy him.
Yeah, him is the kind of card I hate, but I love it being in the format because it often speaks to the format being in a good place.
Yes, I
Right?
think so.
Okay, so everybody, we got something more. We got a bonus for you. We got an encore. We got Will Hall going down with Jeremy Gucci for a deck tech of his blue-black tempo deck. We're going to find out everything, especially about the 2 Will 2 Tureks, him 2 Tureks.
Yeah, I want to hear
So-
about that.
Yeah, stay tuned. We're going to cut right into the deck tech. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. Afterwards, we're going to go on a break, but stay tuned for the deck tech that's going to come your way right now.
Ciao.
Welcome back, everybody. Deck Tax of eBay. I am now joined with,
Andrea Mengucci.
and you brought blue-black tempo this weekend to the Legacy Championships. Why are you bringing this? Obviously, it just had a ban. I thought this was not very good.
Well, blue-black tempo was a thing. It's just that it wasn't my thing. I didn't like to play it before.
Okay.
I thought, I want to stay away of the reanimator or tempo. I just don't want to play blue. I was going to play Forge in this tournament or Cradle Control, but then they banned the Entomb and Nadu, and they kind of changed the way Legacy looked. A lot of people now want to play blue-red, which I think this deck preys on. And so yeah, we're very happy to be back to playing blue, which, yesterday I played Vintage, I didn't play any blue.
Yep.
Played Raker Shops there, and today I want to just, go
Have
back
some fun. Have
to
some fun.
some days and forces.
And talk about fun. Hint of Turak. We're going to talk about this card. Like, I haven't seen this cast outside Vintage Cube in a long, long time. You got 2 copies in the main this weekend. Why?
Yeah, so the other day I recorded a video for my YouTube channel.
Plug it.
Which is actually going to go live on Sunday, so, tomorrow. I have a 5-0 video coming up with this deck, so Anti-Turak was a pretty important piece of that list. I'm a big hater of Nethergoyf. I think just whenever you tap mana and get stats, that's outdated. You can't do that in Magic anymore.
Okay.
You need your cards to always do something, and Nethergoyf just doesn't do that anymore, in my opinion.
Okay.
Even just
Interesting.
1 mana for 5, no, I don't care. It comes back from the graveyard, I don't care. My cards need to, discard 2 cards.
It looks really great in your feature match a second ago.
The deck is probably going to be very good with Nethergoyf as well. It's just that I prefer to be more like, I don't know, I guess my cards to do always something.
Plus it's in it as well, right? It's a lot of fun. But like lining that up along with our next card, Dolphy Voidwalker, right? If you can set that up, hit maybe on tracks out your opponent's hand, and start casting, that's like the god. Remember the Pro Tour back in the day when we got the Ember Core out of the hand? Like maybe you can set something up. But why are you playing a one-off Dolphy Voidwalker in the main?
Yeah, so as we said earlier, I don't want to tap mana for just stats. And Dojo Voidwalker is kind of that because it doesn't have any to be.
Yeah.
Except it does because then from there on your opponent is Land of the Void. So I played against lands, it was very good. I played against the Reanimator, now it's very good. It's just a creature, you just actually need to kill your opponent, and this card is unblockable. So I think it's all right. I was playing 2 in the sideboard in that video that comes out tomorrow, but I decided to go with 1 and 1.
A 1-on-1 split, which brings me on to the last one-of in the main, a Kaito. Lovely Planeswalker. You've got lots of cheap threats that you can obviously start bouncing back to your hand with the Bowmasters and the Tamio. How good's this been? Why are we only playing 1 copy?
Super good, honestly. As good as a one-off can get. The problem of Kaito is that, without Nethergoyf, you don't have as many creature to ninjutsu it quickly.
Yep.
Sometimes you don't want to cast Bowmaster. So if you have in your hand Kaito and Bowmaster, you have to play Bowmaster in a raise the alarm way. You don't really want to. So you don't want to
you don't want to force it.
Yeah, exactly. Kaito is a great card, and draws so many times in this tournament so far, and it's been amazing every time. Even in future match, I was able to tap Barragoyf. It's a one-off because we're playing Ponder and Brainstorm and Mulligans and everything, and it just might be a clunky card.
That's what I was about to ask you. If it's been so good, is it worth going up to 2, or do we just have enough card filtering that 1's enough? We normally tend to find it.
Yeah, lots of one-offs. You just have lots of card selection, so you're able to just find the right cards at the right time.
Well, sweet. Right. Well, you're currently 4-0 in the Legacy Championships. Was there any doubt? Hopefully, we'll get to see you tomorrow in the day number 2. So, congrats, bud. I'll see you next time. We'll go back to the booth.
Hello and welcome back to Eternal Wicked Europe Legacy Champs. So at this point, we are going to be seeing round 5. The players are halfway through. If we are starting out with a 4-0, I imagine we are feeling good, Andreas.
We're feeling very good, but the job is only half done on day 1. So half of half, 25% done, because you want to win all your matches today. You want to qualify for tomorrow with a 6-2 or better record, and then you want to finish the job tomorrow and lock up a top 8 spot. So I would just say 4 is merely just a good start.
Exactly. 2 more wins, and we are definitely into day 2, so that must be feeling good. I do want to give a quick shout out again to Four Seasons for organizing this amazing tournament. I was walking into the room recently. Everyone seemed to be having a ton of fun.
Yeah.
We are having a ton of fun as well. So I think we are just ready to dive into the next set of games, and let's see what we are up against. I think we are in for a grind. That's something that we have heard.
Okay, you heard it. You heard a little bit
Yes.
bird whisper about that. So Death and Taxes is half of the reason for that. This black and white version of the deck is essentially what the old school 60 card versions evolved into. We have Yorion for the, inevitable late game. This deck will use a lot of ETB effects. It's still a Stoneforge Mystic deck. And we even see 2 copies of Thalia still hanging out in here. I actually thought that card was a little bit unpopular. But yeah, this deck is looking to open on Aethervile and then flash in a bunch of creatures, gaining a ton of value, using even Failure to use them all over again. Failure plus Overload of the Baelmerg, a very potent combination in Modern. And we even see some cool equipments hanging out down there between the Meteor Sword and the Phantom Blade. So yeah, this is a grindy deck, and it really wants to play against non-combo decks.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see this one. Death and Taxes, it's been long gone for the format for a while now. So as we said already a couple of times, the shakeup apparently seems to be working. Death and Taxes has changed a lot over the most recent years, and you've made a nod to Modern already. This is a Modern deck that has been very popular with all the blink effects and now making its way into Legacy. So I'm curious to see how this will perform against the next deck. And if I'm correct, the next deck is going to be Jeskai Wizards. Looks like my estimation of a grind was true, because if I have Death and Taxes against Jeskai Wizards, we're in for a long run.
Yeah, for sure. And you even requested we got control onto the stream.
Yes,
Well,
indeed.
there you have it.
Yeah,
So we
careful what you wish for.
yeah, we basically see Thundertrap Trainer and Tameo, that creature type of wizard, being super important. So now we can play Flame of Anor, so flexible card advantage spell and removal spell. We're rocking a rock solid mana base here with a ton of basic lands. And then we throw in back to basics for good measure, basically assuming the opponent does not have the same luxury. Bunch of interaction, and then a fourth Eolingus to finish the job in timely manner. So one of my favorite decks, I must say. I love Jeskai Wizards.
No, I can't agree more, especially since it's Jeskai Wizards, a control deck that I have been playing for a long while as well. This is completely my jam, especially you have so many basics and the back to basics. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Johan Sturs, because I know the player. He's also a Belgian, and I can tell you one thing, he is a control master. Pretty much when I wanted to play the deck, he taught me everything I I know right now. So we're in for a sweet, sweet game, I think. So let's just dive in. Who do you think is favored?
Death and Taxes versus Jeskai Wizards. The thing is, the flexibility on Flame of Anor just looks so juicy. But there's also Orcish Bowmasters to worry about in the Death and Taxes deck. This is very, very close, but I will go with my first love in Legacy, which was Death and Taxes.
Okay.
I'll be on that side.
Right, we'll see about that. That's a volcanic island, and I think that seems to be a ponder, if I'm correct. I know Johan liked his alternative arts as well, so we will maybe have some difficulties sometimes trying to establish the cards, but I should know a couple of them, so I'll try my best. But that's a shuffle with a ponder, not happy with those. And we're only playing one volcanic, so we have it here. So if we get wastelanded, we could be in a bit of trouble.
This is not ideal in a deck with 5 basic islands and a ton of fetches. It looks like, though, the temptation of turn 1 Vial is too big for Pablo. Doesn't want to, smell blood in the water here with the early Wasteland.
Yeah, that's interesting. Not deciding to go for the Wasteland, what does that tell you?
Well, it could tell us that that's our only land, and we kept a 1-lander on the side of this Death and Tax of things. Could also be simply just saying, well, I think this is going to be a marathon, so let's try and make my best play in Aethervile.
Especially meanwhile Tameo is being played. You could think, if you see Volcanic, my guess first would be Blue-Red Delver, not a control deck. So that could be another reason why we just want to...
That is a great point. That is a great point here as well, that currently the matchup wasn't known at the time, but now it is, right, with Prismatic Vista entering the field.
And we do decide to just fire off that Wasteland, get rid of that Volcanic. And I imagine Johan is just going to look for a way to get rid of this Ether Vial, because Ether Vial is very good against the Jeskai control deck that tries to pick spots where you can counter some spells here and there. So Ether Vial actually hitting the battlefield could be a bit of a dangerous spot.
Absolutely, and also notably, the Wasteland kept Johan from being able to cast Flame of Anor to kill the Vial. So Wasteland, yeah, super timely here from the side of Death and Taxes.
So the lands here are Prismatic Feaster and just the basic planes, as we can see. And the Ether Vial here, let's see what it can do. I wonder if we will see an activation end of turn. If you would do that, what's the ideal creature here?
Yeah, so I'm actually not even sure there is a 1-drop in the deck, but I remember it was somewhat of a mind game back in the day where whether you when you activated your Vial, that would be a normal play to do with no creatures in hand, because sometimes you could prompt a removal spell. That's especially relevant with Vial on 2. So either you kind of catch your opponent with Thalia, or you get them to cast a poorly timed spell with the fear of Thalia in mind.
Oh, and this is interesting. So he brainstorm in response, Solitude pitching. I don't recognize that. We're in for it looks like we have a lot of alternative artwork.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
not sure. We'll try our best. I'm not sure what that one is, but Solitude will happen here. So we will see if Johan has a response. Force will, so really valuing the Tamio here, a battle, and looks like Pablo is responding with another Solitude. This just shows you the power of Tamio, right?
Absolutely, because first of all, if Tamio can flip with a brainstorm, that is already amazing. That makes it worth fighting over with a pitch spell. The Force will come straight back, and Pablo is willing to go all the way to not face the flip Planeswalker.
Exactly.
So, wow.
Because keep in mind, the brainstorm still just resolves. That still happens. So we've thrown 4 cards away to get rid of the Planeswalker, and we're down to 1 card. So that's dedication.
It really is, but that just speaks volumes to the strength of Tamio, that this is really, really bad spot, but the alternative is worse.
Yeah, for sure. Playing Prismatic Feast, I think that one is. And Johan now, he still has the clue, so that means he can actually draw a card. So he should be up in resources, but we'll see if that is enough. We see a fetch here down to 17. Thalia, that was. I wouldn't have seen that art before.
Very, very nice. So in my mind, it was just Solitude pitching a white card.
Yeah, same. But it's good to know for Johan, especially since Thalia is difficult for him. So he will not be unhappy that that card is gone. But meanwhile, we see that Johan has these 3 colors set up. So he could be looking at back to basics. But with Ether Vial, not as impactful maybe as he would like.
So this could be back to basics. This could also be Flame of Anor.
Ooh, yeah, that's a really good one. We don't have a wizard, so we will not be able to choose 2 modes, but still very potent.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, what's that artwork again, Andreas? I'm not sure. It's a 2-drop, so Stoneforge Mystic?
Stoneforge Mystic being vialed in response here.
We're gonna production crew. We're gonna be needing you a lot here. It feels like with all these alternative artworks. If you know them, feel free to pop them on
now
screen.
it looks like the Meteor Sword is going to be the pick here, which I believe is an equipment that destroys a permanent when it enters.
The Stoneforge Mystic, indeed. That's really cool.
Very nice version of Stoneforge Mystic.
And a Meteor Sword is indeed, when it enters, destroy target permanent.
So finding this card now, you can keep your opponent off of one of the colors. In this spot, it's a tough one. The opponent's down to 1 card. Which do I want to keep them off? Not a trivial decision here.
I think since you've already destroyed a volcanic island, if you hit the mountain, there are no more red sources in the entire deck. Now, I'm unsure if Pablo realizes this.
Yeah.
Because it's not a deck that you see very often, so it's probably possible that they just decided to go for white because that's more removal spells. I don't know.
That is a great piece of insight here, where the difference between open deck lists and closed deck lists, because that's a very hard call to make. Somebody will play 2 volcanics, somebody will run a plateau. So it's a huge gamble. So I think without perfect info, my favorite is actually going for the island here, because it will blank stuff like Tamio, Ponder, Brainstorm off the top of the opponent's deck. And I'm somewhat interested in prolonging this game if I'm Pablo.
Yeah, I can see that. Then again, of course, the island is the land that Johan plays the most of, so not an easy pick.
Yeah.
Honestly, I could make an argument for every single land. So this is interesting.
It looks like the sword is still in hand, and we're trying to await the next move. Essentially, we don't want to go Stone Rain mode here.
So I think Pablo is deciding, I don't want to fight over lands. I'd rather kill one of these permanents, which I can see happening.
Yeah, I can see that as well, especially with the Jeskai deck being somewhat land heavy, but also the permanence somewhat unexciting. The non-land permanence that is somewhat exciting, unexciting that is to target here.
Okay, Thunder Trap finding a Brainstorm, if I remember correctly. Then here we see an entering of the battlefield of Meteor Sword. And indeed, you're correct. We are going for the island.
Especially now, right, when we have the information that Johan is missing a land drop. But I really liked it last turn. I think that would be an awesome spot to smell blood in the water and say, I want to strand all your blue cards in hand and hope to recover in the meantime.
Exactly, because we did give the option for Johan to actually use the Thunder Trap, which may be very relevant here. So we will see what is remaining. That fight over Tamio just completely obliterated the hands of both players. It's going to be a grind, and it's going to be a long one.
Almost certainly we're in for a long one here. The Meteor Sword has equipped 3, so we can start, to commence the beat down a little bit here with Stoneforge Mystic.
And a quick creature gets +3/+3, so it is a fast clock, and Johan will maybe have some good difficulties getting rid of it. So he's definitely looking to find an island, but who knows, maybe if it has a swords, he could swing this back.
There's also a lot of potent top decks here for Pablo. Something like Philia or Flicker Wisp would be absolutely backbreaking.
Definitely. That is a Wasteland, I believe. Not very good against the Jeskai Wizards deck, so looking to be equipping, I think, and just slamming in, or maybe putting Yuri into the hand.
Right,
like it.
so that would be the reason to play the Wasteland, is you're saying, well, if I draw a spell, I'm going to be happy, but if I draw land, at least that's going to be great as well, right? Blinking the sword, trying to leave Johan in the dust.
No, you're
I love
right.
it.
I think I saw in your hand just 3 blue cards, so that was, ooh, this is going to be challenging here. Very good choice by Pablo, just targeting the islands.
Yeah.
That's paying off.
So if Pablo draws a land here, and you get to Stone Rain once again, that would be amazing. And that is exactly why you played the Wasteland last turn.
That's backbreaking.
Amazing draw here. Sometimes it's especially the case with cards like Yorion or Hardcast Force of Will. You should ask yourself, well, land number 4 is not that useful, but if it mitigates, the downside of drawing land number 5, it could be a good reason to play land number 4 out, despite giving a little bit of info, making future brainstorms worse. But in this case, wow, really nice 1-2 punch here.
Especially since Death and Texas does not play any Brainstorm, so they don't have a lot of value of keeping it in hand. I also appreciate, Pablo just letting the cards be on the table that we can always see what's happening.
Yep.
He's not brainstorming, so he doesn't really mind that we see what's in hand. So thank you, Pablo. Really appreciate it. And now, wow, it's looking difficult for Johan because Mountain is definitely the worst land here. So it's going to be scary. If Johan does not draw an island soon, we could be in a lot of trouble.
This is super scary. So I'm a little bit interested in Pablo's equipment package. It looks like there's no Cauldron Complete in the deck, so we don't have amazing closing power. Let's see what the next best thing is.
That's a good. I'm blinking on the name of that one.
Yeah, the pre-wall formalware.
Yeah, is that something we are interested in?
We are interested in it if we have a 3-drop in our graveyard, but we can only bring back 3 drops or less.
Talk to me about this one. Maybe we can get it on screen. Meanwhile,
yeah. Here's Phantom Blade. I believe when it enters, it destroys target creature. So pretty good card at the moment. We can even hardcast it if Stoneforge disappears. I think that card is gonna be backbreaking.
Yeah, and how the times have changed. 2 artifacts that were found on Meteor Sword, and now this one. Back in my day, we were looking for GTAs and stuff like that, and no Cauldron Complete is interesting to me. Ooh, Johan did find an island, so maybe we have a game. What do you think of the decision not playing the Cauldron?
So not playing the Cauldron in the deck, you're basically saying, I think the utility on the Meteor Sword is superior, and I don't think I can run both. Those are somewhat unexciting draws, both being 7 drops. So I think it's like choosing between, I guess, Batterskull and Cauldron Complete earlier, and now there's a new sheriff in town in the high-end equipment department.
That does make sense. How do you think Johan could potentially come back from this?
Yeah, so let's see here. The Phantom Blade is going to kill the trainer. It certainly has to do with drawing lands, which this is super tough. Did we spot any mass removal spells in the deck?
I mean, we do have Flame of Anor, and we already have a wizard. So if we brainstorm planes here, we could potentially just kill, I think, Yorion and kill an artifact. That's a start.
That is certainly. So if we let our opponent untap here without Stoneforging in the blade, there's actually a window for Flame of Anor to be good.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be a little bit of a timing issue. Did you spot Flame of Anor in Johann's hand here?
I'm not
Or am I
sure.
just seeing what I want to see because I want a longer game?
I'm just thinking about what are the options for Johan here. I'm not sure. I mean, if he had it, he would have played it. Would be my guess. But it's interesting that Pablo decides that he doesn't want to use
Yeah.
the artifact to kill the wizard.
This
So-
could be a little bit who blinks first because of the fetch line and play on the other side.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah, that's a good point. Wait,
So
Island?
with a wasteland, you can actually force the issue and then respond, wasteland the fetch land, then respond to the fetch.
Ooh, I like that.
Because then you take Flame of Anor being a double, a Swiss Army knife off the table.
Ooh, that's nice. That's a really heads-up play. I'm wondering if Pablo sees that line. Or take that.
Especially because the value of a wasteland here is
see.
close to 0.
No, just Pablo says okay, so he doesn't.
Okay.
He does not want to respond.
So here's the potential window for Flame of Anor.
We'll see, because of course Jeskai Wizard is not played all that much, so it's possible that Pablo is not aware of all the options that Flame does.
Right. Yeah, and even just this happens whether it's vintage or legacy, just the fact that, kill your wizard in response.
Yeah.
Well, my card still has 2
yeah,
modes.
indeed. Too late. Yeah.
So that's why I really wanted to get clever here with the wasteland.
yeah, indeed. So you would have just fired it off.
Fire off the wasteland. Well, I wouldn't have given my opponent the turn to begin with, but
Yeah.
given this turn cycle, I would certainly respond to the fetch. But I would also have done, the job for my opponent and prompted it with my wasteland.
That does make sense. I think I've only seen. Okay, it's 3 mana. This could be Flame of Anor mana. We'll find out in a second. Yes, indeed. So, okay, we're deciding to draw 2 cards and just killing the Yorion. So, Johan says, okay, you have your artifacts. I don't care about that. I think if I just draw enough cards, I will be able to control the game that way.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment of the game. It's the difference between 2 cards or 0 cards, right? It's crucial. It's a free draw 2.
Absolutely. So I'm wondering if Pablo is thinking right now, should I have destroyed the wizard? Well, at this point in the game, maybe you should have and try to beat down a plan, but who knows? Maybe he has. We don't know what the card was. I didn't quite catch it, so he might have a trick up his sleeve.
Yep. Not impossible. So the blade is still in hand, waiting for a better creature to turn up.
See Johanna reading it. If we get it on screen, that would be very cool. But I imagine that these players, it's a bit of a stare down contest. You can actually just see them both looking at toward each other like, we're trying to play the control game here, but it's not easy. It is pretty difficult. Maybe we can read a Phantom Blade here.
Yeah, Phantom Blade being when it enters, it destroys up to 1 target creature. And it gets equipped, which is pretty cool, so that you now get +1/+1 and menace onto the creature.
Ooh, yeah, can you make a creature really big? And this is a good one. Philia is one of the key cards, I think, in this new Shell of Death and Taxes. What do you want to do with this one?
Philia, when you have that card in play in Death and Taxes, the world is your oyster. Just look at these cards. Phantom Blade, the Meteor equipment, Stoneforge, Overlord of the Baelmerks, Solitudes, Yorions. Every card in the deck, almost, is a good, blink target or flicker target.
That's scary, right? I mean, I would be guessing to looking at just flickering the meteor swords and just destroying all these lands every single turn.
Sounds great to me.
We'll see if Ryohan has a response. Nope, just resolves.
I did see a second copy of Flame of Anor getting picked up by Johan, or maybe that's even a third one at this point. Yeah, I guess it's the third one.
That would be very scary. Yes, indeed. Nice call. Okay. So I think we're going to decide to... I only saw destroying the creature and then I guess drawing cards. I didn't see him pointing towards... Yes, indeed.
Right.
He did not point towards an artifact.
This is just really... It went from Johan being stuck on... Remind me here. Just a mountain, or did he find the island immediately?
I think he had a mountain and a plains, but he didn't have blue mana.
Right, and then the plains got killed.
Yeah, I just had a mountain. Then he found an island.
Yeah, and then we had a little bit of a window to go for the throat by killing the 1/2. So isolating when you're firmly in the driver's seat, then answering the question, how does my opponent possibly come back from this? If you're able to answer that question, you can make a lot of good plays to basically make that not happen.
Yeah.
So in this case, if Pablo is like, how can I lose this game? Flame of Anor chains. And then you could have played with your Phantom Blade a little bit more aggressively and taken, at this point, it's 2 draw 2s you could have taken off the table.
Yeah, Flame of Anor is really scary if you have a wizard in there, because being able to choose 2 modes is backbreaking for sure.
So now, as a result of that, we actually have a close game. But that's what we're rooting for here in the booth.
Of course,
So,
we want to have close games. Now, Johan is still in a bit of trouble because there's that 10 life, and there's still a creature that can attack. So he must be looking towards some removal spells because he can stabilize, but he's not out of the weeds just yet. Cosmetic ending taking care of that one. Okay, so no more threats, and I think Pablo is empty-handed. And I think if I look at Johan's hand, that's 6 cards, so we may be turning this.
certainly turning the corner here. Classic control style, I will say.
Indeed.
It's looking super grim, and then turn the corner and then try and bury the opponent in resources.
Exactly. Pablo just drew and passed the turn. Now, this Caracas can be really good because it stops like the Tamiyo attacking, etc. We can use that every single turn. And Johan does not have that many win conditions. So, as I said, you can see the clock ticking away, certainly, slowly. So, something to be wary about.
And we're not talking about the creatures in play. We're, we're talking about the actual match clock.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. So, what do you think Johan is looking for now?
So, Johan is in this spot where he hopes that his interaction lines up with the draws out of Pablo. So that means on the flip side, Pablo is looking for value creatures like Overlord of the Baelmerk, Imperial Recruiter, Flicker Wisp. He's basically looking for stuff that does not trade, favorably for Johan with cards like Swords to Plowshares.
Mm-hmm. And you can see Johan just digging away, looking for a threat, more threats, or your 4th Elingus would probably be my guess for one of the best chores possible. So we're going to brainstorm.
I agree with that. 4th Elingus is a card that closes the window for the opponent.
Didn't quite see it, I think. Yeah, even Johan just deciding back to basics. I'm gonna try and see if we can just put it back. But they draw it here. So we'll see what is the follow-up. Not much you can do apart from attacking and maybe just trimming some cards from the deck or looking with ponders. So many options here.
So many options, but the game plan is somewhat straightforward for Johan now. It's all about trying to reduce Pablo's life total while holding up a wall of disruption, whether that is Force of Wills, Plows, more Flames of Anor. Because this Snapcaster getting played, that card could have flashback Flame of Anor later. So the fact that Johan plays it out, to me, says that he's very interested in minimizing the amount of turns this game will go to.
Yeah, I agree. I think Johan at this point is just contemplating how can I ensure that I do not lose this game, because I think Johan, the chances of him losing are very slim.
Yeah.
So that's probably why he is being very careful of what he is trying to do.
Yeah, lots of really focused on closing power. And funnily enough, this back to basics looks a little bit unimpressive, but I actually think it's secretly quite strong because some of the cards you're weak to now is Overlord of the Baelmerk off of the top. But then if you tap all your black sources to that card, I guess we have a basic Swamp at the ready here to mitigate that a tiny bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Basic planes. Okay. So indeed, if we do use our mana, there's only 3 planes, which is, well, we can probably cast most of our deck, but still, you do get rid of a lot of these lands, and especially Caracas. I can imagine if we can ensure that that's tapped down, that would be good.
Absolutely. Back to basics is it's very rarely super backbreaking. It's just annoying, right? It's just an annoyance over the course of the game. And this deck, does such a good job of playing long games, and then back to basics become better because then your opponent's tap out plays will just get punished a little bit more for each turn that plays.
4 mana. Okay, yeah, looks like we are going to be able to destroy the back to basics if this does resolve. So I'm curious, if you're Johan, is this something that we actually want to force? Is that worth it?
Yeah, great question. It looks like the answer is yes. My instinct here would have been no, and it was more like, yeah, that's fine. But remember that Witch Enchanter is not only something that kills back to basics, it's also a creature you can start equipping with your equipment. It blocks the Snapcaster, and so I guess all of those factors combined led to Johan's decision here.
Yeah, I think I agree. And also, Johan just has like 1 million cards in hand, so why just not fire off that Force of Will and just slamming it with his Snapcaster, taking it slow. Johan is looking at the graveyard, it seems. So maybe you have another Snapcaster in here. I didn't quite catch how many he was playing.
Yeah, he was running a duo of Snapcasters, so it's certainly possible. I also love it to do stuff like that when you don't have the Snapcaster.
Sure.
It's just
mind tricks.
Yeah, it's an old habit from Vintage when Yawgmoth's Will.
There we go. There's the Snapcaster. What are we looking at? Maybe just another Flame?
Yeah, so Flame here kills an equipment and draws 2 cards. Not bad, not bad.
Indeed. So that's the artifact. Draw 2. Let's see if Pablo has a response. And it's interesting that we decide not to go for the Meteor Sword. Solitude Hardcast.
Right. The sword being a slightly less conditional removal spell upon entering than the Phantom Blade.
Excellent. So we have a force wheel here. We do not want that resolving. And I think Johan is probably just, if he can, he's probably just going to try and force wheel every single threat that the opponent tries to resolve.
Right. This is just about getting the job done here with a couple of 2-1s.
Indeed. Look at this, man. What year is this? Snapcaster Beatdown brings me back.
Snapcaster Beatdown is real in this deck.
Let's see what the follow-up is. Is that another Snapcaster? Nope. Thunder Trap.
Looking for even more layers of defense so that the Snapcasters can finish the job. This is the 4th Flame of Anor, by the way, and already one is getting flashback, so this would be number 5.
Ah, that's cool. Is that on our bingo card, Andreas?
5 Flames of Anor? That would have been a cool one.
That would have been a cool one.
I actually think, yeah, you should have went for like at least 4 Flame of Anors. That should have been a good one.
For sure, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, Prismatic Ending. I think we have pretty much everything that we want here at this point. We are just ensuring that we are not losing, just passing the turn. And I'm not sure how Pablo can come back from this.
No, this was really, really a grindy game with some key elements around the ruling or the wording on Flame of Anor and controlling a wizard. Yeah, there were some interesting windows early on, and blink and you miss it. It's like it's pouring through your hands like water when there's this like one window where you had to pounce, and then every single turn after that, you kind of see the afterburner of those decisions.
I agree. Meanwhile, Swords to Plowshares on day, Snapcaster Mage just slowing down the clock a little bit. Johan will gain some life, but I'm not sure if that is the solution here. And it's interesting to note because these players are both really playing relatively fast. Well, I mean, relatively, they are playing very, very fast.
Yep.
But even still, that clock is ticking down. So if we end up going to game 3 as a control wizard against Death and Taxes, you know that this might be an issue.
Absolutely. The closing power of the Wizards deck is one of the biggest reasons that it doesn't see a ton of play. And this is no exception. So I'm very, very curious to see if Johan can get this job done in 2. Otherwise, it actually might be an issue.
We'll see another Tamio here being played. Let's see if Pablo decides to continue. No, that is it for this game.
Right.
All right. Well, kind of a nice performance by the Jeskai Wizards deck, but also the choice here of not destroying the land when he had the option to was indeed very important. Let's go to sideboard here, Andreas.
Yeah, so this deck, we're mainly okay playing against control from the get-go, so we're going to have very few sideboard cards. And the more I look at it, if any. So I'm thinking about Disruptor Flute being a maybe, but then I would have to look at my deck and find worse cards. And I'm looking at something like the Lion Sash and the Plows, but aside from that, I like my cards quite a bit. Maybe the White Orchid Phantom is not impressive against the deck with a gazillion basics. So maybe those are the cuts. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's going to be really low sideboarding. A couple of flutes for a couple of White Orchid Phantoms. That would be my guess.
I think I agree. Deafening Silence is usually a card we use against combo decks. Is it worth it against the Wizards deck?
The thing is, the Wizards deck is actually doing a pretty good job of just casting one spell per turn cycle, and even Snapcaster and Tamio and Trainers are creatures, so it's not even an actual rule of law effect. So I very much doubt we're going to see that card.
All right, makes sense to me. Let's go to the Jeskai Wizards deck. So for Jeskai Wizards, we did see it take home game number 1.
Yeah.
But what are we looking at for this player here?
I'm actually going to throw the curveball back to you. What are we looking at here, Sam? You're the in-house Jeskai Wizards specialist. What would you do to get the job done against Death and Taxes?
Well, it's interesting because actually I think the main board here of Johan is pretty well set up. The Flame of Anors have a way to kill creatures and artifacts. That's so powerful. So if I'm looking at Consigned to Memories, I like it, especially against the Blink deck. Would I want all 3? I'm honestly not that sure. But we have some targets that are maybe not that relevant, like Spell Pierce. We have a lot of creatures in the main board for the Death and Taxes deck, so I would be looking to trim those, especially on the draw, because Ether Vial is the main target there. So that's something that I'm interested in. And I do like the board wipes. We have Wrath of God, Supreme Verdict. So I think an easy swap for me is Spell Pierce out, and then I want to have some board wipes. And then apart from that, there's not all that much that I really want.
Maybe the negation upgraded to a consign?
Yeah, maybe on the draw. That's really interesting for sure. Maybe another back to basics, but it's like okay, but nothing more. So I think we will also see some very relatively low sideboarding by Johan, and that's what I would personally do.
Right. Let's see if your fellow control enthusiast thinks the same.
Yes. Okay, let's dive in, of course, now being on the play again. Very, very important. So I think the best play that Pablo can always do is just turn 1, blinking on the name. Ether Vial.
Ether Vial.
Ether Vial, yes.
Oh, yeah. That was so good that you decided to not pounce on the opponent's dual land turn one last game, and I think that speaks volume to how important is it to have that Aether Vial, because when you do have it, the deck is firing on all cylinders. When you don't have it, then your deck is a lot more manageable for from almost any deck.
And look at it. You know what I really love? If with these cams, we can see the players, and you can see that they are already speeding up, both of them, right? We have 20 minutes left, and both of them know, yeah, this is going to be, as we said, a grind. So we are speeding up already. This means that both of these players have played this matchup before, and they know that they have to play fast.
Yeah, there's also the power of production involved, could be, when it comes to that.
Yeah,
So I'm not
that's
going to
true.
rule any of those two out, but for sure, players know that that game one took a long time, and we cannot finish 3 of those games.
Let's see what we have here. Probably Johan going to fetch up basics every single time that he can. I'm trying to get a read on the Death and Taxes card's hand. I think that's a Stone Forge.
Oh, right, you're looking at the hand here. I was just looking at the mana base. Is that a Windswept Heath, I would
Yes,
assume?
that is a Windswept
So
Heath.
not respecting the Wanshi Tong here.
Yeah.
That's the new stifle.
That's the
we all have to
that's the new
respect.
stifle. Johan was not playing one, but I do like the effect that it does. Okay, we have Thundertrap Trainer here, so digging. Let's see if that resolves. I think Pablo has a response.
So this could be flashing in a Phalia or a Bowmaster. The reason to do that is, again, if Johan has a somewhat unexciting trigger off of the Thundertrap Trainer, including a copy of Force of Will, then you don't want to leave them with that option. But you also now educate the opponent's decision, so it's a little bit of a trade-off.
Yeah, because of course now your opponent knows what you have, so there is a bit of risk involved. But I do like the play. I think if you can prevent your opponent making a response by having more cards, that's always good. And we do see Ophelia here, so I imagine that's the choice.
Yeah, what a card. I think that card is really, really well designed. It's like, if it was worse, it wasn't playable. If it was better, it was too strong. It's like perfectly designed. And I really love the Riddler decks as well that's popping up here and there. It just does so much stuff across multiple formats.
Yeah, and the Death and Taxes deck, when you play against it, it really does feel a different deck, whether or not it untaps with the card. So I do like, and it's very smart that you just wait for Johan to actually play a threat, because you know that if Johan had like a removal spell, you wait until you are sure that there is no removal left. So I do like this is the heads up play.
The coast was clear here. You take advantage of the flash on the card, and you respond to the trigger, heads up stuff.
Bowmaster's here. All right, we have a window to cast it now. Johan knows about it, but I mean, okay, I get it, because we can now actually kill this creature because we will attack.
Yeah. Then there's the attack, there's the bonus, and then there's the Thundertrap Trainer getting finished off end of turn.
Taking some damage here. That will get exiled. Come back, ping, and put a counter
So
on the army.
are we supposed to block there? Then we prevent 2 damage. Take 1 on the end step from the Bowmaster.
Probably would have been.
We take 1 less, right?
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, but maybe you're like wondering. I really just, because if you block, then you just ping. He just pings you. So I guess that's the same outcome.
But taking 1 less damage.
The
failure is a 2/2.
Oh right, yeah, right about that. Well done, well done. Okay, let's see. We have any Prismatic Feaster here. Anything else that Johan is looking at? I see the hand. I think it's a swords. Is that a Force Will?
I think I see the odd card, to be, in my opinion, the Wrath of God in hand.
Wrath of God, it's possible. I mean, if we do have Wrath of God, we must have some way to flip this Tario. Otherwise, I would not be wanting to play this.
I see what you're saying here. So this could be a case of no 4th land, so it's a little bit of a hedge. This could be a case of you want to, create a diversion, because if I play Tamio, I don't have a sweeper, right?
Yeah.
How can I possibly have a sweeper?
Yeah, that's very smart.
That was your
indeed.
first thought, so maybe that could be Pablo's first thought as well.
Definitely. I like it. I like it. Okay. We have our mana base established here, so let's see what the follow-up is for Johan.
This could only be Prismatic Ending, right? Yeah, with the mana.
The Bowmasters. Yep.
Okay.
That makes sense. We will want to draw some cards here. We leave Philia, which is a definitely very powerful threat, but I mean, if you want to draw cards, Bowmasters is probably more of an issue.
Yeah, Bowmaster's annoying, but also it could not be Wrath of God in hand. Maybe the 4th land is missing. There's a little bit of a hedging here. I like what Johan is doing here, not depending on drawing the 4th land, so doesn't want this to get out of hand. I like that, keeping the board relatively small.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Some shuffling going on here. And what is Pablo looking for at this point?
Pablo's looking for some Haymaker to pair with the Failure. So that could be Overlord of the Balemerk. That could be something like Stoneforge Mystic. I think that would be ideal.
That's a Stoneforge right there.
So let's see if there's something better than a Stoneforge to do, because every time that card triggers, advantage. Yeah, we love to see it.
3 mana. Okay. What's the name of that one? It's a removal spell. It's Exile,
Yeah,
right?
Skyclave Apparition.
that's
So
the
this
one.
card can kill a non-land, non-token permanent with mana cost 4 or less. So it's a pretty clean answer to a lot of things, including flip Tameo, normal Tameo. And would have even been able to take care of the back to basics super cleanly last game, but there was none in rotation.
So what happens here if we flicker that one with the Ophelia?
If we flicker that one with Ophelia, the opponent will get a 1/1 token, equivalent to the mana cost of the card that was exiled, and then we get our apparition back, and then we can, in theory, exile something new. So let's say that there was, another, let's say a trainer in play. You would want to do that to keep all wizards off the table.
For sure. This is really strong because every permanent that we want to get rid of, as long as it's not a land, of course, we can just exile over and over again with this Ophelia.
Right.
And Johan knows that, so he's brainstorming, probably looking for removal spells, trying to get control of this game. But there's so many dangerous threats that we have to worry about that. If we did have a Wrath of God, I would be really hedging forward towards finding a land here.
And I think that's exactly that explains a lot of things here. That Johan didn't have the 4th land available, so he did a lot of hedging, like playing the Tameo, casting Prismatic Ending. If he knew he had the 4th land coming up, I think we would have seen a slower run out here, and then Wrath of God to reset.
Okay, important here. Finding the swords for the Ophelia, that's important. Let's see if Pablo can keep this snowball rolling. Because, the longer this game goes on, the more Johan will try and get control of this game. So I imagine Pablo will just try and deal as much damage as quickly as possible.
Pablo's a smart guy. He's seen that play in a long game against Johan more than more than he wanted to.
Yeah,
so
sure.
he's not interested in repeating that one.
You can see Recruiter there being put forward, or maybe that's another Stoneforge Mystic. What do you prefer?
Yeah, if I can recruit. So, well, I don't think we have the perfect info from the sign of Pablo that Wrath of God is on the cards, but let's say we did. I would love to recruit for a Thalia here and say, no, buddy, you're not 1 mana off. You're going to be 2 mana off.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's expecting some kind of board wipe. If it's not Wrath of God, you expect Wrath of the Skies, Supreme Verdict. You must expect at least one or two board wipes to be somewhere in the deck.
Yep.
That's what I would be doing.
Good call. So with Thalia in play, even Wrath of the Skies is too slow here. So yeah, I mean, if we see All-Star Thalia here, that would be awesome. To be fair, Ophelia is actually a pretty good way hedging against a sorcery speed sweeper as well.
Exactly. All-Star Ophelia, I'll take it as well. As long as we have an All-Star, we are happy, right?
Yep.
So that gets fetched up. Okay, Johan knows about it, but doesn't really change all that much for Pablo. We have a draw here. What am I looking? Is that a?
I thought that was a Flame of an Orb.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is not quite what you want here.
Nope. Brainstorm. Maybe if we can follow it up with a wizard, could be in business. I don't see a wizard in hand.
I think there's a Thunder Trap trainer, but the thing is, we're really getting beat down here, and with the Ophelia, that is lethal.
Yeah, we're at 6 life, so it's looking a bit grim here.
Yeah, it's looking super grim, but also looks like that we will be having a game 3. So you won't hear us complaining.
No. More magic. That's what we want. Okay, fetching up here. And I imagine if we don't have removal here, we're just going to play these cantrips, and you can see Johan going down to 5. So if we don't find a way to remove at least 2-3 creatures here, I think
let's see. What if we... The thing is, even if we find a removal spell for, let's say, the token, right? Then we're still getting attacked by Ophelia, and we're getting Recruiter blinked, and yeah, I guess it's even lethal because of the fetch. So you need to address 2 creatures here essentially.
Exactly.
And Ophelia makes sure that a creature on your side is not going to do it because it can remove a blocker as well when it attacks.
Yeah. I think we're going to go to game 3 soon. You can see Johan spinning those cards, just passing up the turn. What do you think now when you're Pablo? Passing up the turn here.
Passing the turn looks to me like Flame of Anor, which will not be enough because it can only kill a 2/2 and there's 5 damage on the board. So we need to cast 2 spells. So I think the only thing we can do is something like Snapcaster and a Plow. We need to double spell here.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we will see if that is an option here. Makes sense that Johan just does it and see if Pablo respects that and just goes all in. You never know. Maybe you can have your opponent not or being a bit afraid and not trying to attack.
Right.
But I mean, if you're Pablo, you just slam down everything.
Generally, in a spot like this, I'm not going to really, go in with the Hail Mary. I would rather just concede, shuffle, and give myself as much time as I can for game 3. Because in theory, this could be the difference between winning a close one or getting to an unintentional draw.
We will see if Johan does have an answer here. I imagine you can see Pablo is a little bit afraid. You know, he's
So
thinking about it. What can I do here? What
The
can go
strategy's
wrong?
working. Why didn't my opponent concede?
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
It's so cool. It's so cool.
The strategy is working here.
So you can see, yeah, I love this. Pablo is a bit afraid, and it actually did work. Pablo's just going to attack with one of
Oh.
these creatures. Oh, no, never mind. Let's give him time.
Yeah, let him cook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed. Okay.
So blinking the recruiter and still sending lethal.
This
but
does
now we
mean that
only-
if Johan has removal spell, okay, no, okay. Maybe Johan was just waiting for more information. That's also a thing. 10 minutes on the clock before sideboarding,
Yeah.
so we will see. We're gonna have a faster game 3 here.
we will have to, otherwise these players will end up with a draw.
If I look at the clock, there was less than 1 minute remaining, so I think probably this signals to me that there was not a lot of sideboarding.
Right.
Like 1 minute would be my guess.
You're looking at the time difference between
Yeah.
the other game ending and okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, good call.
Ether Vial here being played. After, and you can see they're really slow. They're really playing fast. Johan didn't even fetch up his land yet, and
Yeah.
it was already an Ether Vial on the battlefield.
Right. So with the tournament structure we have here today, 6-2 cut, which essentially means if you end up in a 5-2-1 situation because of this, it's kind of pointless, right? So it's in both players' interest to finish this match. And
Yeah.
generally, a good rule of thumb is that starts on turn 1 of the match.
Yeah,
You have-
yeah, definitely.
there should be something about the pace, but I also think you brought up a great point. They actually played at a super reasonable pace
Yeah,
from
for
the get-go.
sure, for sure. Yeah. Okay, so we are brainstorming here. Let's see what's in the hand. I think I see a swords, double force, another brainstorm. So this is a brainstorm in response to the Ether Vial. We are
Yep.
going to force that one. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, get rid of the Ether Vial because that card turbocharges the Death and Taxes deck from uncounterability all the way to like the flash time. And yeah, it's just such an annoyance to play against.
And another one, that's going to be scary, but nothing
Ooh.
Johan can do about it.
That's the
Like,
dream. It's
yeah.
like let's say Mono Red Prison in Legacy, and you get your Chalice Forced, and then you just follow up with another one. It's kind of the same feeling here. It feels so bad.
Yeah, exactly. And for Johan, this must feel very, very difficult now because we've used 2 cards to get rid of this, and still we have another one. So very, very scary. And I think it's now just a brainstorm of swords. And what's the last card in hand?
Great question. So Flame maybe?
Okay, not bad here at this slot, but you'd rather draw cards, but I think you just have to get rid of it if you do have flame.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you even are just super soft to the opponent playing 2 drops and 3 drops, the old-fashioned way at this point.
Yeah.
So if this is a flame, I'm actually not entirely sure what I want to do with it.
Exactly. Yeah, and we will see Johan decides to draw the cards.
Yeah, I like that
Especially-
decision.
Yeah, because again, look at the clock. If we decide to get rid of the vial, that slows down the game. We maybe just want to try and find a win con.
It slows down the game, and what I was alluding to was just the fact that land and any, not Imperial Recruiter. What's the name of that card?
Yeah, I'm blinking on the name as well, but the recruiter one.
The White Recruiter.
The white recruiter.
That was the red one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Here. Even just any of those 3 drops getting jammed, you're super weak to. So I really like the divination mode there.
Uh-huh. 1 white. Yeah, that's a good one. Prismatic Ending does the job, so that gets exiled.
You got to have your cake and eat it too here. Draw
Yeah.
2 with the flame, and then find an answer plus another resource.
Ooh, but that's a good one too. And now actually Johan does not have access to white to get rid of the Filia immediately. So depending on the play that Pablo has this turn, this could be really, really good
Yeah,
value.
you're right. This is exactly the window. Is there an awesome card to combo with the failure here on the first main phase?
That's a Stoneforge. That is a good one.
It really is. So
What do you think we are looking here?
Yeah,
Meteor Sword or
the thing is, Failure is still in play. You get to blink the Stoneforge, so you can now go for 2 equipments.
Recruiter of the Guard? Thank you very much, production.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I really want to go pre-war formal wear here,
Mhm.
and I want to go a big equipment. So that could be the Meteor, the 7-drop, to go with it on end of turn.
Nice, you got it. I also saw a Wasteland in hand for Pablo. So if we can waste the Volcanic, then get Meteor Sword, and also get rid of the red source. If we are aware of the fact that that's happening, or we could just get rid of the planes to prevent him from having removal spells.
Right, so saying Wasteland in combination with the land destruction spell incoming. Yes, okay. Yeah, that could be a game plan brewing here, going to trying to color screw.
Indeed. We shall see what Pablo decides to go for. Just slamming in here. Stoneforge. Now we can see the power of Philia here, and I mean, Johan, of course, needed to get rid of the Ether Vial, but not having another white source is coming back to haunt him.
Right. Wasteland onto the Volcanic as you predicted. And yeah, we could see a game plan. What was the second equipment? Oh, we haven't seen yet.
No, we haven't
That's
seen
why.
it yet. We'll find out soon. And in response here, Brainstorm. We had one blue floating from the Volcanic.
So I love the Brainstorm here. That's basically telling us that some number of consigned memories in the deck, because you can prevent the Stoneforge from coming back.
Indeed. Okay, so let's see what we are finding. I'm interesting because we have a lot of options. I'm not sure if there is a one de facto correct. I think it's more of a,
No.
what's your game plan at this point?
Yeah. So at this point, I think if I take the 7-drop, then all of a sudden the opponent will have to kill Stoneforge. But if that's the case, that means my failure surviving. So you can put your opponent between a rock and a hard place here.
Looks like that is Meteor Sword, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is the Meteor Sword. So I think we are indeed on the mana denial plan. Let's see if that works out. And I can also get that because, again, the time is an issue. So if we can prevent our opponent from having mana, we just want to try and win as soon as possible.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest point is here, if Johan prioritizes removal spell on the Stoneforge, we're left with the best card in our deck. So yeah, and I think this is exactly the rock and a hard place situation that I discussed. Now does Johan have a comeback here? Because if we can double spell here, ooh, it looks like back to basics.
Basics, yeah, it slows down the opponent again. So this is one grindy game again, and who knows? We will see. Indeed, now we have another Plains, so it makes so that opponent only has 2 mana, and at this state, that can be very relevant.
The blue Stone Rain here taking care of the Scrubland.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of mana destruction from both of these players.
Yeah, so surprisingly, because one is a Netherrealm deck, the other one has a million basic lands.
You think like mana denial is not that good in this matchup anymore, but yeah, of course, if Meteor Sword just says destroy permanent, yeah, that's that's a very good way to get rid of it.
So with Swamp and Plains already in play, a card like Overlord would be absolutely amazing. We once again see the pre-war formal wear being a little bit inefficient against especially white exile removal.
Oh, no, that's not on tap. We get that fixed soon, indeed. So let's see what Ophelia does and what the follow-up is. Just a couple of removal spells in hand for Pablo, not what we were looking for in the matchup.
We did touch on it a little bit during sideboarding, where we actually don't have that many exciting cards, but we also have to register a ton of Swords to Plowshares against the Jeskai control deck. So
yeah,
not optimal sideboarding, but the matchup is somewhat decent to begin with. So I wouldn't be that worried from the Death and Taxes side of things.
We did find another land, so we can actually cast this pre-war formal wear. That's good.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not bringing back anything, so it's just like it's just a naked equipment.
Yeah, which I mean, if we are racing, could be good enough.
I see it, but
yeah, Pablo decides not to use it.
I wanna. What's the 2 back cards?
We have Ophelia, and then I think that's an artifact, but I'm not sure about the second one.
Yeah, I was more. It looks like Recruiter of the Guard. No,
no, you got it. That's the one.
No,
yeah.
It's the Meteor thing, right?
Really? No, that's the one in front.
That's pre-war formal wear, so I can actually recognize the art on the left side of the card.
Sure.
Okay,
right.
the 2 equipments, 2 plows in hand, so and a redundant legend.
Yeah.
So,
so yeah, a bit of an awkward hand here.
Really awkward combination of cards. It's like it's almost unthinkable. You have 5 so poor spells in this situation, but.
Which is why I'm thinking about maybe we should just play the pre-war formal there, because we know the opponent usually exiles. So I would be thinking about maybe just increasing the clock, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, so if you play that card out, it does nothing, quote unquote nothing, but it does equip, and then you can start Blink It with Failure, which also grows the Failure for little to no cost. The alternative is of course this and bring Yorion to hand.
I like that. That's probably better. Johan just plays a land, passes at the turn, so we shall see what's now up. If they find a basic, they can play the Orion, very powerful indeed. Stoneforge, that's also good.
That's also good. So I want to know Johan's hand here. That's just 2 lands he's sitting there shuffling.
Oh,
okay,
that's going to be very difficult. We have 8 life.
That's
so
very brutal. Yep, that is. Let's see. As time is about to hit 0 here, so there's a little bit of also there's still Wrath of God and Supreme Verdict in Johan's deck. So yeah, let's see if Pablo can get over the finish line. At this point, we know that that's going to be more than just challenging for Johan.
I think that's Lion Sash. Is that correct artwork? So, yeah, that's Lion Sash.
That looks like Lion Sash.
So we are just trying to finish the game ASAP, which does make sense.
That
And I think if
that
you're
is a 1/1.
I think if you're in Johann's seats, you just need to draw a master removal spell, or it's game over.
It sure looks like it. Getting in for 3 here. Stoneforge comes back end of turn and fetches yet another equipment. I'm not
Yeah.
even sure there's. I guess there's
there
the
one
the
remaining?
blade in the deck.
Or we made a sideboard of that one out.
Very possible.
Okay, so that happens. Let's see here.
No dice to represent extra turns just yet, so we're just going to assume that we're not there yet in the extra turns.
No, indeed, they will have it figured out. Okay, yeah, concession here. I think it was just another land by Johann there, so that's unfortunate ending for him. And look at these pictures being thrown on the table. That's actually pretty funny.
That is awesome. That is a great souvenir.
Wow.
We got to do one earlier where the two of us were facing Callum Smith and
yeah,
Julian.
that was really cool.
And I had a comment on Twitter saying Julian could 1v3 all of you.
Which
and,
is probably true.
I'm still trying to buy into that, but I certainly won't slam the door on that just
I mean,
yet.
if we want to win that battle, I'm just looking towards you because I'm not big of a help right now. Well, that was a sweet game. We had some control matchup against each other. I think I can say that Death and Taxes is control, right? Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
agree?
Yeah, it is.
sure.
It has a bunch of creatures. I remember back in the day, people called it like White Weenie. That was always like, no. But my friend Thomas always named the deck Mono White Land Destruction on Magic Online. So
yeah,
it's closer to a control deck for sure.
Okay, nice. We had some very interesting games here, and that's it for now. We will soon be setting up round 6 for you, so don't go anywhere, and we will see you soon.
And we're back. Round 6 of coverage of the Legacy main event here at Eternal Week in Europe. Dude, I'm so hyped. Like, we only got 6 rounds in the book. There's going to be 14 rounds total, plus 3 in the top 8. Today, we're going to play 8 rounds. So we are almost like 3/4 there.
I love this GP format. It's so fun. Like,
the
there's
best.
so much something here. We're walking around the top tables. We're on a break from the last round. And there's just crowds of people around. Everyone's so excited to see what's going on. The top tables are filled with insane decks. Real variety as well. Tons of tempo as well. Fair decks. It's just looking very fun.
Dude,
Very good.
That's part of the whole GP experience, right? I mean, we're not calling it a GP anymore. We're calling it an Eternal Weekend, but it very much feels like a GP. Like we were both like birding the top tables and everything.
Walking back to the booth here, I had 2 friends run up to me saying like they've got a win in for day 2. That's the excitement, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what you want.
Of course, their friends, like, they're already playing further rounds because we're slowly catching up with the main events here.
Absolutely.
So we can give you almost non-stop live coverage coming to you by our production team, who's going to have all these matches in the backloaded. So, Callum, we got 6 rounds here. We are going to look into, well, it doesn't really mean all that much if you 6-0, right? But it's going to feel good if you're going to end the day maybe later on with an undefeated record going into day 2.
I mean, yeah, like if your plan is to do well at this GP, at Eternal Weekend, I keep saying now, you want to be winning every single match. To put it very simply, like you want to be 6-0, you want to be 7-0. So like you're not looking to get a draw here. You're not looking to get a loss here. This is just halfway through, right? This is part of the journey. So you're trying to win every single match.
So let's see which decks we got loaded up here for the feature match in round 6. Going to be an interesting one. I think one of the players is actually very well known. The other one we will find out about in a moment. So we got on this side Samuele Dagani playing. Is this like almost like a repeat of what we saw 2 rounds ago on Andrea Maguchi's hands?
Very close to Mengu's list. So basically, Samu is he's the Blue Dojo. He's like the head of Blue Dojo. He is Makumale online and stuff. So a lot of Italians, I think, will know him. He's a big part of 4 Seasons as well. He does the commentary for 4 Seasons. So huge part of the Italian community. So I'm really happy we get him on camera here. And I'm pretty sure he probably talked to Mengu because, or maybe they're just both in tune with the meta and like bringing him to Turek. So we had Mengu playing 2 hymns to Turek. Here we see 3 hymns to Turek. And otherwise, it looks very, very similar. The one Kaito, the one Snuff Out, I'm pretty sure they worked together on this.
Yeah.
And the deck was incredible in Mango's hands. The hymn start was so good when we saw it come up. And, Blue Bat Tempo, I felt like, hasn't looked that impressive to me until this build came along. It just looks very good to me. So him Turek, just I don't know. It's tempo negative, so it doesn't want to be against very aggressive decks, but there's a lot of combo and a lot of like mid-rangey decks. So
you say it's tempo negative, but I'm gonna hit your 2 only lands in your hand, and then we're gonna see how much you're gonna struggle on tempo.
Yeah, true.
I mean, that's what I would be doing.
Absolutely.
At least. Okay, so let's switch over to the other player here in round 6 of our feature match. Who's gonna be up against what? This is basically like the Swiss Army knife of the format right now, right?
Just so much interaction.
Pretty much. Okay, and here we got Emiliano Simoncini. Oh, dude, that's something. We haven't seen that deck like this in ages, but this has been like terrorizing Magic Online for quite a while, right?
This deck is what I would have played if I was able to play it on the
That
weekend.
would be you out
This
there?
would be me.
Would you be sitting at 5-0?
No, 1-5, 1-4. A slightly different build. So there's some other builds coming around that are a bit more aggressive. So they don't play Thought Monitor and Thoughtcast. But Emiliano is obviously doing very well with this. I think this shell is just so powerful. It's proven that it's a mainstay. It's here to stay. It's not really been hated out. Sometimes you'll see lots of null rules in the format, but that's not right now. The format's not about stopping artifacts. It's not about artifact-based combo decks, really, apart from Forge. And Forge, people have realized the null rules or cons don't really help it because the mana base is so powerful. So 8-cast, I think, is in a very good position. And the Pinnacle Emissary is such an insane addition to the deck. It just speeds up how fast the Kappa Cannoneers come out. So before Pinnacle Emissary came along, you'd see the Kappa Cannoneers come in like turn 2 if it was fast, turn 3, turn 4, and you'd really be playing to a long game. But now you see them come down turn 2 very often. And with the Pinnacle Emissaries, you just make it like a 20-20 very fast. So this deck almost feels like a weirdly combo deck with Pinnacle Emissary and Kappa Cannoneer closing out the games. But with the Thought Monitors and the Thoughtcast, it can play a very slow, grindy game as well. So this deck is very dynamic in my opinion.
So help me understand. Where's the name coming from? What are the 8 things that we're going to cast here?
So 8 different spells. So we've got Thoughtcast. That's part of the name. And then we've got Thought Monitor, which is a riff off Thoughtcast from Mirrodin. So these 2 cast cards, they both have affinity for artifacts. So this is where the 8-cast comes. Very often you actually see some of these cards trimmed over the last couple of years. So it's really cool to see Emiliano bring all 8 back. So this is really 8-cast because people have been calling it like blue artifacts, but now this is true 8-cast.
Yeah. You know what I always feel? I always feel like this is probably one of the best Urza Saga decks in the format. Like Painter also always been called like also a really good Urza Saga deck. Whenever I play Painter against this, I almost want to bring in the Blood Moons. Just because
Yes.
they got the really good constructs. Even better constructs. The Lava Spur Boots basically is an attest to that, how
Yeah.
good that is.
These constructs become like 8/8/9/9s without thinking. It's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
this was before Pinnacle Emissary when I played against it a lot. So they become just absolutely ginormous. So yeah, incredible as a Saga deck. And I think the chalices are pretty good against the blue black decks now with showing off the Tamio, Fatal Pushes, Dorsey's,
Okay,
Cantrip
okay.
and stuff. So I think I slightly like the 8 cast side here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Pinnacle Emissary is giving it such a huge boost.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see it in action. It's kind of like your 1 mana like Dark Ritual, but it's going crazy.
Yeah, it's so because the way warp works, you're so happy to just like cast the turn 1, cast 2 artifacts into it. Yeah, you got 2 creatures because you're kind of planning to play the 3 mana later in the game anyway. So it just works out like that.
Awesome. So let's jump into the match. Players already down the feature match area, and we're gonna get into the very first game of what's hopefully gonna be an amazing series. Always happy to see these rather like Fringe is not really doing it any justice, right? Rarely played decks in action.
No, not at all, not at all. So blue black is, I think, maybe one of the most popular decks along with blue red Delver at the event. So, but again, the him to Turok spice is a bit different for us.
Yeah, cool. So Samuela just passing. At this point, you can't really expect the other player to know what they have, right? This is
No.
such a huge tournament, almost 1,000 players. Like,
Yeah, at
there's
5
gonna
I
be
don't
way
think
too
so.
many players at 5 of those there.
A couple of other important dynamics to point out in the matchup. So previously, A-Class did have a problem with Murktide. You'd often like try and save your Ottawara to try and bounce it, and you just really, if a quick Murktide came down as a 6/6 to an 8/8 or something, you didn't really have a great answer to it, but apart from like Thought Monitors blocking it sometimes. But now with the introduction of Pinnacle Emissary in the deck, it just produces tons of blockers. They can only block creatures with flying, but blocks Murktide fine. So I think less of a problem. And the blue black decks do really struggle with Capita Cannoneer, apart from on the stack.
Yeah. Something I should probably explain very quickly. When I call it Pinnacle Emissary, like a Dark Ritual, of course, it doesn't actually produce the mana, right?
Yeah.
But it gives you so much affinity for artifact that all of what we call the 8 cast spells are reduced to 1 single blue.
Absolutely.
And like drawing 2 cards for 1 single blue. I mean, it's not quite there on vintage level, but we are getting somewhere.
Yeah. It is fantastic. Yeah. As you said, Thoughtcast, Thought Monitor, and Capita Cannoneer all being reduced. So absolutely apt, I think.
Yeah. Okay. And Emiliano starting out on the Chalice for 1.
Yep.
We got Samuela trying to find an answer with that brainstorm, which she's gonna use anyway, right? But it looks like just resolves.
I think so. Great start. Like historically, a Chalice on 1 could be almost lights out for kind of fair blue decks, tempo-y decks in the past, but now the mana costs of them are very diversified. We see 2 Orcish Bowmasters, we see a Kaito, we see a Wasteland. So some of it like has tons of plays here.
Dude, Kaito is so devious when you think about it. Like you pass the turn, your opponent doesn't have any creatures. First of all, the Orcish Bowmaster comes down, and then on the next one you sneak in the Kaito.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
like, well, where did all of this come from? All of a sudden you have like this 4 mana Planeswalker when we pass on nothing.
Absolutely. And it's so hard to deal with if you don't have like a spell on your turn because it has hexproof on their turn.
Tricky card.
Yeah. So
Remember when you used to cast like Elspeth Knight Errant and thought that was good?
Yeah, long time ago.
I mean, I used to think that. You probably didn't.
Let's get you to bed, old man.
Okay, so Samuela. Maybe a Home to Tark could be in the cards if it's literally in the cards.
There it is.
There's him.
See,
Ooh.
this is another great art. I'm a big fan of this one. I'm a fan of all of them. I said it last time.
Yeah, we need to go back to the Dwarfs. Dwarfs are the best ones.
So
he's
Emiliano's
not
face
planned
when
out
that
for
went
it.
for stack was a bit of just disgust. He was like, "Oh my god, this is gonna go badly."
He's not very happy about this.
Not at all.
Oh, you're shortcutting this. No dice draw. Just gonna pick 2 cards. Thoughtcast, and that's a Vault of
That's
Whispers, right?
Piece of the Synod.
Oh, Seed of the Synod. Okay, yeah. There we go.
Could be the land. Him doing what him does. Nope, but he knows a saga. Okay.
Emiliano really doesn't look happy, but Utsusaga is a great pickup there. I mean, Samuel, I think actually has a Wasteland, which
He
is like
does.
really gonna be important.
Probably like he had the option there of wastelanding the tomb because the tomb can do some pretty degenerate things. I think he probably does recognize that as a saga is a huge part of the win con of this deck, and just getting the him down could hit the saga itself as well. So
Also, there's a chance that Emiliano just untaps and drops his entire hand on the board, and then you're gonna sit there on that him.
yeah, absolutely.
Very much so. Okay, so Wasteland takes care of that threatening enchantment.
Yep. And now he's just setting up the classic play of end of turn Bowmasters, ideally in response to like a draw 2, and then you can bring in Kaito from an unblocked creature.
Mhm.
Emery here pretty good though.
Yeah, Emery is just like a constant source of card advantage. If you get something like a bubble going, right, that's the idea, that
Yep.
you can replay every single turn with Emery. And I mean, at some point, it's also going to be like a win condition. I think did we put up Kappa Canny in the graveyard there?
Yeah, we did. So can cast Cap and a cannon here. Now, I'm pretty sure Sam is going to ask the question of like, do you block if you attack with the Bowmasters and the token? Do you block with Emery, and then die to another Bowmasters?
Okay, so Emiliano is probably not going to block, right? Fearing
It's a
to
hard
lose one
question
of
to
the
ask
really.
because Orcish Bowmaster is so good against 8 cast because you're trying to draw all these cards. Like the namesake cards, Thought Cast and Thought Monitor, all drawing cards, and a single one of those will kill the Emery. Then, so I think you do kind of take it. And
Yeah, he's going to take it.
does take it.
And there's a surprise here. Ooh, bam!
yeah,
We got our very own Planeswalker going. And is that one going to be able to tap down the Emery infinitely?
not quite infinitely. I don't think that's how it works. Like he'll -2, and then next turn he's good 1, and I think it's always one little step behind. But yeah, taps down. We've seen this in the previous games. Kaito just being able to do whatever the game dictates. If you want, to tap down a creature, a removal spell, sometimes a huge creature like Griselbrand or something we're discussing before. Otherwise, you just snowball with drawing cards. Kaito is just incredible.
Yeah, I was walking by when our very own Will Hall was actually doing a deck test with Andrea Mangucci, and I believe he called Kaito the perfect one-off in the deck. Because it does everything he ever needs, which is basically what you just said about the card, right?
They seem to draw this one of a lot. So maybe they should play more. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what Will was suggesting.
Yeah.
But I think Andrea was happy just like drawing it or he needs it.
I can definitely see that like having multiples is a bit clunky sometimes. And if you don't have a creature to ninjutsu it in, I can definitely see that.
I mean, that's the thing about the 8-cast deck, right? It's very explosive out of gates. Maybe not so much in this game, but overall. But when you deal with like the first 1 or 2 business spells, then it's very much dependent on drawing something from the top, which admittedly it is very good having like 8 cards that draw 2 for 1 mana.
Yeah. It does feel like Emiliano just has nothing else going on. The Mishra's Bauble a bit awkward in the face of the Bowmasters. He doesn't even crack it because it's just going to put the clock faster. He's at 9 already. The Ancient Tomb almost like a liability out of the gates. 2 cards left in hand. The him was really brutal hitting the Thoughtcast.
What's a way for Emiliano to stabilize here? Does he have any way to like attack the Planeswalker?
He needs a Capacanneer, really.
Or that one's about to become unblockable if you find another artifact, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, now we're going to take this one out.
Yeah.
Shieldred's Edict.
I love the inclusion of a Shieldred's Edict. I don't think we saw it there from Andrea, but this card is just phenomenal.
I remember when the card used to be everywhere when there was like a lot of dark depth around, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That kind of fallen off a cliff.
Depths. Because it's command, a real dirty one.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
imagine just tapping an Ancient Tomb to exile your Marit Lage and draw a card.
So easy.
Yeah. And you can't even Sejiri step it because it's colorless. So I think that's a really, because its command is everywhere now. So it's just that's what's hurt the deck so much, I think. So Samu just commanding position here. Emery's gone. There's nothing going on Emiliano's side of the board. He's going to be, this is lethal in 2 turns. So I think this is just,
that's
him
not
as
him.
well. Look at his face, just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Ooh, he didn't have, there's no way for him to play those?
The Bowmasters was deal so much damage.
There was a way for him to play those, but it would have been terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, right, Bowmaster very good against the 8-cast deck if you get it down before they get the engine going.
Bowmasters is just such a popular card as well. This is the downside. A lot of players have moved away from the Thoughtcast, Thought Monitor version, and we're seeing why, I think.
So you'd think then, if they play a deck like that, they would need a built-in way to deal with the Bowmasters. Is there something, or are they just going to hope to outspeed it? Like I see another Spellbomb on the list, but that's probably not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I usually hope to outspeed it, really.
I mean, which 8-cast is very much capable of, right?
Yeah, for sure. It is a... You do play the Force of Will as well, so you're just hoping to force it, I think.
Yeah,
which is not.
It looks like we're moving to game 2 here. Emiliano scooping up his cards. He's going to be on the play for the second game, which is going to be huge for him, especially considering that he's playing 4 copies of Chalice.
Yeah, I mean, so he had a turn 1 Chalice, and Samu just didn't draw another 1-drop after the Brainstorm.
Yeah, so we went like 2-drop into, 3-drop kind of Kaito, then another 3-drop.
Yeah.
And yeah, these decks, they are not that dependent on their cantrips anymore.
No,
they
not.
can just run out the big guys. Remember when like playing Delver meant you played a lot of 1-mana threats?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then like the next evolution apparently is like, wait, why don't we just like play 3-mana threats?
Yeah.
That's so much better.
This
why has nobody thought about that?
Barragoyf is just such an incredible inclusion in the format.
Which is so funny when you look at it, like on the surface. Yeah, Barragoyf is better than Tarmogoyf, but it's also 1 mana more. It's like 50% mana more over Tarmogoyf. But it's everywhere, and Tarmogoyf is just like at home chilling. Tarmogoyf doesn't even know that there's a tournament going on yet. How many people do you think are playing Tarmogoyf today?
1 or 2.
Is it still played in Rock Delver, for example?
Probably not. No, because
No, it's not, right?
Questing Druid over it.
Dude, if you are out there, if you have any friends who are playing Tarmogoyf in the Eternal Weekend, hit us up. We want to know on Twitter because we will walk up to them and let them know that
I like to
there's
believe that Baragloif is
a
just
new
Tarmogoyf
Sherman
grown up.
component. Yeah,
It-
yeah.
It's the same spirit, same entity. Tarmogoyf is in the room with us in big numbers. My
There's
baby.
one thing. I don't know. For some reason, Tarmogoyf always comes back into Legacy. If
Does
it's
it?
going to be gone for like 5 years, it still finds a way back.
I don't know about now, though.
Not so much anymore? Okay,
No.
okay. It used to be the face of Legacy, though.
It was.
It very much was. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going on here on the sideboard on Samuel's side of the board. Once again, he's probably going to be pretty ready for a deck that's happy to draw a lot of cards. But what else is he going to add to his deck here?
So the Null Rod is a slam dunk, right?
Wow, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Dude, Narod is like lights out.
Absolutely. The engineered explosives as well. You want to kill a chalice on 0 if you can get it under the chalice. I say it can kill lots of the tokens from Pinnacle Emissary as well. It can sweep up a bunch of things. So explosives I think is good, and you can also cast it for like 0 off the wastelands as well. And then consigned to memory, I'm not sure on. It feels weird because it's like an artifact deck, but you just don't actually cast that many color spells. So I don't think we'll see the consigned to memories. Baraglyphs, like they could trade with some Urza Saga tokens. I'm not sure about the Baraglyphs either. I think the snuff out comes in as well to kill an Emery or a Pinnacle Emissary or something quickly.
Kepler Cannoneer as well, right?
Yeah, paying
Yeah.
the 4 mana so you can get it in time. So
Yeah, Kepler
Not-
Cannoneer like one of the big ways to actually beat the Nylrod.
yeah, so not a ton of cards to bring in, but I think his main deck is pretty good against them already. The Bowmasters especially. Here we will probably see a Shadow Spear because I think there'll be some racing situations. Probably the Dismembers to kill the Orcish Bowmasters. I don't really see much else really. Like
Not too exciting, right?
you could think about the Disruptive Flute to either name Kites or name Orcish Bowmasters to make it more expensive,
Well,
but it doesn't feel great, does it?
yeah, that certainly doesn't feel great. Also, like looking at the main deck, this is the kind of deck like that's what we call critical mass, right? When you look at a lot of these individual cards, they don't look all that impressive. Like when you look at like I don't know, like Mishra's Bauble or something. Like, is that really what you want to be doing in Legacy? Apparently, it is.
Yeah.
But you need to maintain the critical mass, right? So if you trim too many things, all of your entire deck falls apart.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think we'll probably just see the Shadow Spear and 2 Dismembers here. Is my instinct.
Sounds good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's jump into the game. Let's see what a real proper war-powered Pinnacle Emissary start looks like.
Yeah,
Potentially.
that's what Emiliano's looking for, because a bunch of like 3/1/1 flyers could just tempo out and get there.
Yeah.
But
Amelia, of course, aware of the possibility of that. When I played against the deck for the first time, my opponent warped out the Pinnacle Emissary. Could have forced it. It was like, yeah, well,
fine.
a couple of creatures. What are they gonna do? And then they
Yeah.
pass and they have like 7 creatures and like 10
Yeah.
cards in hand. Like, okay, maybe you
could-
should have forced that.
it can lead to some crazy things.
Yeah.
So Emiliano's down to a mull to 5, importantly here. We saw him put 2 cards in the bottom of his library. So unfortunate mull, especially against a deck with so much interaction like Wastelands and Himtorax, mulling to 5 is really brutal.
Interestingly, Emiliano did not crack his Mishra's Bubble there. What's the reason?
He probably wants to have affinity for like a Thoughtcast or a Capicannoneer.
For the Mox Opal, maybe?
Yeah, for Mox Opal as well. And I spied an Emery in his hand, so he wants to have 2 artifacts in play to cast Emery, I think.
Ah,
So
makes a
I
lot of
see, we
sense.
see a Force and an Emery. The
Emery
Saga,
also has affinity for artifacts, right? That's the
Yes.
issue. Yeah, okay, cool.
the Saga, incredibly good though. But I do spy a Engineered Explosives in Samuel's hand.
Oh,
And
that's gonna be
That's for
devastating.
0 after the if Emiliano draws either another land or like another mana. Ideally, he'd probably draw like another Bauble, so he can have mana of the Mox Opal. Oh no, sorry, he wants an Ancient Tomb, I guess, to activate the Saga. But then the Engineered Explosives can mop up the Opal. The Mishra's Ball will have to crack in response, and he can kill any constructs if Emiliano draws mana for it as well.
Ooh, there's Nahirot.
Oh my god.
So Amelia came to game. It's like,
Yeah,
I got this one off and it's gonna devastate you. I better find it by turn 2.
this does. I think he has another land, does he? I didn't spy it. No, he doesn't have
He
another land.
doesn't.
This is the thing.
Oh, that's
Okay.
actually pretty tricky. Like, do you want the backbreaking card but no land? I mean, next turn he can brainstorm and then hopefully find another land. There's a lot of ifs going on there.
Yeah, I feel like you keep it. Yeah, it's just so backbreaking here. But you know what? If he draws like an Ancient Tomb for Emiliano, does he? Oh, it's another Mox Opal.
Yeah,
Wow.
but the thing is, like on a mulligan to 5, if you got Urza Saga Ancient Tube, I'd keep that on a mulligan to 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So he kept Force blue card with an Ancient Tomb as a Saga. Sneak. Absolutely. Here, Thoughtseize doesn't really matter. Well, he'll take the Force of Will, which should cancel the Null Rod, but he still hasn't got a second land, and he knows the top cards won't be lands. So
Also kind of awkward for the Emiliano picking up that second Mox Opal, which is basically another mulligan to him.
yeah. Oh, well, the other Saga's going to be able to go off now and probably get like maybe a Bauble or a Lotus Petal, and then Emery can come into play. But Samuel does have a second land, Undercity Sewers, and he knows the top card already, so he's like, I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, I don't need.
Because
Don't need
I
any
think it's the
additional
null
supplies.
on top.
Okay. So, what are we gonna get? Is this actually gonna be the Lotus Petal?
Probably. Could be another bauble instead.
Although he's eyeing the pithing needle over there. Could name where
Bit late for the
I
wasteland.
was gonna say like he
Okay.
could name engineered explosives. Honestly,
Yeah, it would be a really heads-up play, and would be totally correct. Which
now I'm curious.
if he gets it.
Are there any like technically Kaito, but like if
Mm.
Samuel ever gets Kaito going in the next couple of turns, it slides out for you anyway, probably.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll probably see an Emery, and
Honestly, like engineering explosive has been so common in these blueback tempo decks, as you mentioned yesterday. They struggle with dealing with artifacts and enchantments, of course.
yeah,
That we can basically expect to see one of them there. Okay, so finally Mox Opal is turned on.
Mhm.
Emery puts a bunch of mana into the graveyard that we'll have access to by the next turn. And passing back to Samuela here.
I think he's
Samuela
gonna
from
play
the
this
top.
null rod so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Kaboom.
gonna hurt. This is gonna really hurt. So Emiliano, I think he forgot to crack his Mishra's Bauble in response as well.
Yeah.
Once it's in play, he just doesn't have many answers to it. It's so brutal here.
You're actually looking at deck list right now. There's again Otawara, maybe.
Yeah. If
It's
he
just
can,
a one-off.
I mean, he needs to find 4 mana to do that as well.
I think the true answer is that our way of beating it is just like additional copies of Witcher Saga and
Yeah.
maybe Kappa Cannoneer, as we mentioned earlier.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Capcania could come down, like you make a mana off the Mox Opal and then play the second one.
Well, good luck making mana after Mox Opal there.
That's a very fair point.
Yeah.
Very fair point.
We're gonna issue like a qualification, disqualification to Calamir. Production can use in a judge, please, into Caster's booth.
That card.
Did you have any previous warnings today?
This null rod doesn't do anything. I'm sorry.
Okay. that's the idea. Yeah.
Okay, Samuel misses on the third land drop. So there isn't a threat going. He's got an Orcish Bowmaster in hand, another Brainstorm, the E still, an Edict. Can at least get the Bowmasters down next turn.
Yeah.
Get in there, Emery.
One more.
Just 16 more turns.
5% of your entire life total gun.
Yeah,
Sounds so much better than 1 point of damage.
it does. It does. Yeah, but I think you're right. Emiliano just needs to draw like a Saga Range and Ancient Tomb. And the Engineered Explosives is turned off by the Null Rod at least. So like if he does draw that, the constructs could just be massive. But,
Well, he's got 2 basic islands in there as a source of blue mana for a potential Kappa Cannoneer. Other than that, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Well, we got a game plan.
yeah. it is
Saga and
a-
Ancient Tomb or Basic Island.
So we see the Emery go. Just main phase, get out of there.
Edict. And
Another Lotus Petal.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you draw the island, he's got a Capcanair in hand as well.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, I just spied it. So
okay.
you know what? If he draws an island, he can just cast it, and the Edict's gone now.
Also, no forces in Samuel's hand, right?
No.
Did he actually finally find the third land? So
He has found the
can-
third land, and
okay.
he has also found a hymn to Turak.
He's probably gonna fire that one off.
I think so. And I think this is going to be, does it hit the Kappa or not? Oh, he's going to play the Bowmasters, get a clock going.
Ah,
He
makes
probably just thinks enough cards in his hand are locked out. Another pedal.
Dude, this is you can see the work that Nyrod's doing.
That's just
It
insane.
would have been so good for Emiliano, like building the biggest Kappa cannon here and getting it unblockable all the time.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a reason you put silver bullets like that in your sideboard. They're not always applicable, but when they are, they're devastating.
Yeah. I mean, we saw him keep. I think he found the Uncity Sewers off it as well, so he couldn't play the Null Rod the following turn. He was just like, right, I can get this down in 2 turns, and it's such a back-breaking card in the matchup that you revolve your whole game plan around that the next couple of turns. So yeah, I think we might see a Kaito come in now. Or maybe he's just drawn a Thoughtseize, so maybe he goes Thoughtseize and him to Torak just to, So because we don't see Kaito coming in here in combat, he's going to do probably him into Thoughtseize, or no, just a Barrowglyph.
Barrowglyph.
Yep.
Barrowglyph always feels like in these kinds of games, it's just like a one way to close out the game, right?
Yeah.
You push further ahead by also like adding cards to your hand, but
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter all that much. It's just really just a way to get things done.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's also, I guess, part of why in the main deck, it's usually just a one-off. Like you
Yeah.
rarely need multiples. I mean, you're happy to be in a situation where you got them. But
Absolutely. And I mean, the reasoning to play the Barrowglyph rather than discard spells is like Emiliano's not done anything for the last few turns. You know that he's got only like 1 or 2 cards that are potentially live, really. So we're thinking about the Capicanic coming down and maybe being good, but at this point,
You know what I would
it's
love
not
to
even
do?
going to save him.
You know what I love to do? I would love to invite Samuele into a deck tech later on.
It might be a good
Just
idea.
yeah, just to get an idea. Like, did you work with Andrea Mangucci? Like, is that just like a brainchild of the both of you, or did you both arrive at realizing that
we see the handshake
Tarek would be really good?
At the second Baragov coming down. This is a classic Baragov finds Baragov. It's just they come in pairs.
Yeah.
Was it like a siege Rhino? They always come in.
There are too many. You remember those
Yeah.
screenshots where like 7 sea trends to play?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Baragos have a way of like when you're stuck on 2 mana, you draw 5 of them. But when they're good as well, you draw multiple.
Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so it looks like production actually they caught Samuele. They're gonna get him to the Castles area.
Fantastic.
And there will be another deck tag. So stay tuned. Just a moment. Will Hall is gonna be out there with Samuele, Marco Mala of the Blue Dojo fame, and he's gonna tell us everything there's to know about the blue-black tempo deck and Legacy, which is apparently making its presence known as the successor to what used to be like blue-black Reanimator as the most dominant deck.
Yeah, well, we've seen Reanimator still be a thing, right? We've seen it twice on stream, and they're doing quite well. You know, if Brian Koval is picking to play Reanimated, then there's got to be something there.
We've seen it twice, but we also seen it lose twice.
True.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see.
Fair point.
Everybody, stay tuned. It's just gonna be a short moment. We're gonna be right back with the deck tech here at Samuela and finding out about blue-black tempo. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. Stay tuned. We're gonna be right back.
Welcome back to Deck Techs of eBay. I'm now joined by
Samuele Dagani.
And you've bought this blue-black sort of reanimate. We were used to reanimate, now it's more gone to the tempo sort of strategy. Why are you playing this weekend in the Legacy Championships?
Yeah, we tried since the ban to arrange a control-ish list to fight an unknown meta because we are expecting a lot of different deck this weekend. And clearly the best tempo deck in the mind of everyone is blue-red Core Steel. So we tried a control-ish approach and we ended up with this list that is more mid-range, and it got more gas, more fuel to fight against.
Let's talk about some of that fuel. So yeah, we saw earlier on I did a deck tech with Mengu, and he was playing 2-hit Turks. You've gone for a free. Why are we playing free in this card? Obviously, it used to be an all-star. I play it a lot in Vintage Cube. Why is it now showing a lot more in Legacy?
Yeah, because I think that if you are playing UB tempo, you don't have a really a 2-mana strong card to do in an aggressive approach. I mean, you have Orcus Bowmaster, but sometimes they does anything, nothing.
Yeah.
So you will end up a lot of times looking for something really aggressive to do, and it's also a good target for a -3 aggressive Tamiyo when you flip up in every matchup against a white deck, because usually they run prismatic ending, so it's really hard to going up for the ultimate, and having a target like this, it's really, really good.
Interesting. So against the white decks, instead of trying to ultimate Tamiyo, you're just trying to get the value where you can.
Yeah.
If you can cast this twice, you know, you've almost 2-for-1 your opponent, so you're going to try and pull away that way. Love it.
Yes.
Next up is the Kaito. Normally a one-of in these decks, when I've been floating on the tables, you're playing 2 copies of it. Is it just that good? Do we need to be playing 2?
I think it replaced the Oko slot in the meta. Nearly. It's not that strong, but with this guy you can answer very everything. Because the deck lacks of removal, especially for Murtide and big mana creature, so you need to tap it.
You can lock them down with this.
Yeah.
And worst case scenario, it's a nice big beat stick. And if you're able to bounce back, you don't know, you're an Orcus Bowmaster to hand.
Also a borrower.
Or your Grave Brazen Burrow, one of in the copy. Why 1 copy of Brazen Burrow?
Yeah.
It's a nice catch-all.
Yeah, it's a catch-all, and it's like the 5th removal or the 2nd removal for Murtide, just to have an insurance, not auto-losing from the big dragon.
Sweet, well, you're currently 6-0, so you're only 2 more rounds, potentially getting that perfect 8-0 record.
Hopefully.
Going into tomorrow's day 2, so I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much, and we're going to pass it back to the booth. Sweet.
Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back to Eternal Weekend Europe Legacy Championships. We are making ready for round 7. But before we dive into this, I do want to mention that we have here in a great tournament organized by Four Seasons and by Bouze. And we have had a massive amount of people here today. 2,500 people
Yeah,
each day, which
per
means
day.
in total that's 5,000 people being here. Everyone wants to be part of this. If you haven't been here, I mean, the atmosphere here is buzzing. So I can only advise you to, if you can make it next year. I mean,
yeah.
I'm definitely coming back. Andreas, what about you?
Yeah, definitely. I will come back one way or the other, whether you see me at the tables or you see me here speaking into the microphone.
And also, thanks to our sponsors, we have
Yeah.
some sweet goodies here.
Look at this one, what I'm holding here. So I have this sweet avatar themed deck box from Ultimate Guard. Ultimate Guard always delivers
Thank you very
quality
much.
product. One for you and one for me. And look at my favorite here. My favorite is this one. I was about to say the battle box, but this one, the collector's case. But for me, this will hold a full legacy gauntlet. Tons of decks here, even themed by DC. You know, we like nerdy stuff here. We're Magic players. We do like our superheroes as well. So this will go into my backpack. And thanks so much for Ultimate Guard.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for that. We appreciate it very much. And now, of course, what else do we appreciate? That's a lot of good legacy action. So let's just dive into round number 7. I think we have 2 matches for you here. So let's dive into the first one. If I'm correct, I think it's going to be TES versus Blue-Red Post. Blue-Black Post. I'm sorry. So let's see what we have first here. Oh, it's going to be Blue-Black Tempo. Let's dive in.
We're going to be seeing Blue-Black Tempo here and not Blue-Black Post. So I guess we got a little bit of a curveball here. But Blue-Black Tempo with a cool avatar edition. Wan Shi Tong, a very, very cool card out of the avatar expansion. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens here. It looks like we will be getting the right decks for you guys shortly. But you know, tech stuff
I do
happens.
just want to talk about that card now to mention it because I'm such a huge fan of the Wan Shi Tong. It's like the new creature. We just saw the last round we did was round number 5 with the Jeskai control deck.
Right.
I've actually been trying out Wan Shi Tong in that deck, and it's been surprisingly good.
Right.
Like every fetch land, if you have the Wan Shi Tong in play, you just draw cards. It is really powerful.
It really punishes, and it's a good mana sink as well. Pitches to force in a pinch. I will say it stretches my mana a little bit too much to my liking, because all of a sudden you have to fetch a lot of duels or you have to have a lot of basic islands in your deck, I guess. So it's just a little bit annoying if you put it into a standard Jeskai deck that wants white mana and red mana and what have you.
Yeah, double blue can sometimes be an issue, right?
Right.
Now that I have the time, I asked this to you yesterday as well, but I always wonder, like, we are not playing, unfortunately, but we are doing this. Excellent. So what would you be playing today?
If I was playing the Legacy main event, I would be playing Blue-Red Tempo. I would be playing with Delvers and with Corey Steel Cutter. I think Cutter is a great tool in that deck to have an upper hand in fair matchups, where if you play without it, you prioritize unfair matchups. And speaking of that...
unfair matchups. This is the one that we have here. So we have the correct deck list here. So indeed, we have Storm here. Talk to me, Andreas.
The Epic Storm. So first of all, Brian Cook is smiling somewhere. And
he must be watching.
Second of all, this is a Dark Ritual Storm deck, but we're using almost a rainbow mana base so that we can play Veil of Summer, Brainstorm, and gamble in the same deck alongside Dark Ritual. So we're really stretching the mana base to have the absolute best card quality across the board. We're looking to cast Beseech the Mirror, hopefully going for a Lethal Tendrils or going for Gaia's Will, replaying Dark Rituals, finishing the job that way. We also have Song of Creation if you're somewhat low resourced. And we have Echo of Eons, very potent with Lion's Eye Diamond. It's basically turns Lion's Eye Diamond into Black Lotus and Echo of Eons into Time Twister. And I'm a vintage guy, so I do love some of that. So blazing fast combo deck on paper, and then it's going to use Veil of Summer to hopefully break through some opposing counterspells.
All right, I like it. Let's go to the other deck list here. So if we're correct, this is going to be Blue-Black Post. This is a deck that has recently been popping up a bit out of nowhere. Feels to me.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. A bit out of nowhere. A few months ago, I remember this started out as more of an experimental deck. I believe it started off as a Chalice deck, but I'm missing that from this specific deck list. It looks like Disruptive Flute has found its way into the main deck instead, which is pretty cool to say, how can I cover these show and tell and doomsday decks that are popping up in the format? But yeah, this is a big mana deck. I will classify it as a control deck that's trying to win with, you know, card advantage from stock up, landing Ugin for inevitability. Karn is very, very strong against, Mystic Forge, equipment, vials, and stuff like that. And then the dreaded Kozilek's command. What a good mana sink here. And last mention to the mana base, Planar Nexus and Urza's Tower. Very, very potent. 4 mana as early as turn 2.
Nice. Love the Singleton Cyclonic Rift in there too. That's pretty funny. Let's go to the games. I mean, Singleton Cyclonic Rift, if you have the mana, just getting rid of everything, it does make sense.
It
I haven't seen
does.
it ever.
It combos a little bit. Well, it's viable because of Waterlogged Teachings being able to go and grab you an instant from the deck. So you actually have more access to it than you might give it credit for initially.
Okay. This is going to be difficult because the blue-black Cloudburst deck did mulligan to 5 against Storm. Not where you want to be.
I hope so. One silver lining could be that Stefan is aware of the matchup, and that's why. But if this comes as a surprise that this is a blazing fast combo deck, that could spell trouble for Stefan.
Yeah, because this is closed deck list, so I think we could just perfectly see turn 1 win here from Aaron, right?
Well, if my opponent goes Urza's Tower, I'm thinking they're playing Mystic Forge. That would be my first guess, especially with the double mulligan.
Yeah, since if you've seen the land here from Stefan, you just go for it whenever you can. That would be my
I would
guess.
say so, because the most likely deck my opponent's playing is Mystic Forge, which is a, mono colorless deck with no ways to interact. So Stefan is secretly hoping, first of all, that the opponent goes off turn 1, but also that there's a Force of Will in the mix. But for Aaron, I think this is just go time if it's possible.
And we may see that here after the brainstorm, shuffle away some bad cards or cards we do not want, playing the petal. So yeah, if you're Aaron, you're just going to try and go for it here, I imagine. And if we want to win from this spot, what do we need to do?
Yeah, this deck is a little bit different than the Ad Nauseam Tendrils deck that we showed earlier. So sometimes this deck will have to do something like Lion's Eye Diamond, discard our Echo of Eons, or gamble and hope that we don't lose the Lion's Eye Diamond on the random discard. So I guess we will just see where this turn goes. It does require quite a bit to try and go off here.
I mean, Aaron is taking count of the storm, so I think
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see it. Like, what's the storm count? We had Brainstorm, we have the Artifact, we have Lion's Eye Diamond here, we have Veil of Summer. That needs to get forced, otherwise it's just have to. Even though you probably don't have another Force Will, you just need to do this.
And at that point, we also know what the last card is.
Yeah.
So I really like this. Also, heads up play by Stefan here, who could theoretically say, well, if I blow this Force, I mean, I don't, have a Force anyway, so why should I do it? But he knows that Echo of Eons might be the card coming, and he could draw into a pile of forces now, so they need to be live. So heads up play here in, let's call it a bad situation from Stefan.
Yeah. Okay, but now this is always a risk because you only have 1 Lotus. So it's possible, depending on what you draw, that you may just have to pass the turn. And who knows, maybe Stefan is able to just deploy like the One Ring, and suddenly this game shifts.
I absolutely agree. So this is where it gets a little bit wonky. This is not a deterministic cast 3 rituals, besiege for Gaia's will, and win the game with the lethal tendrils. This is more of a, let's see if my 7 cards can match your 7 cards. So absolute worst case, Aaron will pass the turn with 2 more resources than Stefan, having 3 mana sources on the battlefield. Both players having 7 cards in hand. That's the absolute worst case.
I think storm count is like 7, something like that. If I can,
I would just say we're good on storm.
Yeah. Okay, we're passing the turn, so not going for it here. Let's see what Stefan found here. Karn.
Oh,
that's good because it shuts down the artifacts.
Pairing the tower with Planar Nexus, getting unmulliganed by the draw 7.
Thank you very much.
And then landing a Karn, which is now at least kills 2 mana sources on the side of Aaron, but also any future ones showing up.
Now, is this game over for Aaron, or can we wiggle our way out of this?
Since we're a deck with 4 Dark Rituals, we have counterplay here. I would assume that there's also a way to bounce a Karn in the Burning Wish sideboard. Don't quote me on that though. But yeah, this is big advantage for Stefan.
Okay, we will get the One Ring. That does make sense. Very powerful artifact indeed. And I guess it's just going to be a passing of the turn here in just a second. And then we will see what Aaron is able to do here. Do we have these Dark Rituals to try and go for the combo? Or is this Karn so good that it's just going to shut down the entire game plan?
That is the question on everybody's lips right now.
I see a lot of artifacts in Aaron's hand. Let's see. I'm trying to deduce which one.
Right. So there's also a red card here. Could be Burning Wish. Burning Wish, a card that's super flexible.
But this is important because you can see Aaron he's counting. He's this is what typically Storm players do,
Yeah.
right? You can see them thinking in their head, okay, how much going to go? What's the Storm game going to be? Emma, because Stefan is at a healthy 19 life, so we
Yes.
do need to get high enough if we want to go for it this turn.
This looks like Defense Grid, which
Grid.
is a card that right now doesn't do much because Aaron has no way to continue on that specific turn. So in theory, Stefan could just say, well, this Ursus Tower I'm going to put to the side. I'm always going to use that to cast my Force Will for the future.
That does make sense. And I see a Disruptor Flutes. So in if you're Stefan, my guess would just be slam down that one ring, or is there a reason not to do that?
Yeah, so some of these Storm decks have clever ways to get around the One Ring via Burning Wish sideboard. But I didn't take a good enough glimpse at the list to tell you which one Aaron may or may not be running. So putting the One Ring here and taking a turn off sounds fine because it protects you from lethal tendrils, lethal grape shot. So very few things can go wrong if we do that, I feel like.
We do gain a bit of life here. And then we play the One Ring. Okay, that works. Gain protection. Just going to draw immediately. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe did they miss the life gain? Or is that not correct?
Cloud Post enters tapped. You're thinking about Glimmer Post?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Yep.
thought it was Glimmer Post. Didn't
Yep.
quite catch
Glimmer
that.
Post enters untapped and has no mana bonus.
Right. So no life gain. That's
So that
on
might
me.
come next turn, and that's actually a very, very important part of the deck to make sure that all of this lost life from the One Ring can get rebought.
Doesn't really matter because Stefan actually has gotten Mycosynth Lattice, and if he is able to deploy that next turn, it is just a definitely game over moment. So Aaron needs to go for it this turn, so I imagine he's going to try and do everything he can to make that happen. Just a gamble. What do you want to gamble for?
Right. What do we want to gamble for? We're gambling for a spot on day 2 here at Eternal Weekend. Both players sitting.
Yeah.
But let's try and be serious here for a moment. We need an answer to Karn, or we need enough rituals to power through it, because we're also working with One Ring protection on the side of the opponent. So there's a lot of complications here. I wouldn't be able to tell you, so I guess I'll just be sitting this one out and watch the action unfold.
My guess would be, since all the artifacts don't make mana, like something like Dark Ritual.
Yeah.
How else are we gonna win?
Yeah, I like it.
Let's see. Of course, now the gamble is it in hand? Because
yeah,
that is scary.
Let's see. With a 1 in 6 chance that we lose our tutor target here.
And okay, so that was useless anyway. So
yep,
feeling good about that, I guess.
Copy of Defense Grid does absolutely nothing here.
Okay.
Especially because the game is going to be over if we pass the turn. So we're playing with house money here.
See, I think that was the Dark Ritual that we needed. And then, ooh, Beseech the Mirror. So I imagine that we just gambled for Dark Ritual to be able to play the Beseech, or we had the Ritual and we wanted to get the Beseech. That would be my guess.
Yep, that makes a ton of sense. Here's Stefan reminding himself there's the Defense Grid in play, so put the hand down and watch the action unfold.
What's that one? I don't
so
recognize
I think
that
this is Song of Creation. Song of Creation, a cool card we might be able to get on screen, a Teamer colored enchantment that every time you play cast a spell, you draw 2 cards, and you may play an additional land each turn. So now, if you play enough zeros here, we could have some fireworks.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I think we can actually win here through a Karn, but we still have the One Ring protection, so we have to be worried about that. So yeah, and I think you can see Aaron is just conceding. Because okay, we got to draw some cards, but it's not enough. So it was close. We maybe could have been able to find something that could save us here, but in the end, it was not good enough.
It looks like there's a copy of Approach of the Second Sun in the sideboard, which is a card that beats the One Ring.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Talk to me here. What do you want to do?
So this is first of all, this is a Burning Wish deck. We're going to have a little bit of a theme here with these 2 decks. So we're going to be doing incredibly light sideboarding, if any here, because a lot of these cards you want for Burning Wish. So let me just quickly see what Boomerang Basics, the wording on that card is.
I don't think I've ever heard about that card. Is that a new one for you?
I gave it a read yesterday, and then I went to sleep. So 1 mana sorcerer, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you control that permanent, draw a card. So essentially, you want to board this card in when you expect hate pieces. So in this matchup, with closed deck list, you will be expecting Chalice of the Void, which your 1-drop does not kill anyway. So it kind of, it doesn't make much sense, right? So the 1 copy of Defense Grid, that's what I think we'll see will get added to the deck here, but it's going to be very minor adjustments. I'm trying to get over the finish line against the dreaded blue post deck.
That makes sense to me. And now let's watch the blue post deck's sideboard. If you're playing the blue post deck, is there anything that you really want to have against the Epic Storm? Because these games can be over very fast.
I'll be looking for the force and negation number, which was an exact 0, so that was not exciting. It looks like the cards in the sideboard that we're actually going to bring in is in general only going to be a couple of Hull Breachers. It's going to be 4 Barragoyfs. It's going to be 2 Hydroblasts. The rest is like a Karn sideboard. So I could actually see a number of Hull Breachers. You have a Dismember in your main deck that's very unexciting. You have Cyclonic Rift in your main deck that's very unexciting. So looks like a clean 2-for-2 swap for me. And then we're trying to flip the tables here and play Hull Breacher into the draw 7.
Yeah, I think like maybe from both players 1 or 2 cards, and that's about it.
Yep.
So yeah, let's see if we have a very fast game again here. We're going to dive in. Of course, again, we've talked about this being on the play important, especially for the Storm player, so we can see their hands. Okay, looks like both are going to be doing a mulligan here. Both are going to be going into a mulligan to 6. I imagine that this is something that you don't really want, but, well, if we can go off turn 1, it doesn't really matter with how many cards you're going to start.
Right, but we also have the context of the opponent knows that we're a blazing fast combo deck, so we should also give credit to their
Definitely.
keep. And then there's a new sub game. This is kind of how Oops All Spells oftentimes plays out, where I know you can win turn 1, but you also know that I know that, so maybe I'll just play a discard spell instead of
Yeah.
winning on turn 1, or
Exactly.
keep some slower hands because you're going to have a force anyway, right?
I did see in Stefan's hand a Force of Negation, so that's the good one. But of course, we're playing against the Epic Storm, so discard is a thing. We shall see what happens. But again, Surveil land here, very, very good. So I imagine we're just looking for discard spells if we need them.
So the thing is, I actually think that Aaron is only leaning on Veil of Summer and Defense Grid as interactive spells.
No
I think there was
discard spell.
one Thoughtseize in the sideboard. So this is actually a lot different than the Storm deck we featured earlier, which had the full 8 discard spells, and thus, had Veil of Summer come and get me typed over the forehead.
Yeah, same thing, like discard or Veil of Summer. They try and do similar things. I like it.
Yeah, it's counterspell protection, essentially.
Indeed. Let's try and keep track of Storm. We'll see if we can make that. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. So we have Lion's Eye Diamond here being played. Storm is 1. And then we have Mox Opal. Storm is 2. Lotus Petal. Storm is 3. So now we can tap that Mox Opal. Good stuff. Okay, what do you want to search for here?
So
With
Burning
Burning Wish.
Wish, it looks like Lion's Eye Diamond was not sacrificed in response, which makes me a little bit curious that this is a setup situation. Also, Stefan is kindly asking,
Yeah.
did you mean to sacrifice the Lion's Head Diamond in response? It's
Yeah,
not because
very-
I have a force, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, indeed. Yeah, very clever, very clever.
Gentleman play.
Stefan, and this is important because, like, just make sure communication is very important in paper magic.
Yep.
Right? Like, is this where we are? Is this the phase? Is this what you want to be doing? It is important. We need to be very clear about that.
So we're still counting Storm here. Is this a draw 7 to follow up with? I'm trying to think about reasons to play out the second Opal.
Just increase the storm count.
Yeah.
Beyonce. Yeah, we're gonna go for it here. Let's see if we can make that happen. Now, this is not game over. We saw it last time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we gave our opponent the con, so we could be in an issue. But then again, we could give ourselves the win condition. So we have to do this.
On paper, the Storm deck is now has a small advantage, which, yeah, it's pretty interesting because this could surely backfire. It's very hard to win from just one pedal in play. I really like this move of casting Burning Wish, and I actually think we would have seen the one-off discard spell come into the equation. Tutor for Burning Wish now, then play Opal, Thoughtseize Burning Wish for Thoughtseize the opponent, and then go for the draw 7. So I think this has ended up being 1 mana cheaper than Aaron actually wanted it to be because the Burning Wish got countered.
Okay, I dig it. So I think Storm is now 7, if I remember correctly. And there I do see a Tendrils of Agony.
I see a
in hand.
natural Tendrils, which is the dream.
Yeah, but can we get enough mana here? Are those 2 Dark Rituals?
They sure look like Dark Rituals to me.
And we have 1 black mana floating, so the question is, can we have this storm count high enough? Or are we just one bit short?
I guess
Just
they
the
were not
passing of
Dark
the turn.
Rituals.
Okay, we have seen that incorrectly. I can't really make it out.
Yeah, Chrome Moxen, I think.
Oh yeah, it's possible. We'll find out in just a second
Yeah.
here. Just playing a land, passing of the turn. So Arrow not having, yeah, indeed. Now I see it. When it's on front, it looked black, but it was actually an artifact.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm sure that Aaron would have preferred to have like a much more
Oh
explosive
yeah,
draw here because
Aaron's hand is terrible now.
yeah, not a lot of fire in this one.
Because even any spell to imprint to Chromox last turn would have done it.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, that was
Surveil hand.
really unlucky.
What we are surveying something away, and is that a dark ritual then? I don't know. We can't really make it out. End of turn here. Let's see if we can search up an island. Is that going to be just a basic? Yes, it is. Okay. And if you're Stefan, I can imagine that they will just dodge the bullet there.
Yeah, for sure. And this has a little bit the writings on the wall of the first game, where if the initial onslaught doesn't work, the Cloud Post deck does such a good job of closing down the game. Especially, I think this turn is going to see some kind of mana burst because, okay, no mana burst. So I guess there's no One Ring or Karn in the mix.
Okay, we'll see what the follow-up is. I mean, the Cloud Burst deck does have like a built-in null rod, which is good against this deck in the form of Karn, so it is very scary giving them that. Okay, you can see Aaron thinking here. How can we navigate this to possibly try and win the game here? But I don't see a line. Now, I'm not a Storm player, but it is difficult.
We're looking for a Burning Wish target that is an action spell on its own. The best one right now is probably going to be Besiege the Mirror or Echo of Eons, but I'm very suspicious that Stefan passing the turn with this mana up means Hull Breacher. Let's see if I'm right about that, because that surely makes the draw 7 absolutely abysmal.
He must have something. There's no way that he just drew nothing or decided, yeah, I'm just not going to play it.
Maybe we're going to see the blowout here. This could be the biggest blowout. 6 mana draw 7. The opponent has 1 blue and 2 colorless.
See.
What could it be?
Oh, yeah, Stefan is reaching for the hand. Again, and I also see a force negation here too. Yikes! That is so unfortunate. That's so painful.
The pirate is here to basically take all the treasure.
Of the hand. Oh, that's backbreaking. And both games, actually, the Echo of Eons giving the advantage back to Stefan is not how I expected these games to go.
Not twice in a row, and we actually got to see the Merfolk pirate catching the draw 7. This is beautiful. We want more of that. Not necessarily unique stuff, but then at least special stuff on stream. That's why we love to showcase these games. If it's just, bread and butter, business as usual, what's the fun in that? But we've just seen so much special and unique stuff all weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see that like Magic is a thing where especially with these reset cards, if I can call them like that, you don't know what's coming, right? And so you're going to play a bit in the dark, and sometimes it goes well and sometimes it doesn't. Now, these were some blisteringly fast games, so I'm happy to announce that we will be able to do the backup match for you. So we have more Magic, which is, we've said it a couple of times, more Magic is always good, right?
More Magic is always better, yeah.
So let's dive in. I think we have a very interesting matchup here for you again. We will be starting off here with Blue-Red Tempo, a deck that we called out, which could potentially be maybe the winner of the weekend. We expect it to be very good.
I expect it to be heavily represented at the winners' tables. I haven't had the chance to look at the standings or anything yet, so that's purely speculation on my part. This particular version goes super heavy on Corey Steelcutter. In addition to Mishra's Bauble, we see 3 copies of Urza's Bauble. We see no Delver Secrets, so this version is a little bit less interested in getting caught by Orcus Bowmasters and a little bit more interested in burying the opponent under a flock of monks. So yeah, great deck. I love it.
Wow, I love this because I've never seen a combination of 4 Mishra and 3 Urza's Bauble.
Yeah, that's a lot.
This is just all in on the cutters, right? And the Dragon's Rage channelers. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, very, very cool build here by Alfonso.
And we are going to be playing against my favorite Jeskai Control. So we've seen it on camera already once. Let's see if this time Jeskai Control is going to be able to compete with this deck.
There are different flavors here, I will say, and this is the Stoneblade variety. So Stoneforge Mystic with Culture Complete and Batterskull, 2 equipments then that all of a sudden wasn't good enough for the Dex and Taxes player, but now is good enough for the Jeskai Control player, who's going to be playing in the future match area. A little bit of Cryptic Code for when games get a little bit grindy or you expect your Stoneforge Mystic to die, and then 3 copies of Jace the Mind Sculptor. I must say, I'm excited to see Jace the Mind Sculptor working his magic at the top tables of Legacy.
Yeah, indeed. This is a card we haven't seen in a long while. Who do you think is favored here?
Well, I can't help but root for this deck. This just has it's like the smell of your grandma's living room. It's just good
In a good way.
good memories. Yeah,
Yeah.
in a good way. Like the nostalgia is off the charts here. So I'll be
For sure.
rooting for the Jeskai team here.
Okay, let's see if they can take it home. I would be expecting that Jeskai is a little bit favored because we have so many removal spells, but I'm a bit afraid of this blue-red build specifically because the baubles are going to make the cutters so aggressive, and the Jeskai deck needs to survive the early game. But
Right.
I'm not sure if we are going to be able to do that.
I think you're actually you nail it here. The core steel cutter is going to be the key card of the matchup. If Alfonso can stick one of those, I don't like Ivan's chances, and vice versa. Then I think the Jeskai deck is gonna ride off to the sunset.
Okay, so it looks like Ivan had gone for a mulligan to see. We've seen a lot of mulligans today.
Yeah.
Something that I suddenly realized, which it makes sense, right? In the game of Magic, you need to use your resources, and how often do you win a game where you have more than one card in hand? Very often. So it's better to just mulligan for a good hand than keep a mediocre 7.
Sure.
Okay, so this ponder will resolve. Let's see what is in there. Of course, again, close deck list, so I like that Force Will. Something to be picking up because you don't know what you're up against.
It's a good point here. Force Will is either the best card you can see here, or it's going to be a little bit of a liability if you're playing against a fair deck. So you want to ponder here to use your mana, maybe hit your land drop, but cards like Swords to Plowshares, Force to Negation, Teferi, how are you going to know if they're good or not, right? Because you don't know the matchup.
Exactly. So Force Will, never bad. Maybe not want them in certain matchups, but looks like we do have here. I saw a very aggressive hand here for Alfonso. So let's see that Preordain. I think it was 2 lands.
Yeah, it looks like we can play turn 2 Cutter, and then this deck more often than not will have a bauble to follow it up with due to playing 7. I remember I played 6 baubles in one of the initial builds I played with Core Steel Cutter, and that felt like a lot. But yeah, I mean, I do think Core without a bauble is a little bit unimpressive on turn 2, but with a bauble, now we're talking.
Yeah, all in on the baubles, and it does make sense with these cutters. Yeah, I'm afraid of this blue-red tempo deck. It can be so fast. So take a look at this. So there is a bauble in hand. So we will just fire this off, and you can see the Force of Will. Yeah, that's a smart move because without the cutter, the equation has changed. Because if this would have resolved, that would have been could have been game over very, very quickly.
Absolutely. I think that's the key card of the matchup to look out for. If that is on the table, Ivan is on the back foot. If it's not, then Ivan is loving life here.
So we do crack the bauble. The Force was used, pitching a Brainstorm, if I remember correctly. End of turn crack here. Just get a basic, don't want to expose yourself to Wasteland. So let's see what Ivan has coming up next. Something like a Planeswalker would be good, like Teferi. I like that.
Yeah, something to note also, if you're fighting Core Steel Cutter on the stack, even if the opponent counters back, that means there's no monk coming for that turn, which is just pretty cool. With new cards, it's always a little bit rough to figure out the ins and outs of the interactions.
Sure, very relevant. You can see Alfonso just sliding that daze to the to the front. Sure, go ahead. That resolves. Jim's gonna daze the next spell.
And now comes the question, are you interested in cashing in your days here, or do you think your days is going to find a better spot later? And
they decide to go for the second part. I don't want to cash in that days later. And we did see back to basics here in Ivan. So maybe we will need that days potentially later, because if back to basics resolves, that's difficult for the blue-red tempo deck to come back from.
Absolutely. Unless it already has a board state, that card could be lights out.
Let's see what's in the hand here. Okay, so we do have a threat. And then I think I saw 3 bolts. Ponder Days Force and another Ponder. That's what I think it was. So we will have a fight over this back to basics if Ivan decides to go for that.
So here we see Dragon Rage. Oh, there's a little bit of putting 3 cards back here.
Yeah,
okay.
I think we missed the trigger.
We missed the trigger, but we're also putting 3 cards back on Brainstorm. Not something I can recommend. We are. This is not a Ponder.
Indeed. So it was, I think it was a miss trigger and putting 3 cards back?
Yeah, so putting the 3 cards back, that's not possible. So that's easy to back up from. But yeah, missing the trigger.
Okay.
So the reason to cast Brainstorm there is you're interested in more than 1 new card. Brainstorm gives you 3 new cards. Ponder would only give you 1 new card. So I really like the Brainstorm play.
Does make sense. I'm curious now if Alfonso has a basics, if basic land, if they decide to go for that, just to play around the back to basics.
It's a tough call to make, I will say. But
even if Alfonso had a basic, because not all is played, I didn't really catch that. So I'm
relatively sure that deck will have a basic island. And I guess when you have a Chandler, the choice is already made for you. So let's imagine that's a ponder for the sake of argument, then I really like hitching with the island, but it's a very heads-up play because right now you're chasing ghosts a little bit with maybe you have back to basics in your deck. It's reasonable. You could also overdo it too much, I think.
Indeed. And if Delver plays basic, it's usually an island, and I think you just want to drop down the threat here, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The fact that it's a Chandler rules out the basic island entirely. So let's imagine it was a ponder, then we can have the conversation.
Okay, so here, this is going to be revealed. We see the Stoneforge Mystic, all these triggers happening. So I imagine we have Delirium. Let's see here. We'll find out soon. And if I'm Ivan, I just want to slam down the back to basics if I can. Indeed.
Back to basics, getting met by Daze, couple of triggers. So very, very good turn here. You got to time walk your opponent. You get to have a couple of triggers, and you get to commence the beatdown.
Nice. Yeah, perfect for Alfonso. So being rewarded here for keeping that Daze, that was a good analysis for him. And now I think we're in trouble if we are Ivan. So because these will have Delirium, so we're going to go down to 11. And yeah, if I'm in Alfonso's seat, I'm just going to try and we go play more threats and just...
And I think, was this the game where, Alfonso at some point had 2 bolts, but maybe Brainstorm changed that equation?
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of him. Just finding more counter magic, I think, and just choose to have more recurring damage than just one-time damage.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I actually like it quite a bit. So now Alfonso is counting the graveyard and saying, is Supreme Verdict a reasonable Magic card to be playing in 2025?
in the main.
In the main. And if the answer to that question is yes, you're not going to see Murktide Regent this turn.
No, indeed. Okay, Ponder, triggers of everything. Do you see him swiping his hand? Like,
I like that. I like that.
He's like, you know what's going on here. I dig it. I do like it.
Milling Double Force, which actually, funnily enough, gives Ivan a little bit of false sense of security. But we know that there's another force already in Alfonso's hand, which is kind of funny.
Indeed. Okay, so we are going to draw the Ponder. Happy with that. A Bolts. Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, and Ivan, I think it's just 2 Jace, 1 Stoneforge.
How do you feel about Jace the Mind Sculptor on the back foot against 3 Channelers? Not ideal.
Perfect. No, I think it's not what you're looking for. This is one of the cards I'm maybe looking to at least trim a couple of. Especially since the blazingly aggressive list that we have from Alfonso.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, good card, but it requires time, and I don't think Alfonso is going to give you that.
Against Mr. Daze, Mr. Pyroblast, you have a point here. I'll let you go through the Jeskai analysis when we go to sideboarding.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is I guess we have to do this, play the prismatic ending. But you can see Alfonso going for the Force Will. He is just all in. I mean, he has lethal with the
that
bolt,
is exactly the reason.
Sense.
Let's say Ivan was at 20. This would resolve any day of the week, but Ivan's at 11, and 9 damage on the board plus bolt in the hand is that equals sideboarding.
And Alfonso has seen the Battle Skull, so he knows I can't give him a turn because we will gain life. Of course, these things do fly, but I mean, again, let's just try and win this one as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's get this over with. Here's 9 damage to the dome. So a cool play I would have loved to see here. This is me nitpicking, by the way, from the 0 risk caster seat. I would love to see upkeep bolt onto the opponent, because then you dig 3 surveils deeper towards the next bolt in case you get countered.
Yeah.
It's just to manipulate your random draw step into the card you want. That's Chef's Kiss with Dragon Rage Chandler.
Yeah, man, good call there. Good call there. Let's go to the sideboarding. Yeah, I in the beginning I said that maybe blue-white was favored. I don't know. This is blue-red on steroids, which is insane to say.
It is,
because blue-red is already on steroids with the cutter.
Yeah, surprising to me, for sure. So let me try and make sense of this. In the sideboard here against blue-white control, we have very, very little. We have 3 copies of Pyroblast, and then after seeing the Batterskull, we can consider the Abrade. But now we also have to cut stuff from our deck in order to fit it. So that would be something like maybe the Brazen Borrower, maybe a little bit of Ursus Bauble trimming, and you can heavily consider going down on Holy Heat. On Holy Heat, a card that does not go to the face. So yeah, that would be my guess here.
Would you consider bringing the Hydroblasts versus opposing Pyroblasts?
Well, we have not confirmed that we're up against Jeskai, or did we waste a Volcanic? I don't think we did. I think we only saw Island, Plains, and Tundra this game.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I actually don't think we have the red confirmed, so in that case, no. But if we do confirm it, I like a single copy for potential game 3.
Okay. I follow you there. Let's go to the Jeskai control list and see what we want to be doing.
I'll just be calling the in-house Jeskai expert, and so he couldn't make it. So Sam, Sam, what do you want to do here?
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Okay, so as I said before, I think Jace, even though I like the card, it is a bit slow, and especially against this build, if we're not going to cut all of them, you should at least trim a couple of them. I think maybe one or two is definitely going to be boarded out, and we have the blasts. They are going to be essential in the matchup.
All 5 even?
Yeah, I think that's what I want to be doing, because Force Will is just not what you want to be doing as a Jeskai deck. You really don't want to try and go 2 for 1. So all the blasts are definitely going to be boarded in. You trim out the Jaces, you take out stuff like some forces, maybe even when you're playing this. You just want to have removal spells. Anything else I'm interested in? I don't really think so. Maybe just all the blasts, trim some Jaces, some counter magic, and that's it. Honestly,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
like
would
it.
be doing.
Trimming our curve a little bit. 1 for 1. We know if we go 1 for 1, our superior card quality can take over. So
Exactly.
yeah,
But
I
we
like.
need to get there.
Yeah.
And if you use forces, you're going down on the card. And I
Right.
don't think that's something that you
Yeah,
can be
blast
doing.
super clean, especially blue blast and hydro on the stack against cutter.
Yeah,
Chef's
sweet
kiss.
stuff.
Yep.
Sweet stuff. All right, let's dive into game 2 and see if our control player is able to dominate here in this matchup. Of course, if you're on the play here, there's not a whole lot you can do. In the beginning, you just want to try and survive the early game. So that's going to be the issue here.
Right. It's all about making it into the mid game with a somewhat healthy life total. So you can have cards like, Snapcaster Mage take over. I do love the counterbalance in the matchup like this. I think that could be really cool. But then again, it requires that you have the breathing room to, set up your deck with cantrips. You have the breathing room to resolve 3-drops. If you're just getting buried by Wasteland and Daze and a blistering fast clock, we have an issue.
Yeah, and the thing with counterbalance is, yeah, I like it, but we also have in this matchup the blue-red cutter deck. It has a lot of 2-drops, like cutter is a 2-drop, and if you look at the list, there's not that many 2-drops that we actually have to put on top. So
Yep.
interesting to know.
Great point. Counterbalance is essentially a, wannabe chalice for 1 in these like Ponder, Pyroblast type matchups, right? It's not really reliable at any other mana value.
So let's see if it's possible that Ivan decides to even board it out the counterbalance. We'll see about that once we get to the games and see if we are correct. But I mean, counterbalance as a one-off is never bad, right? Because they do play a lot of one-offs. So
I like it a lot.
I can see just keeping it in, and that makes perfect sense to me. I think the goal is if we can get a Batterskull or a Calder to stabilize, that's when we are smooth sailing from there.
So that requires Stoneforge Mystic resolving and sticking. Probably
Not
easier
easy.
said than done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Looks like Alfonso is now have gotten a mulligan to 6. Or was that Ivan again? I didn't quite work that out, but we shall see. We are fetching up, I guess, an island here for a Ponder. And my guess is removal spells, baby. That is what we need to survive here.
The thing is, if you lead too hard on, let's say, Pyroblast and Plows, then you can get really destroyed by Cutter. If you lead too hard on Hydroblast, in Prismatic Ending, you can get destroyed by Murktide. This removal spells are situational in their own right, but we do need them. And then we should cross our fingers that they match up with the opponent's threats.
Okay, we did find another land there. We also found Stoneforge, so I guess that's going to be a keep. Passing of the turn, excellent stuff. So let's see how aggressive Alfonso wants to be, and I think very. I guess would be very aggressive.
Yeah.
Here.
So to be fair, this version only has 4 creatures for 1-drops, no Delvers in the list. So if you're a champion, you can draw three Channelers, then you'll be fine. But a lot of games you'll be starting on just Ponder or Preordain Pass, and then the deck is a totally different beast.
I get that. Preordain, yeah. Let's see what we get. Recently, a new edition where we have Preordain as a one-of. I do like it. It's just making core. It's all about Corey Steelcutter right now.
Yeah, it really is. Keeping the engine running for Cutter is good, and having a cantrip is just such a low cost. I usually talk about cantrips as a fraction of every card in your deck. So you're going to see turn 2 Cutter more often. You're going to see your Force Will more often. You're going to make your second land drop more often. So it's just a consistency card.
Doesn't make sense. We were not happy with that Preordain, so we put them on the bottom. And meanwhile, Ivan fetching here, playing the counterbalance, which will get dazed. Let's see if Ivan has an answer, which he does not. Now, okay, when you're Ivan, at least Alfonso needed to pick up a land. So you can that also I don't know if I can say stabilize, but it does slow Alfonso down, it's not the end of the world.
Right. That is a trade you will take any day of the week. You're trying to get into the mid game, so the opponent dazing on their turn 1 is a pretty desirable outcome.
We do see a Surveil trigger here, but we were happy with that. So Stoneforge resolves, and I'm guessing I'm looking to gain some life here.
Let's see, because now if okay, so if Batterskull is the tutor target here, then the Abrade in Alfonso's hand looks pretty darn
Yeah.
juicy.
Very juicy indeed. Alfonso was ready. He knew it was coming. He's going to follow it up with a Corey Steel Cutter. Do we see any baubles? I think, yeah, there's the one. Boom.
Wow.
Off to the
So
races.
now just imagine that Cauldron Complete was the tutor target. Then we had to use our Braid to kill the Stoneforge. The game changes entirely. But
Yeah.
now we can actually be like, oh, what a shame you got your Stoneforge online. What can we do about that, right? So maybe we can give Ivan a little bit of rope here to go and hang himself when Batterskulls get met by an Braid.
Here you go. This is for you. Yeah, indeed. The bauble looking at Ivan's hand. And we did see another Stoneforge Mystic here in the hand. So let's see what Ivan decides to do.
Ooh, so with the second Stoneforge, if there's a second white source, we can get Cauldron Complete online now by but no white source. But that would be cool.
Yeah, that would have
Tutor
been
for
cool.
an equipment and then use the previous Stoneforge to get it into play.
I think if you are Ivan, you're just going to try and go for that Batterskull. Oh no, we are going to destroy or exile. I'm sorry, but the Corey Steel Cutter. I mean, it is the most scary thing in the deck, so I can see it.
So that means we're taking a turn off here, not putting Batterskull into play.
Okay, let's play Dragon's Rage Channeler. Brainstorm, trigger first. Excellent. We do not want more lands, but we draw another land. Bolt, okay, and one more threat.
Yeah, very, very juicy Brainstorm here, and prowess on the Monk, and now Alfonso is really trying to turn up the gas.
Feels to me like the deck that Alfonso made here just it tears through its deck so quickly with all the baubles in combination with the Dragon's Rage, and then also the cat. Like every card in his deck seems to be doing two things at once. That's how it feels.
Right. So the key cards here, this deck is relatively threat light in general. You only have 4 cutters, 4 channelers, and 3 Murktides that can reduce your opponent's life total. You can count in the singles on Brazen Borrower for good measure. So I think we've also seen the top end of the draws here, to be fair. And I'm not sure we have done that on the other side of the table. So I think contextually it looks a little bit more impressive than it will be on average.
Yeah, for sure. What was the prowess count at this point? Like 2 extra
Couple
prowess?
couple of spells, I feel like. Brainstorm.
Bolts,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, Brainstorm Bolt. The
Okay.
channeler getting developed.
Okay, I dig it. Let's see what the follow-up is for Ivan here. Let's play that land. I think you play the other Stoneforge, maybe? Yes, indeed. And my guess would be Cauldra. Is there another target left?
There is a cryptic code, but that is pretty unexciting. So I do like the Cauldron Complete here. In a perfect world, the end game is Batterskull onto the living weapon token of the Cauldron Complete. So, but I'm not sure the Abrade will allow that.
Now, of course, Cauldra Complete is indestructible, so at least that's a good thing. Protection from
Yeah,
from
and that's
the Abrade.
exactly why I think now could potentially be a tough decision whether to abrade the Stoneforge or abrade the Batterskull, because the Culture Complete will do such a good job on the battlefield.
Yeah, we'll put Prismatic Ending there on the Dragon's Rage Channeler, but we just play another one aside from Alfonso. Ponder, Trigger, do we like that? Let's see what it is. Thinking for a while.
I'm very impressed with Alfonso's ability to draw the red threats out of the deck. Those
You know you can only play 4 of those, right?
4 channelers, 4 cutters, and
Yeah.
Alfonso is really, really good at drawing those.
Okay, let's see. Pyroblast on the bottom there. Like we're gonna draw that one. Oh, a licensed Hearse. Was that the one in the middle?
Yeah, there's an unlicensed Hearse. So here, cool little trick. You stack your Ponder, so that when you cast your next spell, you mill over the bad card on top of your deck. So you're kind of using it as a little bit even more filtering.
I like it. I do like it. So 2 prowess triggers here. Ponder and the Bauble.
Yep, Ponder and Bauble makes the Monk a 3/3.
Nice. Let's slam in here. I don't think you can afford to block
Is
from Ivan's side.
Yeah, the 3/3. Yeah, here's the delayed trigger and the opponent's upkeep.
Okay, nice. We have been very, very good with our triggers here because there's so many triggers happening. Like I think we've maybe was 1, which is excellent.
Alfonso,
let me be clear about that. It's
Alfonso
excellent.
came back stronger after the first one.
I mean, I would have missed them all. Okay, let's see what we are going to be doing here. Pyroblast on the Snapcaster. That's good. Trigger.
Yeah, you love to take care of a card like Snapcaster on the stack. So the 2/1 seems a little bit, not that important, but it's just so good to take care of it on the stack.
It's a removal spell and the body, which is difficult for Blue Tempo to deal with. Is that A lightning bolt.
I wonder if the Abrade is still there or it got
Yeah, it
brainstormed
is.
away.
It is. No, no, it's
Okay.
still there. So depending on what happens.
This looks amazing
This could be
for
oh, what a
Alfonso.
blowout because we're going to abrade that and bolt Ivan. And is that just lethal?
It looks
the
like
prowess?
it's lethal if you fire off the bolt here. It's 5 right now, so 5 plus 1 from prowess and the 3. That's exactly 9.
Oh my god! Wow, this is so aggressive. I mean, I am impressed.
Yeah.
This deck felt insanely powerful.
So I think the moral of the story here is, even though Core Steel Cutter gets killed, if it leaves behind 1 monk, that will add up over time. Look at how much damage that monk got done.
Wow. I'll tell you one thing. I do not want to see Alfonso because
Oh, no,
if,
no.
if he's going to come out with all these creatures so
Right.
fast, I don't know how you can recover from this, especially
That
as a
was blistering
control.
fast and locking up day 2 in the process.
Yeah, nice. So good job for you. I'm very happy for you. And let's see. The other player was not out because if I remember, this was now they were X and 1 now at this point.
Yeah,
or if I'm not
so
mistaken.
down to a 5-2 record with 1 more bullet in the chamber next turn for the.
Okay.
I guess we can call the hero on Jeskai's Stoneblade.
So then next turn will be the win and in for them. So
Yeah.
they are not out of contention.
Absolutely, playing for all the marbles. A win and in for day 2. That sounds like good old times from the Grand Prix, etc. So I love this tournament structure. So yeah, lots of excitement.
All
left,
right,
left to come.
lovely. That was it for today for us because we have 8 rounds of Swiss. So we will be seeing you again tomorrow, but we have 1 more round for you. So don't go away. And that will be for Julian and Callum. So thanks for watching. We will be seeing you tomorrow again and stay with us.
And we're back with live coverage of the final round of day one of the Legacy main event here at Eternal Weekend in beautiful Lucca. We got 7 rounds in the book, 7 of 8 today. We're going to play 14 rounds altogether. There's going to be at least 6 more. And we got a couple of players, actually quite a lot, who are what we call on the bubble, right? So they're sitting at X and 2. They will need to advance to 6 and 2 to make it into day 2 of the main event here to have a chance at the top 8. And of course, all the amazing prizes that we got lined up here. And Callum, we can't help us, right? Not only did we have to pick an Italian player, we had to pick the quintessential Italian Legacy player.
Yeah, we're getting him back on. He's getting back on here, Andrea. Get back on the camera.
Just like we're not even trying to kid you. Like we got Andrea Mangucci going on here in the main event, and he's sitting down in the feature match area playing his trusty. Well, we call it blue-black tempo deck. We almost want to call it like blue-black hymn tempo deck.
I guess so. Like we are stretching to find like him as the spice, but we haven't seen the card played in years, so it kind of is. It's a very distinguishing thing part that sets them apart from the other blue-black tempo decks and stuff. So
yeah. I mean, such is the nature of like us Eternal players. Like you make one small change to an established deck list, you're like, oh my god, this is a completely new archetype, and it is not, but it gets us exciting.
You know what everyone does? They change one sideboard card, and then they refresh their bad win record, and they like go 9-1, and they're like, all my friends like, with my new list, I'm 9-1. They change the one sideboard card.
The new list. Remember the old Max Gamer special? I built a new Legacy deck, and it's Delver.
We're looking at you, Twitch chat. We're looking at you.
Okay, let's take a look at the deck list that we got lined up here. Maybe we're going to see Andrea's deck list again, and also what he's going to be up against, because we were told that there's going to be a deck that at least the 2 of us haven't cast yet.
Yep.
Okay, here we got Andrea Mangucci again, of course, the deck list that's his old trusty that he's been playing all tournament long. Actually, a couple of other Italian players are on a very similar list, sometimes spotting like 3 Hymn to Turk. But overall, this is a quintessential mid-range deck, right? I mean, we got some tempo, actually we got quite a lot of tempo elements in there, but in the grand scheme of things, we are trying to grind out the opponent, not for the very late game, but to establish dominance in the mid game.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with, I don't know if it's just this build or the deck in general. Like coming to this event, I was not a huge fan of the deck. I knew it was going to be popular. I know it's powerful. It plays Tamiyo, arguably the best threat in the format right now. It plays Bowmaster and all the cantrips and interaction. So it's clearly full of very good cards. It just never felt like more than like a 50% deck to me, if that makes sense. But watching it on camera from Samu and Andrea these last few rounds or so, it's been really impressive. So my estimation of it has gone up for sure.
Okay, so yeah, from one of the least performing deck lists in Eternal Week in North America to probably one of the best lists that we have seen on this day at least, up to, well, we got Alessio De Gregori playing the Eldrazi aggro deck that we got in the format here. Not that many people on that deck, at least from what I've seen, but I think the metagame background actually disagrees with me.
I think this deck has been asleep for a while. I didn't play either Reanimator or Eldrazi myself, so I don't know for sure indefinite, but like, I think it did struggle with the Reanimator. You know, you can play some sideboard cards and things, and because its command is very good at exiling graveyards. But in general, I think it did struggle with the Reanimator deck. So we've kind of seen a little bit of a resurgence with the recent bannings of Nadu as well and Entomb. So Eldrazi, I've seen a few on the top tables, and it's doing well. It's still very powerful. The curve of turn 2 Thornton Seer, turn 3 Reality Smasher, or maybe even a turn sooner, is still incredibly powerful. Reality Smasher kind of like weirdly got power crept out at some point, but it's just still showing that if the format is quite fair, it really beats up unfair. They can just put the clock on the combo as well. So Reality Smash is a card that, you know, the blue-black deck might struggle with.
Okay, so
Barrowgrove comes along.
Help me out on something. The last time I remember Eldrazi being like a big deck in Legacy was before the ban of help me out again. We had the one Eldrazi that was really good.
Oh, Mike's Spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Micah Spawn. That was, we had an Eldrazi deck list back there. That was like much more late game oriented, right?
Yeah.
This is going back to the roots. This is like when the first Eldrazi invasion happened in Legacy. Like we are going really to the face. Like we want to go very aggressive, put the opponent under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And now we got 2 red cards added to the deck.
Yeah, so what these cards do, so Eldrazi Obligator is an older one from Battle for Zendikar, I believe. And this has been around for a while, but it's never really found a place because you need to have enough cards to be worth it to splash a color in Eldrazi. The very beginning at Pro Tour, like not Gate Crash, Oath of the Gatewatch was like dominated by the colorless Eldrazi deck. We saw that in Legacy for a long time. GP Prague was kind of a breakout GP for the Eldrazi deck, and it was colorless then. But now we have Eldrazi Linebreaker. This card is so aggressive. It's 3 mana, but in Eldrazi terms, that's 1 or 2 mana. 3/3, Devoid, Trample. At the beginning of combat in your turn, you give one of your creatures +X/+O and Trample, where X is the number of Eldrazi you control. So it just comes in crashing like out of the gates. And Eldrazi Obligator has this ability to kind of threaten, is the term, where you steal one of your opponent's creatures from turn to turn, and it gains haste, so you can attack with it as well. So this deck is super aggressive. I would dare say it's the most aggressive version of Eldrazi we've ever seen.
it's actually probably one of the most aggressive creature decks in the format right now, isn't it?
I would say without a shadow of a doubt, this is the most aggressive deck in the
Yeah,
format.
yeah.
Long gone are the days of Wild and the Cattle and Curdade.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for a deck like this to like sometimes even kill on the third turn.
Yeah,
Like especially the Line Breaker, that's such a tough card to beat.
absolutely. So important things to look out for. I think since the printing of Baraglyph, that is the key card for Manguchi here. Is the one he's going to be looking to set up. Going to get it into like the 5/6 range is what he really wants to be, so he can block a
Reality Smasher?
But what's going to come up as Alessio's answer to that is going to be the Wastegate Battle Mages. Now, Wastegate Battle Mage is 2 mana, 1 and 1 of the colorless things for a 2/2, and has 2 abilities when you cast it. You can either spend 1 in a blue in addition, and then that bounces a creature, or you can spend 1 in a green to exile an enchantment or artifact. Now, the key one is the blue ability, bouncing a Baraglyph and gaining the tempo, because 3 mana for an Eldrazi deck is nothing. It's like 1 or 2 lands.
Yeah.
But for Andrea, it's going to be like a whole turn's play. So if you can bounce a Baraglyph, that could swing the game and just in Alessio's favor.
So explain this to me. Andreas got 2 forces. He kept a third one, second from the top, I believe. Are you trying to cash them in as well? I was going to say as soon as possible. No, it's way too late now, right?
Yeah.
Kevin also already. Are these like pretty much dead cards at this point?
Force is such a weird thing against these Cavern of Souls decks because these creatures are meant to cost 3 and plus mana. They can be huge tempo swings if you can force something, but the moment a Cavern of Souls is drawn and it doesn't get wastelanded, then it really shuts the whole thing down. So force goes from incredible to terrible.
Yeah, and as we see, he's reserving a brainstorm, probably putting back, no, still keeping one of the forces. You mentioned Wasteland, right? Wasteland is a way to turn on your forces for maybe a turn or two, like unless you maybe finds another Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, so we saw this earlier in the stream where the first Force of Will, your hand maybe only casts 1 Force of Will, but you can keep a second Force of Will as just your generic pitch card. So it's kind of okay to keep 2, and then as the game contextualizes and carries on, you may want to end up forcing in the second thing. And yeah, keep in mind we can wasteland it. Keep in mind Alessio's going to be playing Kozilek's Command as well, Chalice of the Voids. There are still things to force a will, even if the Cavern of Souls is played.
Andrea very happily just taking out the Glaring Flashwrecker there with the Fatal Push.
Yeah.
And now Linebreaker comes in, dude. Wastelanding and getting Linebreaker out on the same turn, attacking for 4 here.
I believe, absolutely.
Oh, it's such a beating. I mean, it's only gonna get harder from there because from now on out, all of Alessio's creatures are gonna have Trample and Haste.
Yeah.
Ooh, Andrea, you want that Baraglyph quickly. Badly and quickly.
He only has 1 in the main deck, I believe.
All the more reason to find it.
Yeah. To be clear, the Linebreaker gives haste and extra power, but not trample. It has trample
It
itself.
has Trample itself. That's why it always
But
feels like such a beating.
Still, the haste is the, what
Yeah,
really comes in. Play like a Thought-Knot Seer, for example, and then give it haste. So we see 2 Kozilek's Commands in Alessio's hand, and then a Seeming Spirit Guide and a Lotus Petal. Not great, actually.
Yeah.
He would love to follow up with any Eldrazi here, even like a 2/2. It means the Linebreaker pops it by 2 and attacks it for 4 at the bare minimum.
I guess you can make some Eldrazi spawn tokens.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you know what?
It's actually not that bad, really.
With Linebreaker, give a creature extra power. If you made like, let's say 2 or 3 Eldrazi spawn tokens, you're going to give like, +4, +5.
Yeah. Could actually end up like, okay, Andrea just like buying some time here, right?
Yeah. Nice.
Actually, not that much, really, to be honest. Like,
Good
considering that unless you actually didn't have a play on his turn, bouncing the Linebreaker, unless you draw something he wants to cast, it actually doesn't do all that much.
Not really, no. So Andrea really probably wants to find like a cantrip to find a wasteland or something. Wasteland would be the ideal find here. We see, because it's come on the stack, I think Andrea probably going to daze this.
Most likely,
I
right?
see a daze in his hand. He wouldn't mind forcing it as well, but he's going to daze it very fast, I believe.
Interestingly, is he... Why did he fetch before casting the daze, if he does so?
Sure, right now.
Maybe his subsequent play is gonna enlighten us to that.
Oh, he's casting the Brazen Borrow.
Oh,
Yep.
that's what he's doing. Okay,
That
so
was
he's
off the screen above.
doing that in response. And dazing. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So he's gonna make use of the mana. Oh,
Oh!
Taking out a loan and paying it back immediately unless you got the Simian Spirit Guide. And that's... Well, it's not gonna be a problem, but it's super annoying,
Do you
right?
force this? I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good enough. On the other hand, there's a Cavern of Souls on the other side. What
Yeah.
are you gonna force? Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah, because it's just like so weak into the Cavern of Souls.
Andrea's down to 8 life, by the way.
Yeah, God, the Eldrazi deck is so aggressive, isn't it? At the same time, unless you're down to 14, the Brazen Borrow will take him to 11. But the Linebreaker is about to come down, and the Brazen Borrow with the ability can only block creatures with flying, so can't block the Linebreaker.
Pretty tough there. You know what? Unless you at this game, he's only been casting that Linebreaker and attacking with it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's how my deck works.
It's working. It's working.
Getting out a tramply, hasty creature and attacking with it right away. And Andrea, of course, can't block because the Brazen Borrow can only block creatures with flying.
Yeah, yeah.
He can try to raise if he's got some more backup. Like it's life total difference is not that big.
Oh, he doesn't attack. I think he forgot that the Brazen Borrower can't block then.
Ooh, yeah, well, because if the Brazen Borrower could block, that's a trade that Andrea's very happy to make there.
Absolutely. Unless just probably thinking maybe next turn he can cause its command exile the Brazen Borrower, thinking that it can block, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, like valuing the line breaker very highly,
Mhm.
assuming that eventually he's gonna pick up another creature for sure.
Right.
Oh, there's a big dragon.
Huge ponder for Manguchi here. Huge, huge, huge. Oh my god. So he has the third land in hand from the days that we know about. So he can cast Murktide here. Huge 8/8 Murktide. Next turn play a Barragoyf. I don't know if he's even going to need the Barragoyf, because if he attacks the Brazen Borrower for 3, takes Alessio down to 9, then the Borrower and the Murktide is just lethal.
You talked about, right, how 5/6 is the sweet spot for
Yeah.
creatures to be. That Murktide is probably gonna be something like a 7/7, 8/8.
Yeah.
Is there we talked about the Wastegate Battle Mage is the name?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's one way for Alessio to get rid of the dragon for a turn.
I think this is the only way he's going to...
Or maybe not even for a turn. Like if Andrea eats up the entire graveyard here. Let's see. Yeah, he's got a little more. Is he gonna go for full size? Yeah, he is.
It's a big dragon. Wow, that was such a good ponder. So he's just fighting lethal. And so the Wastegate Battle Mage, importantly, is a cast trigger, so you can never forcible that despite the Cavern of Souls either way. But Alessio, he can't even survive because to exile the Brazen Borrower with the Cousin's Command, he's going to need to attack the Ancient Tomb. I think this Murktide just locked up the game.
And just like
As
that.
easy as that. Easy as that. Just make an 8/8 flyer.
2025 still holds true what 1993 started. Big dragon equals win.
Yeah. Historically, Eldrazi were like the biggest creatures in play. Tarmogoyf was their bane. And now we've got Barragoyf and Murktide being the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And Murktide is just so cheap because you can cantrip into it. It's so important. That
So you're saying that the format is ripe for a 9/9 flyer that's castable?
Yeah, yeah.
Every once in a while, bigger dragon comes. Actually, once you get the second Murktide going, we can actually get to that place. But yeah, unless you like having not the most amazing start, but the turn to Liebreaker, of course, always is like something to put a lot of pressure. Like when you look at what he did, he actually didn't do a lot.
Yeah.
And yet Andrea's down to 7 life.
Yeah.
And that's not even counting the 4 damage that might have been added. Like with as little as Alessio did, he put Andrea on the verge of defeat. And so if he actually does not recover from this game, there might still be like a lot of pressure coming Andrea's way in the second game where Alessio will once again be on the play.
Yep. Absolutely agree. He needed a follow-up really because he had the Glaring Frustrator to start with, which was opposite with the Fatal Push. As you expect, a fair deck to have a one removal spell. So, but yeah, I think maybe early in the game, maybe a line was to just make a bunch of Eldrazi Scions as you suggested and like give one of them haste and attack for like 3 or 4 extra damage.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all the difference there is to make.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alessio is fully committed to finding an answer to that Murktide, or I guess. But so the only other way you could do this, like making a line breaker big enough to force the Murktide to block, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's gonna take out the Brazen Borrower and probably make a bunch of tokens.
Exile the Borrower, make some tokens. So he's going to find, if he can find a Wastegate Battle Mage here, that's huge.
Okay, so he's not making tokens, he's scrying, yeah. And
Well, I think, oh yeah, of course, so scrying. I don't know what there could be in the
And
deck for the
packs it
Murktide
in.
though. Yeah, wow, Murktide Regent, just putting the game away like that.
gotta hand it to Andrea. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah, he
It's
does.
just like we talked about this earlier on, like people who are very competent with their decks, you look at it from the outside, you're like, of course he won, but I mean, there's tons of micro decisions that go into navigating your game to a spot where you can actually like just win from there.
Absolutely.
But overall, I mean, that's why we love Magic. That's why we love especially Legacy, because of the depth of the format and that matter of decisions.
So all day we've kind of had these discussions where there was like 3 or 4 cards to bring in. We had it with Vintage yesterday as well, but this is one of the first ones where like, wow, there's a ton of killer cards in the sideboard here. So Consigned to Memory, amazing against Eldrazi. The Diabolic Edict, fine, serviceable, good. Barragoyf, amazing against Eldrazi. And Snuff Out, excellent as well. So I think we're going to bring in all of those cards really. It's really some killer cards. The Consigns and the Barragoyfs especially are so good in this matchup. So I think Manguchi is very favored after sideboarding with the 3 Barragoyfs, 2 Snuff Outs, and 3 Consigns. That's just such a good package in addition to the generic, interaction of Wasteland and Force and stuff.
Are we taking out the Forces and the Dazes? Like, do we not want that kind of like counter magic?
Yeah, I think so. Him on the draw and Thought Seizers on the draw also stick out to me as something. The him is okay. I think the Thought Seizers, because you're under so much pressure, like, pressure from attacking, and also just the life total is going to be under pressure as well. So I would probably be looking at the Doughty Voidwalker and the Thought Seizers first.
Yeah, the thing is about the Thought Seizers, that's interesting to me because I don't hate it on the draw. Like usually you get to take away the really big player for a second turn that you wouldn't be able to force. Then again, as you mentioned, like you're spending your entire turn losing life, which the Eldrazi deck is kind of happy about, and they're probably gonna have a big creature on the second turn
Yeah.
anyway.
I think the deck is so aggressive that it's a slight tempo loss and a life loss for, you know,
And
yeah,
it's a terrible top deck.
yeah, it's a terrible top deck as well. And in this matchup, because it's so aggressive, you really just want to be trading cards as aggressively as possible. Because I would say Andrea definitely has the inevitability with the Murktides and the 3 Baragos. So, yeah, I think he wants to just trade resources as quickly as possible. So I don't like Thought's in the matchup, I think.
Okay, so on the other side of the board here, Alessio, what is he gonna bring in to go up against one of the most popular decks in the format today?
Yeah. So 2 unlicensed Hearths, I think they're good. They keep the Baragos to a manageable size. They make Murktides harder to cast. And those are the 2 biggest threats against his deck. You know, they're just big creatures. He wants to be the bigger creature deck. He doesn't want anything bigger than a 4/4 or 5/5 for the Thought Seers, Reality Smashing thing. So I like the unlicensed Hearses. Probably Dismembers as well. I think the Hearses may struggle to keep everything under control with the Baragos. But if you can keep them under control just enough that the Dismembers can kill them early enough, I think that's probably it. Warping Whale can kill Tameo, but like you don't care about that. And Bowmaster is another card that's pretty weak against Eldrazi, so we may see that come out for Andrea.
Okay, so
So I
let's
think
see
that-
what the second game got in store for us here. Which side do you like after sideboarding? Considering that Alessio is going to be on the plate,
I still like Andrea's side.
you still like Andrea's side
I do. I think
being on the draw?
3 Consigns, 3 Baraglyphs, and 3 Murktides is just such a fantastic
Okay, that's
setup.
quite the statement there.
Yeah, I think Alessio was a lot more favored game 1. So Andrea now winning, like not stealing, it's very close, but Andrea winning game 1 is really huge.
Okay, so Andrea, I think I noticed. Oh, he's got the forces in there. He's got the force. What's the force of negation?
Maybe he respects Chalice that much.
He might, but we talked about right. His deck is not that susceptible to challenge as other decks, but maybe I didn't notice. But yeah, I think I saw. Yeah,
And
so
here, Andrea playing Thoughtseize making me look like
that's what I was getting at. Like I saw the thought seizes, I saw the forces, and then I spotted the force of negation. So yeah, maybe it is for the challenge of the white as well as the Cosmic's command, right?
potentially.
That's another really good card in that.
Yeah.
Seeing 2 Flash Rakers, a Line Breaker, 2 Wastelands, and an Ancient Tube. No way to cast the Line Breaker yet, right?
Yeah, correct.
So he's taking out the Flash Breaker. That's still
Yeah.
gonna. Oh, Andrea also fetching very consciously of Wasteland, fetches to a basic Swamp here.
Yeah. These days, I mean, look, Alessio hasn't even tapped it to begin with, but I'm already concerned about the life total with just 2 Ancient Tombs as the lands.
Yeah, we've
Well,
all been
Wastelands
there.
as well, but yeah.
Of course, unless he knows there's not going to be a daze coming out of that basic Swamp, runs out the Flash. Dude, 2 Flash Rakers. Well, we just discarded the first one, but that would have been quite the start, right?
2 Flash Records is basically twin.
Basically twin.
You cast like a Lotus Pill and your opponent's just dead. It's just insane.
Oh, okay. Andrea really leaning heavily on those thought seizes.
Yeah.
Gonna take out the combo piece.
Yeah.
If you so will.
And leaving the uncastable line breakers, you said, a second Ancient Tomb and a second Wasteland, both of which are looking very weak here.
Dude, at this point, like none of the cards unless you said matter right now.
Yeah.
That's gonna be. He's basically praying from the top already.
You think
Like,
you're going to see a snuff out as well on the glaring flash rake?
oh,
Yeah.
dude, that's what you call like complete and utter destruction.
So
there.
Andrea's playing Death Shadow, right?
Pretty much, dude. One day that card's gonna come back,
He's
and you're gonna have all nightmares for it.
He's dealt 9 damage to himself in the first couple of turns.
Yeah, he's got 90 extra points of life, as they say.
He has a Consign in a hand, and I think it's a Baraglyph point. Yeah, this is an incredible hand for Andrea.
Do you think he just like sided out some creatures and just like wants to play a complete control deck?
Yeah, I think so. So fetching here, I wonder if he gets a sewers or if he gets basic island. Probably the basic island. Because he knows about double wasteland.
True.
Yeah, okay.
And he's not gonna need double blue for a while.
No. So in his hand there is a Consign to Memory and a Baraglyph, but I think he just slams the Baraglyph.
Yeah, get it down.
Because
Get it
unless he
on the
was
move.
drawn and Dismember, so we need to see there's I think it's big enough. There's instant sorcery land in Andrea's graveyard, and then there's kindred creature in Alessio's. Oh,
Ooh, okay, so it actually Andrea fires up another thought.
that's a 9.
Like Andrea was probably like listening to us having this
Yeah, yeah,
conversation. Like
yeah.
his thoughts he's gonna be good enough, and Andrea's like, yeah, you know what? It is, and it certainly is the third
Let
time.
me show you. So I mean, so in his hand right now is like the perfect follow up the next turn. He's got the 4th land, he's got a Consign to Memory, and then he's got the Baraglyph. So I think you take the Dismember here.
I like
so
that.
that you can consign the Eldrazi line breaker if he draws a mana source, or if he just draws like an Eldrazi, he can cast colorless mana, and then next turn he can play the Baraglyph. It's going to be big enough. But I think it's creature, kindred, instant, land.
Then again, like if he finds Kevin and Andrea's down to 8 life, that's kind of scary. Like, wouldn't you want to take the line breaker
true.
there?
Cavern would be disaster with the line breaker.
Yeah.
But the Dismember does currently kill the Baraglyph. I think that's more important. If the Baraglyph comes down and connects, it's such a big life swing.
Dude, this is actually almost like the first deck I built my entire life. Like a lots of life loss, and then you make up for it by having lots of life gain in your deck.
What, Stream of Life?
Yeah, kind of like healing salve and that kind of thing.
Nice.
Yeah, so Andrea's basically playing the evolution of my 1999
Yeah,
deck.
Barrowglyph is just an upgrade to Healing Cell.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay. And now here comes the Barrowglyph, the killer card in the matchup. And I believe it's going to be, okay, 5/6 as well.
I
'cause
already did them off.
Kindred, instant, creature, land, sorcery.
Sorcery.
Yep. Amazing. And so now it can just block the line breaker as well.
Yeah, I have Ugi not doing any help for Alessia. Is that like a...
Unless it's hers.
Yeah.
It is a good card in like trying to keep it small. You can exile your creature and kindred.
Then again, the Barrowglyph is also going to help with keeping your graveyard busy.
Yeah. It's one of these cards that just combos with itself, right?
Combos with itself.
Yeah. I've got a 1-card combo, but it just like, it combos with itself. As it hits your opponent, you have this trigger. Whenever you hit an opponent with it, it mills that many cards, and then you can put a creature from those cards or from your graveyard into your hand.
Okay, so here comes really only the second spell of the game for Alessio, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right.
think I would counter this as Andrea with the consigned to memory as well. Like, so the Barrowglyph can be shrunk to a 3-power thing the next turn, and then it mills 3 cards. Maybe it doesn't keep up enough. I think you needed it's come down a lot earlier, so yeah, it's not fast enough, and he agrees.
Yeah, Andrea putting on the thumb screws there, like, yep, nope, you're not gonna do anything. Oh, he's just gonna... Interesting. Is that in response or is that at the end? That's probably
No,
at the end of his turn
End
then.
of the turn, I think. Just
Yeah.
to see what he draws. He wants to find another Barrowglyph, probably. Keeps this up very quick. It's going to be a good one.
What's better than 1 card that combos with itself? 2 cards that combo with
Ponder.
themselves. Okay.
It could be anything.
Pretty
It
much.
could be a dragon.
Oh, there's a Brazen Borrow as well.
I think we're seeing, yeah,
Yeah, I think
Mugtide and then Brazen Borrow for the next turn.
the writing's already on the wall.
What he can do is draw either one of the things, and then when the Barrowglyph hits, you're going to hit a creature for sure as well.
You're telling me Barrowglyph also combos with Ponder?
Yeah, because
Barrowglyph, like, hashtag combos with anything. Even
Yeah.
with your opponent's life total.
yeah, this combo,
So we're gonna remove Kindred and
the creature. I
gotta be
think.
the same graveyard, so
I think. Is there 2 creatures in the graveyard? So
there's 2 Fleshwreckers, right? One of them was
Right.
discarded, the other one was this snuffed
yeah,
out.
yeah. So you can't hit both yet. So still makes it 4-power then, not the 3-power I thought.
Are you still alive for top 8 with Accent 2? It depends, right?
yeah, I
We're
think
playing
so.
14 rounds.
If you win out for the 6 rounds tomorrow,
Yeah.
then you're 12-2.
Yeah,
That sounds like top 80 material to me.
Oh, Andrea picking up the Brazen Borrow like in full command of this game.
Yeah.
Landing another big dragon. That's how you
8
do it.
Mugtide, lethal next turn. This has been a commanding game, and not because it's a commanding game. Just what's the blue-black command? Cylinder's command.
I will trust you on that one. That's the blue black. Yeah, that's the Dime one. You're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
This has been Cylinder's command indeed. Andrea just again making it look so easy. Here was me thinking.
Maybe you should watch some of the videos. Like he's got a ton of them on video
Yeah.
on YouTube. I think he
Shout
actually
out legacy videos.
he said something along the lines of like he's got a 5-hour video with this blue black tempo deck.
Yeah.
So definitely check that one out.
I saw him say on Twitter, I think that he like built decks for his friends with like cradles and then some stompy cards and stuff. So I think maybe he was going to play Cradle, and then one of his friends wanted it, and then he 5-0 with this deck, and he's like, "Yeah, this rocks."
Mhm.
It's making it look incredible here.
So where stands? The chat is way too late.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't try to do something about it, but I think Andrea just like doesn't care.
yeah. It doesn't even stop the consign because you can
Yeah.
replicate it. Yeah. I think this is just going to be lethal here, or not quite lethal because you can shrink. You can exile the 2 glaring flash breakers, make the Barrowglyph 2-power, so you're only attacking for 10. But like,
Yeah, that way you also turn off one of the ancient tombs at the very least.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see a card unless
It's
you
kind of funny, like when unless he removes cards from Andrea's graveyard, if it's like an instant or sorcery, then the dragon grows.
Yes, yes, they're very true, very true. Yeah,
That's one of those interactions that you have to run into once to be aware of it.
yeah, I've done it an embarrassing amount of times.
Okay, maybe twice then.
Yes.
Okay, so Andrea follows it up with a bounce on the Chalice of the Void.
Mhm.
Going on an adventure, Brazen Borrow.
Yeah, if he's thinking like I'm going to cast it anyway, might as well just bounce in relevant.
Make good use of my mana.
Excess the 2 flesh rakes we discussed. Make it a bit smaller.
Yeah, take 8 damage. Andrea's gonna
Okay, for
mill a
11.
couple more cards.
Take you to 3 life then.
So is
Does,
that
does he hit a creature? No, so
No.
unlucky.
yeah. How is he ever gonna recover from that?
I know, I know.
Okay, run with
And
another
we
beautiful
need
polluted delta.
an ensnaring bridge off the top from your Eldrazi deck, and that
Yeah.
is GG's.
Andrea Mengucci moves on to 6-2, makes it all the way into day 2 of Eternal Weekend here.
Yep.
We're gonna see more of Andrea. I have a feeling.
love
like,
it.
yeah.
I love watching him play. He's so practiced with like flicking cards around. It's almost fun to watch. Generally, when people flick their cards around, you know, they'll see one, fumble one and drop it, but he just has this smooth style. It's great.
You're saying he's like the European Brian Kepler? Maybe,
No,
maybe
no,
not.
no.
Okay, that's a long way up from
You
that.
lost me there. You lost me there.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Congratulations to Andrea Mengucci, though. Fantastic display from his deck
Yeah.
today.
Also, congratulations to everybody playing today. This I've been getting a lot of feedback on the floor from people. People have been enjoying this so much.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to be here, all the way to Luca here. There's gonna be so much more Legacy tomorrow.
There
Like we
is.
had 8 rounds today. There's gonna be a total of 9 rounds of Legacy tomorrow.
Yep. The 9 rounds, assuming if you're playing, you win and make the top 8. But you know, the
But
way to do it is just win.
For our viewers,
For us
it's
as well,
guaranteed.
and
It's
for you.
guaranteed 9 rounds,
For
right?
you.
So we're gonna go for that. So
Yes, absolutely.
everybody, thank you so much for tuning in, having a good time with us here in the stream, celebrating Legacy at Eternal Weekend Europe, the biggest Legacy event of the entire year thus far. And we're going to be back tomorrow. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. Tune in tomorrow. Let your friends know that the biggest Legacy event is going to come to its conclusion tomorrow, where we're going to crown the new Legacy champion. That's going to be it for us today. Tune in tomorrow. See you back then.
Out for it. See you tomorrow.